Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss any upcoming videos. Part 1-1, Prologue. Death of a Universe. The siren blares out. 5 minutes remaining until universal annihilation. The alarm repeats itself once. I do not understand why the repetition is necessary. It is plainly evident from the shaking of the structure and the ripples in spacetime that catastrophe is imminent. A small teal-colored wisp of ether seeps out of one of the nearby pipes, and the lights briefly flicker before returning to normal. I absorb the ether into myself and briefly check over my status as my creator approaches. Name, Seraphina. Level, error. Unable to establish baseline with system. An administrator has been notified. Health, 625, 0625, ether to 219, 990 to 220. I dismiss the warning message. The first time I saw this message, my curiosity was piqued. But I quickly learned why the system has no baseline for me. It is because I am an artificial life form, created by Dr. Chitono and his team of researchers for precisely this moment. Nevertheless, it is because I am an artificial being that this project has a small chance of success. More displays about my status, abilities, classes, and physical and mental parameters appear in the corner of my vision. With a thought, I dismiss them. I am in no physical danger from anyone in this facility. Seraphina. Dr. Chitono says, "It's time." I nod as I follow behind him into the deepest part of the substation. Bits of dust and debris lodged in the ceiling come loose and fall. The scientists in this facility run around with looks of panic on their faces. I smell a bottle containing a substance I recognize as alcohol. As I understand, it is a poisonous substance, but a number of researchers partake in the foul-smelling liquid nonetheless. Another lies dead in the room to my immediate left. A half-empty bottle labeled cyanide sits next to his body. Despite the panic of everyone around me at the impending end of the universe, I feel nothing but calm. At last, my purpose can be realized. Warning! The siren blares again. 3 minutes until universal annihilation. It again repeats its message. He leads me into a small room at the end of a long corridor. The light flickers again. I peek into one of the rooms to my right and see a man and a woman embracing one another, both with tears in their eyes. A young child sits in the woman's lap and coos quietly as his mother embraces him. I have no time to examine their state further before I am beckoned into the chamber. Inside is a small pod, barely large enough to fit a single person. -1 by 324 ether-powered lasers. Behind it are 642 individual pipes, some interfacing with the remainder of the substation, others channeling large amounts of ether into the device's main reactor. I could easily breach these lasers, each of which would only deal a few thousand points of damage. But that is an inefficiency that would damage the success of my mission. Dr. Chitono presses several buttons on the wall in rapid succession, 12 by 12. The lasers deactivate in quick succession. Once they finish, the main gate of the pod opens. The air inside is crusty and stale, but I pay it no mind. I turn around as I step inside, my back against the back of the human-sized pod. Several sigils appear over my hands and face, and a new message appears in my system interface. Warning! 2 minutes until universal annihilation. 2 minutes until universal annihilation. At this point, I have long filtered the strobing red lights and the constant droning sounds from my sensations. I close my eyes to focus on my interface with the transportation pod. Authorized user recognized. Seraphina selected coordinates. 83.537 con 20.1 for 1i, 1.456 by 10, 7 con 187. Stand by. Trajectory calculated. Selected destination, and known error. The selected coordinates do not exist within the boundaries of ordinary spacetime. Please choose coordinates within the following range: -1x10, 8, 1 by 10, 8x1x10, 8, 1 by 10, 8x1x10, 8. 1 by 10. I turn to Dr. Chitono, and he nods at me, entering several more codes into the outside interface. I nod back and offer a smile as warm as I know how. Authorized super user recognized. Dr. Martin Chitono. Project Seraphina protocol initiated. Teleportation permissions modified for following users. Override for all coordinate boundaries authorize. Confirm selected trajectory. I move the fingers in my right hand. The door on the pod slowly closes. Warning: insufficient ether reserves available for teleportation. Project Seraphina protocol is in effect. Rerouting all substation power to teleportation pod XF14. The lights in the entire station flicker at once, then shut down. Emergency lighting turns on, bathing the entire complex in a dim yet warm glow of golden light. The pod finishes closing just as the siren blares for its 1-minute warning. Dr. Chitono turns back to me and smiles. His voice is muffled and distant through the metal door in front of me, but I can still easily read the words from his lip movements through the small panel of glass in front of me. Seraphina, there's something I need to tell you before you go. I tilt my head slightly. I have never before seen such a display of emotion from Dr. Chitono. When I first learned of the impending annihilation of our universe, I tried many things to forestall or avert the end of everything we know. We learned far too late of the dangers that lurked in the space between realities, and of the terrifying might they wield. And so I turned my attentions elsewhere. Though it was too late for our universe, the fact that there are creatures outside of our dimension implies that there is a vast array of other worlds and realities within a multiverse that defies all imagination. And, most importantly, it may not be too late for the life forms which live there. We tried to organize a mission to reach those universes, that we might warn them of the dangers that they face, and fortunately, we quickly learned that no life native to our reality can survive in the inhospitable environment between dimensions. And so, I eventually arrived at what we know as Project Seraphina, to create an artificial life form that could traverse through the worlds, and serve as a guardian angel, to shepherd and protect against the horrors which lurk just beneath the surface. That's me. He does not need to state out loud for me to understand his implication. Warning: 30 seconds until annihilation. Warning: 30 seconds until annihilation. But in creating you, and guiding you this far, I've come to love you as the daughter I never had, Seraphina. I don't know what will happen once you leave our universe. I cannot guarantee your safety. If you want to abort this mission and enjoy these final seconds before oblivion, you have that right. Dr. Chitono presses a couple of buttons on the outside keypad. Abort mission. If you do choose to abort this mission, know that I will be no less proud of you. But I wanted to make sure that I did everything I could to give you an option that might lead to your survival. He smiled, tears still in his eyes. My heart is calm now. I think it's because my heart is with you, my daughter. Goodbye, Seraphina. And remember, I will always love you. He waves at me. I enter no in my console. Even if this now is my decision to make, this is my purpose, built into my very being. I turn to the doctor, to my father, and smile at him. It feels awkward to call him that, to address my creator with such familiarity. But I feel a strange warmth in my chest when I do. He waves at me again with those watery eyes, and I wave back at him. Everything on the outside goes white, and then everything goes black. 1.1 Initialization Flint Earth, year 2023 CL Right, class. Settle down, everyone, our physics teacher, Mr. Morris says. I know that it's almost the end of the day and you're all excited to go on spring break. But I still have 10 minutes of lecture left before you're let out. Now then, I want to go over one final example of the conservation of momentum. Suppose we have an elastic collision between two objects, each with a mass of 1 kilogram. He drones on and my hand idly takes notes as he goes over his example. But I don't pay too much attention. He's a good teacher and his lectures and activities are fun and all. But it's always the teachers who love what they teach that feel the need to use every minute of class time to the fullest. And on the Friday before we go on a week of holiday too. Just our luck. PSST, my friend Chloe says. She is sitting just to my right, and seems equally uninterested in listening to the example problem. She motions to my backpack. It buzzes. Thankfully not loud enough to draw our teacher's ire. I sneak my hand inside and glance at the text. Hey, Sarah. My car had to be taken into the shop for maintenance and it's still not ready. Hate to be a bother, but can you drive me home? I purse my lips at that. Why not just do it over the weekend? I wonder, but I guess that's just how things work out sometimes. Especially given that her dad works long hours and is frequently away on business trips. Never tells anyone exactly what he does either. Not even Chloe seems to know. She thinks he's involved with the NSA, but personally, I bet he's doing some super classified work with alien technology. I turn to her and give her a thumbs up as I slide my phone back into my backpack. My interaction with her is short-lived as Mr. Morris snaps my attention back to him. "Well, Miss Sarah," he says, "since you are so absorbed with your phone and obviously already know how to solve this problem, would you be so kind as to give an explanation for the next thing to do?" I look at the equation for a few seconds before responding. "Mr. Morris, we need to also include our equation for conservation of energy. Since the collision is assumed to be perfectly elastic, we can ignore losses due to friction and heat, and instead set the sum of kinetic energies of the two balls before and after the collision to be equal to each other. From there, we'll conserve momentum in both the x and y coordinates, and calculate each ball's total velocity using the Pythagorean theorem." "That's correct. I'm glad to see that you were paying attention after all." I lean my head down to hide my grin. Physics has always come easy to me, almost as though I really have seen it all before. "All right, class," he continues. "That's all the time I have for today. So we'll go ahead and pause and reconvene the Monday after this upcoming one. Please remember that I did assign some homework yesterday, so make sure you complete the assignment over the break. And I will see you all next time," as if specially choreographed through 2 decades of teaching. The bell rings the instant he finishes his end-of-class spiel, and we all waste no time in getting the hell out of there. Oh, wonderful spring break. The perfect time to take a vacation down to the beach and party. Alas, my spoilsport of a mom says that I'm too young to go partying, and won't let me go unless I pay my own way. And I can't do that because I have to keep my GPA up so my offer to college doesn't get yanked away. And any money I do get has to be saved to pay to attend. Because of course, I only got a half-ride scholarship. So, here I am, stuck in this podunk town instead of going to the beach like my friends. Just my luck. Damn bursar is running a shitty scam. College should not be $40,000 goddamn dollars per year. I clench my fist in frustration before sighing and letting go. "You okay, Sarah?" Chloe asks as we stop at her locker. "You seem tense." "It's fine. Just a little frustrated that I'm stuck here over break." "You too." "Wait, I thought you were heading down to Houston and leaving tomorrow morning." Chloe shakes her head. "That was the plan. But then I got a call from Dad the night before last, and he says he's going to be in town for a couple days. First time I'd seen him all year, so yeah. Plus, I gotta be here for my bestie." "Thanks, Chloe. You're the best." Chloe locks up her locker and grins. "I know, Sarah." She gives me a wink. We step outside, greeted by a gust of chilly early spring air that sends my blonde locks flying in my face. I bat my hair aside and try to adjust my eyes to the bright, sunny skies outside when a wave of nausea assails me. I keel over against the door, moving aside to let another pair of students pass. One of them seems vaguely familiar, but I don't recognize the other. "You okay?" Chloe asks. "Did something happen?" "I don't know. I feel sick all of a sudden. Do you need some?" Chloe motions to her lower abdomen. I blush. "It shouldn't be that time until late next week. But if you have an ibuprofen, I'd appreciate it." We head back inside. She slips a red pill into my hand, which I down in front of the nearby water fountain. As soon as I take the medicine, I realize that the pain has already evaporated. Did I develop some sort of allergic reaction to sunlight? I think I remember something like that from last year's bio class. Wait, I'm not becoming a vampire or some shit. Gods, I hope not. Those are so 10 years ago. Calm yourself, Sarah. There are no documented cases whatsoever of anything as asinine as turning into a vampire. You want to sit down for a moment, Sarah. I don't want you to try to drive if you're not feeling well. Or maybe I can drive your car. Can you drive a stick? You have a stick in 2023? Sarah, she exclaims. What kind of a beater do you have now? The kind that costs $500 with cheap-as-dirt insurance so I can save enough to go to college. Sarah, ever heard the expression penny wise, pound foolish? She cajoles me as we sit down at a nearby bench not far from the principal's office. It doesn't matter if you get the cars dirt cheap if you go through them every 6 months. Spend a few thousand on something that'll last more than a year or two. I promise. It'll make your life easier too. I restrained myself from muttering a rude comment about how it must be nice to come from a family with money. My parents aren't doing amazing, but they've kept a roof over my head and I've never gone hungry. That, and her father is only around a few times per year, so, yeah. We've each got our own demons. I'll keep that in mind for next time. See, Sarah, the fact you know there's going to be a next time shows that you know deep down that I'm right about you constantly buying shit cars. I roll my eyes a bit and chuckle. You've made your point, Chloe. Come on. I'm gonna head out and see if I'm feeling well enough to drive you home. Sure thing. We head back out the back door of the building and I blink a couple of times to adjust to the light. Whatever caused that nausea and headache is completely gone. I maintain a bit of trepidation in the back of my mind, but I try not to show it as Chloe pulls me ahead. Something doesn't seem quite right, though it doesn't seem like anyone else notices anything out of the ordinary. The headache comes back, but thankfully it's a bit weaker and subsides as quickly as it appears. We make it to my car, and Chloe stares at me incredulously. Seraphina Mortensen, you cannot seriously be driving this metal death trap around school. How did this even make it onto the parking lot? Would you rather walk home? I give her the evil eye. Chloe mutters some obscenities under her breath as she flips me the one-fingered salute. After pouting with her arms crossed for a good 20 seconds, she finally relents and gets inside. I start up the car and we take off, without any incident. We drive to the nice side of town. A couple of people wearing clothes that cost entirely too much money stare at my beater, but no one does more than give me a dirty look as we pull into Chloe's neighborhood. So, I hope you don't mind me asking, she says, but how are things between you and Stefan? I hear he asked you out the other day. He's not interested. He's gay. Boyfriend and all. Asked me out mostly as a cover story to keep his friends off his back. Oh darn, he's cute, eh? Didn't really notice. I'm also not even sure if I like guys. But I'm definitely not ready to have that conversation. Don't be afraid to see some people. You're young, beautiful, and you have a whole life ahead of you. In 6 months you'll be away for college. So why not enjoy these last couple of months? Plus, it'll be good practice for dealing with guys before you don't have me around to watch your back anymore. I nearly roll my eyes, but hold myself back. Thanks, Chloe, for everything. You don't have to be so formal. That's what friends are for. Right, I smile. We pull into Chloe's driveway and I shut off the car. As soon as I open the door, a tremendous gust of wind blows, knocking me back onto the driver's seat and slamming the door behind me. I turn to Chloe, who is frozen in a catatonic state. I call to her. No response. I gently shake her to check for responsiveness. She doesn't flinch or even make a sound as I touch her. My heart starts to palpitate as I try to remember what little first aid I've been taught. But before I can start reaching for my phone to call a paramedic, the world dims slightly and strange words appear near the top of my vision. Warning. System initialization in progress. Local anomalies may occur. Please stand by. System. Is this some sort of... No, I've got to be hallucinating. I pinch myself. It hurts. Good, not asleep. I take a deep breath and tap my fingers against my palm, feeling each pressure divot. I count the coins in the tray in my car. 3 quarters, 2 dimes. For nickels, 11 pennies. I take a deep breath and wince from the smell of day-old fries. Must have missed one when the sack containing last night's dinner tipped over. Despite my attempts at grounding, more words appear. Error detected during system initialization. Implementing anomalous data as unique trait. Touched by the multiverse system initialization completed. Status menu enabled. I glance at the status screen in the corner of my eye. Name, Seraphina Mortensen. Level health, 100 100ths, ether, 20 20ths, experience to 0, to next. Stats, strength, 12, speed, 12, vitality, 12, mind, unique trait, touched by the multiverse. Your mind has been touched by the vastness beyond space and time, and you've gained a glimpse at what lies at the outer edge of possibility. All experience gain increased by 50%, stacks multiplicatively with other modifiers. The world returns to normal, and Chloe awakens with a perplexed look on her face. She shakes her head and tries to reorient herself. The two of us stare at one another. What the F? We both say in unison. 1. To the first afternoon. The two of us are still shaken, but decide it's better to head in her house rather than continue to sit in my car. A burning smell fills the air and a small amount of smoke seeps out of the car's engine compartment. See, Sarah, Chloe says. It's like I told you. This car is a piece of junk, and we're both lucky we got here in one piece. I sigh. If it were any other day, I'd admit that you told me so. But after whatever that was, I'm going to reserve judgment until we have a chance to process what the hell just happened. I get out, help Chloe get out, and then the two of us make our way through the front door. You saw it too, she asks. Some message about a system initialization. And then a whole bunch of strange messages that look like they came straight out of a video game. We're not like, actually, in a video game, are we? Chloe has some trouble unlocking the door, but eventually gets it open. The two of us take off our shoes in the entryway and we step into the living space. I'm always astonished at how big her family's house is. 2 stories and 5 bedrooms. Even though Chloe is an only child, their kitchen alone is as big as our kitchen and dining room put together, plus an entertainment room upstairs. There's even a jacuzzi-style bathtub in the master suite, and that doesn't even mention all the goodies that are always in the fridge. And not just the name brand products, either. The specialty fancy brand stuff for people who have the money to buy the ground beef where the cow has been lovingly massaged by the farmer's daughter each week in the 3 months prior to being ground up. Okay, yes. I will admit to being more than a little bit envious at times. You want something to drink, just water's fine. Lemon, cucumber, or watermelon, watermelon. I guess, apparently, even their water is extra fancy. Chloe arrives a moment later and hands me my water. She turns on the television and grabs a seat next to me. We share a look and agree to turn on the news. Can't stand watching the news on TV. It's all a bunch of fear-mongering designed to keep people addicted to fear and rage. But it's a good way to figure out if anyone else has reported something similar. Nothing on the news so far. Just the latest about stupid politicians here in the States and conflicts in the Middle East and elsewhere overseas. She hands me the remote and I mute it before I get angry. Hey, do you have a knife around here? I want to try something. Sure. She leaves and returns a moment later with a steak knife. I take the knife and slit my palm, checking my status screen as I do. Health, 99/100. What the hell, Sarah? Chloe screams. Do you need to talk about something? I'm sorry, Chloe. I wanted to test what was going on with this status screen that keeps showing up in my eye. I wasn't thinking about how it would look to you. I'm really sorry. She stares at me, and all I can do is lower my head in shame. Did it work? She finally asks. Whatever it was you were trying to do, it did. My health decreased by a single point. Just as I thought it would. You don't know anything about this. You're more of a gamer than I am. I've dabbled a bit, but I wouldn't call myself a gamer. What I can speculate, based on the evidence we have, is that our world is now under the influence of this system that will reward us with experience as we complete objectives. As we gain experience, we'll gain levels and get stronger, or better at whatever it is that we're supposed to be doing. What kind of objectives? Best case scenario. We just need to keep doing whatever we're meant to be doing, being good students, getting good grades, being productive and responsible members of society. I look away from Chloe, scared to answer the follow-up. And the worst case, I hesitate. In a lot of these games, the players gain experience by killing things, monsters. Rats are pretty common early enemies, as are wolves, people. It's not outside the realm of possibility. At the very least, it's something we need to start considering. Because if we're considering it, then other people are as well. One of them is going to act upon it. No, that's horrible. I don't know. Only whoever, or whatever, is responsible for this system can really say for sure. Can you stay here tonight? Chloe asks. I've got plenty of spare clothes for you to wear for the next couple of days. Well, I'm not getting home until my car gets fixed. And besides, isn't that what besties are for? I grin. And I better not hear one peep from you about how my clothing is too tight in the chest or anything similar. It's not the first or the last time she's expressed insecurity about the matter, so I just silently agree. Thanks, Sarah, she says. Oh wait, the news is talking about this now. Can you put the sound back on? And in breaking news this afternoon, a number of people throughout the country have reported strange hallucinations on social media. At this time, doctors and law enforcement are currently investigating the phenomenon. People who come down with this affliction are urged to keep calm and avoid drinking, driving, or any potentially hazardous activity until we know more. And now, Ryan Billings with the latest on what authorities are calling systemic hallucination. Thank you, Wolf. I'm joined here by Dr. Antonio Rupert with the latest. Dr. Rupert, right now, we're still in the very early stages of this phenomenon. All of our preliminary indications suggest that systemic hallucination is highly contagious, but not injurious to health. Those afflicted with the condition report stupor for a few minutes as they adjust, followed by a return to normal activities shortly thereafter. Do you recommend that? The conversation on the television goes completely silent, with the two staring into open space. The camera falls a second later, followed by a sickening crunch. I wince as I turn to Chloe. Well, I'd say they're going through system initialization right about now. We should make plans. Sarah, there's going to be a lot of panic. I've been flipping through my social media feeds and it's everywhere. Her eyes widen and her jaw drops. Oh, holy shit, this is bad. What's bad? I ask, fearing the worst. There's a video going viral right now from some guy who claims he just hit level 3 after she continues to hesitate. I reach for her phone. She hands it over and my eyes fill with rage at the headline. I reached level 3 after killing my. I immediately block the rest of the video headline out of my brain. This is wrong. So terribly wrong. This isn't how the integration is supposed to go. We're supposed to. I scream and clutch my head and buckle into the sofa. All I see is white. Even when I close my eyes and bury my head into the couch, my head throbs. Like something is trying to burst forth out of me. Something, a memory. I'm trying to remember something. What could I be trying to remember? It feels like there's something there, just beyond my reach. But no matter how much I try to remember, it keeps escaping. Why would I have memories I can't have? My mind darts back to my status. It said I was touched by the multiverse. Am I really not from this world? But that makes no sense. I was born here, raised by my parents. I grew up here. Nothing makes any sense. So why does this damn system insist that my life is a lie? Out of the corner of my eye, I spot something weird in my status, ether, 120ths. The pain subsides bit by bit as my ether slowly drops down. My vision returns to normal. Chloe is there on the couch beside me, waiting for me with a soft smile on her face and worry in her eyes. Are you okay, Sarah? I'm not sure. I think that headache from before just came back with a vengeance, that's all. I lie. Something is definitely not adding up. Something extremely important. I check my status and confirm that my ether value has returned to 20. Changing the subject a bit, but do you know what this ether value is supposed to be in my status? If it's like the video games, it's probably some sort of fuel or energy. Magic power, in a simple sense. Magic-like. When we went to watch those illusionists on stage 4 years ago. No, magic-like. Real magic. Like flying and teleportation and shooting fire and lightning out of our bodies. You're not a Chloe stops. No, you're totally right. I'm watching another video of a guy conjuring a flame out of his hand right now. It could be just a trick of cameras and special effects. But after everything that's happening this afternoon, I really believe it. Really, I ask. I'm more than a little surprised at how easily she accepts such extraordinary claims. Unlike her mother, who's constantly proselytizing and hawking various forms of quackery and new age woo, Chloe's very much not into the spiritual and occult. One of the things I respect most about her, when I see 3 different videos of different people conjuring fire, one creating a cube of ice out of thin air, and another one shooting a bolt of lightning out of her fingertips, the only options are a massive hoax, or that it's actually happening, and, oh, cool, someone just created a ball of light. Yeah, I'd say that this is all really happening. I know you're worried about me, Chloe, but I think we should start thinking about trying to defend ourselves. I don't know if that means getting some sort of weapons or trying to conjure magic like those people in those videos. But I think things are going to get nasty, because the world is going to change. And I don't think we can rely on the current system of laws and police to protect us, to the extent they ever really did for people like me. Yeah, my mom keeps a couple of baseball bats lying around the basement just for that purpose. It's not much, but it's better than nothing. I'll come with you. We should probably stick together. Just in case. There's a reason why they say not to split the party. Oh yeah, before I forget. Sarah, when you were hurting just a couple of minutes ago, you started muttering something about remembering, and then your hair started to glow. Did something strange happen? I wish I knew. I felt like I was trying to remember something that I shouldn't know. Maybe I wish I didn't know. I shake my head as I try to unravel the paradox behind what I tried to say. I don't mention that my ether had overflowed its limits. I can't even be certain the two are related. Chloe laughs. I'm glad that you still have a sense of humor after everything that's happened today. I go ahead and take the knife with me as we head into the basement. Chloe gives me a look, but I persist. If the Earth really has turned into some hostile video game world, even meager protection is better than nothing. She doesn't agree with me, but she doesn't press the issue any further. My body tenses as she opens the door. A sense of danger and foreboding shakes me to my core. My heart is beating faster and faster, and I walk on my tiptoes. I have no idea how Chloe remains so calm. Because it's her home. Because I have this second life apparently. One I don't even know about. I try to take a deep breath, but it doesn't do much to calm my nerves. Finally, the two of us make our way down the stairs and into the basement. She takes the lead, and then screams. I rush in front of her and come face to face with a pair of foot-tall rats hissing at us. Shit, stay back, Chloe. 1.3 It's always rats, isn't it? I curse myself and my big mouth for suggesting rats as the most common early enemy in video games. Big, black, beady eyes glare at me, and I see contempt reflected back at me. I raise the knife in my hand and feel a strange connection binding my hand to it. You have equipped a dull kitchen knife. Attack come 1. Attack 12 gives 13. The rat nearest me jumps directly toward Chloe. I intercept and knock it out of the way, scoring its side with my knife. The second attacks my exposed backside, raking me with claws I didn't realize rats even had. It tears through my shirt like wet paper and attempts to grab hold of me and bite down. But I'm able to shake the bastard off before it sinks its incisors into my sides. I take 4 damage, but still have plenty of strength and anger left. Chloe tries to tiptoe around me as I'm fighting, most likely to try to get to wherever her mother's bats are. I slash again at the same rat that I hit before, but it dodges. The other rat runs into my calf, sending me toppling to the ground. I grunt as I fall to my knee. The damnable rodents prove to be agile, and their small size makes them even more difficult to hit. Trying to hit them seems a foolish endeavor, especially with the low ceilings and clutter all about. Instead, I decide to take advantage of my size and relative durability and trade blows with the pesky rodents. Thankfully, I shouldn't have to worry about rabies. Not sure how diseases work post-system integration. I take another hit on the thigh, but in return, I jam my knife clean into the rat's side. My follow-up strike is evaded, and I again get tackled to the ground. God's damned rats definitely got an intelligence boost from the system. Good to know that we can't count on animals being dumb going forward. The injured rat takes another lunge toward me. Another glancing blow, but my counter-strike is enough to send it slamming into the ground. A stab through the neck and a spurt of blood later, and the creature is out of my misery forever. I turn my attention to the other one and remain completely motionless. I stare my enemy down and try to focus its attention on me. Chloe is already back with an aluminum slugger, and she is sneaking up on it from behind. I raise my weapon and make a small feint toward my target. The rat dodges directly into Chloe's swing, and she scores a direct hit, pasting it against the wall. I move toward it to make sure it's dead, but the system confirms it before I get a chance. Your party has slain 2 rats level 1. Level 1. You have gained 14 experience. Feat, touched by the multiverse increases experience gain. Experience increased to 21. You have gained enough experience to reach level 2. Please allocate stats for remaining. I decide to delay my level up temporarily until we get out of the basement. Chloe doesn't seem to want to be down here any longer than I do. She hands me another bat, though I will equip that later. We make it back to the living room and lock the door to the basement. By the way, Chloe says as she sits back down, you seemed really in your element when you were fighting those rats. I didn't realize you were into martial arts. I shirk away. Did I seem that way? I didn't realize. Yeah, you looked so confident. Like you'd been secretly training for this your whole life. Did I? I think back to the encounter. I don't think there was anything particularly noteworthy about how I fought. Maybe it's just because I grew up in the dumps and I'm used to being on guard at all times. But it did feel maybe a bit more fun than I would have expected from a fight for our lives. I looked down. I think I might have to take you up on that offer to borrow some of your clothes for the day. I kinda got mine ruined. Sure thing. And if you want to take a shower, just try not to be too long. Okay. I don't want anything else to pop up while you're in there. I'll keep it short. And don't worry, we're in this together, all the way. No matter where things end up. She looks a bit uneasy. But once she looks down and sees my torn shirt and the dried blood on my back, she relents. I head up to the second floor bathroom, disrobe, and turn on the shower. Not too hot, though. More of a lukewarm temperature. We've never had super hot water at my place. And the scalding hot showers some people like make me feel like my skin is going to scald and flake off. Still, the warm water feels nice. And as I wash the dirt and blood off my back, I take the opportunity to look at the level up prompt from before. The system maybe seems a bit impatient that I waited so long. But I'm probably just ascribing human emotions to it. I pull up the window about allocating stat points. Current stats: strength 12, speed 12, vitality 12, mind. I try to pull up information about what each parameter does, but I find no purchase. I have to presume that mind refers to magic abilities. I'm not at all sure why my mind is 5 points higher than my other parameters, though I wonder if it has something to do with the excess knowledge from this past life that I supposedly have and can't remember. With that said, I don't think it's particularly useful at surviving in the short term. I think my strength stat is going to be the least important at the moment. I'm going to assume that mundane weapons aren't going to be effective forever, but they will be for the first couple of levels, at least. My biggest weakness in the last fight was my poor speed and how easily the rats were able to sneak inside my defenses. At the same time, vitality is probably linked to survivability, and I'm not going to learn more about who I am or was unless I survive long enough for the memories to come back. I assign 2 points to my speed and 2 to my vitality. Satisfied, I confirm the selection and see more information appear in my status. Level up registered. Seraphina Mortensen is now level 2. Maximum health increases by vitality x to come new level come random 13 equals 32. Maximum ether increases by mind come new level come random 0, 2 equals 20. Current health 107 130 seconds. Current ether equals 40 40ths. Experience 21 to next. That's extremely useful information, and pretty much confirms that having a high starting mind and vitality is going to carry over more or less indefinitely, compounding as I gain additional levels. I make a note of this and plan to tell Chloe as soon as I get out of the shower. She interrupts my musing with a knock on the door, informing me that my change of clothes is waiting in front of the door. I take a moment longer to soak in the warm water before begrudgingly turning off the faucet and drying off. After I finish getting dressed, Chloe hands me one of the 2 baseball bats she has as a precaution, and we make our way into her room. Although there are 3 spare bedrooms in her house, we decide that I'm going to sleep in Chloe's bed tonight. It's just too dangerous to be separated when we don't know what might await in the night. Though we agree that the situation isn't so dangerous that we need to keep a night watch. How's your back, by the way? Chloe asks. Still a little sore, but I should be fine after a couple of days. Chloe looks down and motions toward it. I nod and lift my shirt up, revealing my injuries. Still raw and not yet scabbed over, but no longer bleeding. She winces slightly, then stares out into space for a few seconds before placing her hands along my back. I blush a bit, then relax as her cool fingers trace over my injuries. The pain recedes, and a quick look at my status shows that my health has returned to maximum. Did you just get a healing spell? I ask for confirmation. Yeah. She hesitates. I've been watching more videos on social media. The world is changing so much, so suddenly. It's going to get violent just like you said. It's already started. and I don't think I'm ever going to be comfortable fighting the way you did. But if I can heal you and others who need my help, it'd make me really happy. And when you were staring into space, that was you making up your mind, and the system then responding by giving you a healing spell. It gave me a warning that it would permanently alter my abilities and parameters going forward. Apparently, it was assigning me a class, or at least, that's what it called it. It would make me more focused on light magic and healing. But I'm sure that's what I want for myself, so I confirmed it. Then I guess I have to be your knight in shining armor, protecting you from all danger. A notification pops up in my status window. Choose Divine Paladin as your first class. Divine Paladin. A Divine Paladin is a warrior who uses faith and prayer to bolster herself and her allies. And like warriors and fighters, a Divine Paladin holds herself to an unshakable code of honor and righteousness. And like a cleric, a Divine Paladin is not content to remain idly behind a vanguard, healing people behind walls and offering blessings from the sanctity of a temple or other sanctuary. A Divine Paladin serves on the front lines of combat, seeks out evil wherever it lies, and smites it with holy power. Stat gains. Permanent come 3 to vitality and strength upon choosing this class. Come 1 vitality, come 1 strength, and come 3 free stats per level. I dismiss the message and turn to Chloe. Yep, it seems that the system just offered me a class as a Divine Paladin. Oh, wow, that's a really cool class name. Did you take it? No, I didn't choose a class yet. For one, I want to see what all my options are. Also, there's some disturbing information hinting about needing to seek out and smite evil, and I'm not sure if I'm one for the whole honor and righteousness path. I think it would suit you, Sarah. I don't know. It doesn't seem like a terrible path, and I'll definitely do everything to protect you no matter what class I end up choosing. But I just don't see myself as being honorable and just in all situations. The whole growing up poor and seeing the injustice in the world police and other people we're supposed to look up to for protection aren't always good people. Chloe, I think that's given me some pause about choosing a class that's specifically about smiting evil, both because I don't want to be in conflict with corrupt law enforcement, and because I don't want to be law enforcement and be in the position where I have to enforce unjust laws. But I leave that part unstated. Chloe looks a bit uncomfortable, but ends up sidestepping the awkwardness masterfully. Well, Sarah, what do you want? I think I'd like to see my options and see what speaks to me, and maybe see if any of them relate to these hidden memories that the system hints that I have. 1 point for time for class. I take a seat on the floor and focus on my class options while Chloe distracts herself with the latest on social media. I'm not confident how long it's going to last in this new post-system world. Truthfully, I'm not high on the longevity of any of our other technology from the old Earth, for that matter. But right now, our technology is still working, and social media is our best source of information from other people in real time. Predictably, the situation looks grim. Plenty of people have decided to give in to their most unsavory impulses. Chloe mentioned a couple of bank robberies. Reports of people going on murdering sprees to try to gain experience have already started popping up. It's thankfully not quite at a boiling point, but it's a matter of when, not if at this point. Worse still, I have half a mind to join them, not because I feel any sort of positive way about murder, especially when I'm more likely to be on the receiving end of them, but because the last thing I want is to be at the mercy of some crime lord who has 10 levels on me, or a cop with the same, which honestly might just be worse given the force of law behind them, really making me think that Divine Paladin isn't the class for me. I start cycling through various ideas for what I can do. First, I imagine myself as a mage, which isn't hard at all, conjuring the power of the elements, raining fire and brimstone down upon my enemies, wielding the power of storms and lightning. As I do, I get the predicted class offering. Choose Evoker as your first class. So an Evoker as in elemental evocations. That suggests that classes, at least early on, are quite a bit more narrow than I give them credit for. Then again, the status window does say first class. Presumably, that means I can get broader and stronger classes later on, probably after a certain amount of time, or reaching a certain level. I go ahead and check the descriptor just to be sure the class does what I think it does. Evoker. An evoker is an offensive focused mage who focuses on inflicting damage to her enemies. She does this by evoking the power of destructive elements in her fingertips. With fire and lightning at her beck and call, few can match her offensive potential. However, all this comes at a cost. An evoker spends most of her time studying the mysteries of the arcane, the system, and how the two interface with each other. As a result, an evoker doesn't focus on her physical body, sacrificing their vitality to increase her mind to its limit. Permanent -1 strength, -1 speed, -3 vitality, -7 mind when choosing this class, to mind, to free stats each level. Yep, pretty much as expected. This is the standard black mage style of squishy wizard. Lots of ether due to a sky-high mind stat. Plenty of potential on the backlines, flinging spells from afar, but about as durable as my shirt. May it rest in peace. A fun class. But I'm not sure if it's what I should be specializing in. Especially given Chloe is also a backline healer. Worse still, the system isn't giving me any information about how classes evolve or what specific evocations I'll get. My guess is that I'll get to choose one or two, and maybe gain more as I gain levels. But I'll have to choose the class to find out for sure. If this were a couple hundred years after system integration, and we had solid documentation on how classes worked, I might select it. I'm not keen on taking the class right away. I silently curse the system for its lack of information and documentation, and I feel something that resembles sarcastic glee pushed directly into my mind. I imagine myself next as a swordswoman, dashing through mobs of rats and other fell creatures, striking with deftness and dodging just as quickly. The system responds. Choose Swashbuckler as your first class. A swashbuckler is a master duelist in martial combat, but is even defter at combining her weapon skills with parkour. Unlike the more traditional fighter class, a swashbuckler eschews heavy armor and large shields for greater mobility and weapon finesse. Though still frequently employs a small shield to help parry attacks, she dances through enemies, avoiding attacks with subtle grace, and then strikes with a flurry of blows. Swashbucklers are the most dexterous of martial combatants, though they suffer in strength and vitality relative to other frontline classes as a result of their specialization. Permanent -1 strength, -7 speed, 1 vitality, 1 mind when choosing this class, to speed, to free stats each level. If I were alone braving this new world, this would be an excellent choice. The best way to avoid dying is simply never to be hit in the first place. However, since I need to defend Chloe, I feel like the best aspects of this class are going to end up wasted. There's also a dichotomy where my best stat is my mind, which is all the way at 17 despite not putting any points in it. This suggests that I'd be a better fit for a magic-type class. But I really need to be a frontline fighter for my friend. If only there were some class that could take advantage of my stats but also not crumple to a stiff breeze. Especially something like. My thoughts are cut off as I see 2 new classes appear, both of which pique my interest. Alchemist. An alchemist is an expert in the creation and development of poisons, salves, and other potions. Through the power of chemistry and medicine, she can buff her allies, brew powerful medicines, and reproduce the magical abilities of evokers, healers, and reality mages, albeit to a lesser extent. Her flexibility is her greatest asset, but the inability to prepare for everything and store potions for every situation is her greatest weakness. Nevertheless, a well-prepared and forward-looking alchemist is to be feared on the battlefield, or wherever else one might encounter her. Permanent -2 strength, 1 speed, 1 vitality, 6 mind when choosing this class, 1 vitality, 1 mind, 3 free stats each level. This is definitely me, and I notice 2 things. First, like the Divine Paladin offering, I get 5 stat points total each level instead of 4. That, in turn, means a lot more total power in 50 or 100 levels. I like this class offering, but I'm definitely aware that I need to factor in raw stats in addition to personal preference. That doesn't mean I choose Divine Paladin over Swashbuckler if the force changes to how I'd have to act rub me the wrong way, but it has literal points in its favor. The other offering, on the other hand, makes my heart sing, almost as though the class was chosen specifically for me. As it appears, the window flickers a bit. This is the first time I've ever seen the system falter or be less than omniscient in any way. I take extra note of the class offering, smiling more and more as I read through it. Planetouched Mechanist. The Planetouched Mechanist is a tinkerer at heart, never content with being told that's just how it is. She delves deeper into the inner workings of science and technology, seeking to understand them in mind, body, and soul. All mechanists are masters of artifice, building specialized gadgets and uplifting technology. But the Planetouched Mechanist goes a step further. Her glimpses of her past life give her inspiration for technology beyond the pale of human understanding. Although she is not the strongest physically, nor capable of feats of physics-defying magic, her capacity to see into the inner workings of reality and twist them to her advantage make her an absolute menace in combat. At least, when she has access to her wide assortment of gadgetry and mechanical marvels. Permanent ×1 Vitality, ×3 Mind when taking this class, ×1 Vitality, ×1 Mind, ×3 free stats per level. Yep, the line about getting glimpses of my past life pretty much confirms that the system sees me as some sort of reincarnated individual. And this class hints at eventually being able to get glimpses into who I apparently once was. And the stat spread is great too, meaning I'm not sacrificing future potential by choosing a class that is perfectly aligned with who I am and want to be. If anything, this class offers a lot of future potential with what I'll be able to eventually create. I go ahead and cycle through a few other options, more as a due diligence check than anything else. I check out the reality image that was listed in the description of Alchemist. Though it has a powerful sounding name, it's the class that focuses primarily on buffs and debuffs. It has spells that increase weapon sharpness and power somehow, ways to speed up an ally, slow down an enemy, and dabbles a little bit in curses, poisons, and other such afflictions. All in all, a pretty solid class as a member of a group, but not very useful when just aligned with a healer, or whatever exact class Chloe took. I find a few other options that don't seem appealing. Not looking to be a second healer, nor do I want to be a berserker or similar. I scroll through a few other martial frontline classes, from the standard fighter to more specialized ones like Javelineer, which specializes in keeping its distance and utilizing throwing weapons. One last double check to make sure I haven't missed anything crucial, and I select the Planetouched Mechanist class. I get the expected prompt, warning, choosing a class will have major implications. This decision cannot be easily changed or reversed. Proceed. I hesitate for a half second, just to make sure nothing jumps out and screams at me to tell me this is a horrible choice. But I feel confident in my decision, that my decision is in my best interests, and that this is what's going to make me happiest and best equipped to face the newly integrated world. I confirm the selection and see several new notifications. Seraphina is now a Planetouched Mechanist. Stats modified accordingly. Current stats: Strength, Wealth, Speed, 14, Vitality, 15, Mind. As if forestalling my next question, I see a new pop-up. Health and ether values are unaffected by class changes. Future level gains will be calculated based on new parameters. Good to know that my initial speculation was correct. Definitely best to focus on vitality and mind for the first few levels. I probably won't need a lot of strength for the time being, especially if I can now create weapons that don't scale with my physical abilities. Sure enough, it seems I'll be able to do so. You have gained the class skill, Tinkerer. You have a natural curiosity and easily grasp how objects are made and function. Gain basic insight into infusing ether into technology. More easily able to create and enhance weapons, armor, and other technology, and become proficient with the use of improvised weapons. Warning: this skill does not grant armor proficiency. You have gained the class skill, Flash of Insight. In addition to creating technology powered by ether, you have the ability to create a bright flash of light at will. By infusing any amount of ether into your hand, you can create a bright flash of light, dazing or temporarily blinding enemies within a small radius. Radius increases with ether expenditure. Max expenditure, level X20. You and any targets you designate as friendly are unaffected by this attack. Class skill slots available. I stand up and stretch for a moment before turning to Chloe, who is still doom scrolling on her phone. Hey Chloe, can I try my new skill? If you chose a mage class and you're about to set the carpet on fire, then absolutely not. Apocalypse or not, My mother is still going to kill me if we catch her house on fire. I have a flashbang technique as part of my class's skill set. I want to test it out. Chloe sighs. It's probably a good idea to do that down in the basement. And we should probably make sure we got all the rats as well, if there's an infestation down there. My mother is going to freak the absolute hell out. She hands me a baseball bat, which I equip before heading downstairs. Blunt bat. A simple baseball bat made from aluminum. Attack Kung Fu. Tinkerer grants improvised weapon proficiency. Blunt bat attack. Kung Fu gives Kung 5 unequipped dull kitchen knife. Attack. 1.5e dungeon in the basement. We hardly finish getting down to the first floor before I'm hit with a system notification. Based on how Chloe's eyes uncross, I assume she's getting the same message as I. System message. All life forms on planet E3971, local name Earth, have been initialized into system, beginning creation of dungeons and basic world modifications. Further world modifications will commence in 120 local hours. The message is replaced by a countdown timer which I dismiss. So, what do you think happens when time runs out? Chloe asks. I would imagine the world changes in a big way. If I were a betting woman, we can say goodbye to your phone and most other technology that doesn't rely on the system. I pause for a moment. My class is a Mechanist variant. I have a class skill that makes it easier for me to build new technology. Best case, I can figure out some way to keep it powered. Worst case scenario, I can salvage it for parts. Why don't you salvage your own piece of junk heap of a car for parts before you even think about taking my phone? Sierra, she perfectly blends indignance and sarcasm in her tone. Actually, that's a good idea. Do you want to do that first? Or after we check the basement? Oh, let's do that first. She shudders. And I don't blame her. I'd like to put off going to the basement as long as possible. I agree with that. Also, my class description suggests I might be able to make some sort of ether-charged weapon out of various bits of technology. So maybe that'll help us when we get down there. Oh wow, that's really neat. Sierra, that reminds me. It's probably not the best idea for either of us to go around talking about our classes or abilities with others. And especially not on social media. I know that's going to be tricky for you, but think about it. If someone does try something nefarious, do you want to broadcast your abilities for the entire world to see? But Chloe, do not but Sierra me on this one. I know you like sharing with all your followers on whatever the newfangled social media app of the week is. But I'm putting my foot down on this one. Things are going to get ugly, and I'd love for them to not get ugly toward us specifically. She gives me a pleading face, but I give her a side eye. Trust me on this one. Okay, fine. Sierra, I know you're not big on social media. Can I at least let my followers know I'm okay? Yeah, that should be fine. And maybe tell them my warning as well. Oh, but I'd make sure to turn off location services or whatever it's called on your version. I do not want some stalker who just got superpowers to try something. I worry that someone might already try something unpleasant. And I start steeling myself to the likelihood that we're going to fight and possibly have to kill fellow people rather than just rats. And probably sooner rather than later. As unfortunate as that makes me feel. As we head outside and I start trying to pop open the engine compartment, that last thought makes me worry. I've never even thought about killing someone before. Not even those assholes on the news before. But now, I'm talking about it like it's the most casual thing in the world. Definitely throwing this on the growing pile of evidence that I've been reincarnated somehow. And with some sort of lingering memory involving fighting while under the power granted by the system. I look at the engine block and peer through the internal mechanisms. I've definitely never been one for mechanics and shop work before. But my tinkerer skill is already hard at work. Able to dissect the inner workings of my beautiful hunk of scrap with precision. Sure enough, I see that the timing belt is busted. I sigh and admit that Chloe was right about my car, to which I get a smug look in return. I still think the system's rival has something to do with it. But after putting my foot down about not using social media a few minutes ago, she deserves the win. I get some ideas for how I might use these pieces of equipment to my advantage. But then recall that I also now have the ability to create technology powered by ether. Definitely should look into retrofitting my car with a new engine when I have a better understanding of how to do that. Having a car when others don't is definitely going to be a major logistical advantage. And as my world history teacher was fond of saying last year, logistics wins wars. Not that I shrug off the invasive thought about my sudden immorality, other than to say that Divine Paladin was definitely not the class for me. We head back inside, although not before grabbing the jumper cables out of my trunk. Worst case scenario, I have a really poor excuse for a whip. Best case, I can use it in one of the project ideas that have started forming in my head. We head to the front door, but just before we cross the threshold, the ground starts shaking beneath our feet. I instinctively drop to my knees and cover the back of my neck as though this is an earthquake. But get up once I realize that this could be an evoker with the potential to create tremors. If that's the case, I'm just turning myself into a sitting duck for them to take potshots at. But thankfully, the tremors stop after half a minute, and no one emerges from around the corner or the rooftop to attack us. So what do you think that was? Chloe asked. My first thought was an earthquake. I know there was a pretty big one about 10 years ago thanks to all the fracking going on. But then I realized it could be an earth evoker, the other possibility. And now that I'm thinking more clearly, the most likely possibility is that the system is doing some of the dungeon creation and world modification that it mentioned. Is there anything it can't do, do you think, until proven otherwise? I'm going to assume that the system is all-powerful. And, I suspect, not as benevolent as it wants us to think it is. What makes you say that? Just a hunch with no real evidence. I don't think this is the right time to mention my status information about being reincarnated just yet. Not that I think Chloe will abandon me over it. We've been too close for too long. Just that it's so much to try to take in over the course of 3 hours now, maybe a bit less. Chloe grabs us a couple of bottles of water. I put them and the jumper cable in my backpack and put that on before we head down to the basement. And holy shit, something weird happened. The basement that I remember from barely over 2 hours ago looks completely different. It stretches down way deeper. The air smells damp and moldy. And we look at each other and decide we're definitely not going down without a flashlight. Or two. Thankfully, Chloe has a pair of them that she dredges up out of the family supply closet. She hands it to me. And the battery is dead. Before I give up on it, I decide to test my abilities as a planet-touched mechanist. I trigger the impulse like I'm about to use my flash of insight, but instead of releasing that energy in a huge burst, I thread a tiny amount into my hand and from there into the flashlight's internal components. And sure enough, it turns on just like that. I double and triple check, and sure enough, I can turn the flashlight on more or less at will. There is a small drain of ether, but it's barely noticeable. I'm regenerating it almost as quickly as I'm expending it. I take the lead as we head down, knowing full well it's everyone's job to defend the healer. Nothing awaits us as we head down the stairs and into the first chamber. It looks like a natural cavern which has spawned just underneath Chloe's house, even including some stalactites hanging on the ceiling. I have to assume that the tremors from earlier are related to this dungeon which just appeared. I hope it's a mini dungeon, and preferably at tutorial difficulty. I'm definitely not ready to die. Something tells me that I need to survive to the end of whatever lies at the end of this system integration. Past me, maybe. I spin the light around to gather information about my surroundings. I also charge a flash bomb with 10 units of ether just in case. Whatever is down here is adapted to the dark and probably won't appreciate the sudden light show. Though, if they're blind, it might not be the greatest deterrent. I don't regret my choice of class, but I feel I might be having an easier time of things had I chosen to be a divine paladin. That gets me thinking about what sorts of god or gods are worshipped within the system, or if the system itself can be likened to a god, considering it just granted all of humanity superpowers over the course of an afternoon. I'd say so. Something for philosophers to mull over in the coming decades. We tiptoe around the cavern for a bit, but don't see anything that looks hostile. Just a few bugs, all of which are the appropriate size for such creatures. Chloe shakes a bit as a roach scurries by her feet, but I flash my light at it, and it runs back off. We enter the next chamber, taking it slow and being mindful of potential pitfalls, both literal and metaphorical. A spider drops onto my shoulder. I swat it aside, silently thankful that it landed harmlessly on my shoulder instead of on my head or worse, in my mouth. I shudder and gag just thinking about how rancid that taste would be. Disgusting. The air is tense. But we don't encounter anything more threatening than the occasional bug dot in the third chamber. I spot a metal cylinder that seems out of place among all the stone and sounds of dripping water. I pick it up. Despite its size, it's quite light, weighing maybe 2 pounds. I shake it. It's definitely hollow. And when I turn off my flashlight, it glows very, very slightly. I fiddle around with it a bit more, and I start to get an intuitive sense for what it is. Some sort of ether canister. I take it with us. If I can start analyzing system-made technology, I should get a better sense of my class's abilities and restrictions. That's not poisonous, is it? Chloe asks. It seems to contain ether that's somehow been compressed and bottled. If you run out in the middle of a fight, you should take it. It should restore you. Are you sure? No. And it's extremely annoying that the system doesn't seem keen on giving either of our classes an identify skill. Especially because being able to glean some new information about our world would be in our best interests. I say it in such a way that conveys my annoyance. For some reason, I can't help but feel that the system is sapient and aware of our reactions and thoughts. But I don't know exactly where its intentions lay. I feel that pressure from before, seeming to confirm my suspicions, or just drive my paranoia. In either case, I get no purchase, nor any other indication of a new skill being learned. Maybe I can craft some glasses that help with identification. I still have so much information about crafting with system-derived tech to learn. And there's the obligatory giant enemy spider crawling out of its lair to finish up this tutorial dungeon. I turn off my flashlight, store it away in my pack, and grip my bat tightly with both hands. Time to squish our friend like the bug it isn't. 1.6 except when it's spiders. I stare at the spider and wait for it to make the first move. It's not quite as tall as I am, only reaching up to my chest. But its massive abdomen and chitinous legs suggest that it's at least as strong as I am. And probably more so. And that's before any system-derived modifications further augment its physical might. Without an identify skill or any sort of device that gives me a read on its capabilities, I decide defensiveness is my best course of action. Chloe likewise takes a defensive stance, positioning herself such that I'm directly between her and the spider. It doesn't appear that my high mind stat has a noticeable effect on my intelligence, nor my thinking speed, but I am willing to bet on being smarter than my foe, even if I'm not stronger. And that's an advantage I can exploit. My eyes dart to the left and right to search for signs of ambush. I see nothing. The spider sees an opportunity while my concentration is momentarily off it and strikes. I wait until the last possible second, maintaining a defensive posture as its pedipalps bear down upon me. I throw 15 units of ether into my flash of insight skill and launch it directly toward the arachnid's eyes. It lurches backward, but it still lands a heavy blow upon my torso as it flails about. I'm not bleeding, but my chest stings. I've got scrapes from skidding against the dirt floor, and I'm going to have a hell of a bruise in the morning. Chloe can help with that later. Now, I have a job to do. I rush in and aim my bat directly at the creature's head. I score a direct hit, and then another, but the spider adapts before my third hit lands. It again lashes out at me, but this time I'm more prepared. I'm able to parry the strike with my offhand, though not without sustaining a gash just below my elbow. Chloe is right there, placing her hand on my wounds and easing my pain before the blood loss starts to affect me. Thankfully, I seem to have earned my arachnid friend's ire, and it doesn't go after Chloe as it logically should. I sustain another wound on my right shoulder, but it's thankfully a pretty superficial one. My health sits at 9.6. Not in critical danger, but I'm down just over a quarter of my maximum. Worse, I don't know how the system handles blood loss, fatigue, or the effects of injury on the body. If I'm at 1 health, am I still able to fight as well as I am now? Or am I incapacitated, unconscious, and a wrong poke from death? Probably best to avoid falling under half or so if I can avoid it. I focus on dodging to give Chloe a chance to restore her ether after that spate of healing. She has an opening to deal damage, but I call her off. I've got a level on her first and foremost, and I can't heal her. Further, I suspect higher vitality also serves as resistance against physical damage, and I need to maintain our foe's aggression. Thankfully, The spider doesn't chase after her. I continue that pattern, dodging and sidestepping and fighting extremely defensively until my ether recharges to maximum. I'm able to regenerate 1 point every 18 seconds, meaning I can use a 10 ether flash of insight every 3 minutes. I'm guessing Chloe recovers her ether at a similar rate, although I suspect her healing skill doesn't cost as much as mine. Bit by bit, over the course of a grueling 30-minute fight, I gradually whittle away at its health until it finally collapses from the damage. I'm sweating, tired, sore all over, fighting to not collapse under my fatigue, and desperately want another shower. But we seem on the verge of victory. Though I dare not assume that we've won until I see the system notification, I'm well aware that some bosses have multiple health bars. Though, it would certainly suck if there's a boss this early on. I spit and curse my lack of preparation, and I can swear I feel the system laughing and mocking my misfortune. That, or I'm in a delusional coma and I'm going to wake up from a bad dream. Sooner or later, I hope. The spider makes one last feeble attempt at me before it collapses, partly to be certain it's dead and partly to put it out of my misery. I smash its head in a few more times for good measure, staining my weapon green with its blood and other. I choose not to think about it further. The system confirms the death. Not a moment too soon in my estimation. Your party has slain a giant spider level 3. You have gained 43 experience. Unique trait touched by the multiverse increases experience gain. Experience increased to 64. You have gained enough experience to reach level 3. Come 1 vitality, come 1 mind. Please allocate remaining stat points remaining. I quickly increase my vitality by 3, ensuring an additional 6 points of health this level, and every level thereafter. I need to make sure I can survive at all costs. I turn to Chloe and quickly revise that statement. I need to make sure we can survive at all costs. Maximum health increases by vitality X to come current level come random 13 equals 42. Maximum ether increases by mind come current level come random 0, 2 equals 20 for current stats. Health, 128 174ths ether, 55 64ths, current experience, 85, to next, current stats, strength, wealth, speed 14, vitality, 19 mind. I breathe a sigh of relief as Chloe finishes processing her increased levels. She wants to tell me about it in great detail, but the two of us both want to get out of this system-damned dungeon as soon as possible, and back to whatever vestiges of safety remain on the surface. Another shower sounds really nice, especially since we might only have a few more days to enjoy them before the world goes further to shit. We make it back to the house without more than a couple of tiny critters poking at our feet. Once we get there, we decide to barricade the door to the basement out privately. I don't expect it to keep the worst of those creatures out, but it'll buy us a few seconds and make a lot of noise. And that's the difference between being killed in our sleep and waking up in time to fight off the threat. It's not until we finish that I hear a faint noise and a rumble from beneath. Cautiously, I open the door ever so slightly. Not sure if this is an odd ambush, but instead of monsters, or an ambush, it's the old familiar sight of the Jacobs family residence's basement. Just as it was before the system first arrived. It must have just been a tutorial dungeon. And now that we've completed it and fulfilled its purpose, it disappeared. If we want to continue down the path of a warrior, which I very much do, we'll have to seek other, larger, more permanent dungeons in which to do it. It's getting late by the time we make it up. Electricity is still working, a major miracle, considering everything. Chloe and I both get our phones plugged in and charging as we each take another quick shower. She volunteers to make us some pasta, while I sit at the dining room table and play around with the ether canister I found earlier. I trace my hands along the outside, finding tiny ridges on the surface. Considering their smoothness and uniformity, I assume they're relevant, but they're too small to see. Do you have a magnifying glass, by chance? I ask. I realize what she's going to say before she actually says it. Why don't you just use your phone? I'm sure the camera app can do something like that. Yep, I was right. Can I borrow yours? Mine's suffering from a case of being from the early 2010s and having a scratched up lens. You better put it back when you're done. And don't even think about having it on the table at dinner. You eat with your phone out all the time, Chloe. That's your choice. But don't try and tell me. She flips me the bird for the second time today. I reciprocate. The two of us laugh at each other. Once she unlocks her phone, she hands it back and I take a few pictures, at both low and high magnification. Once I see the pictures and start to zoom in, I'm utterly astounded. The markings seem to be some sort of coded message, or perhaps the language of magic, or ether, or the system's own language, in the sense of a computer's code. It's also fascinating, and I want to spend weeks diving into the inner workings of even this simple canister. But the smell of freshly grated Parmesan cheese mixed with oregano snaps my attention back to the present. She hands me my plate and oh goodness, it smells so heavenly. I take a bite and it's just as good as it smells. She smiles at me before handing me a pair of concert tickets to one of my favorite artists. So, I was going to give you these when we got here as an early birthday present since I know that's coming up next week. That was part of why I wanted you to come over after school. I'd planned out a big trip for us to drive up to Kansas City next Thursday, go see the concert, then come back just in time to ride through the last 2 months of our summer break. I was going to come back to the worst case of senioritis, but we were going to have a great time. Of course. Now all this had to happen. Well, let's wait and see, I say. Maybe everything will work out, and we can still go. Even if the concert is cancelled. In either case, I really appreciate it though. It's exceedingly unlikely that the concert is still happening, but it's not technically impossible either. Hopefully people don't speedrun the most apocalyptic outcome for system integration. But considering the assholes on the internet, and the dipshits who represent us, I'm not holding my breath that a bunch of people with superpowers are going to use them for the greater good of humanity. We make some small talk over dinner. Chloe mentions that she got an antidote skill, and I invite her to try it on me. I never got stung, but I can imagine other parts of that spider's body being venomous. And I bled more than a few times. She does, and then confirms that the skill found no purchase. I breathe a small sigh of relief. Have you heard anything from your mother? I ask. She always works late on Fridays. She has her meetings with the board of directors for the company. I have no idea why the bigwigs schedule their meetings on Friday afternoons, though. I guess they're a bunch of workaholics who work their regular day jobs, then fly out here to have more meetings because they have no life and no friends and don't want to spend any time with their families. So they make it inconvenient for everyone else, to try to make them just as miserable as they are. Chloe giggles. Yeah, that sounds about right. Even when the literal end of the world as we know it is upon us, they're still going to be all good to know about the apocalypse. But that's no excuse not to be in at 8 o'clock a.m. sharp. She speaks the last part in the caricatured mocking tone of an out-of-touch corporate bigwig with more dollars than sense. I laugh as well, and the two of us laugh some more as we continue to make increasingly outlandish caricatures to pass the time. I offer to help Chloe put dinner away, but she waves me off, telling me that I'm a guest and that I should focus on my new projects instead. And I can't help but smile and thank whatever lucky stars I have that I have a thoughtful and considerate best friend to have my back. The sun goes down over the course of our antics. Soon after we finish, Chloe yawns loudly. I know it's still early, but after everything, I'm pretty tired and want to go to sleep early. I texted my mom and let her know that the hunk of junk in the driveway is you, so that way she won't have a panic attack when she gets back. Sounds like a plan. Do you mind if I stay upstairs in the game room area while I work? That way I can keep an ear out while you sleep while hopefully not disturbing you too much. Just make sure you come to bed at some point rather than staying awake all night. I nod. I promise I'll stop before midnight. She smiles. Good night, Sarah. 1.7 Weapon crafting. After Chloe heads upstairs, I do a bit of trawling around several closets and drawers looking for anything that might make for a good weapon. I don't immediately see anything that stands out to me. The idea of throwing flailing clothes hangers about as improvised throwing stars briefly crosses my mind, but that's a bridge or three too far even for me. Similarly, although the idea of throwing cards sounds cute, I'm not sure there's a lot of destructive potential. No, wait. There's probably some sort of tarot-based class that can throw cards around, charge ether into them, and use them to mimic spells. Maybe some reality mage variant. That thought leads me down further rabbit holes as I start thinking of all the different class possibilities I could have had. I'm very content with my class personally. But I do muse about what other classes might be out there, mostly so I can start devising countermeasures. I quickly stop when I realize it's a fool's errand trying to match wits and imagination with a nigh-omniscient system. The only real possibility is to prepare as much as I can and hope that it's enough to keep us alive. I start thinking more about what sort of weapon I want to craft for myself. I start with the more mundane weapons, the classic fantasy staples of swords, spears, axes, and bows. They've been in use more or less since antiquity, and their simplicity to create makes them favorable first choices. As much as I like the prospect of flying around in an airship, raining hell and fire down upon any who threaten us, I don't think my measly level 3 self is going to be coming up with the schematics for anything like that anytime soon. Maybe at level 300. The prospect of riding around in an airship makes me happier than I know how to express in words. I'm sure that it's what my class wants to do, but the satisfaction at the thought is even greater than that. Something related to my past life. I wish I could remember at least something about who I supposedly am or was or. I start to groan in frustration, but restrain myself for Chloe's sake. I try to remember something, but after a few minutes of failing, I move on. I don't like the idea of a melee weapon. I'm not going to outpower people with martial-focused classes, the fighters and paladins and similar. And I don't have the speed to slip into the defenses of mages and similar, who will try to pepper me from afar. No, the true power of my class is in its versatility out of battle, and its progression path over the long horizon. I need to fight like I did against the spider earlier, stay at range, assail it from afar, and only come into melee when the enemy is incapacitated. A bow would be the obvious choice for this, but I'm not exactly muscular, and my strength stat is far from my priority. A crossbow doesn't sound bad, although I'm not sure the exact firing mechanisms behind them. I also think crossbows require quite a bit of physical strength to fire, and they have a slow recharge time. A good option for when I need maximum power over a single shot, but not a good primary weapon against masses of enemies or in a fight against humans or intelligent enemies empowered by the system. Guns would be a logical choice, sadly. Chloe and her family don't have any, and with the apocalypse upon us, I doubt we're going to find anyone parting with their weapons anytime soon. This is more of a short-term concern, though. Pre-system guns might be useful for a few levels or so, but the power of mundane weapons from the old Earth is going to drop off as people become superhuman in every way. Even without investing in my strength, I still have enough to do dozens of push-ups without stopping. And I definitely didn't have that capability this time last night. Instead, I go with the simple, if somewhat archaic blowgun as a first weapon, simple to produce, easy enough to wield, and I can probably make a second one for Chloe. The trade-off is limited stopping power, which is why I want to try to enhance it with ether, as I should be able to. Even better if I figure out a way to fire solid ether projectiles. My flash of insight suggests that this is not only possible, but a key part of my class. Heck, with a few modifications to the skill, I might be able to repurpose it. I stealthily close the bedroom door as I experiment a bit. I hold a single unit of ether in my palm and prepare the skill, but I hold it back at the last second rather than discharging it. My hand glows with the blue-white light of those newfangled ultra-bright headlights that scream I'm going to see everything. And I'll blind every other driver around me to do so. I focus on trying to compress the energy into a smaller and smaller sphere. The ether fights me, but eventually, it starts to coalesce in the center of my palm. I try to push it further, but once it gets down to the size of a golf ball, it becomes too difficult to push further. I grimace. If this is as much as I can concentrate ether in my palm, I won't be able to use it as an effective bullet. I sweat. I didn't realize until just now how difficult this is. Like taxing a completely new set of muscles for the first time. Instead, I try holding the ether in that state for as long as I can. I last about 5 minutes before I release my skill. I lie on the floor and catch my breath. Hopefully Chloe doesn't notice that I worked up a sweat when I sidle into bed later. I see a new system notification pop up in the corner of my eye. You have unlocked the general skill, Basic Ether Manipulation, Rank I. Would you like to unlock this skill? General skill slots available. Apparently my Touched by the Multiverse is not considered part of my skills, and therefore doesn't take up a skill slot. Good to know for the future. I'm obviously going to take the skill, but I want to see exactly what it does first. Basic ether manipulation. Rank I. You are naturally inquisitive and seek to better your understanding of the world around you. Not content to use ether to power skills like most. You seek to manipulate the fuel of the universe at its most basic level. This skill will assist you in your journey. Note, this skill has multiple ranks. Ranks will increase once certain conditions are met. I find it a little strange that none of my other skills have ranks. Maybe they will develop into different skills with more powerful or general effects later on. I try the same thing as before, and I see a bit more success. I'm able to compress a single unit of ether down to the size of a quarter before it gets too difficult to continue. I'll have to keep working on this later if my goal for an ether-powered blowgun is to work properly. I also imagine Chloe can get a similar skill given she has a magic focus class, and I'll have to teach her in the morning. Instead, I spend the rest of the evening analyzing the canister I got earlier. It's an absolute masterwork of engineering. Hundreds of glyphs too small to make out with the naked eye are etched into the sides. I suspect without proof that they somehow define the properties of the canister, or regulate the flow of ether within. I grab a sheet of paper from downstairs and bring it back up, where I begin to trace the glyphs I can identify. I have no success with causing the paper to look like anything more than a piece of paper with scribbles on it. Most likely, there are even more components of the glyph that I can't make out at this resolution. I curse silently, bemoaning the limited tools for my craft. I also make a mental note that crafting some sort of goggles with high magnification needs to be high on my list of priorities. That, being able to see ether, being able to mimic the effects of the identify skill I really wish I had. My last question concerns the ether canister I have. If I open it and release the stored ether, I might get some insight into my basic ether manipulation skill. I might also be able to understand more about how the device works. That information will be invaluable for sure. However, the risks are too great. I don't know how much ether is stored inside, nor do I know the ramifications of releasing it all at once. Plus, there's the opportunity cost of having a one-time ether restorative. If there were some method of recharging it, that would be ideal, but I have to assume it'll be consumed permanently. At the very least, it's not a decision I'm willing to make without Chloe's counsel. The night has not been fruitless, but the hour is growing late and my strength is fading. I set everything down by the floor in Chloe's bedroom and hop back to the bathroom to rinse my face and shoulders off. Honestly, another bath sounds really nice, but I don't want to risk waking her up. That, and her mother should be home soon. I'm surprised she's not. Given it's nearly 10:00 p.m., she must really be working late. I guess our jokes earlier were more accurate than we'd thought. I head back to Chloe's room, only to be greeted by the phone buzzing. Her mother is calling, and I step back into the entertainment area to answer. Hello, Mrs. Jacobs. Sorry, it's Sarah. Chloe headed to sleep a good while ago. I saw you on the caller ID and decided to answer for her. Oh, hi Sarah. And thank you, she says. She's okay then, yeah, sleeping soundly. A long day for everyone. Mrs. Jacobs laughs. Isn't that the understatement of the century? Anyway, I'm still doing okay. Unfortunately, there's been some hooliganry going on downtown since early this evening. Our building is secure, but we're on lockdown until law enforcement takes care of the situation. So I'll be staying here overnight, and I'll try to get back home first thing in the morning. I'll let her know in the morning. And I think you and your colleagues should handle your system initialization sooner rather than later. If you haven't, you really believe in all this stuff. After everything I've gone through and experienced today, I whisper the next part, including your daughter gaining the ability to heal people with her touch. Yes, I have no choice but to believe. She pauses. Not joking, are you? I'm not. Please don't tell anyone else. We're trying to keep quiet about our abilities, and I think it would be best if you did the same. I'm sure some of those hooligans, as you called them, are looking for a chance to use their new powers on unsuspecting people. I see. I will take your words into consideration. Thank you. I yawn, if I may. I am about ready to sleep myself. I'll let Chloe know you called when we wake up in the morning. I appreciate it. Talk with you later, Sarah. Bye-bye. I say my goodbyes and hang up. I yawn again as I plug Chloe's phone back in and slide in next to her. Her bed is plenty large, So thankfully we each have more than enough space and can even sprawl out a bit. I reflect upon the day. And surprisingly, especially considering we just went through the literal apocalypse today, it was a pretty good day. I pass out less than a minute after my head hits the pillow. 1.8 hell in the morning. The two of us wake up not long after the light begins streaming in through the bedroom window. I immediately check my status, partially to make sure nothing is horribly off, and mostly because I want to be sure that all the events from yesterday actually happened. Name: Seraphina Mortensen. Level: current stats, health, 170 for 174ths, ether, 60 for 64ths, current experience, 85, to next, current stats, strength, 12, speed 14, vitality 19, mind a class, planet touched mechanist class skills tinkerer, flash of insight. For open class skills remaining general skills, basic ether manipulation, rank I. 5 open general skills remaining unique trait, touched by the multiverse. Well, it appears that either the apocalypse did happen yesterday and I'm as healthy as can be, or I'm still in a hallucination that no amount of pinching myself is going to get me out of. I pull 2 points of my ether into my palm and practice manipulating it some more. I still have trouble compressing it as much as I'd like, so I try other things. I try swirling it about like a top, which goes well. I try stretching it out into a torus, and that nearly explodes in my face. I'm thankfully able to dissipate the energy before it causes anything more than a light flash, and quickly decide to save future testing of my abilities for somewhere that's not my best friend's bed. Chloe's indignant evil eye redoubles my commitment to that decision. By the way, I talked with your mother for a few minutes last night, I say. She called after you were already asleep, and considering everything that happened yesterday, I felt she should know that we were both okay. Apparently there were some riots downtown and she's holed up in her office complex while the police try to get a handle on the situation. I pause for a few moments. I decided not to wake you up to tell you. Figured there wasn't anything we could do about it, and you deserved your rest. She takes a moment to think about it. I'm glad she's okay. And thanks for thinking about me. I give her a thumbs up. That's what friends are for, right? I don't correct her misconception that her mother is necessarily still fine now. She probably realizes it as well. But better to maintain the illusion. What about your parents? She asks. Did you let them know? I messaged them letting them know that I was staying at your place. I didn't get a response back from either of them. Do you think she trails off? The thought hits a bit closer to home when I think about my own parents, considering that neither of them work in the greatest parts of town, nor with the most stable and well-adjusted populations. I can't dismiss the possibility outright. I don't know, I say. I'd like to just say that they're both definitely alright and at home and waiting for me to let them know to pick me up. But I can't say either way. Chloe nods. How did things go last night otherwise? I didn't make as much progress with the tinker skill as I would have liked. I think that I might have to wait until I get more examples of ether-based technology to work with before I can really make use of it. However, I did gain the basic ether manipulation skill, and I think it could be useful for you as well. Oh, I think I have that skill, actually. Got it as a class skill. It's supposed to help me cure illnesses and other diseases that affect the body's system of ether flow. I'm not entirely sure about how that works either. Don't you think that's a little strange? I ask. The system is giving us these skills, but not the information to contextualize exactly how our skills work or how best to make use of them. That part seems kind of odd. Maybe we'll find out more later, maybe. Maybe it's our responsibility to figure out how best to use these abilities. Especially me. I guess this is the price I pay for having such an amazing class that explicitly asks that I study and understand the system and its technology. I silently request a little assistance. I swear I hear the sound of someone blowing a raspberry in response. "How?" Chloe says. "Did something catch your attention?" "Well, it seems that there's a pretty large new dungeon that sprouted up a few miles away. You already have one of those in the basement." Chloe rolls her eyes. The president is supposed to give a speech about the system this afternoon. Apparently the government is still insisting that it's some mass hysteria event, even as the death toll rises. Is it all people trying to start the purge in the pursuit of gaining levels? Mass hysteria leading to rioting. The system reshaping the landscape and leveling people's homes, All of those. Some accidents with powers. Some people trying really stupid shit of all varieties and, speaking of oh shit, apparently strange monsters have started appearing pretty much everywhere. Like giant rats and spiders. Chloe gives me the bird. Again. I didn't even deserve it that time. I throw my hands up and lean back a bit in an attempt for mercy. Yes, among others, packs of wolves, bears casually shrugging off gunshots and, Sarah, do these look like little devils to you? I look at the picture on her phone. About 2 feet tall, red skin, devilish horns, carrying little pitchforks, maniacally cackling as they light things on fire and cause general mischief, traveling in packs of 6 to 8, devils, imps, gremlins, or something else that came to Earth, direct from hell, courtesy of our friend the system. Well, we should probably make breakfast, and sooner rather than later. I'd rather not fight literal hellspawn on an empty stomach. Me neither. Do you have bacon and eggs? That sounds really good right now. Not sure if we have any bacon. I think we can do ham and eggs though. And cheese, yes. Sarah, I know how much you love cheese. We always keep some around for you. I immediately rush down the stairs, stopping only long enough to grab my toys from the previous night and start grabbing everything we need for omelets. My celebration is short-lived when I notice an odd scratching sound coming from the back door. I grab my baseball bat and peer over to a nearby window and go shit. Chloe, our friends, the hellspawn, are here. What the f, she says, stumbling down. Sarah, that's not funny. And I said, I wouldn't joke about something like that. Not at a time like this. Oh, for the sake of damn it all, she sighs. Do you have any ideas? Sarah, you're the one who can do the most with improvised weaponry. If I had a few more days, I probably would have. And I'm sure they're going to break a window sooner or later. I turn to the block of knives sitting on the countertop and pick up the 2 largest ones. I soak my Chloe's shirt with water. It's cold and I might be looking a bit indecent. But if these bastards really have some sort of fire manipulation type of skill, I'll deal with being a bit showy in front of my bestie for a few minutes. Stay behind me. And keep your healing ready. I hand her the ether canister. Focus on healing. And if your ether runs low, use it. I'm glad that Chloe is starting to adjust to the world around us. Strangely, I feel more at home now than I did before the system arrived. Not that I logically should say such things given it's barely been half a day before. But the fighting, the danger, the conflict, the prospect of strengthening myself, all of this is nostalgic in a way. My old world must have had a system very similar to this one, if not exactly the same. But then, why did I leave my old world? And why did I get rid of my memories? Was I forced out? Did something take my memories from me? Was it the system that did so? And how did I end up being reborn as a girl from Earth? I want to know the answers to these questions and many more. But the scratching and knocking at the back door is more urgent, if not important. I open the door and stab at the devil nearest me with both hands. It breathes fire directly at my chest, but the flames find no purchase against Chloe's wet shirt. I lunge forward toward the devil's torso. It proves a crafty and nimble creature, and dodges. But I still manage to score its arm. Green blood spurts forth, and I can only praise the system that it's not acidic. Bubbling at the porch and the leaves, I curse the thought, not wanting to give it any ideas it might not already have. I get hit with a pair of small fireballs. My forearm singes with pain at the blow, but the lingering water from dousing myself means the flames fortunately don't take and spread. The rush of adrenaline and other endorphins blocks out most of the pain as I kick the hellspawn nearest me and send it flying into a brick wall. Another quick thrust and my knives find purchase in the damnable creature's neck. A system notification confirms the kill and I move on to the other 5. They proved more quick and annoying than actively dangerous. Which isn't to say that their pitchforks being jammed into my ass cheeks don't sting like hell. Because they certainly do. Not to mention the indignity of it all. And the fact that Chloe looks increasingly pissed about how her clothing that she has generously allowed me to wear has turned into so much confetti. But their attacks are only doing 7 to 10 points of damage per strike. And Chloe is able to heal for around 50 points every 10 seconds. Oh, I scream as one of the bastards squeezes one of my breasts. I grab its neck and grip it with all the strength I can muster. I throw it to the ground, And a stomp to the head precedes another notification. I'd make a suit of armor with some real defensive properties to my list of priorities. I'm sure there's gotta be something I can make out of the materials I have on hand. My musing is interrupted by yet another pitchfork trying to ram its way up my backside. Because seriously, after a pretty good first day of the apocalypse, I get to wake up to some pricks trying to jam things into me that are most unwelcome and do not belong. I settle on the most appropriate way of dealing with the gremlin. I yank its pitchfork out of my butt, grab it by the neck, and skewer it straight through like a shish kebab, or, at least, I try. I don't manage to make it particularly far. My low strength makes me incapable of striking through even these tiny bones. And so I have to settle for another neck snap before throwing the devil against the fence and out of my misery for good. I channel a unit of ether through the pitchfork, wondering if I can make any use of it. And to my surprise and great delight, I'm able to generate a small flame that appears on the tip. 2 units instead, and the sphere becomes about 25% larger. A third unit, and it increases to a bit under 150% of its original size. Good to know that there's a proportionality between the amount of ether I use and the volume of flame I produce. I rush back over to Chloe, who's able to get in small potshots in between healing the two of us and dodging what attacks she can. Thankfully, these gremlins are too stupid to prioritize her over me, and so she hasn't suffered more than a few pokes in the sides and other not-so-inappropriate places. I charge up 10 units of ether into my palm, compress it with my basic ether manipulation, and then throw a flash of insight into the 3 remaining gremlins, ensuring that Chloe is unaffected. The creatures shriek with guttural, hellish sounds befitting their origin. With my new weapon, small and unwieldy though it is, the two of us are able to make quick work of our unwelcome breakfast guests. Scarcely a minute goes by before the two of us are catching our breaths, with Chloe healing the remainder of our injuries. System notifications confirm that the battle is over, and we rush back inside and lock the door before anything else tries to interrupt our meal. Chloe collapses into the chair, and I follow once I've gotten us each a glass of ice water. I quickly down mine as I scroll through the notifications that I've been dismissing until now. You have equipped a small fiendish pitchfork. Attack Kung 6. Special property. Wielder can cast conjure flames as though they had the skill. Usable at will. You have slain 6 lesser hellspawn level 22, 2, 22, 3. You have gained 80 experience. No doubt. The asshole that jammed that pitchfork up my asshole somehow leveled up for doing so. And no matter how much Chloe has healed me, I'm going to feel the lingering pain every time I crap for a week. Mentally if not physically for sure. Unique trait touched by the multiverse increases experience gained to 120. You have gained enough experience to reach level 5. Vitality Kung 2, Mind Kung 2. Please allocate stat points remaining. I allocate 3 points of vitality during the first level, then 1 point to speed and 2 points to mind during the second, even without any effects that make good use of it. The stat distribution of my class suggests that the stat is important for me. Maximum health increases by vitality X to concurrent level Kung Ran 13 equals 51. Maximum ether increases by mind concurrent level Kung Ran 0, 2 equals 28. Level 5. Experience 205. To next. Current stats health 260 for 281st. Ether 105 123rds. Current stats strength 12, speed 15, vitality 24. Mind. You have upgraded Basic Ether Manipulation Rank I to Basic Ether Manipulation Rank 2. The two of us finish processing our levels at the same time. We turn to each other. Another shower first, then breakfast. We both say in unison. We nod and giggle at how we're on the same wavelength. Then we go do just that. 1.9 Chloe's mother. We ready up some breakfast after we get out of the shower. Chloe decides it's a good idea to tease me about how I've ruined yet another one of her outfits. To which I respond with that most appropriate gesture of indignance. This time it's Chloe's turn to feign apology as she flips things overhead and back into the pan. To which I can only laugh. Given I've just flipped the bird, I don't know why she doesn't just use a spatula. But given that we had to fight literal devils not an hour ago, I'm not going to begrudge the bit of levity to start out our spring break. It's hard to believe that this time just yesterday we were in school, going about ordinary lives. And here we are now, fighting giant vermin and literal spawn from the depths of hell. Echoes of my past life must be helping to calm my mind against the maelstroms of this upheaval. But I can't imagine Chloe is handling it well. She smiles. We tell jokes about the absurdity of this new world. But I can't help but worry that it's all just a front. A way to try to power through everything that has happened these past 18 hours. As soon as she sets our plates down, I wrap my arm around her shoulder and pull her into a big hug. We stand in silence for a moment, and Chloe wraps her arms around me. You okay, Sarah? She asks. I'm fine, I say, but I'm worried about you. I'm sure dealing with all of this can't be easy, and I want to make sure I'm here for you as much as I can. Chloe starts to cry, and I don't say anything. She buries her face in my shoulder, and I encourage her to let out all her fears and frustrations and worries about everything that's happened. And I'm reminded that, even though there are plenty of psychopaths that are relishing the opportunity to let their basest impulses run rampant, there are just as many people like Chloe who are just trying to make sense of and find meaning in the end of the world. I hold her like that for about 5 minutes, handing her napkins every so often to help her wipe her tears and blow her nose. Once she's fully cried out, we sit back down and I encourage her to take a long and deep drink of water. I do the same. I'm still feeling a bit lightheaded after suffering a bunch of injuries and being healed by Chloe's spells. We take a bite of the ham and cheese omelets. I swear it's the best thing I've ever eaten. You seem so calm about all this, Sarah, she finally says. I have no idea what I'm doing or what I'm supposed to be. Everything I thought I knew is a lie. I don't know what's going to happen, and it's okay, Chloe. No matter what, I'm here for you. All the way. How can you be so calm about this, Sarah? She asks. How can you just see the world falling apart before our very eyes and just calmly accept that that's the way things are? Her voice is tinged with anger, but I know it's the anger of feeling helpless and the frustration of not knowing anything. Even as she hurls invectives at me, I remain stubbornly calm and let them brush off me until she's had a chance to let it all out. I decide I need to tell her about me. Everything I know, which still isn't much. There's something I need to tell you, I say, but I ask that you tell no one else. Not even your parents, nor any of you or our friends. I should have told you sooner, but I didn't know how. She nods. When the system integration happened yesterday, I got a notification about anomalous data appearing. Something about me didn't mesh well, and it resolved the discrepancy by giving me a trait called Touched by the Multiverse. It hinted at a past life that I had in another world, a world with the same system that we have now, I'd imagine. But we've known each other since we were like 5. How can you be from another world? You grew up here. And if your parents found you in some sort of space pod somewhere, don't you think they would have told you by now? Or at the very least, the government would have been involved. I don't know for sure. My guess is that someone in another world died, but some part of her was able to carry over and reincarnate as me. I don't have any memories of my old life, but I choke up a bit. I want to know. I want to know who I am, why I'm here, and who I once was. Something did awaken in me when you started screaming on the couch. Yeah, it felt like some memory of mine was trying to resurface. Nothing came of it, but I think my being here has something to do with the system. I don't know what, but I plan to find out. And how do you plan to do that? She asks. I don't know. For now, I think we have to play the system's game and see where things progress. This isn't a game, Chloe shouts. I know. It's definitely not a game. But all we can really do is play along, see where things go, and make sure we both survive. I promised you yesterday that I'd stay by your side through whatever befell us. And no matter what happens, I will do just that. Just as I reiterate my declaration, the rumble of the garage door opening echoes from across the house. I grab the pitchfork I yoinked off the hellspawn and position it toward the door to the garage. I hope that it's just Chloe's mother returning home. But I'm not going to ignore the possibility that there's some saboteur class that can hack the opener. Not when I have a mechanist class myself. We wait for several seconds. Time seems to slow down and I grow tenser, not wanting to deal with another fight so soon, or at all. But I know that's not an option. I ready flash of insight as well, just in case. We all breathe a sigh of relief as the door opens and Chloe's mother walks in. She tries to set her stuff down on the counter in an orderly fashion, but Chloe rushes up to hug her before she gets a chance. I lower my weapon and approach slowly, keeping my respectful distance as mother and daughter embrace and enjoy a cathartic reunion. "Oh, Chloe dear," Mrs. Jacobs says. "I'm so glad to see you here, safe and sound. Sarah said she was with you, but I couldn't help but worry. That's just what mothers do. Someday, when you're a mother yourself, you'll understand." Chloe blushes. "Mom," she says in that specific tone of a kid being embarrassed by her mother. A solid minute passes, and her mother doesn't let go. I consider trying to get their attention, but I don't bother. Mrs. Jacobs needs this, and Chloe does too, as much as she doesn't want to admit it. A few more minutes pass before the to break it off, and Mrs. Jacobs turns to me. "Oh, and thank you to Sarah for looking after my daughter." She brings me into a hug, which is mercifully much shorter than the one she just gave Chloe. "By the way," she adds, "should I ask where you got that? There were some hellspawn who tried to interrupt breakfast. We took care of them, and I took one of their weapons just in case any others get some ideas. And that explains why you looked like you were about to attack me the second I came inside. I wasn't going to take any chances," I say. "By the way, can you get the garage door closed and the outside doors locked? I'd feel a lot safer once you do." We get situated. Mrs. Jacobs heads to her bedroom to take a quick shower and get changed while Chloe and I make another round of omelets for her. I make a little extra because the fighting from before has made me hungry again. Chloe notices but doesn't say anything. Mrs. Jacobs returns with pretty great timing after about 10 minutes. Once she gets a chance to start eating, I ask the question that's been on my mind this whole time. "So, what's it like out there?" I finally ask. Chloe's been keeping tabs on social media, but I'd like to hear firsthand. It's not good. There are plenty of people just trying to do their jobs and go about their days. But there's so many incidents that the police can't handle it all. The National Guard has already been recalled, but right now, the police aren't able to do more than keep the essential infrastructure protected: fire stations, prisons, the power plants, and major electrical infrastructure, waste and water treatment, the most essential components of our infrastructure. Naturally, that means there's plenty of businesses relying on volunteers from their staff to protect their own. And there are constant protests down at City Hall. "What do you think will happen?" Chloe asks. "Well, I suspect they'll have to call in parts of their army and move them to key cities and locations to maintain domestic order until we all have a chance to adjust," Mrs. Jacobs says, completely matter-of-factly, considering the immense unrest. There's already a declaration passing through Congress to give the president and senior military officers the authority to suspend posse comitatus and habeas corpus federally until order can be restored, given the pressure from major business leaders and, well, basically all the major power brokers. I suspect the declaration will pass as soon as the Senate has enough members to make quorum and take a vote. The president has already indicated that he'll sign it through his staff, but he's currently in hiding and not available to the media. All this so quickly. I guess the situation is a lot worse than I'd initially hoped. So, an allegedly temporary martial law, I say. I guess it's preferable to complete pandemonium and widespread chaos by superpowered actors. Not by much, I add, but I have to remember that the relatively well-off Jacobses are used to thinking of law enforcement in a positive light. I also doubt the martial law is going to be anywhere near as temporary as people are hoping or expecting. Mrs. Jacobs nods. "So what are you going to do, Sarah? If you need a ride back home, I would be more than happy to." "No," Chloe says. "We need to stay together." She grabs on my hand. "Sorry, but she said she would protect me, and we can't ask her to do something like that, Chloe. Besides, I'm your mother and it's my job to." I cut her off. "No, this is something I want to do." I pause for a moment, as I don't want to tell her everything I've just told Chloe. "I think it would be best if we stayed together for the time being. There's a dungeon where the basement used to be, with giant rats and spiders both. We were attacked by hellspawn, as in, little red devils, a short time ago. And I think things are only going to get worse, not better. I don't want to leave you and Chloe to fend for yourselves without me. And I don't want to be stuck at home by myself." Mrs. Jacobs, to her immense credit, takes it in stride. I don't know if there are any grocery stores open, or how much food they still have in stock, but we should probably see about getting what we can. Heaven only knows how long it'll be before we see our supply chain secured and get food shipments back from the distributors. She sighs. I guess it's a good thing for my health that I gave up cigarettes 8 years ago. But in times like this, those cravings sure do come rushing back. Should we go ahead and leave now? I say. I'd like to be done and back as soon as possible. Give me a few more minutes to grab a couple of things, but then, yes, I agree. 1.10 Supply run Seraphina warning for spoilers of parent collapse. See summary below. We leave 10 minutes later. It's strangely peaceful outside. The sun is shining. The sky is blue, with but a few wispy clouds high overhead. The grass is still green. The birds and squirrels are out and about, and looking just as ordinary as they were before the end of the world. The only immediate sign of the apocalypse is the utter lack of children playing outside. It's good to know that not every part of town has gone straight to shit after the end of the world as we knew it. The folks here are well off, and as long as they have their immediate needs met, they seem content to go on living as they always have. I'm sure some of them have gotten some unpleasant ideas, but as long as they feel they have more to lose than gain by not being good and responsible members of civilized society, I expect them to do just that. I just hope they'll choose to come together and support each other once the going gets tough. I don't hold any hope for anything in my neighborhood. Distrust between neighbors was rampant even in the best of times. Half the families had at least one parent or aunt or uncle or sibling behind bars. I was one of the lucky few kids who managed to avoid drugs entirely. Even that was mostly because I was a good enough student and had a mother who gave enough of a damn to encourage me to try for college. That, and I always had Chloe and her mother to rely on, almost like a second family there to support me. Had things been different, I might not be here myself. So yes, I have no problem paying them back for all the kindness and love they've shown me over the previous 13 years by defending them with every bit of the strength the system has given me. I think that's what the other me would have wanted as well. To defend people. Maybe that's why Divine Paladin was the first class the system tried to give me. I can see how it would fit me, at least. Things gradually deteriorate as we make our way through town to the neighborhoods which could be generously described as underprivileged. And sure enough, the signs of chaos in the streets are already visible. Broken windows are aplenty, and the occasional gunshot rings out from the next street over. Turf war between rival gangs. If I had to guess. Not sure how long guns are still going to be useful in self-defense. But even having doubled my vitality since the arrival of the system, I don't feel I'm able to tank bullets to the vitals anytime soon. We arrive at my home a short while later. Sure enough, the front door is busted and I steel myself for the worst. Chloe and her mother both consider waiting inside the car, but I ask them to come in. They express discomfort at the prospect, but I insist. We need to stay together. It's our best chance of all staying alive through all this. I lead the way, taking my hellspawn pitchfork and setting it alight as I walk into the living room. They didn't completely trash the furniture, but they rummaged through the dressers, probably looking for jewelry or money or anything else they could sell. Food and weapons too. I checked the pantries to confirm, but yes, completely cleaned out. Refrigerator and freezer are empty as well. I head into my room, walking slowly and avoiding noise as much as I can. The bed's been torn. The contents of my drawers and dressers are all sprawled about. At least the clothing has been left mostly intact. If soiled by whoever went through, I'm able to grab a few shirts, a few pairs of jeans, and my other pair of shoes. I also sneak my hand into the underside of my bed and pull out my small stash of about $200. It's barely anything. I'm sure Chloe and her mom have plenty more. I don't even know if money means anything anymore now, but it doesn't take much space or weight. So I go ahead and slip it into my pocket. A nasty scent rots in the back of my nose. Smells like, I want to say it smells like shit, but honestly, I think it might be worse. I also reach into my smashed bedroom television and grab the circuit board inside. Normally I wouldn't be bothered to grab something so useless, but I think it can help my class improve. The hairs on my neck stand on end, and an ominous sense of danger overcomes me. We need to get out of here soon. Mrs. Jacobs's car is too nice, and once it's seen, we'll be a target. I take just a brief moment to look in my parents' bedroom and my mood drops. I push aside the door into my parents' bedroom, not sure what I'll find. No sign of my father. But my mother lies dead before me. Her corpses. I don't want to try to describe what an awful sight it is. I close the door behind me. Adrenaline courses through me, alerting me to lingering danger. I want to cry and grieve. She deserves that much. She deserves a proper funeral and respectful repose. She deserves better than to lie there, bloodied and beaten for trying to defend herself in her own home. She deserves a better memory and legacy than to be food for worms and other such scavengers. But I can't give her any of that. All I can do is curse myself, curse my powerlessness, curse the fact that she's not here. All because someone decided they were going to take from her, and do so by force. My hardened heart demands to cry and properly mourn. But that will have to wait. I have to stay alive. I have to keep Chloe alive. I force myself to the present, and we get out as soon as we can. I drop my clothes down into the back seat of her SUV as she drives back. Despite nothing that screams danger, I keep turning my head back as Mrs. Jacobs drives off, worried about any pursuit. I don't see any signs that we're being tracked, but that doesn't ease my tension in the slightest. I'll have to check for some sort of tracking device planted on the car later. But our first priority is getting back to the relative safety of Chloe's house. You okay? Chloe asks after about 10 minutes. You've been quiet. I choke on my words. It was bad in there. I need some time before I'm ready to talk about it. She reaches across the middle seat and gives my hand a good squeeze. I'm here when you're ready. I feign a smile. I doubt any of it came through. We head to the grocery store on the way, though it all seems distant and muted as I stare out the window in silence. Mrs. Jacobs chooses neither one of the fancy specialty organic food outlets nor the neighborhood dollar store, but instead a mid-scale retailer located in one of the average parts of town. The lot is packed, and it's the first time I've seen any signs of police presence since the integration. I guess maintaining and rationing food is an essential enough part of daily life that it deserves protection. That much I can actually agree with, especially when we might see real food shortages in the coming weeks. Rather than even letting people into the store, they've got a delivery service going on. People drive up, pay for a bag of assorted non-perishables and a small assortment of fresh produce and dairy. Honestly, a pretty effective approach that satisfies all sides. The store doesn't want fights breaking out in the aisles. The police want to stick to controlling just the perimeter rather than patrolling the insides. And I don't think anyone wants to be away from home longer than they absolutely have to be. Things progress surprisingly quickly despite the gargantuan line. In less than 15 minutes, we're up. They are currently cash only, and I have no problem paying when Mrs. Jacobs protests that she doesn't have cash on her. Food is way more important than a few pieces of green cloth. No matter how much we're conditioned otherwise, frankly, I can't be asked to care about money right now. I'll pay you back later, she says. I think it's mostly to reassure herself that there's some small element of normalcy. I smile and nod and thank her. We make our way back to Chloe's place. It's eerie how the neighborhoods in this part of town are still able to just go about their lives as though nothing happened. Part of me is envious. The other part, the more cynical part honed from nearly 18 years of living in a shitty neighborhood, worries that they're going to have a nasty wake-up call when the change starts coming to their front door. Which is a bit surprising, given we've already fought 3 battles and I've reached level 5. Did the pack of Hellspawn not go after anyone else? I guess Chloe's home is in the corner of the neighborhood, and the next blocks over start fading into the wilderness. And didn't Chloe say something about a dungeon spawning in that direction? We should go there at some point. We arrive back to the closest thing to a peaceful sanctuary we're likely to have for a very long time. Chloe and her mother help me bring the food and my stuff inside. And once we get everything put away, I head back out, explaining that I'd feel better if I checked for any sort of trackers on the car. I reach myself down low and look under the undercarriage and feel behind each tire. I grab the flashlight and channel my ether through it to see if anything sparkles. Anywhere someone might have gotten crafty and hidden something. I make sure to check, even in the exhaust pipe, which was absolutely disgusting and covered my hand in oily grime. I find nothing after an exhaustive and probably unnecessary search, at which point I head inside, lock the door behind me, wash my hands, and then collapse on the sofa and start crying. Finally, I'm as safe as I'm ever again likely to get. I can let my anger and grief spill out, and seek comfort in the closest thing to a family I still have yet. Chloe's there for me right away. She rubs my upper back and doesn't say a word. She pulls me into a hug, not caring that she's getting her own clothes dirty from doing so. Despite her privileged upbringing, she is a truly kind and caring spirit, and the world is a better place with her in it. I'm finally able to get out through my sobs. It's okay, Sarah. I'm here for you, just like you were here for me. She hugs me tighter and I start feeling better. I wonder if her healing hands can also cure a hurting heart. Considering the weight I feel lifting off my shoulders, I have to assume that they can. I continue to sniffle, and just like I did for her earlier, she hands me tissues and lets me weep until I've wept all I can and can't weep anymore. I wipe my tears and take a long drink of water once my mood starts to settle. The two of us sit there next to each other, me resting on her shoulder. Neither of us makes a sound. I enjoy the silence of being able to do nothing, just feeling comfort and relaxation in my best friend's presence. Well, you two make quite the cute couple, Mrs. Jacobs says, emerging from her bedroom. We turn to each other and our faces turn beet red. We immediately put the entire length of the sofa between us as we scramble to opposite sides. And worst of all, I can't even say the idea of it is horrendous, even though it'll never happen. Chloe is straight as an arrow and my feelings on all that are complicated, to say the least. Mrs. Jacobs laughs a bit. Chloe tosses a throw pillow at her mother, who catches it and shakes her head. Have some tact, Chloe says. She just had to look at her dead mother, for the God's sake. And she held it all in until just now, for us. Chloe's mother sits down next to me and wraps her arm around my shoulder. I'm sorry, Sarah. I remember when my mother passed, around 12 years ago. Not long after the two of you became friends. I don't think you came to the funeral. I affirm, I don't have any memories of it if I did. I don't know what you are going through right now. I know things are tough, especially with everything going on in the world right now. But I want you to know that this place is safe, and you have Chloe and me to support you. This goes without saying, but you are welcome here as long as you need. Now, I think a bath is in order, Miss Mortensen. And go on, the water will do you some real good, thank you. I say, agreeing that it's a good idea, and looking forward to being in my own clothes again. Chloe asked me not to say it before, but her clothes are a bit too tight in the chest. Seraphina chapter summary. Sarah, together with Chloe and Mrs. Jacobs, heads back to Sarah's family's home in the sketchier part of the city, and Pleasant, with signs of violence and gunshots ringing out. Something Sarah attributes to gang violence. Sarah makes it back to her home and sees that it's been completely ravaged. She finds her mother's body, but her father is nowhere to be found. She wants to grieve, but decides it's not safe to be in the area. After grabbing some changes of clothes and her hidden stash of cash, the three make their way to pick up some groceries for the next few days. Once they make it back to the Jacobs residence, Sarah finally takes some time to grieve. Chloe comforts Sarah regarding her loss, and Mrs. Jacobs offers some words of support. 1.11 Principles of Ethertech. I sit down in the tub and close my eyes. The water is a bit hotter than is fully comfortable, but I relax and let the heat dissolve all the grime and dirt still in my hair and on my skin. I slowly start to adjust and I slump my shoulders slightly. My heart races, and I take a deep breath to try to calm myself. I don't want to be away from Chloe. I fear that being upstairs in this tub while she's downstairs is just asking for trouble. I don't want to lose her too. I don't want to be alone. It's not just anger toward whoever killed my mother that seeps through me. It's not even the indignity of knowing that whoever did it got away and probably will never be made to pay for their crimes. It's that damned, all-encompassing fear that Chloe will be next, and perhaps more importantly, it's the powerlessness I have. Worst of all, I can understand why people are turning to violence. It's the same people who felt that powerlessness before, who still feel powerless to change the world around them. The people who feel unheard and unseen. And if killing a few people is what they have to do to feel powerful and in control, some people are going to do just that. I'm sure it's already happening. I take another breath and sink a bit deeper into the tub. In my head, I know Mrs. Jacobs is right. All those PSAs about taking care of yourself and reaching out for help if you're feeling overwhelmed. Not that anyone really gave a damn if it put their own jobs at risk. But they at least cared enough to go through the platitudes. Gotta relax and focus on what I can do. And right now, that's making sure I'm in the right headspace to do what I can. I practiced my basic ether manipulation a bit in the top. With it now at rank 2, I can more easily compress my ether and start to rotate it a bit more easily. Maybe once I reach rank 10 or 15, I'll be able to control my entire ether pool at once. I should look into whether or not I can just ram people with a spinning ball of pure ether held in the palm of my hand. Never mind, that'd be a stupid trick. I sink a little deeper into the top. Now only my face is above the water. My hair floats on the surface. One wish I were a bit shorter, or the tub a bit larger, so I can properly stretch out and just rest. I focus on tensing each muscle group bit by bit, letting my anger fill me with each clench. And then I release it all. I roll my shoulders and my neck, not caring that my hair is slinking about and getting caught up in itself. Problems for later. I try to think of my past life. Who was I? What did I want then? Did I have a family? Are they still alive? Do they worry about me? Do they mourn and grieve for the fact that I'm no longer with them? What was it like for them when the system came to their world? Did they band together and use their new power for good? Or did they fight amongst each other? It's probably some of both. Chloe and her mother and I are coming together in the apocalypse. Even their tower neighborhood is peaceful. The people at the store were working together. Order was maintained. Not everything was as bad as it was back where my parents and I lived. I hope my family was as loving as Chloe's is. The thought improves my mood considerably. The water is growing cold, and I don't have my hellspawn pitchfork to heat it up some more. Probably need to get back to doing things. That's the only way I can make sure what happened to my mother doesn't happen to others. Because if someone killed her, and I believe it was a someone and not a something, then that means it could happen to us. That doesn't mean I have to go out and grind levels on the streets, but I have to be prepared to defend us to the death. If it comes to it. Undoubtedly, the old Seraphina was a protector as well. I don't have any memories to confirm it, but I just know somewhere deep down inside me, she came here because of the system. I think I'm supposed to protect people, but from what? From themselves, from the system, from something else entirely. I focus on my lost memories and again come up empty. But I think I've spent enough time in the bath. There will be more time to grieve and properly mourn later, but for now, I want to try to be productive. I dry off, brush my hair, get dressed, and head back downstairs. I head downstairs to see Chloe and her mother playing some board games on the kitchen table. I can't blame them. I wouldn't mind playing a game, but I think playing around with my various gadgets is going to calm me down more than playing a game. At the very least, it'll make me think I'm doing something productive. Kinda weird. Thinking about being productive with school being probably cancelled for the time being and college being. I don't even know what'll happen there. In any case, I grab the circuit board, my pitchfork, the ether canister from before, and the magnifying glass that I asked Mrs. Jacobs about just as I headed up to the bath. I'd love to get a microscope to examine further, but that seems a bit much to ask for. I start with the TV's circuit board, mostly because I want to know how ether interacts with the technology of our old world. I suspect things needn't be so complicated or as nanoscopic as modern transistors are, but at least this will give me a baseline of what. I'm not exactly sure, but that's part of the fun of it all. I gather the smallest amount of ether I can, about 1% of a point, into the tip of my right index finger and begin tracing patterns on the board. I get no response for a good while as I try inserting it into the different components. Neither the integrated circuits nor the capacitors react. Not that I would exactly expect much of a physical reaction short of one of them heating up or blowing up. Even when I dial up to half a point of ether, nothing happens. I try going up to a full point, and still nothing. Still cool to the touch, and yet, I was able to power a flashlight with nothing but my own ether. This gives me the possibilities. First, the flashlight worked because it was a completed device. That would imply that my ether is activating the circuit, but the circuit, without the rest of the television, doesn't do anything visible. And there aren't any diodes or other visual indicators that would activate when it was being used. Just the heat that should be, maybe wouldn't be generated. No electricity. No electrical resistance turning that energy into heat. The second law of thermodynamics applies to all forms of energy, but ether regenerates per the whims of the system. That accumulation is inherently anti-entropic, meaning it needn't obey the laws of conventional physics. It could be working even without my noticing. I take my flashlight again and turn it on, then off, then on again. I pour ether into it while it is turned off. And it doesn't do anything. I turn it on, and the light turns on. I release the flow of ether and it turns off. Did something about the flashlight catch your attention? Mrs. Jacobs asks. No batteries. I'm powering it with my ether reserves. I get an idea. Chloe, can you try? Just use your ether manipulation skill and envision the light working. I hand it to her with the switch turned off. It doesn't turn on. She furrows her brows, notices the switch, then turns it on without a problem. That is incredibly pertinent information. It proves that there is a connection between the physical construction of the flashlight and its use. More importantly, that strongly suggests that there's more to what I'll dub EtherTech than simply willing a device to do whatever I want it to. This gives me another idea. I turn the light off and envision my ether simultaneously powering the device while also closing the circuit that was open when I turn it off. It proves difficult, and the light is far dimmer than before, but I can do it. Did you figure something out? Chloe asks. I did. I want to try something else next. I pull out my cell phone and pour a tiny stream of ether through the power socket. Nothing happens at first, but as I pour a bit more in, the phone vibrates briefly. The diode on the outside then lights up just as it does when plugged in. My joy at this discovery is compounded when I receive a system notification. Your basic ether manipulation rank 2 has upgraded to basic ether manipulation rank 3. Well, I guess you no longer have to worry about charging your phone if the power goes out. I say. Turns out that I can charge it up just fine. Show me, Chloe says, pulling her phone out and putting it on the table. I repeat the process to her great astonishment. The phone lights up, then displays a message. This phone may not be compatible with the connected device. Please consult the following link for more information. Well, I'll be damned, Chloe says. Thank you, bestie, she adds. She tries as well, and has less success. I think it's because I specifically have a mechanist class. My ether manipulation skill probably interacts a lot nicer with technology. So, while yours will work on something simple like a flashlight, it probably won't do as much good with a complicated electronic device. Speaking of, Chloe, can you help me unplug the TV? What are you going to do? Mrs. Jacobs asks. I don't want you destroying anything around the house. I don't know the inner workings of the television enough to try to get it to work like I can with the flashlight. But I want to see if I can power it through the plug, she sighs. Upstairs. And take the fire extinguisher with you. Apocalypse or not, you better not destroy my house, or you will be out. Do I make myself clear, Seraphina? I nod and sputter out my most forceful yes, ma'am, before Chloe and I head upstairs to continue our tests. We get to the back of the entertainment center, moving it without much effort, and Chloe gets the TV unplugged and hands me the cable. I grab it by the prongs and wait for her to stand by with the fire extinguisher at the ready. Once she gives me the okay, I start channeling my ether through the top 2 prongs, leaving the third one as a ground. I envision my ether like little electrons, flowing through the metal wire and empowering the television. It proves a considerably more arduous task than the 2 previous. I push a full 2 units into the circuit before I finally hear a faint buzz just on the upper edge of my hearing range. I give Chloe the signal, and we have success. For all of 1 minute and 4 seconds. Before it flickers and then goes out. Sure enough, my font of ether is completely dried out. Worse, it'll take nearly half an hour to recharge, during which time I'm pretty useless. But I get useful data from the experiment, both about my own capabilities, as well as how ether works as a replacement for electricity. All in all, a good day's work. That tired? Chloe asks as she plugs the TV back in while I sit down for a moment. I had to push 2 full units of ether into the wire every second. And now I'm completely drained. It's like using brand new muscles. Chloe nods. Yeah. I remember the first time I healed you up. It made me a bit lightheaded too. Where do you go from here? A small break, I guess. Then back to work. Learning the intricacies of my class. I get one final notification as the two of us head back downstairs. Your Basic Ether Manipulation Rank 3 has upgraded to Basic Ether Manipulation Rank 4. 1.1 to Principles of EtherTech 2. I decide to go ahead and get in on the next round of Chloe and her mother's game. I've made some good progress on my class's abilities, and I need to wait for my ether to finish charging before I can move forward with the rest of my experiments. At least, that's the excuse I'm giving myself. I'm also tired from that much exertion, but I need to keep pushing myself forward, mostly to distract myself from everything out there that I can't control. And fortunately, I proceed to get absolutely destroyed by drawing every bad card in the deck. Chloe wins, and her mother finishes a couple of turns after her. I, on the other hand, get absolutely skunked, with one of my pieces still on the starting line while both of them have long since finished. We play one more game, and somehow, I perform even worse. I shake my fist in mock anger as I turn back to the rest of my toys. Hey, Chloe, I start. How do you feel about exploring the dungeon you mentioned yesterday? Absolutely not. Her mother interjects. I am not going to let my daughter go into some monster-infested cave. She is going to stay here and be safe until this whole system nonsense gets under control. Mrs. Jacobs, I say flatly, with all due respect, I don't think there is such a thing as safe anymore. My parents' house was broken into last night and my mother was beaten to death in her bedroom, with more bruises and cuts than I really want to talk about. I know that crime isn't as pressing of an issue in this neighborhood as it is where I used to live. But if it happened there, it could happen anywhere. The point I'm trying to make is that I don't think we can rely on law enforcement, the National Guard, the Army, or anyone else to keep us safe. And even if we choose that path, who is going to keep us safe from them if they decide to demand we give them clothing or shelter? Or some asshole decides that you've got a daughter and an adopted daughter and decides he wants us for the night, and we want to say no and can't. They wouldn't. The courts, our representatives. The law. Is that what you were about to say? You were just telling us this morning that they plan to suspend the Constitution for an indefinite period of time. There aren't going to be checks and balances and judicial oversight. I take a deep breath. I know you mean well, Mrs. Jacobs. Really. I do, in my heart of hearts. I think you want only the very best for us. You have way more life experience than both of us, and if we hadn't just gone through the literal apocalypse yesterday, I promise I would take your words and advice with all the respect and consideration that you deserve. As the mother of my best friend, and as my adopted mother, indeed if not in law, Sarah, she says, I know. It might just be my teenage hormones telling me to go take stupid risks because I think I'm invincible. I know there's risk involved. I know it will be dangerous. And I accept that I might lose my life in the worst case scenario. And I don't plan to go today. I plan to learn everything about my class and be as prepared as I can be. But I promised Chloe that I would protect her. And as I am, I don't think I can fulfill that promise. I start sniffling. And I struggle to fight the tears. I feel useless. I don't want what happened to my mom to happen to you too. I want to make sure I can protect you both. Protect you from people who mean to do us all harm. And I think learning more about and further developing this power we've all been given is the best way to do that. Sarah, you know I can't. Mrs. Jacobs starts. I want to go too, Chloe says. Chloe Marie Jacobs, I beg your pardon. Mom, I trust Sarah on this one. She already saved my life from those hellspawn this morning, and we wouldn't have been able to do so had we not gone into the dungeon in the basement last night. You did what? Sarah suspected we'd need weapons when the system arrived, and her insight has proved prescient time and time again. I know you don't believe her, and I don't blame you. If she thinks going to the dungeon is a good idea, then I'm inclined to believe her. Chloe, you old mother. I turned 18 last month. Sarah will turn 18 in 5 days. We are adults now, capable of making adult decisions, even if those decisions might be harmful to us. And even if they aren't the decisions that you would make or the ones you would make yourself were you in our situation. I was your age once, you know, Mrs. Jacobs says, rebellious, thinking I knew everything, unafraid of consequences or the world. I did stupid things. Went to parties with older men who wanted to take advantage of me. Drank. And, as I was a stupid teenager, yes, I drove after. I'm not proud of it, but I understand that teenagers are exactly the same in every generation. She pantomimes lighting up a cigarette and smoking it. I guess part of growing up as a mother is knowing that my daughters are going to go off and make mistakes. The same ones I made in my youth and that my parents and husband made in theirs. However, no matter how much you beg or plead with me, I'm not going to be complicit in leading my daughter into danger. You'll have to find your own ways of getting there. That's all we ask. I say, I would ask that you come with us, as I think increasing your own strength will do you some good in the long run. But it seems that you've made up your mind otherwise. I have. I might not be able to do much in the face of a world changing before my eyes. But I still want to hold hope that even with us now having access to what I can only describe as superpowers, people will come together and use them for good instead of evil. I don't hold that hope. Never have. Some people will use these powers for good, maybe even most, but not everyone. And I'd rather get stronger to defend myself instead of relying on cops to protect me and mine. That's the way it's always been, even in the last world. Even if only the people who've lived in neighborhoods like mine had to learn that lesson for themselves. We don't discuss the matter further. Mrs. Jacobs has decided neither to help nor to interfere. And that's the best I expected from her, honestly. I expected her to put her foot down even harder and try to stop us by force. I wasn't at all looking forward to that confrontation. Chloe and her mother returned to their board game. After 2 humiliating defeats at the hands of the cards, I bow out of the 3rd round. I turn my attention back to the Hellspawn pitchfork. I think that all the tiny glyphs act not unlike miniature circuits, guiding the flow of ether in various manners, twisting and turning it to create the effect of a fireball on the other end. Specifically, I hypothesize that there are some that act like logic gates and control mechanisms, while others manipulate ether from its base form into various components needed for the end result. In the case of flame, the pitchfork needs to be able to generate fuel, air, heat, and some sort of spark. The rest of the glyphs, I intuit, divert the flow of ether not unlike how computers in modern internal combustion cars adjust the balance of fuel and air to ensure ideal mixtures of both while operating. It's absolutely fascinating to see. I take notes of the patterns, marking them down where I can. I also notice tiny columns connecting these glyphs. Upon closer reflection, they look like miniature sluices, and I suspect that's exactly what they are. I'd like to see if there's a way I can selectively deactivate some of these conduits to get a sense of how each one individually modulates the overall effect. Those experiments will have to wait until I get a better sense of the basic functionality. I head outside with the weapon I'm about to test, literal flame. So, it's the least I can do. I feel a bit of discomfort at being so exposed to the goings-on outside. I half expect to see supersized crows dive-bombing me and ancient dinosaurs reconstituting themselves from bones to walk the lands once more in search of human prey. But it's almost serene, peaceful, as much as can be expected given the circumstances. I grip the pitchfork and begin feeding it the smallest amount of ether that I can. Nothing happens. I then try 1/10 of a unit, then a fifth, then a half. But not until exactly 1 full unit of ether is infused into the weapon does it activate, and nothing happens as I increase the amount until I reach to full units. When the size of the flaming orb suddenly increases, I observe the same behavior from 2 to 3 units. And then the weapon refuses to accept more than that. I'm perplexed by this. My early experiments with the phone suggest that ether is a continuous variable. My basic ether manipulation allows me to manipulate and control the amount I use down to 0.5 percentage point of a single unit. And this should only grow as my skill evolves in rank. So why doesn't the weapon follow that pattern? I next experiment with Flash of Insight. The methodology will be a bit crude since I have no exact way to measure luminous intensity short of the eyeball test. However, if I compare the difference between doing so with 1 and 2 units, the relatively large percentage increase should be easier to see. My tests confirm that my skill only accepts discrete, whole number values of ether as an input. If I try to use any fractional value of my ether decreases by the next larger whole number, while the effect always rounds down. In other words, if I use my Flash of Insight twice and pour 1/5 5 units of ether into it each time. I end up with each effect being the same as though I only used 1 unit. And, adding insult to injury, my ether reserve will have decreased by not 2 or even 3, but 4 units. My current hypothesis is that ether tech derived from the system relies on quantized units. Spells and skills follow this principle as well. However, I currently know of no physical reason why any tech I personally build must follow this rule. I will note in my conjecture that it is far easier to manipulate integer values of ether than fractional ones, and further conjecture that it is my basic ether manipulation skill that allows me to do so in the first place. At least, not without extreme difficulty. I head as far away from the house as I can, into the opposite corner of the backyard. I stand with my back against the fence, just in case this idea sends me flying back. I charge a single unit of ether into my hand and compress it as much as I can. It starts resisting once I push it down to the size of a quarter, but I keep going, nickel size, then dime size. It starts to strain my muscles and tax my mind, but I continue down, forcing myself to the very limit of my capabilities. The expansive force builds, and it takes everything I have to resist how it tries to blow up in my face. I imagine the canister, and start to think about how the sluices and glyphs etched into it interact to compress and stabilize so much energy. I don't know their exact individual function or how they should interact yet, but I can imagine my hands forming a binding cage around the ether I hold. I mentally picture the glyphs together, and my tinkerer skill helps me start to envision some ways in which they might fit together better. It's a struggle. I'm sweating and my arms are cramping up. My mind wants me to give up. But I think of Chloe. I think of Mom, and how I don't want Chloe to end up like she did. I keep pushing and forcing my will upon the ether, and I power through. Once I shrink the mass down to the size of a pea, the ether stabilizes and crystallizes into a solid mass. It's beautiful. It looks like a small diamond, except it glows a bright blue-white. I throw it over the fence. It hits the ground and explodes with a bright flash of light and sound. And I can't help but grin as the system notifications appear. Your basic ether manipulation rank 4 has upgraded to basic ether manipulation rank 6. You have developed the class skill Ether Bullet. Would you like to learn this skill? Class skill slots remaining, Ether Bullet rank I. Your knowledge of tinkering with newly discovered technological marvels has given you greater insight into the physical laws governing the interaction between ether and technology. You can now mimic the effects of an ether canister through a combination of your insights and force of will. These bullets will damage all enemies around them with a concussive mixture of light and sound. Max bullet size. 1. Size will increase with the rank of this skill. I will absolutely accept this new ability. Pleased with my discovery, I head back inside. 1.13 Weapon Crafting 2. Much to my surprise and Mrs. Jacobs's relief. Over the following 3 days, the political situation enters a strange lull, and society starts to adjust. We are technically in a period of martial law. Curfews are imposed lasting from half an hour past dusk until dawn. There's still tension in the air. Tanks occasionally drive past the main streets, and I'm occasionally woken up from sporadic gunfire and monster raids. Plenty of people have no money or jobs and are doing their best to survive. Some have resorted to less than legal ways of doing so, and honestly, I can't blame the homeless mother stealing formula for her newborn daughter. Civilization has so far endured, and as someone who often got the ass end of it, I don't know if I'm entirely happy about it. Our government continues to function, at least to the extent it ever did. Food is rationed, and we've had pasta and ground beef for the last 2 nights. But we still have electricity, running water, heat and air conditioning. The internet is spotty. But Chloe is still able to get on her social media accounts, both to post and to scroll. I'm a little jealous. My family rarely went hungry, but there were definitely nights of shivering under multiple blankets because we had to leave the heat on 55 in the dead of winter. And yet, for Chloe and her mother, their adjustments and sacrifices are like luxuries compared with my old reality. On the topic of social media, Chloe keeps tabs of that alongside her daily uploads. There's started to be a bit of a race among several so-called influencers to see who can get the highest level. Some people have already reached level 8 and even 9 allegedly, anyway. Of course, with no one yet able to demonstrably prove they have an identify skill. We have nothing to go off but say so. We did have a couple more fights over the past couple of days. So I'm now at level 6 and Chloe tells me that she's at level 5. Still, falling behind in levels worries me for reasons I can't fully articulate. Chloe's mother went back to work yesterday. She recounted to us last night that there's a certain degree of foreboding downtown. People are in a state of doublethink, outwardly acting like everything is okay, while privately not believing it themselves. I would have liked to be able to drive around the city with Chloe to see for myself, but her car got completely busted while it was in the shop. They say it was some looters who broke into their shop the night of the integration. I think it was more that the mechanics all quit once they got their powers. If their work conditions were as shit as I've read they can be, I'm not surprised. But I can't really do anything about it either way. Chloe's father was supposed to be home yesterday, but his return has been delayed for an indefinite period of time, considering how precarious the current political and social situation is. I can't exactly blame him. Chloe is upset about the change of plans, though she understands intellectually. But not seeing her father for so long, especially with the world spinning around so quickly, wears down on her. All I can do is try to be a rock for her and support her as best I can. Speaking of my father, he's nowhere to be seen, and he hasn't responded to my calls. I don't want to think about the obvious implication of that statement. Even with additional reinforcements from the National Guard and armed forces to maintain the old so-called civil order, there's not nearly the personnel it would take to identify every body that's found. Glad to see the army is no more functional than the cops when it comes to protecting and serving the people. There are some rumors circulating online about small groups of people, refugees, really, who are banding together to start new lives away from current civilization. He could be in one of those camps. And there's one reason to believe that might be a wise idea. Soon after initialization completed, the system mentioned that there would be further world modifications in 120 hours. That timer is currently sitting at just over 34 hours remaining. A lot of anxiety is building across the globe about what exactly will happen. The official statement from the government is urging calm. Their spokespeople are pointing out that the situation is gradually coming back under control. Utilities and major infrastructure are still operational, proving that leadership is still doing its job of providing and protecting essential services to the masses. They express confidence and solidarity in the government's ability to rise up to the challenges that lie ahead. I silently scoff. They never met the challenges in the old world, and I see no reason to believe they will do so in the new. Mrs. Jacobs seems assuaged by it, though. She also hasn't softened her stance on Chloe and me going to the dungeon. On the other hand, she hasn't hardened it either. The plan is still to leave early tomorrow morning. We plan to be back home before the world modifications happen. Not that I expect there to be much safety once the modifications begin. I'm nearly done gleaning every bit of insight I can from my hellspawn pitchfork and ether canister. I've got a pretty good idea of the basic syntax of constructing ethertech, which glyphs do what, and how they fit together. I suspect there are a lot more complicated glyphs and rules I'll have to learn if I want to start crafting more useful equipment. And that means I'll need to explore more dungeons and acquire more ethertech items in order to delve further into my class's potential. In other words, I won't be building starships to explore the cosmos or even flying around in a suit of mechanized armor anytime soon. I get a distant sense that both are possible as I progress forward with my class. Moreover, the prospect excites me. Right now, though, I've managed to construct 2 weapons using my current knowledge of ethertech. For myself, I've built a simple blowgun. Despite the system registering it as such, it packs quite a punch. More akin to a breath-powered miniature railgun than its namesake. When filled with an ether bullet, it rivals many of the shotguns of old in stopping power. Over the course of my practice with this new ability, I've managed to upgrade my ether bullet skill to rank 3 and my basic ether manipulation to rank 7. I've also crafted 180 more ether bullets as ammunition. They are mostly stable, but after one partially detonated during the crafting process, I've been completely forbidden to bring them inside under any circumstances. I've been leaving them in my car instead. And no, I did not manage to repair my car. I know it can be done, but modern engines just have too many moving parts, and my knowledge of their inner workings is too limited. I can't help but curse the fact that I decided to take additional math and physics courses instead of that shop class. But it's not like I could have known this was going to happen a year ago. With Chloe's help and cooperation, I've built her a crystal-studded wand, and fortunately, I don't know any of the glyphs that help with the healing arts. So I'm currently limited to a few glyphs that help channel and store additional ether, along with a couple of ether bullets that she can throw in case of an emergency. I've also managed to recreate most of the glyphs present in the Hellspawn pitchfork and copy them over to my cracked bat. After infusing it with additional ether, the system recognizes the upgrades I've made to it and has relabeled it as Fireforged Bat. The attack stat is listed as Kung 14, which is a sizable upgrade. Sadly, I lose the bonus I get from using improvised weapons when I equip it. I hope that I'll never need that bonus again, but I certainly am glad it's there for when I invariably do. Chloe and I spend the morning going through the basement dungeon one more time. There are no creatures to fight, no treasure to acquire, but being down there gives us a chance to practice our skills in relative safety. I don't mention this to Chloe, but when I'm practicing or working on my gadgets, I feel more at ease than I do when engaging in resting or other relaxation activities. I just can't shake the feeling that there's something incredibly dangerous awaiting us. Not the world modifications coming tomorrow evening, those are a known phenomenon. I fear something darker and deeper that lies behind the system itself. Despite my unspoken unease, we spend the afternoon playing some games. And, just like last time, I get absolutely destroyed. I get sent to jail multiple times in the early game. Chloe buys up all the best properties, and I end up getting smoked in under 20 minutes. I guess I've burned all my good luck getting reincarnated, and then getting a powerful unique trait, and having a kind and caring best friend to share the apocalypse with. I just hope this spat of bad luck isn't an omen of things to come. Well, looks like I win again, Chloe says after I lose for different games over the span of 2 hours. I noticed, is all I can get out. It seems I should be glad I didn't take a gambler class. Or maybe I should see if I can learn a card shark skill. Chloe giggles. How are you feeling about tomorrow? I feel better than great. Nervous. Mostly in the excited way though. I'm more worried about you. How are you feeling? She turns away. As well as I can be. Just worried about Dad. I'm sure Mom is as well. I pull her into a hug. I'm worried about my father as well. I'm sure they're both doing okay. I'm not sure how convincing I sound, but I try to convey sincerity. My hopes are dashed. It's okay, Sarah, she says. No matter what happens, we'll have each other. Best friends forever. I smile. Our hug is cut short by the sound of the garage door opening and Mrs. Jacobs walking inside. Hey Mom, Chloe says. How'd things go at the office? Meeting after meeting after meeting, it just never ended. And worst of all, most of them could have been emails. I swear they're just trying to make up work to keep us busy rather than productive. I guess I still have a paycheck though, so I'll count my blessings. What about you two? I lost every single game, I say. None of them were even close. Hi. I stare bemused at her mockery, only glaring slightly. I told Chloe once that there's a lucky gene in our family. My mother ended up winning big in Vegas back in '76. I ended up marrying her father and landing a series of good jobs in the oil and gas business. And she ended up meeting you. It's true, Chloe says. Even when you have your own problems, you're always right there to support me whenever I need. And now, with the arrival of the system, I can't help but feel like you're a guardian angel sent from across the heavens to protect me. Guardian angel. Why does that seem so familiar? Is that why I'm here? To protect Chloe from the system? Memories I shouldn't know are trying to surface, but they're being blocked, remaining ever so stubbornly just outside my ability to remember. Hopefully, our trip into the dungeon tomorrow gives me some answers. 1.14 Enter the dungeon. We turn in early this evening. The night is restful, and I find myself waking up at 5:30. Chloe is still fast asleep beside me, and for a few minutes, I lie there and look up at the ceiling. I think back to the phrase guardian angel. Given my name, it fits. I wonder if I had the same name in my previous life. I want to dismiss the prospect out of hand. There are hundreds of languages here on Earth and thousands more that have gone extinct. The chances that I was named after a rank of angel on this planet is practically absurd. If even some tiny fraction of planets throughout the myriad universes harbor life, the sheer infinitude of the cosmos means there's some astronomical number throughout the multiverse. But it is not impossible, especially if the Jacobs family really does have some sort of lady luck unique trait in the vein of my touched by the multiverse. And the nigh omnipotence of the system and its machinations cannot be understated either. Nor can whatever force allow me to reincarnate into this world, if indeed the two are not one and the same. If they're not, then I am hopeful. It means that whatever force sent me here had means to resist the system and whatever lies beyond it, if only to the smallest extent. If that is the case, then perhaps we might have a chance of cutting ourselves free from the strings upon which we dance. But for now, all I can do is play my part, learn more about my abilities, and remain vigilant for any clues about my past. Chloe awakens soon after dawn. I go and take a quick shower first, giving her a few more minutes before she has to get up. Once I get done, I start preparing plenty of food, water, and other essentials and loading them into our backpacks. We don't even plan to be gone the entirety of the day, but we can't be sure there won't be trouble that keeps us gone longer than expected. We both know the risks involved in dungeon diving, including the risk of there being risks we can't properly account for. But I fear the risks of complacency just the same. We eat a breakfast of eggs and toast, enjoying the last of the strawberry jam in the refrigerator. Chloe does one final look over our provisions. I head to my car to grab our weapons, the ether canister, and my cache of ether bullets, and we're off. The cool breeze of the early morning is refreshing upon my face. Though we move only at a light jog, we still make great time through the fields leading to the dungeon entrance. And, to my great surprise and joy, neither of us feel all that fatigued when we complete the 4-mile journey half an hour later. Vitality also seems to affect physical endurance, and the both of us have heavily prioritized that stat, as well as our mind. The outer structure of the dungeon is like the mouth of a small cave, perhaps a dozen feet high and maybe a bit wider at its base. It is fenced off by barbed wire, with the exception of a gate that looks suspiciously like a ticket booth leading into a movie theater or concert hall. Turnstile and all, there's a small dirt parking lot nearby, though it's clear it's more that it had recently been a patch of grass like all the others, torched by some firemen for that exact purpose. Several members of the armed forces, probably National Guard members, were stationed in full combat gear, patrolling the perimeter for any monsters that try to sneak out. Most of them have weapons or armor that glows slightly with the tint of ether. There's no line, so we're able to head right up to the entrance. We're stopped by the soldier manning the station, a young man a year or two out of high school with the nameplate Roberts emblazoned on his vest. He looks at the two of us, sighs, and recites a speech he's probably said 100 times by now. This is the entrance to the South County Dungeon. Before you enter the dungeon, I am required to read you the following script and get you to each sign a waiver acknowledging that you understand the risks involved. Beyond this gate, you are responsible for your individual and collective welfare. There are dangerous monsters inside, some of which have yet to be seen on the surface. For those who venture within, you will find strange and powerful artifacts for those individuals who brave the challenges contained within. Upon exiting the dungeon, the National Guard will confiscate 1/3 of any artifacts acquired to be agreed upon with the explorer. This is non-negotiable, and ensures that our team remains equipped to handle the threats of any monsters which might try to escape and threaten the people living on the surface. The inside of this dungeon has not been mapped, and preliminary reports suggest that it is constantly changing shape. Once you go inside, there is a chance that you will not come out. The National Guard will not send a rescue team after any individual who ventures into the dungeon. You acknowledge this fact and disclaim all responsibility the Oklahoma National Guard has for your safety and well-being, as well as the responsibilities of the federal government, state or city government, or any government agency, department, or bureau. If you do not agree to these terms, you may turn around and head home. If you do agree, please fill out and sign the forms provided on the table in front of me. I look over the forms. I'm not an expert in the law by any stretch, but all of the terms look in line with the verbal disclaimer. Seeing no objection, I sign the form. Chloe does as well. And after a quick search of our belongings and an inventory of what we took into the dungeon, the two of us venture inside. The air is chilly and my hair stands up on end as we pass through the entrance and enter the dungeon. I regret my decision not to wear anything heavier than a mid-sleeve blouse. Body armor would have been nice, but neither of us have any and I haven't the materials to make it. With any luck, we'll find some within the dungeon. We turn on our flashlights as the light streaming in from the entrance begins to fade. The first thing of note we find is a skeleton one which is thankfully not moving. I don't know if it's one from an unfortunate adventure or something put here by the system as a deterrent or warning, but it unnerves Chloe. We stop and take a break for a few minutes until she has a chance to settle in. While she's taking deep breaths and recentering herself, I case the immediate area. No signs of either enemies or anything that might be of use. No doubt these first few hallways have been thoroughly cleaned out by the people who've come here in the days and weeks before. Not weeks, I quickly correct to myself. The system hasn't even been here for 5 full days. Maybe it's the echoes of my past life that make it feel like it's been a lot longer than just a few days. It all feels so familiar, somehow. Like this is what I've always been meant to do. But at the same time, we came here for levels as well as loot. And that means we'll have to go deeper. We walk through the cave slowly and methodically, constantly scanning the area for signs of something trying to sneak up on us. I keep my blowgun at the ready at all times and a pouch of ether bullets tied around my waist. It's ominous how empty the cave is. I don't hear anything, nor does Chloe. I would have expected a colony of bats to take shelter here, but I see none on the walls. Even insects aren't crawling around like they did in the mini dungeon beneath Chloe's house. My house. Should I start calling it that now? In any case, the quiet is unsettling, and I arm my blowgun as we proceed deeper into the depths. We don't have to wait too long, as I spot a large beast of some sort approaching us. It appears boar-like, as tall as I am and about as big and heavy as my car. It has 2 large tusks longer and thicker than my arm, and it looks mean as soon as it prances toward us. It hasn't charged, but I'm sure it will the second it gets close enough. I don't give it that opportunity. Once it gets within 50 yards of us, I fire a pair of ether bullets at the swine, and fortunately, the damage I thought impressive before only singes its skin and dazes it. But it wasn't completely ineffective either, and that suggests that I have lowered its health by a small amount. It charges toward me. I dodge to my left, suffering only a superficial wound as its tusk grazes against my shoulder. The boar turns around with deft swiftness. This time, as I dodge, I fire an neat flash of insight in its face. I don't expect to stop it so easily. Only the tiniest traces of otherworldly light from crystals on the ceiling break the dungeon's otherwise complete darkness. I have to assume this creature is well equipped to fight and hunt in its natural environment. But that doesn't mean its eyes are useless either. It squeals like the hog it is, but not before goring me through my left shoulder. Thankfully, the wound missed my vitals and my health has only dropped by 100 as a result. I bash it with my Fireforged bat, triggering its flame glyph right as I bash its nose. This attack proves more fruitful than the first, and I follow up with another one to keep its attention. I suffer another small cut across my side, but my health is starting to bleed out. I'm down to just over 130 health after just 4 attacks. The lack of any sort of defensive equipment is making itself woefully apparent, and I'm only alive because my high vitality for my level has bolstered my health and natural resistance to damage. Chloe heals me when I get a chance to break off the close quarter engagement. In an instant, my wounds stitch back together, blood vessels and muscles reform, and I regain my full freedom of movement. My health is back close to 250. Though even that could be depleted in an instant if I lower my guard and allow it a chance to score my vitals. I land a shot of my ether bullet directly in its eye socket. The grotesque spray of vitreous fluid, sinew, and shards of bone and flesh fly everywhere, ruining my outfit but thankfully sparing Chloe, who is standing behind me. But even the injury to its head and brain isn't enough to put the creature down. It continues to charge me with its bloody socket, though its moves are more erratic. Slower. But the wobbling of its posture as it flails toward me makes it even harder to evade. I do so by the skin of my teeth, diving out of the way at the last possible moment. As I force myself back up, I get an idea. It again charges at me and I ready my blowgun. But instead of aiming for the pig, I aim for the ground at its feet, and my plan works perfectly. The force of my bullet exploding topples it onto its side, giving me enough time to plunge my bat clean through the wound in its head and cook its brain from the inside. It twitches, once, twice, and then dies. The system notification confirms the kill. You have slain a lesser cave boar level 8. You have gained 220 experience. Unique trait touched by the multiverse increases experience gain to 330. You have gained enough experience to reach level 7. Vitality come 1, mind come 1. Please allocate stat points remaining. I decide to allocate my first point to increasing my strength stat. There is something to be said for the old saying the best defense is a good offense. While I was able to deal with the wounds I suffered in the fight, it would have been better to avoid them altogether. I also would prefer to avoid long, protracted fights here in the dungeon for Chloe's sake. I might be mentally acclimated to fighting in dungeons thanks to my past life, but she is struggling. I go ahead and allocate my remaining 2 points to vitality and mind in accordance with my class's preference. Maximum health increases by vitality x to current level ran 13 equals 64. Maximum ether increases by mind current level ran 0, 2 equals 36 level. 7. Experience, 730. 2 next, current stats, health, 291 400 seconds ether, 177 190 seconds current stats, strength, 13, speed, 16, vitality, 27, mind. Chloe is taking a bit longer to process her level increase. In the meantime, I look around and spot something very interesting. 1.15 The Spoils of Adventure. Once Chloe finishes her level increase, I pull her behind a nearby outcropping. There's a strange brown chest on the ground that looks highly suspicious. On the one hand, with our world looking a lot more like those of video games and the mention of loot during the disclaimer, this could be the treasure we came looking for. On the other hand, I can't ignore the possibility of more monsters or traps, or both, considering that monsters that look like treasure chests is a phenomenon in a number of games I've heard of. Are you going to open it? She asks. I will. Stay on your guard though, there may be traps, and I might need a heal or antidote spell if there is. You think it's a trap, and you're still going to open it, nothing ventured, nothing gained. That's kinda why we're here in the dungeon in the first place. This is more about taking smart risks and mitigating them whenever possible. Chloe sighs. Go ahead, I open the chest. Grateful there's no locking mechanism on it. If there were, I could try to blow open the lock with an ether bullet fired directly into the keyhole, but that would risk damaging the stuff inside. What I find is a set of white robes. It's hard to tell in the low light, but I'm guessing there's a number of defensive enhancements on them thanks to the power of the system. I take a moment and pull out my magnifying glass, and sure enough, I can confirm the subtle arrangements of glyphs etched into the fabric. I hand them to Chloe. You should put these on. They've got enchantments woven into them and should protect you better than our regular clothes. Wait, shouldn't you wear them if that's the case? She asks. You're the one who's fighting at close range. Keep your voice down. I say in a whisper. We don't know what else is waiting down here. And yes, ideally, I would be the only one getting into combat. But we got outnumbered by the hellspawn, and that boar moved far faster than I could. And we might have to fight people someday. I don't want to fight people. To her credit, she keeps her voice much quieter this time. I don't either. You didn't see my mother's body. It was, I'd rather not say more on that. I'm sorry, Sarah. The point is, as long as you're alive and awake, you can heal me from the brink of death. But I can't do that to you. So it's more important that you have it. I don't mention that her vitality and health are probably lower than mine by a considerable amount, but it factors into my analysis. She acquiesces and goes into a corner to change, while I stand with my back facing her and keep an eye out for anything unsavory which might approach. Nothing does, and after about 3 minutes, she gives me the okay. She looks exactly like a priest in her robes of purest white, except if the priest in question was a cute brunette and a high school senior instead of a man and an actual senior. How does it fit? I think there's something about this outfit that allows it to stretch or shrink down to the right size for its wearer. That's convenient, for sure. It also means that I can pursue a side job as a Planetouch clothier if I can figure out how those enchantments work. Though, the idea feels a little unfulfilling. I'm curious why the Hellspawn pitchfork didn't do something similar. Probably because it was a weapon specifically designed for those lesser hellspawn monsters, rather than existing for the benefit of humans like this armor. Chloe moves around a bit more to adjust to her new outfit. Once she's satisfied, we stash away her old clothes, share a few bites of trail mix, and prepare to depart deeper into the dungeon. The layout of the dungeon, as best I can tell, is roughly helical, not unlike moving down an overly large spiral staircase, though a smooth ramp rather than stairs. In another sign of the artificial nature of this space, there are no rocks, crevices, or other tripping hazards on the floor. About 10 minutes after we leave, the ground shakes. The two of us remain steadfast, seeking shelter against the nearest wall until the quake subsides. When it does, I immediately scout the area, searching for what might have caused it. Seeing nothing, I worry if this is the dungeon changing shape, as the guards had warned us about. Chloe shares a similar concern. "What do you want to do?" I ask. "Go on, or turn back?" She hesitates. "If you want to go back, we absolutely can. A little further. We can turn around after the next fight." I'm surprised and relieved at her bravery and determination. We continue on. And not 3 minutes later, encounter another monster within the depths. This one looks closer to a crocodile, with its huge, snapping jaw for stubby legs, and the way it lurches about. Its tail is a bit longer and thinner, not nearly enough to be used as a grappling whip, but I wouldn't be surprised if it trips its prey with the appendage before rending them asunder. I get in front of Chloe and ready an ether bullet in my blowgun as I wait for the creature to notice us. If its skin is as tough as the last enemy's was, I'm probably not going to deal much damage unless I strike a weak point. The eyes, the face, the underbelly, those were the weaknesses last time, and I expect the same here. Maybe also the underside of the tail. It approaches even quicker than the boar did, snapping its jaws so quickly it was like a blur. I fire 2 ether bullets in rapid succession, aiming for where its mouth will be the next instant. The first one grazes off its snout, but the second one hits home, chunking its tongue, sending teeth flying, and sending it in a rage. One of the teeth wedges into my shoulder, and as I pull it out, I feel some oily liquid in addition to my blood seeping out. I need an antidote as soon as you can ready one. I curse my foul luck as I try to grab 2 more ether bullets. Already I can feel the numbness setting in. It hasn't yet affected my ability to move, but my ability to feel what I'm doing with my right hand is compromised. I'm able to fight off the fatigue setting in, but now it's joined by a queasy sensation in my stomach and throat. The urge to revisit my breakfast grows, only to be stifled when Chloe's spell relieves my nausea. Now just as snapping mad, I fire another round of 4 ether bullets in rapid succession, trying to knock it over as it charges me, and fortunately, its center of gravity is too low, and I'm only able to stagger it, not topple it. It snaps down upon me, and I respond by tossing an ether bullet into its mouth as I sidestep. This attack proves far more effective than the last. Smoke emerges from its esophagus and the creature is clearly shaken. I grab my fire-forged bat and poke it in the right eye, giving Chloe an opportunity to throw another ether bullet into its throat. The creature is reeling, but it remains dangerous as it attempts to hurl a sphere of something venomous and probably acidic out of its throat. I push Chloe out of the way of the projectile, though I suffer splash damage on my legs in doing so, and it burns to high hell and back. But I force myself through the pain as I stand up, and in a single blow, slam my fiery weapon through the creature's remaining eye, silencing it for good. I shake and tremble and fall back to the ground. Chloe grimaces as she sees how my wounds have turned white and purple from the damage. My health is still falling from the acid splash and the blood loss. My eyelids grow heavy, but I don't fear for death. We're not safe, but as safe as we can be in a dungeon, with no other enemies in pursuit and the creature before us dead. The system notification confirms it, and Chloe's healing is a breath of fresh air as I rest my head in her lap. You have slain a dark crocodile level 10. You have gained 350 experience. Unique trait touched by the multiverse increases your experience gain to 525. I bemoan if the system can't just combine those 2 notifications rather than having to separately display them each time. Strangely enough, considering its general disposition toward me, it agrees to do so without complaint. You have gained enough experience to reach level 8. Vitality come 1. Mind come 1. Please allocate stat points remaining. 1 point each to strength, speed, and vitality. As much as I want to continue to invest my stats in my mind for the long-term benefit of my class, the realities of this dungeon have shown that I need to think about the short term more than I have been. Chloe's healing has been a godsend, and the fact that we work together both personally and as a party is great. But I came far too close to dying for either of our comforts, falling to a mere 20 health before finishing off the enemy before us. I'm feeling much better thanks to her spells, but she's still sniffling and holding back tears from the experience. Maximum health increases by vitality X to current level ran 13 equals 69. Maximum ether increases by mind current level ran 0, 2 equals 38 level. 8. Experience 1255. To next, current stats, health 390 for 471st, ether 195 to 130 its current stats, strength 14, speed 17, vitality 29, mind. Your ether bullet rank 3 has upgraded to ether bullet rank 4. You have learned the class skill trick shot. Would you like to take this skill? Skill slots remaining. I take it on the assumption that I can always overwrite the skill with another one later. I go ahead and check the description. Although I can intuit what the skill does just based on its name, trick shot. You have developed increasing skill with manipulating ether in its rawest form and wielding it as a weapon against your foes. In doing so, you've learned how to target weaknesses on both the inside and the outside. This skill improves your efficiency with using basic ether manipulation with your ether bullet, allowing you to more easily evade enemy defenses and strike where it's least expected. So, it's a skill that helps me do what I could have been doing all along but never thought to try. I imagine once I become more skilled with basic ether manipulation, I'll be able to do it all without needing the skill. But for now, I'll gladly use the crutch as I get more familiar with my class's repertoire. I try to get up, but Chloe pulls me back into a hug. I advise that we should start heading back to the surface, and preferably sooner rather than later. She asks if I am upset. I'm not. Frustrated in my own weakness, and how I wasn't able to defend her as well as I would have liked. Okay, yes, I might be a little upset, but only at myself, not at Chloe in the slightest. The dark crocodile's body fades away, leaving behind another treasure chest identical to the previous one. I approach slowly, keeping awareness of my surroundings as I do. My entire body tenses, still expecting a monster to spring out. Instead, I open it to find a leather breastplate and what appears to be the hilt of a sword. Sans any blade. I'd like to examine it further, as I'm sure the enchantments contained within are going to be invaluable as I attempt to enhance my class further. But that's for later. Chloe helps me equip the armor, increasing my defense from 29 to 39 in the process. I store the hilt in my backpack far away from the rest of my ether bullets, and the two of us turn around and start heading back to the surface. 1.16 Systemic Changes Seraphina. Content warning for implied sound intent. Tension fills my neck, and I start to get a headache as we head back toward the surface. No matter how much I roll my neck back and take deep breaths, the unease never goes away. I practice the stress exercises again, selectively tensing different muscle groups and allowing them to relax. No good there either. Then I realize that I lost a lot of blood from the last two fights and take a long and deep gulp of water. That helps quite a bit. I proceed to finish the bottle and I am already feeling a bit better. We should have brought more than 4 bottles for each of us though. Our high vitality might help us forestall the consequences of blood loss and general dehydration, but it doesn't seem to negate it completely. Same with fatigue more broadly. I need less sleep and can function better when I need to push through exhaustion. But I'm not immune to it, and I will suffer the consequences if I go too far. I pull out the one remaining chocolate bar we have from before the integration. I offer half of it to Chloe. She takes about 2/3 of what I give her and hands the rest back to me. Are you sure? You need your strength as well. There's some chocolate in this trail mix. Besides, I'm sure you need it more than I do right now. I shake my head. It's the last bar. I know how much you love chocolate, Chloe. Or should I say Choclo? Hey, she shakes her fist at me, then gives me the finger. I stick my tongue out at her, and she follows suit as I hand her back the remainder of her half. The chocolate and the spat of levity both help my headache some. I'm still worried for some reason I can't pinpoint, though. But I don't want to rush back to the surface either. The last thing I need is to run headfirst into the next beast that the dungeon sees fit to send our way. We keep our pace measured. All the while I get the sense we're being watched. Chloe doesn't seem to notice it. And maybe it's just my paranoia getting the better of me. I still have no definitive proof that the system is out to get me. I just can't shake the feeling that it's not here for a beneficial reason. Something deep within the recesses of my mind that I can't consciously access. Did my past self seal these memories away? Was it the system? Or was it some third force? And if so, hello. A voice calls out, pulling me out of my musing. I don't drop my guard as the three people approach. The members of the National Guard were quite clear. Whatever happens down here stays down here. And there aren't going to be any investigations if there's a case of foul play in the depths. I have no intention to kill anyone if I can at all help it. In fact, the very idea is making my nausea from before start to rear its ugly head. But I know there are people who would relish the opportunity to let their inhibitions loose. And plenty more who are going to see a couple of high school girls as a mark. Chloe gets behind me right away. She does her best to remain calm, but I can hear the jittering of her robes as she shuffles toward me. System or not, any woman walking around is going to tense at the sight of three strange men walking toward them. Add in a dark dungeon, no cell service, and the local cops outright stating they won't get involved in anything that happens down here. She understands the risk. The three are each wearing steel armor that looks like it came right out of the local Ren fair. It's not fitted particularly well, suggesting that it's mundane armor from old Earth rather than new equipment powered by the system. Their swords are similar, probably replicas, and I'm not even sure if they have a good edge or if they're mostly for display. Still, they'd hurt as a bludgeoning weapon, and they likely have higher strength and skills of their own to augment that damage further. I seriously doubt there's anyone else locally who's gained enough experience with the system to start building Ethertech armor. I'm not even sure if the idea has come into their minds. I doubt they understand what my simple blowgun can do, and I intend to maintain the element of surprise in the event this encounter does come to blows. Well, looky here. One of the three says, "What are a couple of girls like you doing here in the dungeon, exploring?" I say, "We heard there might be treasure deeper down. Do you want to come with us?" The second asks. I really don't like the way he's already leering at Chloe. "We're on our way out," I respond. "I wish you well in your exploration," I lie. "Oh," he continues. "And what about your friend?" "I'm not interested," Chloe shouts. "We're leaving. And that's that, come on." "Sarah," she pulls me off. But I maintain my sight squarely on the Three Stooges. The way that second one was practically disrobing Chloe with his eyes was. It made the hair on my neck stand up on end. No wonder Chloe was so eager to get out of there. And I can't blame her. We pick up the pace. We don't break into a full sprint, but we aren't far from it either. I reach into my bag and grab some ether bullets as we're running. Not sure if we're going to be pursued. Chloe pulls my attention to a large rock formation near the side of the dungeon. The two of us hide back there. Chloe is shaking as she drops to the ground, and I keep my eyes out for any signs of pursuit. There grows silent, and Chloe starts to regain her composure. She takes a large drink of water. I have a brief moment to relax before I hear the sound of screams coming from the direction we just came. "What do you want to do?" I ask Chloe. "You want to go after them?" she asks. "I'm not going to blame you if you say no. I don't want to be around either of them any longer than I have to. You want to, don't you?" I do feel some compulsion towards saving them, deep down. Probably whatever part of me resonated with the Divine Paladin class offering. I'm sure if I had chosen that class, I would have no choice but to save those scoundrels from whatever mess they got themselves into. But that's not who I am, nor who I want to be. And I'm not going to sacrifice my best friend's comfort just for the chance to cosplay as a valiant knight in shining armor. No, I half lie. We should get going. I don't want whatever is attacking them to come after us next. We don't get a chance, mister. Dick Fourbrains comes charging up the hill, chased by one of the boar monsters from earlier. And the boar is gaining on him. As soon as he passes by, I ready a pair of ether bullets and, with my new trick shot skill, aim both of them into the creature's eyes. The lesser cave boar staggers, keels over, and dies in short order. No treasure this time around, much to my disappointment. I dismiss the system notifications until we get out of the cave. The dungeon's resident asshole approaches me and he does not look happy. He grips his sword and marches toward me, attempting to intimidate me with his size and posture. I don't relent, keeping my cool even as he gets in my face. The hell was that? You bitch. My eye twitches as he slobbers his words all over my face. Hardly the gentlemanly way of thanking someone for saving his worthless ass. I let it slide as I take a step back. That was me saving your hide, but I'm starting to regret my decision. Please get out of my sight and take your troubles with you before I lose what little patience I have. How dare you? He screams. He moves to slap me, but I'm able to sidestep him easily. Is he still level 1, bad class, armor weighing him down? I don't know, but I understand how Tweedledum and Tweedledummer managed to get themselves killed. I smack him to the ground and give him a moment to seethe. My friends are dead because of you, you insufferable. I cut him off before he can use the even more vulgar word he's mouthing. No, the reason your friends are dead is because of you and your cock. You think we can't recognize when a strange man starts leering at us. You think we want to go into a dark cave with men we don't know when you're practically undressing my friend. Like, what's wrong with you? What the hell were we supposed to think was going to happen when a trio of buffoons walks up to a couple of young ladies in the depths of a dungeon? Let me give you some advice, I say, not giving him the chance to defend himself. The system's rival has changed the world, and not all of it is for the worse. Women have always been every bit as smart and capable as men. Now, with the strength of the system, we're every bit the match for men in our physical capabilities as well. When one of us says no, we mean no. And you better get it through your head that however many times you got away with it before, that's not going to fly anymore. So now's your chance to run home with your tail between your legs and your life still intact and reflect on your life decisions. And maybe try to change and be a better person, otherwise. The next woman you Google might not be as magnanimous as I am. Or have you forgotten that anything that happens down here stays down here? And there will be no investigations if someone gets any ugly ideas. He clenches at the ground and snarls at me. But to the credit of his pea-sized brain, he hightails it out of my sight at a full sprint. I turn around to check for any signs of ambush, making sure to check the ceilings and listen for anything tunneling underneath me before I exhale. Wow, Sarah, Chloe says, wrapping her arms around my back. That was amazing. It's sad, I say. I don't know what the system wants, but it gives us great power. We should be using it for good, bringing ourselves together and making things that were previously impossible into reality. But instead, there are always people who are going to use their power to denigrate and oppress others. I guess that side of humanity never changes. Was it that way for you in your previous life? She asks. I don't know, but I think if someone had the capability to send me to a completely different universe, they would have needed the help of many people all working together on such a project. I have to imagine they came together for some greater reason. Maybe they sent me to try to teach their lessons to the people of this world, because it was too late for them. I'm glad we have each other, Sarah. I'm glad we have each other too, Chloe. We make our way back to the entrance. A few other people are exploring the mouth of the structure, including some people who look like scientists from the local university taking soil and rock samples. They wave at us, and we reciprocate as we cross the threshold. Hey, Chloe, can you help me take this armor off? I whisper. You're not keeping it. The guard asked for a third of our loot, and you need the protection more than I do. Besides, if I understand the glyphs on your robes, I can maybe do the same for my other clothes. You're keeping the... Chloe assists me in unequipping my cuirass, and we turn it over as payment for their services. After a brief inspection of our bags to ensure we're not sneaking too much out of the dungeon, we're waved back through the turnstile and re-enter the outside world. I finally get a chance to process the rest of my level gain from earlier. You have slain a lesser cave boar level 8. You have gained 285 experience after all modifiers experience reduced due to assistance from outside combatants. I don't know how much they really did, but considering the experience gain was only reduced from 330 to 285, it wasn't all that much. I chuckle at their incompetence. You have gained enough experience to reach level 9. Vitality come 1, mind come 1. Please allocate stat points remaining. 1 point each to strength, speed, and vitality, just as before. And for the same reasons. Maximum health increases by vitality x to current level ran 13 equals 72. Maximum ether increases by mind current level ran 0, 2 equals 41 level. 9. Experience. 515 540 thirds, ether, 260 to 270 firsts current stats, strength 15, speed 18, vitality 31, mind. Satisfied with the experience and experience alike, the two of us decide to head home. It's still early in the afternoon, and we have time for one more meal and long bath before whatever waits us when the promised world modifications begin. 1.17, a changing world. We decide to each go take a shower before eating. My clothes are covered in dirt and grime. There's dried blood on my arms and legs. And I think there's still some traces of that venomous tooth mixed in. Sweat mixes with the oil in my hair, creating an unpleasant mop on my head. And perhaps worst of all, I still feel unclean after dealing with that creep back in the cave. I lean back and lather heartily as warm water flows into my hair and then down my skin. I get the feeling this might be the last time I get to enjoy the comforts of modern life for quite some time. Yes, these last few days have been different, and some of those differences have been incredible. I'm stronger than I could have imagined. I just stared down some creep, and then smacked him down without even breaking a sweat. That part still feels incredible. I have access to wondrous technology that is so far beyond what science thought possible not even a week ago. And I know deep down that what I've discovered so far is only the tiniest sliver of what's now possible. Flying around in a mech suit, altering my body with cybernetic enhancements, even rebuilding myself in the body of an android. My class gives me small hints at different paths I can go down as I advance further, and I love each one more than the last. After I finish getting dressed, I head downstairs, where Chloe's repurposed our remaining snacks into a hearty lunch. Oh wow, this all looks delicious, I say. Did you not shower? You spaced out a bit and were in there for almost 20 minutes, I grimace. Oops, sorry about that, Chloe just giggles. It's okay, Sarah. You've been pushing yourself so hard every day. Even when we were playing board games, you were working on new abilities and projects. If you need a little break to just reflect on everything, I totally understand. Besides, you were so amazing the way you stood up to that bully earlier. All I could do was shrink away behind you. This is the least I can do to help. I shake my head and pull Chloe into a hug. You're stronger than you realize. You faced your fears and went into the dungeon alongside me. You even stood up to your own mother to do it. And you're just as brave as you are strong. And you did it all without having the experience and mindset of another life in the system guiding you. It's okay if you were scared. I think our English teacher said it best last year. Courage isn't about not being afraid. Courage is accepting you're afraid, and then venturing forth anyway. But you don't show any signs of being scared at all, Sarah. Maybe I just do a better job of hiding it. Because I'm terrified, Chloe. Terrified of losing you and this friendship we have. Terrified of what comes next. And not at all sure how we can protect ourselves from whatever the system plans next. And terrified that there's some intelligence even greater than the system, manipulating events toward designs I can't even begin to fathom. What are you going to do? Keep getting stronger. Stay alive. Protect you. For now. We play our parts. We sit down and I eat a meal that I can't help but feel is my last supper. Any news on social media about stuff going on around the world? You know. There's that meme going around about the one guy who's all I'm not saying it's aliens. Except I'm totally going to do everything to imply that it is without outright stating it. Lots of talk about the world modifications being interplanetary highways and interstellar travel. We'll be able to travel across the galaxy and see brand new sights. I don't think we're ready for that just yet. What makes you say that? Just a hunch, Seraphina. She gives me the stink eye. Just a hunch, she sighs. Well, your hunches have been pretty spot on so far. And I'm not going to doubt the speculation of someone who's lived under the system before in a past life. What do you think will happen next? The world gets harsher. More monsters. More dangerous dungeons. The monsters have danced around the outskirts of civilization, but they've been weak. They'll get stronger, and their attacks will be more vicious. There will be new challenges that are designed to either break us or allow us to reach new heights. So far this has been pretty straightforward. We've been given time to adjust and adapt with the comforts of our old society. We've had the tutorial dungeon in the basement. The handful of encounters outside the dungeon have all been against low-level riffraff. The system has eased us into the integration. It wants as many people as possible to survive to the next stage of its plans. It wants us to get stronger. For what purpose? I don't know. I've got you, Sera, and I know that together we can make it through whatever happens next. Circling back around to before. In a sense, I guess I'm an alien too. Well, you're a great friend, and that's all that matters. I don't care if you were once from another world. Honestly, it's kinda cool. I smiled. It's nice being able to be open with her and know that she'll accept me just as I am. So, have you heard of any ideas other than aliens? Or any other news from your online followers? There's a lot of talk about what to do with kids and the system. Apparently, no one under the age of 10 has been integrated, and they don't have the opportunity to awaken to their class and abilities until they turn 10 years old. Right down to the minute of their birth. Even accounts for leap years and seconds too. That makes sense, I say. At some point, giving superpowers to kids is just asking them to misuse them. It's why I don't think the world is going to go completely down the gutter. If the system wants us to survive and level up as I think it does, then it will want us to continue to survive as a species. For that reason, I don't think we're going to see the most dire and apocalyptic scenarios as depicted in plenty of our media. I want you to do something for me, Sera, Chloe says. I want you to take the rest of the afternoon to rest. I know you're worried, but you said it yourself. Right now, all we can do is go along with whatever the system has planned for us, and let the pieces fall where they may. And right now, the world is about to change, and we'll have a better understanding of how best to move forward after the modifications happen. I roll my eyes. You just want to beat me in every board game you have? Chloe grins. Yeah. I might not get another opportunity once these last 4 hours pass. For old time's sake, for my sake, I acquiesce. Damn it all. I can stare down a bully and curse a man out without any issue. But Chloe asks me for something nicely and I just melt like a stick of butter dropped into a frying pan. Guess we'll just continue relying on one another through thick and thin like we always have. Predictably, the gauntlet of board games proceeds in a manner not to my advantage. In the 4th round, I feel like I have an insurmountable lead. And then, true to form, just as victory is within my grasp, Chloe draws the exact cards she needs 3 turns in a row while I snatch defeat from victory's jaws. She's thankfully not a sore winner about it, and I take the loss in as good of cheer as I can muster. The 5th game we play results in a total and complete skunking in Chloe's favor. As in, epic yarns could be spun decades from now about how overwhelming my best friend's victory was, and how equally calamitous was my defeat. Honestly, that game didn't hurt as badly as the previous one did. Chloe wants to play one more, but after 4 crushing defeats and 1 near victory that stings more still, I request an end to the afternoon's torture. Okay, it was still mostly fun. Still would have liked to have that victory for a change. I grumble a bit. Afternoon comes and goes and the 2 of us enjoy this last respite of calm before the storm. Chloe posts some stories on one of her walls about how the 2 of us went into the local dungeon and did battle with giant boars. I don't mind it myself, as long as she remains vague about exactly what she can do. I doubt there are too many other people who took a healer-type class, and I already know exactly how they can save your life when you're in a rough spot. Soon enough, the 5 o'clock arrives. I bring up the countdown, currently sitting at about 13 minutes until modification. Chloe heads to her bathtub and we quickly clean the entire tub, then fill it up with cold water. Best case scenario, we waste a few pennies on the next month's water bill. Worst case scenario, we save our lives. We turn on the news. Plenty of talk about ongoing civil unrest and people whining about people looting for food and other essentials. And no discussion about what's due to happen any minute. The weather forecast is predicting more clear skies for the next several days, which is pretty surprising. This is usually the start of the rainy season. 3 minutes before the modifications begin, the screen goes black. Chloe tries to change the station. Nothing but black and static and messages about no signal available. We're both unable to connect to the internet on our phones anymore. Chloe is understandably pissed. I'm relatively unperturbed. She panics. And I pull her into a hug and let her express her worry without judgment. The ground shakes, not unlike how it did during the initial world modification. The paintings and pictures on the wall don't shake or fall down, suggesting this is no natural phenomenon to be explained with conventional science and physics. The sky outside dims, as though covered with tinted glass. Though the sun remains where it is relative to the horizon, the timer hits 0. New notifications pop up in the side of my Planet E3 to 971, local name Earth. Initialization countdown concluded. Checking ambient ether levels. Standby. Ether levels judged to be within acceptable parameters. Current population of humans is estimated at 8.01 billion. Scanning known myths, legends, and other historical records. Scanning complete. Warning. Surface of Planet E3-971 is predominantly coated in water. Surface analysis complete. 71.22% water. 7.42% inhospitable land or glacier. 21.36% habitable landscape. Analyzing potential solutions. Searching for alternative most consistent with system directive AT4416EXQB. Standing by. Analysis complete. Circumference of Planet E3-971 insufficient to implement optimized design. Begin terraforming process. Circumference of the planet will be increased from 24,901 miles equatorial measurement to roughly 36,000 miles to compensate. Local gravitational constants will be modified accordingly to ensure continued habitability of the planet for native life forms. Pumping additional ether into planet to maintain current density. Scanning distribution of human infrastructure to determine optimal overlay positioning. Analyzing plot. Analyzing. Analysis completed. Beginning terraforming. Analyzing native life survival rate. Analysis completed. Monster activity, lethality, and concentration parameters adjusted upward in response to native life form adaptation rate. Consistent with system directive AT1192RSLT. A general sense of weightlessness comes over me. Not enough to allow me to float in the air, but I feel light enough to jump Chloe's house in a single bound. That feeling gradually subsides as the ground shakes, this time even more heavily than before. The rumbling continues for the next 5 minutes, oscillating between periods of intense quakes and distant rumbles. We huddle together under the table for the next 10 until we are certain that the quakes have stopped. Time to look around. I ask. Chloe still looks shaken, but she forces out a nod. January 18th, the North. The electricity went out shortly after the terraforming began. As it ends, we flip the light switches on and off and find no purchase. The refrigerator and freezer likewise aren't working. My mind starts racing, thinking of the implications. As long as we keep it closed, we should have to days or so before we start having to worry about the food going bad. The faucets, however, still work fine, which means we won't have to worry about rationing water anytime soon. No idea if the hot water is still functioning or not, but I'm going to assume not. Our phones do turn on just fine, which gives me an idea. I go over to the refrigerator and plug it, and then power it with my own ether reserve. It works just as expected. It does drain me to an enormous extent, meaning I can only do so for a few minutes each day, and even less if I'm fighting. More impetus to continue getting stronger and advancing my knowledge of ethertech. And in the interim, that might buy us another few hours or so of fresh food. Chloe brings back bad news. While our phones turn on just fine, there's no internet. The Wi-Fi is right out, but even 5 and basic cell signals are completely shot. If the Earth just grew by 40% in a matter of minutes, that makes sense. Satellites will be all out of alignment. GPS will have to be completely restructured from the ground up. And I doubt all the infrastructure needed to move electricity and cable around has been modified the way the water pipes thankfully have. With nothing else to do inside, we head out to survey the landscape. We're not alone in doing so. There are a couple of others outside as well. The neighborhood itself isn't changed, short of people trying in vain to get the power back on. A few lucky people do have generators. Chloe's family, sadly, does not. Although now I wonder if I could build one. I know how they work. Gasoline turns motor. Motor spins are on a bunch of wires. The magnetic field induces AC current. What I have no idea how to do is how to turn those basic principles into practice. More importantly, I don't know how to get mechanical equipment to absorb ambient ether and utilize it as a power source. Then again, if I can just build a device that converts ether into 60 Hz, 120 volt electricity, I can just bypass all that. I'll make research into that a high priority. I climb up to the top of Chloe's roof, and the massive structure that appeared near downtown has immediately risen to the top of that priority list. As in, holy shit, why is there a tower nearly half a mile tall poking out from the horizon? I beckon Chloe up to see for herself, and she immediately gets flustered. I'm worried, she says, about your mother, about everything. We sit down and watch the setting sun from the rooftop. The notifications said there were going to be more and more powerful monsters, that they were going to be more direct about attacking homes and even children who can't defend themselves. I can't save them all. She pauses for a moment. I guess that's why Mom was so adamant about going into work even with the whole system rival. Said her job was too important, that if she and everyone else didn't go in and make sure the water systems remained functional, we were going to go from occasional riots to widespread panic and total breakdown of the social order, to many lives at stake. I wish that she were here with us right now. I'm sorry. I offer her a hug, which she accepts. Is that what you want to do? Save lives? Chloe nods. I realized it back in the dungeon. Those guys were assholes and creeps and made my skin crawl. I didn't want anything to do with them, but I didn't want them to die. And I can't help but think that if we'd gone with them, they might not have done so. Chloe, I know it's cheesy to say it this way, but remember what they say on airplanes about putting your mask on first before you try to help others. I pause and give her a moment. I feel the same way you do. Maybe not to the same extent, but I feel that desire to help people deep within. Or have you forgotten that Divine Paladin was the first class the system offered me? So what do you think is best? She asks. I'll cycle my ether to give the refrigerator a little bit of uptime. I can only do this a few times, but it should help. I'd like to go to the tower, but not tonight. It's too late, and I don't want to roam the streets in the dark, both because of monsters and because of guard patrols that might see us as monsters and try to attack. In the meantime, I think we should pack more thoroughly this time. We might not be returning home for a few more days, at least. You say that like you think we're leaving home for good. We're both high school seniors, and we were each planning to go off to college after the summer. The only difference is that we're leaving the nest a few months sooner than we'd originally planned. Chloe laughs. The only difference, right? Nothing about the world being upended twice in 1 week. Us getting magical powers. You learning about being from a faraway world. Or the world itself literally growing right under our feet. Nope, I say. Just two best friends leaving their home and setting out to see the wide new world which awaits us. That's so different from how you've been these past few days. Sarah, I appreciate the studious, disciplined you that's kept us safe and helped us navigate these first days of system integration. But I missed easygoing you as well. I guess it's because I feel strangely calm tonight. Almost like this is closer to the world that my soul knows. I thought you don't believe in souls and energy and all my mom's healing crystals and stuff. Called it a bunch of, and I quote, pseudoscientific, and founded we designed to part the gullible from their money. Yeah, and this time last week, I didn't believe in reincarnation, magic, or the idea that you can just touch someone and heal them. Events in the interim have met the threshold of extraordinary evidence and have forced me to reconsider my stances. Does that mean you believe in aliens now? Well, I kind of have to, seeing as though I am one, from a certain point of view. Do you think we'll ever get to see the world you came from? I don't know. I'd like to think that we will. But something is telling me that I shouldn't expect much. Chloe looks downtrodden. I'm sorry. It's okay. Do you want to head inside? I'd like to be productive for a bit before it gets too dark to work. Chloe nods. We head in and I begin my analysis of the glyphs in Chloe's robes while she watches. To call them a marvel of engineering by conventional standards would be an understatement. And yet, I'm sure the true capabilities of Ethertech are far beyond what I can envision. They perfectly incorporate both flexibility and rigidity, able to be flexible while walking around in them, then turning rigid when impacted sufficiently hard. Absolutely fascinating. I get an idea. I note the two principal glyphs found in the lattice structure woven into the fabric and copy them down as best I can on a sheet of paper. This didn't work last time, and I think I understand why. These glyphs don't do anything on their own. They only shape ether in order to create the effects inherent in the armor. This time, I trace a sluice into and out of the glyph and, using my basic ether manipulation, channel a small bit of my own ether into the paper. Envisioning it following the patterns of the sluice line. It does nothing, but I'm undeterred. I try the same process with the other prominent glyph and I have success. As soon as I activate the glyph, the piece of paper immediately stiffens. I hold it up to Chloe, who looks at it with bemusement rather than astonishment. "What?" she asks. "Did you figure something out?" "Try to push it aside," I say. She tries and fails to do so. She pushes a bit harder and again finds no success. She stands up and puts a significant amount of her body weight behind her. She manages to snap the paper into right next to my fingertips. The main part of the sheet, with its now deactivated glyph, falls to the ground, sending Chloe stumbling face first onto the table. I catch her at the last second, but my aim is a little off, and I end up holding her by the chest instead of the stomach. I immediately pull away and the two of us both look away from each other. She's blushing, and my hand feels strangely warm. Sorry about that," I say. "But you saw how difficult it was to move that paper, right? It was like trying to snap a piece of metal, thin metal, but metal nonetheless. So what are you going to do with it?" I do have an idea. Do you have a spare pair of gloves lying around?" "I think there's some in my mom's closet. Give me just a second, while she does. I do one more experiment, drawing two of the glyphs that I am calling barrier on another sheet of paper. I note that I get more apparent rigidity, but have to spend additional ether to maintain the functionality, in addition to the trade-off of not being able to keep the glyphs activated for nearly as long. There's an inherent downside to being overly rigid. First is inflexibility and restriction of movement. Secondly, anything too rigid becomes brittle and easier to shatter. As Chloe had just demonstrated, balance is important. With a great array of glyphs at my disposal, I can eliminate these weaknesses, but for now, I have to be judicious with my crafting. I settle onto glyphs which I trace onto each glove, and fortunately, this proves too problematic for trying to maintain the shape as the glove bends in three-dimensional space. Even drawing the glyphs on the palms and backs of the hands proves challenging. I get around this problem by sewing a thin strand in roughly the correct shape, and making sure I leave little bits of slack in the fabric after each stitch. Then, with my basic ether manipulation, I envision my ether taking the string and guiding it along in the perfect shape. A few more stitches to fix all the curves in place, and I have something that I think will work. At least, better than nothing. I put the gloves on and activate them. They immediately stiffen. Thankfully, they don't tighten and restrict blood flow to my hands. But it's not the most comfortable thing I've ever seen. I turn to Chloe and ask her to whack my hands as a test. She hesitates, but eventually finds a plastic ruler to do so. Activate the gloves, noting the drain on my ether to be just under 10 units per second after factoring in my regeneration. And wait. Chloe whacks at me. I grimace out of instinct, anticipating the sting. But I am instead astonished when she flies backward into the couch behind her. I'm able to catch her, but not before the two of us collapse into the love seat, thankfully with no more hands ending up in compromising locations. "Well, you weren't kidding when you said you made some improvements. I'm seriously impressed." I nod. Sadly, it's the best I can do until I get a better feeling for ethertech crafting. It still has to be activated, and the ether drain is significant, but in a pinch, or in the middle of a fight, they'll do quite nicely. "I'll make you a pair as well, if you'd like." Chloe nods. As she heads off, I get a system notification. "You have crafted low-grade barrier gauntlets. In addition to their minimal defensive utility, these gauntlets, crafted by an experienced technician, have an additional function. At will, the user may channel their ether into them to create the effect of barrier as per the spell rank I. Cost 10 ether per second. Effect lasts until dismissed at will or until user's ether is exhausted. My first true piece of ether tech. And I feel great. 1.19 to the tower. Despite heading to an early sleep, morning comes all too soon. The sun isn't even awake yet when I finally get out of bed, despite the fact that I've tried and mostly failed to go back to sleep 3 times already. I suppose I'm still nervous about heading to that strange tower that appeared downtown last night. And this time, I don't think it's all excitement. I checked the garage door and confirmed that Chloe's mother didn't come home last night. We both expected as much, but I still held out hope that she might arrive late in the evening. I'm sure Chloe feels the same. I head downstairs to take one final shower in the main bathroom this time to avoid waking my friend up. One final quick shower. I correct the instant that I see water hits my skin. Nope, I had a warm shower last night and I'm not letting the frigid liquid come anywhere close to my hair. With that done, I do some stretching, mostly to distract myself as I wait for Chloe to get ready. I double-check all of our gathered food and other supplies for our journey. I make sure that we have a couple of lighters Chloe's mother still has lying around, along with a pot in which we can boil water if the need arises. Hopefully it doesn't, but I don't know how long the journey is going to take, or how many challenges we might face along the way. Chloe heads downstairs about 10 minutes after dawn. Having foregone the opportunity for one final shower before we depart, breakfast is simple, consisting of cereal with milk and berries. I have a couple of slices of cheese to go with it, noting that it might be quite a while before I can again enjoy my savory yellowy goodness. And with that, our journey begins. This time, I actually do bring a light jacket to wear over my blouse. I appreciate it immediately as a chilly northerly breeze blows at us, sending my hair flying all about. Chloe, on the other hand, has her hair up in a bun. After that bout of embarrassment, compounded by my best friend's laughter, I follow suit. The sun rises and the air warms as we head through the suburbs at a comfortable pace. Without a car, it'll take the lion's share of the morning to make it downtown, but we make do with the resources at our disposal. We do get some weird looks from members of the National Guard patrolling the streets in their various assortment of vehicles, but none of them question or try to detain us. I wonder how they are being so cavalier about their consumption of fuel after yesterday. But if any group is going to get the highest priority for petroleum-based products, it's always the military at the expense of the downtrodden. The city itself doesn't seem all that much different from before in terms of size and shape. None of the lights are on, and few people are out and about, other than the National Guard and local cops. I only spot a small handful of cars driving by. I'm a little surprised not to see electrical crews running maintenance, but the issue is probably less with the local grids than with the high-tension lines connecting and stabilizing the national grid. With that in mind, their absence makes way more sense. A few otherworldly creatures approach us, expecting easy prey. We quickly disappoint them and continue on our way. Much to my chagrin, however, the system imposes some sort of experience scaling, and defeating the level 1 frenetic imps and level 2 lesser hellspawn no longer provide any experience for their trouble. I'm a little disappointed that I've also not encountered any treasure from encounters outside of the dungeon. Must be some incentive put in place to encourage more dungeon diving. Again, I wish I could understand why the system wants us to do so. The quiet, empty streets gradually fill with more traffic, a mix of foot traffic and cars uncharacteristic for such a car-dominated city. With our heightened speed and vitality and concerns about an impending fuel shortage, it seems imminent necessity has forced the people to finally seek alternative means of transportation. I then get the idea of a motorized EtherTech bicycle as a simple means to get around. Yet more things to add to the list of things I want to do. I silently curse my lack of access to EtherTech to dissect and reverse engineer. I do hope this new tower provides where the dungeon didn't. As we near the structure, I realize I may have exaggerated the height of the new tower that's appeared just south of downtown. It's perhaps only 1,500 feet tall, not half a mile as I originally speculated. Still, it easily dwarfs even the tallest buildings which previously existed in the city, none of which break 700 feet, not unexpectedly. There's already a police barricade around the structure, and a lectern has been set up, where the mayor is holding an impromptu press conference. The chief of police, Several people in suits who I presume are city councilors, and several armed guards flank him. He answers meaningless questions from media personnel also wearing full suit jackets. Where did it come from? Is it dangerous? What will happen to the displaced population? That question's answer, as it turns out, is that there was no displacement. The world simply grew to accommodate the tower. And no buildings are reported lost or destroyed as a result. The people living within a block's radius are being encouraged to evacuate due to unspecified potential hazards. And the media steadfastly refuses to press further on what that might entail. They don't ask if anyone is allowed inside. It's almost like no one is interested in seeing and experiencing what lies within a tower built by technology and literal magic. Or at least what might as well be considered magic to our eyes. Damned cowards. One and all, hiding behind the so-called safety and security of the life they once knew without even comprehending what malevolence might lie in wait, feasting upon our vain attempts at security. As such, I expect to be rebuffed when we simply walk up and approach the police line. We do so mostly to assuage Chloe's conscience on the matter. She is starting to understand the danger I sense behind the system's actions. Moreover, she has expressed her trust in me on numerous occasions. And I believe, egotistical though it may be, it is in the best interests of the world, if not for more, that we investigate and understand the secrets that lie within. And sooner rather than later. Halt, this is a restricted space. The nearest officer says once we reach the barricade, until further notice, civilians are not allowed inside. And there's no way you would let us investigate for ourselves. I'm prepared to sign a waiver to disclaim any responsibility you or anyone else might face for anything that might befall me while inside. If this is a matter of liability, same policy as the dungeon about 15 miles south of here. And let a couple of suspicious-looking schoolgirls just waltz right in. Suspicious-looking. Chloe asks, "What's so suspicious?" The officer grows more irate with us. A massive tower suddenly appears. And rather than taking steps to stay safe like kids your age should be, you just waltz up without a care in the world about your own well-being. It doesn't matter how much you ask. No means no. I respect the logic. Just as I respect a man who comprehends that no does, in fact, mean no. However, I still plan to get inside. Understanding the irony after yesterday's debacle and how my thoughts make me sound like a bit of a hypocrite, I decide to push the issue just a bit further before resorting to alternative measures to sneak my way in. "Pardon me, officer," I say, "but wouldn't it be in the best interests of everyone to get this investigation done as soon as possible so we can all move on with our lives?" I doubt the force can spare enough hands to do so themselves. Communication networks across the planet have shut down. I'm sure there's hundreds of other such towers across the country. So it might be a matter of weeks, months, or even years before the army and the feds are able to send a team to investigate under official auspices. Besides, the system gave me a class that specifically deals with system-based technology. I doubt there are many people more qualified for the task. And fortunately, I don't feel comfortable mentioning anything about my reincarnation. That seems like a quick way to get thrown in an institution for 72 hours, or however many weeks it takes for a judge to finally implement oversight while we are still, technically, in a state of martial law. I'm going to need to ask you to please leave now. This is your final warning. If you choose to persist, you will be arrested on charges of trespass, disturbing the peace, and interfering with a police officer. I nod, and the two of us take our leave without further incident. We could simply barrel through. I trust my barrier gauntlets, low-grade or not, to defend against conventional bullets from the officer's small handgun. However, that would likely cause further bloodshed, which neither of us want. I form a plan, though I dare not speak it aloud while we're so close to the tower, and especially not within earshot or eyesight of the officer who's still watching us warily. I take a couple of ether crystals out of my pouch. Thanks to my work synthesizing more during the trip here, I have an excess of 200 stored away. I hope not to need this many, but better to have and not need than the reverse. I grab Chloe's hand and the two of us make our way back through the crowd of onlookers. While the useless press conference continues uninterrupted, there are some questions about the return of electricity and other public services that the mayor deftly dodges by redirecting the press to the office of the local utility company. It's time to make use of my trick shot. which I can apply to my ether bullets even when thrown rather than shot out through my simple blowgun. With a flick of my finger, I fire one up and over the crowd, using my skill to send it flying higher and further into the air. Then, at the apex of its flight, I will it to explode. It evaporates into a flash of light and sound which startles the crowd. Since the bullet is entirely composed of ether itself, there's no need to worry about shrapnel raining down upon innocents. And better still, there's no forensic evidence left behind that can link it back to me. Still, that officer from before will probably assume I'm responsible, even without any physical evidence that I did anything. That's a problem for later. One more ether bullet sent in the same vicinity, and the police quickly join ranks to protect the mayor and his staff. Chloe and I sneak off with the crowd, doing our best to appear frightened as everyone else scatters in a mad panic. We get half a block to the north when I look to the left, then the right, then back to the left, looking for any signs that we're being watched. Seeing nothing, I activate the barrier skill in my gauntlets and take the lead, pushing through the police line and sneaking into the tower with only Chloe in pursuit. We make our way past the threshold, and I take a deep breath. There's so much potential lurking within here, and I can't wait to see and take all the treasures I find. 1.2 of the first ascent. I don't honestly know what I was expecting to find once I got inside, but this is surprisingly mundane and fails to live up to even my most pessimistic expectations. If I didn't know that this building literally popped into existence yesterday, fully formed, it would look no different than any other office building. Plain walls, drab carpet flooring, soulless lights that look like mundane fluorescence. The lights are on, however, which does provide clues as to the supernatural nature of this space. In less exciting news, I notice that my ether is regenerating only about half as quickly inside as it does in the outside world. I cannot say for sure since I used so little of it while exploring the dungeon, but I imagine it was similar. Chloe confirms my suspicions based on her own observations. I have to assume that it's the result of how the system and the space within is making use of the ambient ether to power itself, and perhaps to spawn monsters and synthesize the treasure we found inside. This leaves relatively less remaining for those who dwell within, an added sense of danger for potentially greater rewards. I keep my gaze fixed upon the door leading outside for several minutes, partially because I keep hoping I'll see something miraculous when I turn back toward the inside, partially to recharge my ether a bit longer, and mostly because I'm terrified that someone will storm in right behind and try to apprehend us. It's not until Chloe snaps me out of my racing mind that I take a deep breath and we proceed further into the foyer. Neither of us see anything out of the ordinary. I take my magnifying glass to the various objects on the countertop. Everything is mundane, made of glass or plastic or other such items that already exist on Earth. The same is true of the walls. I can't see any of the characteristic marks I've been able to identify on every other piece of EverTech I've encountered until now. I suppose the dungeon, when considering it as a whole, also shares this characteristic. So I can't read too deep into my observation. Again, I'm forced to ask myself why this structure exists. If it were a dungeon of some sort or a font of hidden artifice from a long-dead civilization, it would make sense. And if it were merely providing some office space for would-be entrepreneurs, it could have just given a city-wide notification to that effect. I come up with two ideas. First, the system wants to analyze how humanity's government and collective decision-making apparatuses operate. This conjecture has a flaw, though. I have to assume that it knows each of us at least as well as we know ourselves, and its processing capabilities are far beyond even Earth's most powerful supercomputers. It could certainly project our behavior from its pre-existing knowledge. The second, and perhaps more benign explanation, is that it wants to reward exploration. That's why dungeons exist. Or so I believe. The system wants us to get stronger. Maybe to encourage us to depend on it more. Or perhaps it wants to facilitate the development of more EtherTech. The system did seem pleased when I chose my class. Maybe it's just paranoia talking with my recurring thoughts about the system's malevolence. But I don't think so. We forego the elevators, instead taking the stairwell to the second floor. I expected Chloe to protest my decision, but she was even more adamant about not taking the devices that had never been subject to a thorough inspection and absolutely screamed suspended metal death trap. To use her words, we make it to the second floor. My ether is regenerating no more quickly, suggesting we're still in the dungeon-like space. And yet, all we see is more offices. Tiny offices barely larger than a closet. Little cubicles with desks the size of the ones in our classrooms. No computers or technology that I can swipe except the lights. I do make a half-hearted attempt to reach up and try to pull one off the ceiling, but I can think of more than a few reasons why that's a terrible idea, and shelve the thought. Wow, Chloe says as she walks into the southwestern corner office on the 4th floor. I've never seen the river from this perspective before. It's so beautiful. I laugh. I've never seen the riverbed this full except on the days right after it rains. You can be such a jerk sometimes, Sarah. I start to protest, but instead stand silently with my mouth agape, seeing no way out of the situation. I'm forced to lower my head in silent defeat, followed by a meek apology. You're not wrong. Oh, it's nice to see the river actually be a river for a change. I nod, kinda sad that none of the projects to address that shortcoming ever went through. Chloe silently affirms. For a brief moment, the two of us watch the activity in the streets below before heading further up the tower. I'm starting to get suspicious about why this building is so empty. The basement has something dangerous in it, I'm sure, but it feels like there should be some sort of encounter. Not too many. We only encountered 2 enemies in the dungeon, despite spending an entire morning inside. 3 if you count the one the buffoon squad brought back with them. But it doesn't change the crux of the argument. Maybe the enemies only come out in darkness. It's not quite the worst explanation I can imagine. When we get to the 6th floor of the tower, we decide to break for lunch. We take 2 of the small desks in the main area and drag them over into one of the small adjacent office rooms. I go ahead and grab a third and prop it up as a makeshift barricade as I close the door behind me. I don't expect it to stop anything that might be lurking within, but it might buy us an extra second or 2 to defend ourselves. And that's as much as I can hope for right now. We sit down for a meal consisting of a bag of potato chips and a sub sandwich of turkey, tomato, and mustard. As soon as I take my first bite and start savoring the admittedly mediocre meal, Chloe smiles and then giggles. I raise an eyebrow. Is there something on my face? I pat my temples and cheeks, hoping to figure out whatever. No shit. Is this another spider incident? I thought I left that back in the basement dungeon where it belonged. I jump up and flail from side to side, hoping to get the damn thing off me and sent back to the depths of hell. But Chloe only laughs more, wallowing in schadenfreude. There's nothing on you, she says. I'm just laughing and smiling because this reminds me of the time we first met, 13 years ago. I blush as I sit back down. I did get a couple of pieces of turkey on the floor in my panic, but I leave them for now. I take a drink of water as Chloe starts her reminiscing. The story embarrasses me a bit, but she loves to tease me with it, and I can do nothing but acquiesce as she recounts the tale for what has to be the 1,001st time. It wasn't so different from today, was it? About a month after school started, I think. I nod. We'd just been let out to lunch, and as we were all waiting in line to get our food, you walked over to a small table by yourself and started eating half a ham sandwich. You looked so sad, watching everyone as they got their food and then sitting with their friends. So when I finished going through the line, I came over to where you were and sat down next to you, and I looked up and said that I'm sorry if I took your seat. I tried to leave, but you grabbed me by the sleeve and promptly proceeded to rip my shirt in 2. I was so embarrassed, but I was also scared that my mother was going to be so pissed that I ruined one of the half dozen or so shirts I had that fit me. And I started crying as I rushed to cover you with my body before anyone else saw. I didn't know I would tear it up. I laugh. That's the joys of not coming from a family with money. You get thrift store clothing that's been handed down from the hand-me-downs. It already had a couple of small holes in the sides, and was basically being held together by 2 overworked pieces of string and divine intervention. Yeah, I think it's because of you that I didn't become like a lot of my other friends at the time. You kept me grounded, reminded me how lucky I was. You reminded me yesterday just how lucky you are, 5 times, in brutal succession. Chloe pantomimes a light slap toward me, then leans forward and pokes my nose. I playfully lunge my head toward her and bite at her finger, which she pulls back at the last second. You should eat the rest of your food, not my finger. AWW. But I'm really hungry and it looks so delicious. Chloe rolls her eyes at me. Sarah, food, now. I scarf down the last couple of bites of my sandwich. Then devour my bag of chips just as quickly. The remaining half of my open bottle of water follows suit in short order, as does a handful of the trail mix the two of us have stored away. Finding no trash can in the building, we instead stuff our trash back in a couple of plastic baggies and continue on our way through the tower. The next several floors prove equally uneventful. We're slowly ascending, high enough now that we can see glimpses of the entire city like no one ever has before, except maybe commercial pilots and a few recreational aviators allowed over downtown. Chloe makes a little pinching gesture as though she's popping the tiny people walking on the sidewalk down below. I start wondering if we, the two of us, could make use of this building somehow. I'm putting the cart way before the horse there. We have to get out and avoid being thrown in the big house for the multitude of crimes I perform to get inside first and foremost. But it's a distraction from the complete mundanity we find on the 7th through 9th floors. We open the stairwell to the 10th floor and head inside. It's odd that the stairwell stops abruptly at the 10th floor and denies access to any floors higher. That opens its own slate of questions, but suggests that there's more in this tower than just office space. And I find our first evidence of ethertech when we arrive at a strange door just outside the stairwell. Predictably, it's locked. I try to jiggle the knob. No good, and like every door previous, though, I can very faintly make out the characteristic patterns of ether being guided through the various mechanisms holding the door fast. And fortunately, I don't recognize any of the glyphs I see. And I don't see any of the small handful I recognize. Do you think you can unlock it? Chloe asks. I'm certainly going to try. I do recommend you stand back, and maybe have your barrier gauntlets ready to activate at a moment's notice. You think it's going to be dangerous, Sarah? I'm not sure it won't blow up when I try deactivating it. Blow up? You think it's going to blow up? I mean, probably not. But I don't know if one of these glyphs means explode this door or something. I'll try to avoid messing with them. I probably just need to look at whatever glyphs connect to the locking mechanism and Seraphina Mortensen. I swear to the goddess herself, if you do not besides. My best friend is a healer and she'll patch me right up if the door does go boom. Chloe sighs. Whatever. Just don't say I didn't warn you. It turns out that my tinkerer skill guides me straight to the exact locking glyph I need. I pour a bit of ether into the glyph from the opposite direction, and the lock loosens, then deactivates. I open the door and head inside. Finally, the dungeon I'm expecting. 1.21 The first ascent to. The architecture shifts dramatically the second we enter the main part of the 10th floor. Below lies only contemporary office space, devoid of any individuality or soul. A microcosm of the world that once was. Beyond is something I'd expect to see on the Enterprise. Diodes flicker in various shades of reds and greens. The characteristic beeps and boops associated with pop computing echo quietly in the background. All I need now is a boxy robot that looks straight out of 1950s sci-fi and well, speak of the devil. One such automaton rolls out of one of the side doors and stares at us. It's small, maybe reaching the middle of my chest. It is tall and cylindrical, more or less, with a little bulbous head on top. It has no lenses that resemble eyes, nor a mouth or any other facial features. It moves by rolling on an array of ball bearings that are arranged in a roughly cross shape. In terms of weaknesses, I see an array of small slits at the base of its neck that appear to be for sound output. I wait for it to approach, not making any sudden movements. I slowly and carefully wave, not sure if it understands the gesture. In either case, I ready my gauntlets to defend. I fully expect it to see us as intruders and attempt to eliminate us. I'd like to study it and exactly what powers it, but I'll settle for the experience if it decides to attack. It whirs as it slowly approaches. It's not immediately making a move that suggests aggression, but I don't know how many gadgets it has stored within its body, nor how it will attack if it decides to do so. Do you speak English? I ask. Can you understand what I am saying? The robot is now about 10 feet away. It continues moving toward us, and I immediately draw my weapon. That's close enough. Any closer, and I will attack. It begins to whir faster and begins beeping at an increasingly frenetic pace. Two panels open up, revealing a pair of arms. each affixed with small buzzsaws that begin spinning wildly before the panels close completely. I reach out and fire a pair of ether bullets, using my trick shot skill to spin them into each slot. The first connects with the inside wiring, crimping its arm and deactivating the blade at its edge, and fortunately, the second is blocked as its alloyed carapace absorbs the attack with no apparent damage. I ready a third attack, but I get no chance. The automaton moves much faster than I can and launches a sideswipe toward my left arm. I'm able to activate the barrier effect in my glove just in the nick of time. The saw bounces off, sending sparks flying to the ground. I'm safe for another half a second, but I'm still being pushed backward by the impact force as I feel the effect of my lack of strength. Chloe charges in and wields her barrier like a snowplow, slamming into the robot from the side and sending it thudding into the wall. Her attack stuns the construct for a brief moment, giving me a chance to fire another trick shot into the opening I'd identified earlier. The attack is far less effective than I'd hoped. The construct's armor bends and a few wisps of smoke pop out, but I don't deal nearly enough to finish the thing off. Chloe continues to barely hold off its attacks, though I'm sure she's being worn down way too quickly for comfort. I try the same strategy that I did against the creatures back in the dungeon. It might damage the flooring, but I have to risk it. Two more ether bullets fly in quick succession. I initially target squarely at the robot's movement apparatus, but I spin them slightly toward the wall at the last second, hoping to use the wall as a focus to concentrate the concussive effect of my shot. It staggers after the first attack, and then the second manages to topple it. The creature tries to right itself, spinning its body around and pushing up with its one good arm. Chloe is there, using her gauntlet's barrier to keep the robot down. She bends her knees for leverage and grimaces as she attempts to fight off the automaton's greater strength and vitality. I use the opening to start bludgeoning away at the damned device with my fire-forged bat. I slam at the joint connecting its foot apparatus to its torso. To my relief, I manage to dent the thing slightly before Chloe is overwhelmed and our enemy forces its way back to its feet. As it gets back up, I see the barest hint of a seam near the back of its torso. About a third of the way up, it's either a power switch or a potential weakness, and I target it in the next round. A quick check of my ether stat reveals I'm at just under half my remaining reserve. Chloe might have a bit more owing to class skills, but I don't want her to run out under any circumstances. Our opponent has calculated that I must be the bigger threat, as it attacks me with another blunt charge. This time, however, I don't put up a barrier just yet. I let it get closer. And then at the last second, putting up my barrier as I do, the ruse works perfectly. The creature attempts to spin around and shift its momentum before it hits the wall, but I'm able to counter the maneuver, forcing it back on its trajectory into the wall. I reach for the switch, but I'm countered at the last second and thrown against the far wall. I note that the glyphs on the wall and the ether tech they empower is incredibly strong. My weak barrier effect barely manages to repel its attacks, but the walls themselves completely stop them in their tracks. My ether bullet that knocked the robot over didn't even singe the walls or flooring, let alone break them as I had initially feared. So much research to do once we finally finish this fight. I stumble back to my feet and shake off the woozy feeling as I analyze how best to approach. Chloe suffers a nasty wound to the arm as she mistimes her barrier and dodges the resulting swipe a split second too late. Blood oozes from the ugly laceration, and I see bits of pinkish flesh being flayed apart as the full effects of the robot's powerful saw arm make themselves visible. I see red. I abandon all pretenses of restraint or mercy. I never wanted to fight the robot. As a fellow being from another world, I had hoped we could have been allies, or at least, I would have gladly let it continue on with its unending duty. But now that it's hurt my best friend, I want it scrapped. I want it beaten and broken just as it tried to do to her. I lunge forward, taking advantage of how Chloe is distracting the damned hunk of soon-to-be scrap metal. I slam my weapon at the automaton's head with all the force my meager strength can muster, and to my great relief, I manage to topple it. Another bash knocks it over, and I'm able to quickly identify the switch from earlier and press it. The creature powers down, but I don't relent. I don't know what this damn thing is capable of, and I don't care that my class dislikes my destroying ethertech like this. But I set future concerns aside as I work through my frustrations. Another bash, And another, letting the bastard break apart until its insides are scattered about just like it tried to do to Chloe. That's enough, Sarah, Chloe says, breaking my aggressive rage. V1. But ain't I let it hurt you, Chloe? I'm sorry. She's already healed her wounds. Her arm looks good as new as she pulls me into a hug. I know you worry about me, but I worry about you, too. And I don't want you to beat yourself up just because I got hurt. I open my mouth to protest, but she cuts me off. I knew there were risks involved from before I first went into that dungeon with you. You told me it was dangerous. You and my mom both warned that there was a chance that I might get hurt. I shake my head, but my promise. We both know that you're not invincible, Seraphina. You're strong, physically adept, mentally quick, decisive when you need to be, and you've got a greater intuition of the system and its potential than probably anyone else on the planet. You're going to do great and wonderful things. Whatever it is that you were sent here to accomplish. And you don't have to do it all alone, Chloe laughs. Besides, I'm just fine. Although I think I like my first arm better. You ripped off your arm and regrew another one. I practically spit take. No, but it got you to laugh. I stare incredulously at Chloe's mockery until I hear the whir of another robot in the distance. The two of us nod silently. I grab the construct's good arm before we tiptoe over to the room where it crawled out of. I close the door behind me. My hands are still shaking in fear of having to fight another one so soon. I trace out the glyph that I identified earlier as corresponding to locking or maybe sealing, etch it onto the wall, and infuse a small amount of my ether into it. It won't last forever. No. My mind stat, suppressed by the properties of the tower, is only allowing me to regenerate about 90% of the ether I'm spending. Still, that's good for a few hours. Just have to hope there won't be an army on the other side waiting for us when we make our escape. I see the tension easing from Chloe's shoulders as she drops her pack and pulls out some water and a few crackers. I'm stuck by the door, maintaining the lock as more whirring continues just outside. So she has to feed me. It's nice being taken care of like this. I don't know if I'd feel comfortable living my entire life pampered like this, but on a special occasion, like a birthday, yeah, I think I'd be interested in living like the luxurious queens of old, minus the lack of modern amenities. Once the whirring finally quiets down, I take a moment to peek at my status. You have scrapped a sentry robot level 12. You have gained a boosted 840 experience. Damn, just barely not enough to gain a level from the encounter. Level 9 experience. 2380. To next, current stats, health. 412 543 ether, 125 271 current stats, strength 15, speed 18, vitality 31, mind. Seems I'm a bit more battered from being slammed into that wall than I realized at the time. As I take some deep breaths and the adrenaline and endorphins subside, the full body ache starts to set in. My head throbs and my shoulders both slump and threaten to quit on me. Then my stomach growls, which is more than a little annoying, considering we just ate not even an hour ago. Chloe puts the food away as I deactivate my locking glyph and very slowly open the door. I tiptoe forward, looking both ways several times. I notice a flash of something flickering toward me from my right. I pull my head back in a panic, only to realize it was just a strand of hair. Another deep breath to relax and calm my nerves. Once I'm completely sure the sentries are gone, the two of us slip back into the hallway. I whisper, "We've made it this far in one piece," she says, "and I'm feeling lucky." I giggle. "You always are, Chloe. You always are." 1.2 to the first ascent 3. We head back out into the hallway and search for any signs of an oncoming attack. Something, probably more robots, has cleared out the good-for-nothing hunk of scrap metal that marred the floor a few minutes ago. I don't think any of us managed to do any damage to the structure itself, but any chips we might have caused have been smoothed out completely. I head over to confirm. I rub my hand over the wall and the floor. All of the levers and diodes on the walls look completely undamaged. The floors are as smooth as a freshly waxed laminate, and have about the same amount of traction. That much I learned firsthand when I start wobbling for a brief moment after my shoe slides. I have to wonder if they have the same self-repairing property that I think is built into Chloe's robes. In either case, I take a brief moment to sketch some more glyph diagrams, eager to test them later when I get an opportunity. Once I'm finished, the two of us make our way through the remainder of the 10th floor without incident. The 11th floor likewise proves smooth sailing, though as we reach the stairwell leading up to the 12th floor, Chloe spots a small metallic sphere rolling around under its own power. "What do you think that is?" she asks. "I'm not sure. It doesn't look hostile, but then again, the last robot didn't look hostile either. Ideally, I'd like to stay here for the next several weeks and study it until I know everything about what it is and how it works. But I don't think that's on today's agenda." "You're not going to try to take it with us?" Chloe states her question as an absolute fact. Part of me wants to, but not even I am that crazy. Just crazy enough to march into dungeons and past police barricades into unexplored and dangerous towers containing killer robots. To my credit, Chloe, I did not know there were killer robots in this tower when I came inside, and let's suppose, for the sake of argument, that you did know about them beforehand. I would bet you $10 that you still would have come here all the same. Most certainly not, had I known, rather than merely suspected, that there were robotics and superhuman technology present within this tower. There is absolutely no way we would have waited until this morning to walk over here. We would have left last night. Think about it. Limitless clean energy. The possibility of robotic limbs for amputees that far outstrip what human science can produce. We could develop starships to travel the galaxy, delve deeper into the history and mysteries of the universe. How can you not be excited by the limitless possibilities that await within this tower? I guess there's the planet-touched Mechanist speaking in her element. Maybe. I don't think it's just my class influencing me. It's not like I was wholly uninterested in science before the system arrived. Yes, Sarah is so uninterested in science that she dragged her best friend with her to take college-level physics so she wouldn't be the only girl in the class. And then, surprise, surprise, there were 3 others in the class, so it didn't matter. Oh, please. Elisa acts like a royal who's every bit as stuck up as the late Queen of England. Lysette, meanwhile, is practically a sociopath. And good luck getting anything resembling conversation out of Yulia. She might be smart, but she's a total airhead. Just don't call her that to her face. She doesn't take it well. Makes you wonder why she's even in the class when her head's always up in the clouds. Well, you have to remember that her girlfriend, Amari, is the star of the school academic bowl team. Like, 2-time state champions and all. I bet Yulia did it for her. Totally forgot that they're a couple sometimes. Speaking of people I forgot about, whatever happened to Ashley? Wasn't she in the class for a few weeks at the start of the year? Yeah, we never did figure out what happened to her. Just completely disappeared one day. Definitely a case for the next episode of Creepy Urban Mysteries. Or whatever the hell that show is called. Chloe shrugs. I dunno either. Anyway, we're agreed that we're not taking the spinning sphere. No matter how much it excites you to have it to tinker with. I sigh. I have the robot arm. If we have to fight another one, I will take a trophy from it. Otherwise, we are going to leave the perpetual motion machine behind. And we're going to move up to the 12th floor before I get any more ideas you aren't going to approve of. On the 12th floor, we encounter another robot similar in shape to the Sentry robot from the 10th floor. This time, however, we make no attempt to call out to it. We still pay it attention, not wanting to get blindsided by a surprise attack. And to my relief and disappointment in equal measure, the robot makes no attempt to interfere. The same thing happens on the 13th floor. I start wondering if there's some hidden message about not fighting. That I just need to not resist, go with the flow. Stop trying to analyze the system and its wants. And just do what I can in the moment. Or maybe that's the exact wrong lesson. By not fighting and carving a path through these centuries, I'm denying myself valuable experience and not gaining the levels I need to get stronger and forge my own destiny, fulfilling the purpose for which I was reborn. Or is it the dichotomy itself that I'm supposed to take away from the tower? There are plenty of stories from old Earth about robotics and artificial life. That they are artificial life forms. Stories about artificial life forms. And why does this term seem so familiar? I struggle to make it to the stairwell leading up to the 14th floor. My mind starts spinning and my heart races as my vision fades to white and my consciousness slips from my body. Planet XSQ-1827, Substation 33, Year 16369A. I wake up in a strange room. A bright light hangs from the ceiling. The room is barren. White walls on all sides. I am covered in a thin blue cloth from the neck down. I turn my head, slowly. I start to test these other impulses. My arms twitch. I have individual fingers and toes which I can wiggle about. I don't know how I know this, though. I don't know how I know anything. I think through my data banks, memories. I think they are called. But my memory is completely empty. These past few seconds are all that I can remember. I have knowledge about my anatomy, information about this language, and the capacity for rational thought. I am vaguely aware that I am similar in appearance to a creature known as Homo sapiens, colloquially referred to as humanity. I was designed to look and otherwise function as such a creature. However, the knowledge of who specifically I am and why I am here is lacking. Can you hear me? Do you understand my words? A voice says. The voice is calm and deep. I turn to my other side. I see a creature I understand to be one of these humans, based on its hirsute features. The contours of its jawline, the shape of its torso, and its narrow hips relative to its shoulders. It is most likely a male of its species. I, in contrast, am distinctly not. By my appearance, I would be categorized as female, though no corresponding structures for reproductive anatomy exist within my design. It is a challenge vocalizing the human's language. I nod. Something seems to guide me that doing so is a sign of nonverbal agreement or positive acknowledgement. I want to know who this person is. I want to know who I am. Am I someone? Am I something? I have the capacity to question these things, but I do not understand why these thoughts appear before me. I try to ask the question, who are you? Instead, I can only get out the words who and you. Do you have trouble speaking our language? The man asks. I nod again. I see. In the meantime, perhaps I could tell you more about myself and where we are, and later, as you become more comfortable speaking, you can ask some additional questions. I find this eminently reasonable. I nod in approval. I add a smile to that nod, which I also understand to be a gesture to display amiability and contentment. My name is Martin Chatono. I am the head researcher and laboratory director of the Substation 33 Advanced Research Facility. This facility is located in low orbit around the planet XSQ-1827, although that name probably doesn't mean much to you. I point at this Martin Chatono. I say. I point to myself. Who? I ask. He smiles. When we created you, we had done so under the auspices of a program I designated as Project Seraphina. Seraphina was the name we had given you when we started our project. We did so because we believed that you could be a guardian, an angel of sorts, a protector for all of humanity against a force we cannot hope to fight on our own. However, I believe it is your right to choose your own name. If you want to go by Seraphina, you may, and if you believe another name would suit you better, I'm sure we can call you that instead. Seraphina, that is my name. It fits too well. I do not know the proper analogy to convey my feeling in words. Perhaps it is like a suit of skin which perfectly fits over one's insides. Neither too loose nor too tight. It is comfortable. It feels right to be called by the name Seraphina. Right, Sarah, I see. It is frustrating being unable to speak. My vocal cords are stiff and improperly calibrated, and fortunately, I do not know how to fix them. For now, the doctor is content to be patient with my deficiencies as he grabs a sheet of paper and writes my name on the paper. I smile as I hold the sheet in my hand. Heap, please, of course. I yawn. Double quotes tired. To bright. I'm overwhelmed and need time to adjust. Time to reflect on being alive for the first time. Time to process all of this new information and figure out what I want to do from here. I appreciate your time, Seraphina. He hands me a device with a large red button on it. If you need some assistance, just press that button and someone will be here shortly. Not stay. I'm afraid I cannot, Seraphina. My position is very busy, but I shall come back tomorrow, if you would like. I nod. I would. The lights dim, then shut off. I hold the piece of paper against my bare chest as I close my eyes. It may be a worthless sheet of paper for him, but it is invaluable to me. Something to be treasured. A name all my own, planet Earth, 6 days after integration. I wake up in a strange environment. Chloe is seated next to me, playing with my hair as she rests my head in her lap. She smells nice, though I dare not tell her such things out loud. Where am I? The tower. I force myself back to my feet, stumbling once as I regain my footing. Sarah, Chloe says, we have to remain calm, remember? We don't know if the robots are going to come after us while we're resting in here. I remembered something, I say. Something about my old life. I was just like those robots outside. An artificial being. A product of human hands on a world far, far away. Maybe I still am. In some regards, I look away. It doesn't matter to me if you are an artificial being. Chloe hugs me. You are you. And that's all that matters. Now, we should get a move on. There will be more time to discuss your revelation in greater detail later. I nod in agreement. Thank you. With that, we head up the stairs to the 14th floor. 1.23 the first ascent for. We get to the 14th floor and the danger has multiplied considerably from the previous 4 floors. No longer are the patrols little cylindrical-shaped robots that we'd seen on the previous 3 floors. These robots are taller than me by half a head. They are far closer to human in appearance, sporting arms and legs that have actual musculature, rather than being flexible. Their heads are shaped like human heads are, except instead of 2 eyes of white. This robot has a single red glowing lens in the center of its forehead. It scans the area periodically, and as we step into the main lobby of the floor, its unsettling gaze descends upon me. It spares the briefest glance for Chloe before again turning its attention to me. We start to tiptoe around much like we had with the previous floors. But the guardian robot of this floor moves to intercept us once we get halfway through the space. It doesn't attack, instead barring our passage with its body, and unlike those before, it speaks. This is restricted space. The tone is as robotic as the old voice synthesizers from the 1980s, which I find odd, considering how advanced modern technology is by comparison. Outsiders are not permitted. I take a step back, pulling Chloe back behind me. What is this building? What purpose does it serve? This is Tower Gauntlet 36121 and 9600W. I am not authorized to answer the second question. Why do you block our path? Is it not the purpose of this tower to challenge anyone who wishes to ascend and discover the secrets within? I would have thought allowing us to proceed unabated would be in accordance with your primary directive. You are ill-equipped to reach the top of this tower in your present state. This gauntlet is designated as Rank F Con, designed for challengers of level 35 to level 45. My scan of your combat parameters and skills demonstrates conclusively that your chances of reaching the pinnacle on floor 50 are 0. Wait, Chloe says. You have the ability to scan our combat parameters. Why does the system not grant us that ability? I do not have the knowledge to answer this question. I must now ask you to leave. This tower is not yet fully operational. You may attempt the challenge at your discretion beginning in 17:52 minutes and 36 seconds. The robot gestures toward me, and a new timer appears in my system interface. We decide it's best not to press our luck against the guardian of the 14th floor, and turn around and head back down to the 13th the same way we came. I would say that explained a few things, I say, such as why the lobby and first 9 floors of the tower are completely mundane, as well as why the sentries on the previous 3 floors were willing to completely ignore us until we attacked. I guess you're right. If the tower is still under construction, then Chloe trails off. And it makes sense to start from the top of the tower rather than the bottom. If there's some sort of prize at the top, the last thing you'd want to do is leave it undefended. So what do we do now? We can't exactly go home, can we? Not likely. I'd like to see the basement. Best case scenario, there's some sort of device that gets us out of here. And the worst case? Well, the same worst case as always. How can you joke about something like that at a time like this? I mean, what else are we going to do? The world is going to hell. Our institutions are ill-equipped to handle the fallout, and we have no idea what might come next. Is a little bit of dark humor not to be expected at times like this? I get the expected single-fingered salute. We make our way down the stairwell, which actually leads all the way back down. There are some interesting questions about how this building contains so many different stairwells and elevators. I don't have an answer beyond system shenaniganry, though. It did just claim to increase the size of the Earth by roughly 40% in a matter of minutes. Not to mention the dungeon we've already gone through on the other side of town. I cannot assume that any system space, as I've decided to dub the tower and dungeon collectively, adheres to the principles of Euclidean geometry. The inside of this tower is likely much larger than it appears on the outside, likely due to some sort of space warping glyphs. And fortunately, my knowledge on general relativity and curved spacetime is virtually non-existent. Other than that mass-energy curved spacetime around it, ether can probably do the same in sufficient quantities even without glyphs. But I have no way of testing this. We make our way down to the basement. As expected, the door is locked, conveniently. However, this door contains the same locking mechanism as the door we previously encountered on the 10th floor, and I am able to bypass it just as easily. How is this door supposed to be opened normally? Mechanist is probably not a super common class. Moreover, this tower is meant to be explored by anyone who wants to attempt the challenges contained within. No mean amount of strength is going to break down the door. Perhaps a warrior or fighter who has specialized in strength and with a suitable weapon could do it. There may be some sort of unlock spell not unlike what I can do manually. A rogue or similar class, should they exist, likely also has the ability to disable or bypass ether tech locks. Maybe the goal is to force people to work together in parties after all. The basement is dark and cold. The stench of stale, soulless air assails the entryway as I open the door. Not unlike the lowest basement of a parking garage, but more extreme in every way. I half expect something to jump at me. Our footsteps echo no matter how hard we try to be quiet. I turn on my flashlight. Nothing but emptiness as far as I can see. No combat patrols. None of the robots from above. No signs of a hidden weapon or item stash. No walls or ceilings, or even a floor. Just blackness in every direction. Past the edge of what our lights can illuminate, Chloe reaches into her bag and pulls out a piece of plastic to use as a makeshift doorstop. She shakes as she approaches me. I don't want to be here longer than we have to either. My heart races, and my fingers start to jitter despite my mental effort to calm myself. Still, there's the potential for some sort of fantastic discovery, and perhaps more importantly, another way out that bypasses the police barricade. We walk along the wall, heading right from the perspective of walking into the chamber for the first time. I realize that my earlier assessment was incorrect. The walls and ceiling are painted or otherwise marked with a black surface that absorbs nearly all light from any surface. I am curious of the implications, and how that could be utilized offensively. Is it purely a physical phenomenon? Or is the result of ether-based nanotech, whoever built, created, birthed me must have understood ether-tech to a degree far beyond even my wildest speculations. I rack my mind for any memories that might help me unravel these mysteries. None are forthcoming. The basement proves much smaller than the vast expanse I had feared. It is roughly rectangular, and comparable in size to a gridiron football field. Further, there are square columns interspersed throughout the room. They are arranged in a grid pattern with spacing of about 20 feet between adjacent columns. In the very center of the single chamber is a much larger structure, spanning maybe 15 feet square. In ideal circumstances, I would like to study everything within this basement and throughout the tower for the next several weeks, months, if I can spare them. However, I need to gain more levels if I'm to conquer the challenges of the tower. I've managed to sketch a number of glyphs throughout my afternoon here, and I have more than enough to continue other research and investigation into ethertech. Still, there is something contained within, and I need to give more than a token effort into unraveling whatever mystery lies in wait. For what feels like half an hour, I try anything and everything I can to break whatever enchantments protect the central column. Everything short of actively trying to destroy the column, that is. It doesn't have any obvious panels or buttons that suggest a way to access what lies within. The enchantments absorbing light in the basement also absorb the faint traces of etheric energy that my eyes have started getting better at seeing. My brows furrow as I think of what else I can try. I trace the glyph of locking onto the side nearest the door back into the stairwell, then channel a small amount of my ether into the glyph from the reverse. In theory, at least, this should allow me to link the unlock command into the rest of the network. In practice, however, I have no idea how to combine glyphs in that manner, and my attempt fails. Chloe gives a half-hearted effort, but with no skills, no spells, and no class benefits relating to disabling other tech locks. Her attempts prove no more fruitful. With a sigh and no small amount of annoyance, I am forced to abandon my pursuit into the mysteries contained within. According to Chloe's phone, dinner time is approaching quickly, and dusk will be our best time to sneak out of the complex without getting into any unfortunate entanglements. I might have about as much love for the police as I do for rattlesnakes, used car salesmen, or bubonic plague, but I'm not exactly keen on launching a one-woman counter-offensive against the entire police department, backed up by the National Guard. We make our way up the stairwell opposite from the one in which we came down here, making use of a door I wouldn't have realized was there had I not been feeling the walls while surveilling the area. We make our way back up to the ground floor and my head instinctively tilts. So much confusion pervades my mind. First, where in the hells are we? I don't even know what part of town we're in now. Did we just go through some teleportation complex? There is no way we should be outside of downtown otherwise. I start cycling through my mental map of the city and looking for any sort of landmarks I can make out through the window. Also, did this structure, wherever we are, also just sprout up out of nowhere? Why hasn't anyone pointed out that there's a new building here? Seriously. What the actual hells is going on? You okay, Chloe? I ask. Seeing her in a state of near panic, she shakes her head. I hug her. It's okay, I say. If you're not ready to try to get out of here, we can wait as long as you need. So hard to believe all of this is happening. It is not in any other context. We'd call it a miracle. If it weren't for the echoes of my past life helping to keep me calm, I don't think I'd be able to process it all myself. You'll stay by my side, no matter what happens. No matter where we end up, I promise, Chloe. Best friends forever means forever. Thank you. Her shaking is gone, replaced by stern determination. Now let's get going. Time to find out where we are and how we can get home. 1 point for battle on the outskirts. We're vaguely still in town, I think. We're in a town, at the very least. And as I step out of the small access point and look around, I see the familiar skyline out in the distance, suggesting we're mere miles away, rather than the hundreds or thousands I had initially feared. We're on the north side of town, meaning we're quite a ways away from Chloe's place among the southern suburbs. Even my former home is still a good 8 to 10 miles away. On the bright side, it's far enough that we have a pretty good alibi and are extremely unlikely to be caught by any officers who might be looking for us after our little stunt earlier. Assuming I didn't just jinx myself by thinking that. It's perhaps half an hour before dusk. Oh, with the Earth's purportedly increased size, my estimation might be a bit off. The sky is still light enough that I can see color, but there will certainly be challenges navigating the streets before too long. On the bright side, the cloudless sky is already showing signs of a starry night, and with the electricity grid still fully busted, there will soon be an absolutely gorgeous view of the galaxy that I've not gotten to see in many, many years. The kind that you really only see in pictures from space or way out in the middle of the wilderness. With our increasing speed and vitality stats, we're able to make good time back toward wherever we're going to stop for the night. We do give some consideration to going back to the access point and sleeping in the basement tonight. But after how badly we struggled just to survive a dungeon so high over our level, even I don't want to risk it. Chloe is holding fast, but I can tell just by looking at her that she wants to get back home, or at least somewhere safer, and sooner rather than later. Our hopes of making it back to the safety of the Jacobs residence unscathed are dashed by the squawking of what sounds like a massive bird of prey flying high overhead. I spot it high above, without knowledge of how high up it is. I can't tell if it's as big as my torso, as big as I am, or even bigger. Chloe dashes over to a nearby tree for a bit of extra cover. I grab my simple blowgun and stand at the ready, not sure when we'll meet our new friend. Another squawk rings out and it flies right toward me. Holy shit, that thing is probably 6 feet tall from head to feet. Its wingspan is a good 15 feet wide. It has feathers as long as my arm and as thick as my torso, and a beak that's practically glistening as it attempts to peck at me. It looks similar in appearance to an eagle, though it has a pair of short, stubby arms in addition to its wings. probably used to help it pick at and manipulate its food. It stares me down and sizes me up. In the brief lull before it lunges toward me, I fire a trick shot boosted ether bullet straight at its eyes. It proves too quick, and I get only a glancing blow. Not nearly enough to blind it, however. I know that birds of prey are generally heavily reliant on their sense of sight. If I can blind it, I can probably bring it down. It flaps its wings toward me, sending hundreds of razor-sharp feathers beating at me. I manage to raise my barrier to deflect them, but not before suffering a half-dozen slices to my arms. One to my left cheek, and a nasty puncture wound to my shoulder. Damn sick of taking all these injuries in my shoulder, but it beats a vital organ by a long shot. The eagle bears down upon me, slamming its beak into my translucent shield. The force of the impact buckles my knees and forces me on the ground. The second shatters my shield altogether. I try to reform it as quickly as possible, but I'm too late. With all of my force, I throw my prone body to the side, spinning around as my foe's beak gashes directly into and through the solid asphalt street beneath us. It struggles to break free, and in the momentary pause I get, I take my bat from its holster at my side, charge its flames to the maximum, and slam into its left tarsal with all the force I can muster. My attack causes the creature to keel over, but it reflexively launches several feathers into the ground all around me. They launch into my back, shoulders, thighs, and calves, and I exhaust what little luck I have when they narrowly miss my spinal column. I check my health. Barely over 150. That damn bird certainly has far more than that, and I'm sure that I'm not going to survive another volley like that last attack. Need to get to safety, and Chloe chucks an ether bullet right in the bird's face before dragging me out of the street and to the relative cover behind the nearest tree. Her healing hands knit my flesh back together, expelling the feathers poking out of my back as new skin stitches itself back together. Tension releases from my neck and shoulders as I'm able to take a deeper breath without wincing in pain. I get back to my feet with Chloe's assistance, and the two of us ready ourselves for the next attack. The eagle screeches and flaps its wings toward us. The wind picks up from behind it, sending dust and debris and more of those damnable feathers hurtling toward us. Worse, I notice new feathers growing in to replace the old ones, meaning its supply is virtually unlimited, or at least only constrained by its ether reserve. With Chloe and I reinforcing one another, the barriers from our gauntlets hold, if only just out. Unfortunately, after shooting another ether bullet with trick shot and finding no purchase against the hurricane force gusts, my ether reserves are already down to half. I imagine Chloe is no better off in that regard. The creature continues its assault for another 4 seconds before it breaks off its attack and takes to the air. I take a moment to catch my breath and mentally refocus from the cover of the largest tree in the sparse neighborhood. As long as the creature can fly, we're at a big disadvantage. It can just continue to rain hell down upon us with total impunity, wearing us down until we're too tired, drained of ether, or it lands to many stray hits and we're incapacitated. On the other hand, it might get hungry sooner rather than later, and decide to seek an easier meal elsewhere. I'd rather not give it that opportunity if at all possible, but I'd also really like for the two of us to live through this fight. It circles around for a moment. As soon as its eyes fix upon our position, it barrels down upon us, completely unfazed by the branches and leaves that lie between us and it. We dodge in the nick of time, the tree doesn't, and gets split into from the force of the beak impacting its trunk. I have a foolish idea. It might get me hurt, or worse, but I don't see any other way of fighting off this damned avian before we get turned into chicken feed. In the brief moment while the eagle is still dazed from impact, I rush around it, slipping underneath its wings and suffering a glancing slice on my cheek as a result. I then pluck the feather, now poking out of my skin, and leap onto our foe from behind. I grab the feather, suffering another laceration to my palm as I try and fail to grip at it otherwise, and I throw the damn thing right at its eye. I hadn't been sure if trick shot would work with projectiles other than ether bullets, but it thankfully seemed to have a small effect. The plan works beautifully. The creature thrashes about, and I think my fibula cracks as it throws me off its back. I scream nearly as loud as the damned bird is, and for the first time in my life, I start hoping one of those good-for-nothing National Guard patrols shows up to do its god's forsaken job. But no such luck. I force myself back to my feet. I can still barely remain upright. Putting any weight on my left leg hurts like the deepest recesses of hell, and the very idea of trying to run makes me want to vomit. But I'll take being nauseous from the pain and alive over having my goose cooked any day. The creature seems absolutely pissed, and I don't blame it. It abandons all pretenses of defense and begins sprinting toward the two of us. Wings raised and crying all the while. It lunges at me, but its aim is off slightly with only one working eye. Instead of aiming square at my chest, it aims closer to my head, giving me enough time to drop to the ground to evade. I throw one of the last 3 ether bullets in my pocket at the softer underside of our adversary. I fail to topple it, but it tumbles for just long enough to pluck another feather out of its upper wing. It aims toward Chloe and fires another burrows while I'm still out of its sight. I focus. Chloe's barrier won't last for much longer, and even her defensive robes aren't going to make up for her subpar vitality and maximum health. I have to make this last shot count. I focus on the trajectory I want, taking stock of how the bits of debris are moving in its air currents. What's the best path to take to maximize my chances of hitting? I infuse the feather with my ether to allow my basic ether manipulation to further augment the effects of trick shot, and when I'm confident I'll get no better shot, I force it forward. Chloe shrieks as her barrier fades. A few feathers lodge into her arms as she tries to run to safety. I grimace and fill with rage again at seeing her hurt like this. I channel that anger into my skills, with all the power and mind at my disposal, and will the attack to connect. It does so, landing dead center in the eagle's remaining eye, now blinded and bereft of its most important sense. The bird is a sitting duck. I again charge forward, fire forged bat in hand, and I bludgeon the back of its right wing near its body. I don't relent. I keep hitting it, focusing its attention away from Chloe to give her a chance to heal. And just as importantly, I want to keep the damn thing grounded. I smack and burn and feel the stench of smoldering feathers assaulting my nose until, with one final pain shriek, the eagle keels over, dies, and then fades into ether. You have slain a lesser razor feather eagle level 13. You have gained a boosted 150 experience. You have gained enough experience to reach level 10. Vitality come 1, mind come 1. Please allocate stat points remaining. Nice, finally a level after today's ordeals, and most of the way to the next one as well. I consider doing the same as before, putting 1 point each in strength, speed, and vitality. However, my strength stat doesn't synchronize particularly well with my projectile-based attacks. It also doesn't seem to help with trick shot or basic ether manipulation, both of which seem governed by mind instead. I don't regret having some extra strength for hauling around supplies and for when I do need to bludgeon things, but I think it's time to go back to boosting what is definitely my class's most important attribute, even more now, considering it governs ether regeneration. Now that I realize just how invaluable barrier has been today, I assign 1 point to vitality and 2 to mind. Maximum health increases by vitality x to current level ran 13 equals 77. Maximum ether increases by mind current level ran 0, 2 equals 45 level. 10. Experience, 3,430. 2 next, current stats, health, 211 620ths, ether 56 316ths, current stats, strength 15, speed 18, vitality 33, mind. As I take a deep breath and try to calm myself after our battle, I hear a blaring siren that I don't ever want to experience even on my best day. Of course the useless good-for-nothing pigs wait until after we do all the work to stroll their moseying asses over here. I grit my teeth and hope things don't turn south in this upcoming confrontation. I'm way too tired and pissed to fight the law right now. 1 point to 5 the long arm of the law. I take inventory of the current situation. My ether is almost completely drained. I've got less than 2 seconds of barrier available. My health is barely over a third, even after Chloe has healed me. My fibula is no longer cracked thanks to her healing spell. But I'm still full of bruises and absolutely do not want to move, let alone have to engage in another encounter right now. This isn't some dumb beast approaching, nor a territorial robot content to follow its duties without question and ignore anyone who voluntarily leaves their domain. The irony of being not so different from a robot isn't lost on me. Officer What's-His-Name blasts his bright headlights in my face. He gets out of his car and waddles over toward me, all while Chloe sits down and catches her breath. Despite the apocalypse over the past week, he looks quite well fed, most likely having taken the time to raid a donut shop or three during his patrol. He hasn't yet moved toward his gun, but I know these bastards are trigger happy and love to shoot first, second, third, and maybe fourth for good measure. Again, not earning the wrath of the law while I'm still only level 10 seems like a good idea. A small bit of tension leaves me as I confirm that this isn't the officer from before. He doesn't look happy, though, although it's hard to get a read on his face as I try to squint and get a look at his facial features. Short, salt and pepper colored hair, plenty of 5 o'clock shadow, otherwise clean shaven. So far as I can tell in the bright contrast. "What are you two ladies doing out after curfew?" he asks. "Trying to find some place to stay tonight. We were attacked by a razor feather eagle just before you arrived. I'm going to need to see some identification." I'm surprised I actually have my ID on me, considering how useless it is these days. I hand it over and briefly consider making a run for it. The fact that Chloe and I both need more time to restore our ether reserves, coupled with the fact that the pig in front of me is now documenting my identity, gives me pause. Note to self, EtherTech-based fake ID. For the next time this conversation happens, shouldn't be any reason why EtherTech can't perfectly mimic the security features built into the cards from old Earth. Alright. And you aren't home because, well, sometime shortly after system integration, someone broke into my home, robbed us of all our food, shattered the windows, and left the door kicked in. I was thankfully at my friend's house, but after I stopped by to pick up the few outfits I could salvage, I've not wanted to go back. Well, that's a partial lie. I'd like to give my mother a proper cremation rather than just leaving her to whatever dogs and rodents eventually got to her. But, you know, not much I can do about that on my own. Normally I'd just invoke my constitutional rights and shut up like a smart person would. The problem with that is twofold. First, that doesn't get you out of the arrest, only the subsequent charges. And secondly, feigning cooperation is a great way to buy more time to restore my ether. I'm gaining 1 point about every 10 seconds now, and after having used every bit of it in the last fight, I'll take every point I can get for this one. He doesn't flinch, doesn't even blink, just scribbles more stuff on his notepad, not showing the slightest bit of empathy for a woman who lost her mother not even a week ago. If I were being charitable, I'd say that it's not the first and won't be the last time he's heard such stories since the apocalypse. But the law has never been charitable toward my type, so I feel no desire to show him any empathy either. I'm afraid that I'm going to have to ask you to come with me. You're in violation of curfew. And where do you plan to take us? I ask. Will you take us back to my home? Chloe interjects. It's on the far side of town, though. She hands her ID to the man, who looks at the address and jots more notes down before handing both of them back to us. To my absolute shock, he agrees way too easily. Oh. There's something I vaguely remember from seeing a video on this very topic, and find a way to buy more time before we depart. Can I see your badge and commission card, officer? I ask. With so many people getting new powers thanks to the arrival of the system, how do I know you don't have an impersonation skill? Or you have a rogue class and stole an officer's uniform and patrol vehicle? Obviously, those can be faked as well. But just seeing his reaction will give me some indication of how this confrontation will play out. He looks displeased with me, but again, to my shock, he does comply. And fortunately, I don't actually know what a genuine police commission card looks like in this state, so I can't confirm its authenticity. I am convinced, however, that this isn't a rogue operative, and that I'd really rather not cause any unnecessary issues now that I'm in the system. I sigh. Very well. But I'd like to get my sketchpad and a few pieces of food out of our pack first. It's been a long day, and fighting giant birds is pretty draining. Officer Whitney, according to his card, makes no secret of his disdain toward me and my attempts to stall. However, whatever his reason, he makes no attempt to interfere. His hand moves to his weapon, and I make sure that my movements are slow and methodical, giving him no excuse to fear for his life. I grab a sack of trail mix, hand it to Chloe, then grab my sketchbook and a pen and motion toward the car. I harbor no delusions as we're beckoned into the car. We're not being cuffed. read our non-existent rights, or otherwise being formally processed. But we're definitely being detained and transported to the city jail. Still, I play along anyway. We'll let the officer drive us halfway back to Chloe's house before we make our timely break for freedom. We'll get a chance to sit down and rest for a bit, and we'll be able to get our ether regenerated in relative safety. The car sputters for a moment as the engine starts up, and before long, we're off. The roads are nearly empty of any actual traffic. Parked cars are plentiful on the sides of the streets and in driveways, with people having dragged them out of garages whose doors don't function. There are some flickering lights coming from some of the houses. At first I thought it was those lucky few who had a generator available, but most of these lights are coming from the orange glow of fireplaces providing heat and comfort to the families within. Now that I think about it, it's also the one way enterprising people have to cook a meal. I doubt gas stoves are working. My class and skills give me no guidance on this question. The trip is pretty slow, and for whatever reason, the kind, gentlemanly officer, I giggle. I can't even think that with a straight face, let alone say it aloud. The agent of the state refuses to take the highways for whatever reason, probably his own laziness, or desire to make another donut run, giving us even more time to rest. I am not at all surprised to see the local Waffle House open, with a long line of cars congregated around it. Come storm or hail or even tornado, or the literal apocalypse, it's good to see at least one sign of the old world desperately fighting to preserve vestiges of the convenience of the old world and the promise that normalcy might eventually return, though whatever form the new normal will take will surely be far different than the normal from before. I play around with the locking device, tracing the glyph of locking onto the inside of the door and channeling a small amount of my ether into the reverse of the sigil. It takes a bit of time, and I need to draw a few additional sluice lines to channel the ether, but I am ultimately successful in disabling the lock. It reactivates about 5 seconds later. The officer doesn't seem to notice or care about my little experiment, to my relief. Had we been less fortunate and been put in cuffs, I suspect the glyph probably would work on them too, given how flexible it seems to be. I'm glad I don't need to test that at the moment. As expected, as we approach downtown, he avoids the roads that lead further south to where we want to go, instead continuing west toward the local detention and criminal injustice center. My ether is now just under half, and with Chloe's healing, my health is sitting around 500. The officer stops his car at an intersection just outside the interdispersal loop, and I prepare to make my move. I turn to Chloe and we share a wordless nod. She grabs her bag and takes my hand. We stop at another intersection, and I make my move. I unfasten my seatbelt and unlock the door with my glyph, and the two of us dive out of our jail on wheels, Chloe slamming the door behind us. We have hardly a moment to catch our breath before the cop turns around and again attempts to impound us. I ready my barrier as he gets out of the car, gun in hand, and points it at us. By my lawful authority vested in me by the state and my commission, I am placing you two ladies under arrest on charges of reckless endangerment, obstruction of justice, and interference of the duties of a police officer. Get on your knees and put your hands on top of your head. I shake my head. Legal authority or not, the system has changed the dynamics at play. You don't have the physical capability to enforce that declaration. Rescind your declaration and go about your business, and no harm will come to you. Are you threatening me? Officer Whitney asks. Are you prepared to shoot us to enforce your declaration of arrest? I really, truly have no desire to be involved in this situation. This was supposed to be an opportunity to study and develop new theories about ethertech, gain some levels, maybe learn a little bit more about my past. I succeeded in all three of these endeavors, and yet the goddamn cops are trying to ruin everything. Damn, I hate the police. Never show up when they're needed, and always crawl out of their fetid lairs when they're not wanted or welcome. He shoots once. I get up my barrier just in the nick of time. The bullet completely bounces off the shield, flying back and indenting itself into the back of his cruiser, this time ricocheting into his back left tire. The third shot grazes his ankle, sending him down to the ground, clutching his injury, without missing a beat. Chloe rushes out and heals the officer, making sure there's no trace of the bullet lodged in his flesh, and giving it a once-over to ensure the bones are all set and healed correctly. I grab the gun, stashing it with the rest of my belongings. I tried to warn you, I say. We can't hide behind the old doctrines and paradigms of the previous status quo any longer. Everything about hiding in our homes, observing curfews, trying to maintain the same civilian and military order that existed a month ago. That's going to get us killed in the long run. The threats around us, born from the system, are only going to get stronger. The only chance any of us have is to seek danger, advance our levels and classes, and be prepared to meet those challenges when they rear their ugly heads. If you can't do that, you're not a noble officer, protecting and serving. You're just a thug with a badge and a fancy uniform. Without another word, Chloe and I take our leave, as Officer Whitney is too deep in thought or utterly dazed to try and stop us. 1.26 Night on the riverfront. You can be so damned reckless sometimes, Sierra, Chloe shouts. I expected the reprimand from the moment we left Officer Whitney behind back downtown. The fact that she had the restraint to wait until we were out of the downtown area and strolling along the eastern banks of the riverbed is the best I could have hoped for given the circumstances. Attacking a police officer, resisting arrest, obstruction of justice, disturbing the peace on multiple occasions. Seraphina Mortensen. May all the goddesses help me. But you have got to stop being so reckless. I nod. Nothing I can say or do is going to get me out of this accosting. All I can do is be as penitent as possible until she's finally vented all of her frustrations. Like, what the hell, what were you thinking? I was thinking that I wasn't going to end up in prison, no matter what. You heard the reports on the news the day after initialization. We are in martial law. There are no civil rights. If we had been thrown in there, we would have been trapped with little food, little protection, no decency or privacy. And I'm sure there would have been no shortage of disgusting men who would have salivated at the prospect of taking us. I am absolutely not going to submit to the law. I managed to stay underneath the radar before the system came. I did what I was supposed to do, stayed out of gangs, went to school, studied as much as I could, didn't do drugs, didn't even try cigarettes like the neighbors did, but it was hard, really hard. Like crying yourself to sleep at night because the neighbor's mom is going to prison for drug charges and your friend is being thrown into a home somewhere. Maybe it was better for them in the long run. Maybe the mother was able to get treatment and reunify with her kid. I don't know. But when you're 13 and those are regular occurrences, it gets to you. Makes you wonder if you're going to be next. Chloe pulls me toward a nearby bench. We can't just fight everyone. I get it. You're angry and upset and have a lot of pent-up aggression against authority. I sigh. Perhaps even more importantly, I don't want this getting into the military's hands. I pull out my sketchbook, now with 30 different glyphs and speculated functionality outlined on the various pages. I don't know what they've been able to figure out about EtherTech and its capabilities, but that's information I don't want them to have. Not until we have a chance to discover what they all do. Chloe shakes her head as we sit down. Why are you so opposed to just letting the authorities handle things? I understand your frustrations with the police, but I don't know why you're so openly antagonistic toward every piece of authority now. You weren't like this before. You were never hostile toward our teachers or even the principal. So why this? Why now? Because everyone in the government, all of these authorities, they're all fixated on returning things to the way things were, to the old normal, before the system. And if they are the only ones allowed to use the powers bestowed on each of us by the system, that's going to be rife with so much abuse. How would you feel if you were stuck at level 1 forever, constantly having to worry about gremlins and hellspawn on your way home, and able to defend yourself without worrying about breaking the law? That would never happen, Sierra, would it? People with power and money and influence over the first to always try to accumulate more of all three. Isn't that the whole reason why we're supposed to have democracy? To spread power out among the people, so that no one person or small group could rule as a tyrant. I'm worried about you, Chloe says. I don't want you to start chasing power and become exactly the same sort of tyrant that you claim to hate, Chloe. And I'm sorry. Sorry for dragging you into all my problems. Sorry for not doing as much as I could to keep you safe and, more importantly, to listen to how you were feeling and consult with you much sooner. I've been selfish, and I'm sorry. What else are you sorry for? She grins at me. For getting you into a sticky mess with the law. for being brazen and not seeking more peaceful, orderly ways of going about my goals, and for being in such a rush to learn more about who I am and who I once was that I put us in a necessary danger. And necessary danger. I wasn't lying when I said that we should continue to apply ourselves in actual combat and try to gain more levels. I know you and a lot of other people don't like it, but I think it's in our best interests to do so. Just like it was in our best interests to head to that tower today. I still think it will prove as such. At Chloe's glare, I'm forced to lower my head in shame. But I admit that there were better ways I could have gone about doing so. I can't immediately think of any better ways of sneaking in that didn't involve multiple flagrant violations of the law. But I'm not trying to ruin my attempts to be contrite either. So what do you want to do now? Chloe asks. I'd really rather not sleep under this bench tonight. We can probably make it back to your place by midnight. That's like 15 miles away. And you're at level 7, 8, 9, as it turns out. Actually got a way more powerful healing spell after I healed the officer back then. As in, can pretty much heal one of us back to full health in a single cast. Well, that sounds pretty awesome. Chloe finally relents. The two of us get up and start heading south along the river banks at a light jog. It's nice. Yay. And that's what scares me. Getting stronger feels good. But when does it end? Are people going to start killing each other in the streets for experience? It's probably already happening. I know. But I thought people would come together and be better. A lot of people will. But for all the good the system might be doing in some respects, it's given us all an incentive to start killing one another. And that cat's not going back in its bag. Besides, you saw how worthless a trained officer with a handgun is. If we can't rely on the so-called authorities to keep us safe, then it's up to us to keep ourselves safe. And I'm not going to unilaterally disarm myself. Are you going back to the dungeon tomorrow then? No, too many glyphs to study. And it sounds like you want some time away from fighting for a few days. Yeah, I could definitely go for that. And a hot shower too. We might be waiting a while for that hot shower. Damn. And here I was just thinking about how nice it might be to go for a fire mage class. Chloe laughs. I don't regret becoming a white mage in the slightest. But right now, the class is sounding really tempting. Who knows, Chloe? The system did say that we'd be selecting our first class. Maybe once our level gets high enough, we'll be able to pick a second when we get there. I'm totally getting the first hot bath. Maybe my planet-touched Mechanist class will let me build a hot water heater. Then it'll be me who takes the first hot bath. Maybe you can work the toaster or the microwave or even the oven. You couldn't before. But maybe with all those levels we gained, you can use our appliances so we can have a hot bath that way. Yes, all one of those levels that I gained today. Wait, I gained 2 levels today. How did you only gain 1? I barely hit level 9 in the dungeon. I'm close to but not quite at level 11 now. I just barely haven't reached level 10 myself. No new awesomeness awaiting at level 10, I mean. It sounds like you just got a sparkly new healing spell at level 9, Chloe. That seems like a bunch of awesomeness to me. Chloe grins as we pick up the pace a bit. I guess I did get your point, at least a little. It's fun being able to go out running like this and not have to worry that someone is going to jump us. And it was super cool the way you stood up to those creeps back in the dungeon. I don't think I could have done that. I don't think I could have before the system, no. I definitely could not have, I quickly correct. Not without a lot of prior preparation and a lot of good luck. So, you definitely could not have under any circumstances. We both know you have no good luck. I'm alive. I got a second chance at life. I'm here with my best friend. And we survived fights against monsters and the law. I'd say I have at least a little good luck. Just not enough to win against Lady Luck and her mother. We cross the river along the highway bridge. The moon is high in the sky, and coupled with the glow of the Milky Way, we have more than enough light to see what lies before us. If anything, I can see nearly as well as I can in the daytime. Perhaps this, too, is some heretofore undocumented impact of having a high mind stat. Fatigue starts to set in as we walk the final handful of miles leading back to where Chloe's family lives. High vitality allows us to power through this fatigue with minimal detriment, and delay the need for sleep, but not remove the need entirely, especially not at such low levels. Just how high do levels get? Is there a maximum? Surely there would have to be, right, level 255 maybe, 999, 9999. I guess we just have to keep on experimenting and exploring the mysteries that lie ahead. We make our way down the final stretch of road leading back to Chloe's house. We did leave a note informing her that we'd be out most of the day. But thinking about that sends waves of anxiety pounding into my chest and up into my throat. What if she's there? Worried sick that we didn't come back like we planned, or worse. What if she's not? She never came home the night before. And worse still, there's always the potential that those damn cops might try to ambush us upon our arrival. Totally didn't even plan for that possibility. Of course those bastards would know exactly where to go, since we told them. With documentation. I cursed my short-sighted foolishness. Bad. Very, very, very bad indeed. Why does it have to be so damn difficult to try to explore this new world that lies in front of us? Isn't that what they want? We turn 18. And they say go out on your own and make something of yourself. But not like that. That's too dangerous. And we'll look down upon you if you do that. And those things are completely off limits whatsoever. Feels like living in a straitjacket. And just when we think we've unlocked one door, another lies to keep us trapped. I hate it. Hate. I grip my teeth in frustration, but not as much as I hate what lies directly in front of me. 1.27 No rest for the weary. Oh, for the love of shit, Chloe screams. What in the unholy bowels of hell is that damn thing? I tremble. I don't know what, exactly, but it's absolutely terrifying. It looks vaguely octopadal. Or maybe amboid. 6, 7, 9. Now 8 tendrils snake out from a pulsating center. And to make matters even worse, those tendrils split apart and reform like EW. Gross. Mouths and teeth should not be in those places. For the sake of basic decency, the air on it shimmers and distorts as if being bent by a hot fire, making it difficult to get a good grasp of its size. A bit of some sort of liquid drips on the ground beneath its being. I fear it may be highly acidic. Just looking at it gives me a splitting headache. And I will definitely have nightmares about this abomination for weeks. If there is one saving grace, it's that it hasn't noticed us yet. Or it's still sizing us up, trying to decide if we're a meal. On the one hand, I would love nothing more than to have absolutely nothing to do with this eldritch horror. We could take a more circuitous route around the main road, sneak into some nearby neighborhoods, and make our way back to Chloe's Vuar's home. On the other hand, this has the look of a predatory creature. If we do nothing, it will continue to hunt. People will be displaced from their homes, if they are lucky. If they are not, death might be but a kindness. But can we do anything? I'm not confident in the strength of my skills. Concussive bullets are going to be uniquely weak against a creature with no internals. Trick shot isn't going to be effective if the creature has no weak spots to target. Or if its vitals are anything but. It might have some sort of internal core. But if it's as acidic as I suspect, anything I try is going to end up dissolved long before I reach the core. And this stupid pistol from Officer Whitney. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the only thing it'll be good for is to serve as a massive beacon screaming fresh food. Right over here, even if I had some sort of noise dampener glyph. I can't imagine an unglyphed, not system-registered weapon is going to be north side of useless. Why did I even keep the damn thing, anyway? What a waste. What do you want to do? I ask. I think we can sneak around and head home a different way. Or we can try to fight. But I don't think I have anything effective against whatever that is. And there's no guarantee we can escape if we do engage it in combat. No. But I don't want to just leave people at the mercy of that thing either. I want to, as much as possible, use this power to heal, defend, and protect others. Do you have any new skills you think might work? No. Just healing spells. She starts to quiver. I don't. I take Chloe's hand and help her ground herself. There is one other possibility. I can try to analyze these glyphs and see if one of them is useful in some regard. But we'll probably be stuck out here all night. There's no guarantee I'll find one that'll work. And there's no guarantee it'll just squirm around and let us observe it all night long. Chloe closes her eyes. Give it 1 hour. I'll keep an eye on whatever that is. And let you know if it approaches in the meantime. You spend 1 hour with your glyphs. And if you find something you're confident will be effective against it, we fight. Otherwise, we leave it for now until we're strong enough to overcome it. I sit down and get to work. With the light of the full moon blaring down upon me, I can see every intricate detail of the glyphs in my sketchbook. I start with the first one I jotted down. An elliptical shape with another concentric ellipse contained within, of the same eccentricity and orientation, scaled down to about 80% of the outer one's size. Between the two borders lies a series of runes, the individual components of which I do not fully understand. One final sigil lies in the center, written in a language that looks vaguely Japanese, but is unlikely native to this planet. I activate it with a bit of my ether. Nothing happens. I try from the opposite side, using my basic ether manipulation to try to identify any spots that have been drawn incorrectly. I notice a couple of very small corrections, mostly involving needing to reorient the runic circle differently. I activate it again. No response. In reverse, still no response. Maybe some sort of control glyph that does nothing on its own. The next glyph looks like a cloud, large, full, and extra puffy. Tiny markings on the interior shape, with plenty of attention paid to the texturing within. My tinkerer skill pokes me with a sense of wrongness as I look over the final version. After a few more seconds, I notice a few errors in one of the curves, which I correct. I get no further indication, and activate it. The paper goes damp. I smell the page, thankfully just water, and not some more unpleasant solvent. Activating it in reverse causes the page to slowly dry out. And interestingly, despite the deformation to the page as a whole, the portion of the sheet containing the drawn glyph resists tearing or warping. Hypothesis: each glyph subtly twists space to make it magical, for lack of a better word, allowing ether to more easily affect it, and causing the space to resist damage from physical sources. Not unlike how the glyphs stitched into my barrier gauntlets resist being moved out of place. I flip through the book to the one I think is most promising. Third one from the back. Shaped like a lightning bolt. Jagged fractals that constantly bend and twist, some continuing down, and some whose trails abruptly end. Easily the most complicated of the ones I've scrolled through, with upwards of 1,000 individual pencil strokes. Even that understates how many it takes to fully manifest it in its true state. Probably not a finite number, but there's some room for tolerances when constructing the physical shape. There are a couple of strokes that are a bit too short as I do the final analysis, necessitating that I recreate the bottom portion of the glyph. I glance up at Chloe. She's nervous. I can see the small trembles in her legs. The horror is lurching along through a nearby grove of trees in its wake. The grasses and underbrush have been reduced to nothing but dirt. It latches onto the tree nearest it, about 100 yards away, and begins shoving branch after branch into its mouths. It seems to consume organic matter indiscriminately, but given I see a couple of small bricks and pieces of wire sticking out of the ground near it, it doesn't harbor the same gluttony for inorganic material. I rush back to work, sketching the glyph, feeling the flow of my ether as I trace the patterns again. I test and retest and make sure that I'm not missing anything that seems horribly out of line. Once I'm finally satisfied, a process that takes a solid 15 minutes, my hair stands on end. The air around me begins to crackle. Chloe jumps backwards, though it seems more surprise than pain. The page on which the sigil is drawn begins to crinkle and crackle, folding up into a ball-like shape under its own power. Tiny flashes of static electricity arc from place to place on the page, and a few jump into my shirt and jeans, causing me to briefly convulse. Definitely every bit of what I expected just from the shape of the sigil and more. Lightning might be effective against that thing. It's amorphous and appears to be made of some sort of aqueous solution that's likely highly conductive. But this glyph won't be effective unless I either find a way to imprint it directly onto a constantly changing physical form, or have some additional way to direct the lightning. The latter will be safer and easier. Using my ether bullet seems the easiest way to launch lightning from a distance, though I don't have the tools or expertise to try to sketch the glyph directly onto the BB-sized pellets. Try forming one with my basic ether manipulation, condensing to points of ether and imagining the shape I want to form. I get a slightly deformed bullet instead. I probably need a far higher rank in the skill, likely even intermediate ether manipulation or its equivalent, before I can do so. That leaves sketching the glyph directly on my simple blowgun instead. The problem is that the glyph seems to infuse the object itself with lightning, rather than allowing it to flow freely into another object. In other words, a blowgun that shocks you when you touch it, rather than one that shoots electricity. There should be a way to rectify this. I pull out another sketch of a glyph I believe to be a sort of linking or control glyph. Not unlike how prepositions, articles, particles, and similar linking words and punctuation are used to combine words into sentences. That seems a pretty good analogy for how LitRPG works at its most fundamental level. Individual glyphs are like either words, punctuation, or prefixes or suffixes that append onto words, changing their individual meaning. When the unlock glyph is used by itself, it's as though I'm screaming a simple command of unlock. Reversing the flow of ether within a glyph has the effect of negating its meaning. Unlock becomes lock. A glyph of heat will become unheat, which should carry a similar connotation and effect as cold. As for when to use the example, cold should be used over unheat, will require far more testing and experimentation. Hypothesis. The ideal choice is related to the shape of the respective glyphs. Depending on size or shape, one might be preferred over another. There may also be small meaning differences at times. Don't go isn't quite the same command as stop, even though the commands and therefore associated glyphs of stop and go should logically negate and contradict each other. I look through the glyphs I have on hand, not at all sure what each of them do. However, my Tinkerer passive skill points me to another glyph in the middle of my sketches. This one looks like a trio of parallel lines, again with more fine runes in between each pair of them. In a fortuitous coincidence so far, the lock and lightning glyphs both look vaguely like pictographs of their respective functionality, the former kinda sorta looking like a very stylized padlock when squinted at from just the right angle. This glyph looks like it might just be a glyph of motion based on the same logic. The tricky part will be to combine the two. Based on my observations back at the Tower Gauntlet, I need to link them together with the same miniature sluice etchings. The big question is, what order? I decide upon lightning, then motion. Doing it in the reverse suggests moving like lightning, quickly and erratically, potentially useful to dodge against extremely fast opponents if the conjecture is correct. Chloe alerts me that it's been about 45 minutes since I started my task. The creature is slowly lurching in our general direction now. Though it hasn't made any aggressive action toward us specifically, I redouble my pace. Tracing the glyphs onto my simple blowgun, I etch the lightning glyph about 2/3 of the way down the cylinder's length, guiding its formation with basic ether manipulation to help ensure the structure is properly traced upon the curved surface. It required a bit of adjustment halfway through, but thankfully, ether seems to naturally want to trace along the paths of correctly drawn glyphs. The second glyph of motion is far simpler to draw, taking only a minute or two before I'm confident with its overall structure. A brief use of basic ether manipulation to double-check confirms that any deviations from the optimal form are minuscule at best. I begin the process of connecting the glyphs together, with only two. It's a simple matter of combining them with sluices. But I suspect that for advanced LitRPG with hundreds or millions of individual glyphs working in various combinations of parallel and sequence, it's going to be more than a small challenge. One more set of sluices connecting the two glyphs to the near end of the blowgun and I think I have it ready to go. One final look over and I decide it's time to chance it. I take a deep breath as I get up. Now for the moment of truth. If I'm wrong about this, I'm putting my life in peril. But this is the calling of a planet-touched mechanist, pushing and expanding the bounds of science and LitRPG. Okay, I'm far from the boundaries of both, but relative to Earth, I might actually be. One more deep breath, I close my eyes. I stick an ether bullet in the chamber and prepare myself. I have 150 units of ether remaining, and 3 bullets that haven't degraded. I'll fire them consecutively with 50 units of ether propelling each. It better be enough. The attacks fly, filling the air with a bluish light, and the sound of birds chirping as they shoot toward the encroaching aberration. The first scores a direct hit in what might generously be called its lower abdomen, sending you scattering in every direction. The second is a bit off course due to the wind and imprecise rifling within the barrel, only slicing through a pair of its legs before lodging into a tree and sending witty shrapnel flying. But the third hits right in the dead center of the creature's torso. The entire beast ripples once, then twice, then explodes. Chloe and I make a run for it, but I once again, for the second time in as many days, suffer severe acid burns upon my calves. Nothing that Chloe's new healing spell can't easily heal, but painful as sin and as annoying as hell. I grin as 3 system notifications pop up. You have customized your simple blowgun into a simple lightning blowgun. Weapon attack increased. 25 gives 60. You have slain an it that crawls in the night level 16. You have gained a boosted 1980 experience. You have gained enough experience to reach level 12. That can wait until morning. We're both tired, sweaty, covered in slime, and ready to get the hells away from this abomination once and for all. We rush back to Chloe's place at top speed, and after shivering through the best cold, dark shower I've ever had, I have the best sleep I've had in years. 1.28 notifications, decisions, and more. I don't wake up until sometime after dawn. Chloe's still asleep as well, and frankly, I don't blame her. If not for my burning need to use the restroom, I'd be right alongside her, taking the day low and slow after the absolute cluster truck of a day yesterday. Instead, I stumble down the stairs, still half asleep, and make my way into the nearest bathroom to freshen up. I half expect to see the cops barreling down the front door any second, ready to arrest me for the multitude of illegal activities we committed yesterday. But I'm relieved to see they've managed to leave well enough alone. And they probably are starting to run low on fuel, assuming all the refineries are still offline. Goodness. Now I'm going down a tangent of how global food supplies and distribution are holding up. So far, we still have enough food for ourselves, but it's the second full day of what I assume to be a global infrastructure shortfall. That means 1 day left until mass pandemonium starts breaking out. I sigh. Things are going to get much worse than they already have, won't they? And all the while we should be trying to use the power granted to us by the system to get our shit in order instead of burying our heads in the sand and thinking everything will go back to the old normal. Does no one have a farmer or similar class, in any case? Time to actually sit down and actually deal with the levels I've gained yesterday, along with all the other notifications that I suppressed during the last fight. You have gained enough experience to reach level 12 from 10. Vitality come to. Mind come to. Please allocate remaining stat points. 6 remaining. Despite the usefulness of a little bit of strength on day-to-day tasks, my class is very much a mind-focused one, like most mage variants. My focus needs to be on staying alive and making sure I have enough ether to empower the sorts of blasts that were able to eviscerate the horror from last night. At the same time, speed is also incredibly useful on the staying alive front. In a worst-case scenario, I can try to outrun an enemy and slowly regenerate my ether in the interim. Vitality likewise remains important, but I decide to prioritize mind with these 2 levels. The stat also seems to help with manipulating my ether, as well as all of the other skills that I've gained so far. I assign COM 1 to Vitality and COM 2 to Mind for my first level, then COM 1 to Speed and COM 2 to Mind with my second. Maximum health increases by Vitality X to current level Ran 13 equals 82. Maximum ether increases by Mind current level Ran 0, 2 equals 49. Level 12. Experience 5,330. To next 1,805. Current stats. Health 789. Ether 419. Current stats. Strength 15. Speed 19. Vitality 36. Mind. More notifications follow as I sit down and munch on some dry cereal in the kitchen and try to figure out what the heck I need to prioritize for the day. Your Basic Ether Manipulation Rank 8 has upgraded to Basic Ether Manipulation Rank X. Your Basic Ether Manipulation Rank X has reached its maximum level. You have been awarded an additional COM to free stat points for maximizing a skill rank. Easy decision to make, considering how my class is starting to evolve into some sort of ether gungeoneer, gunslinger. Not sure what the term is, but I need more ether to power my weapons in either case. Mind increased from 40 to 42. Your ether bullet rank 4 has upgraded to ether bullet rank 7. Yeah, that tracks. I've been making a ton of use of the skill throughout yesterday's battles, evolving my abilities further under moderately stressful circumstances against a powerful foe was enough to give me 3 ranks in the skill. I condensed the basic form of my ether bullet in the palm of my hand, and it forms into a sparkling, pea-sized marble with hardly any effort. I then toss it out the back door before Chloe sees it and gets on my case. You have gained the general skill basic glyph manipulation rank I. Would you like to learn this skill? General skill slots available. I pull up the description for good measure, knowing full well I'll be accepting the skill anyway. Basic glyph manipulation rank I. Your curiosity and study of ether-based technology has led you to the basic understanding of how glyphs modulate and manipulate ether into its nearly infinite possibilities. Already you have developed hypotheses on how glyphs function, and your desire to push the limits of possibility will lead you to great fortune, or equally great ruin. Take this skill, which will provide basic knowledge and insight. Absolutely, yes, please, and thank you. I snatch that skill up. Your basic glyph manipulation rank I has upgraded to basic glyph manipulation rank 2. Well, hot damn. Probably for my work combining glyphs. Even if it was in a ham-fisted, inefficient, and ad hoc manner. I walk over and glance at my simple lightning blowgun and immediately shudder. The sluices were too large. The connections between the glyphs were in the wrong places. And I completely neglected to introduce the correct linking runes along the sluices to ensure that the amount of ether I used didn't burst through the channels and rupture the whole thing. Had I put even 10 more points of ether behind any of those 3 shots, I would have busted the whole thing and possibly taken my face off in the process. The effects of the new skill now apparent, I decide upon my best course of action. I could try to build a generator or similar, but that would take weeks, maybe months before I understand and can properly build the combination of glyphs necessary to do something so complex. Chloe steps downstairs a few minutes later, stretching as she does. I pour her a glass of water, and I get an idea. I rush over to my sketchbook and I pull out a star-shaped glyph that I suspect to be the one for heat and test it out. The paper and the air on it grows warm and my palms start to sweat. Inverting the flow of ether causes the air to cool around me. Fog accompanies my exhalation before I stop. Chloe gives me a funny look as she starts rubbing her arms. And what does my favorite lady of science have planned with the cold air on this chilly early morning? Refrigeration, I say. I realize I've been thinking about the whole preservation of food question wrong. Instead of figuring out how to power the refrigerator, I should have just been asking how do I keep the refrigerator cold. A lot more efficient and far fewer variables than trying to connect a bunch of control runes and link them all to a lightning glyph, when I could just use a reverse heat glyph and get the desired end result. Oh, by the way, it seems that some of the cell towers are starting to come back online. Signal is weak, no data or anything, just standard texts. Got a message from my mom a few minutes ago. Said she was doing okay. That they had enough food and a generator that would last another day or two. But that they didn't think they've got enough fuel to power it past Monday. On the one hand, access to a generator would be valuable in so many different ways. Having light and heat and eventually air conditioning again, absolutely incredible. But on the other, it would still be lean times for the next several weeks at least. I shake my head at my utter hypocrisy from last night. Yes, the system has arrived and its changes can't and shouldn't be undone. But, thinking of the creature comforts that I'd taken for granted, like even a lukewarm shower, I guess I understand why so many people are eager for life to return to the way things were. I wish we could use this opportunity and these new abilities to look for even better ways forward than just trudging along with our collective heads in the sand and pretending things are exactly as they were. Chloe, I owe you an apology, I finally mutter. For what? For being selfish. Again. I haven't been considerate enough about how other people must be feeling about all these changes. I've gotten so caught up in trying to unravel all the mysteries of the system and EtherTech, and I haven't been thinking about how all this has been affecting everyone else. Haven't been thinking about how hard it must be for you and all the people who don't want to fight. Haven't been thinking that I've had a whole second life to plan and prepare for this moment. And people are running around scared and hoping that things will come back to normal. And maybe I just want to be a hero instead of just some ordinary person who'll live an ordinary life, then die an ordinary death. Chloe frowns, then laughs. What? We're young. We just turned 18. We're supposed to be naive optimists ready to take on the world. Chloe's laugh intensifies. Whatever happened to the Sierra who was always study hard and stay in school and go to college and get good grades and all that stuff? She speaks in a deliberately deep and mocking tone that I can't help but laugh at. I don't really sound like that, do I? Chloe gives me the look. Then we both giggle at each other. And besides, I think I very much was all study hard and get good grades. Except now study hard is experiment with Ethertech, and get good grades is get higher levels. Chloe gives me another evil eye. So, we're in agreement that we're going to do what I want to do today for a change. I mean, as long as it's not surrender ourselves to the law and check ourselves into county jail. Okay, yes, fine. We will not turn ourselves in to be detained at the police chief's pleasure. But, we're going to try not to break any laws today. We're still bringing our weapons. For self-defense purposes only. Considering what we saw last night on the road. That should be a given. Now then. We're going back downtown and to my mother's work. I want to see her again. To let her and us both know that one another is still alive and doing okay. Before we do that, I'd like to play around with the glyph of heat and see if we can't work the refrigerator that way. Chloe shakes her head. You can do that while I'm in the bath. For now. I want to see if that glyph of heat that you keep talking about won't let me have a hot bath for a change. But I sigh. Yeah, Chloe Jacobs, Your Highness. Now kneel, Seraphina Mortensen, and avert your gaze before your princess. You do know that I'm not actually a knight, and that I did not take that divine paladin class. And you know that I'm not actually a princess. But we're having fun, and that's what matters. Now, my loyal retainer, my bath awaits. I grumble and grumble and grumble some more as I fill up Chloe's bath. For 3 reasons. First, the glyph of heat works perfectly. Second, it takes barely 200 ether to get it nice and warm for Chloe. And third, I could have done this last night or this morning and had a warm soak for myself. Damn my lack of creativity. 1.29 Return downtown. We take our leave around 2 hours after dawn, just before 9:00 a.m. according to Chloe's phone, and the single analog wall clock in the house still ticking away on battery power. Completely oblivious as to how much the world has changed in just over a week. Hard to believe sometimes. It's been a week already. Had the system not arrived when it did, we'd be enjoying the last 2 days of spring break, going up to see my favorite music group in concert, then coming back to finish senior year and the last summer before going out into the world. My thoughts turn back to school. Will we still have classes on Monday? Will anyone show up? I really don't want to get into any school fights now that confrontations can so much more easily turn deadly. We pause for a couple of minutes to examine the scene of our last battle. There are still plenty of splintered trees and a few half-dissolved shrubs lying around, but most of the signs of the battlefield are completely gone. There isn't a single patch of burned grass, nor any of the huge swaths of dirt that the crawler had left behind as it consumed all organic matter in its path during the previous night. A true miracle of the system, restoring the grasses so quickly. At least, I would believe it to be so. If not for that lingering thought that I can't quench, that the system is orchestrating all of these events for a greater purpose, and not one I or anyone on Earth should hope to see come to fruition. We proceed down south, following much the same path we did yesterday. With a couple more levels under our belts, the trip proceeds more quickly. After about 20 more minutes on the road, I get an idea. We head to the side of the road, where I pull out my trusty sewing needle and get to work. This time on each of our shoes. Basic glyph manipulation speeds up the crafting and validation testing of new glyphs way beyond what I was capable of with merely basic ether manipulation, and my mundane, mediocre attempts at seamstressing could accomplish. Scarcely 5 minutes passes before our boots have been swiftly modified, and the 2 of us continue on our way. These boots of quickness, as the system has registered them, have a passive effect to increase our speed by about 1/3. Not anything world-shattering, but a useful benefit with applications both in and out of battle. There is a small ether drain, but after factoring in our regeneration, it's about a point per minute for Chloe and about a point every 2 minutes for me. That her class gives her boosts to her maximum ether capacity relative to the normal formula means that both of us can use them for several hours each day, at least as long as we don't use ether otherwise during that time. We make it back downtown shortly before noon, even after we make a short stop for lunch. We stroll in the general direction of the new tower, wondering if anyone has been sufficiently brave and/or foolish enough to attempt the trials that lie within. But, of course, it's still under constant police surveillance, and after yesterday, we dare not cause any trouble so soon. Instead, we slip over a couple of streets, enjoying the warm sun at our backs as we head up Main Street and into the office complex where Mrs. Jacobs works. There's a security presence at the gate, with two bulky gentlemen standing sentry on either side of the reinforced glass door. Each of them carries a shotgun, prominently held over their chest, and both give a general vibe of surliness that makes even my system-boosted confidence falter slightly. Chloe has already let her mother know of our impending arrival, so we don't have to wait more than a minute before she taps on the front door and beckons us inside. As soon as we're inside and the doors are locked behind us, Mrs. Jacobs pulls her daughter into a hug. A second later, she beckons toward me, and the three of us share in a cathartic embrace. Mrs. Jacobs moves at a pace that's hurried for her, but with our boots of quickness speeding our gait. It's but a leisurely stroll for the two of us as she leads us out of the entryway and toward a break room of some sort in the back. Mrs. Jacobs's workplace isn't in one of the large towers that dot the downtown metro. It's still a building of some size, stretching 5 stories high and taking up a quarter of a city block along the northeast side of the downtown area. It's a bit disorienting to see the electrical lights on, fans humming, and people going about an ordinary Friday at work. Phones are ringing, probably calling other devices within the complex. As we pass into the back, the air fills with the smell of a warm, sizzling meal being cooked up on some hot plates, a luxury of which I wish I could partake. Oh, it is so good to see the two of you doing well. I still can't believe you walked all the way across town. We jogged, Chloe corrects. I suspect she also wants to brag a bit. Mrs. Jacobs sits us down without missing a beat. How are things back at the house? So sorry that I've not been able to drive back, but with the country still struggling to get the power up and back online, it's just been one thing after another. And we're basically pulling constant all-nighters, taking sleep where we can get it. Any word on that? Chloe asks. It's pretty much a mass-scale effort. Now that the civil unrest has started to dial back a bit, the Army Corps of Engineers has taken command of more or less every National Guard unit, save for small detachments needed elsewhere. In other words, guarding dungeons and handling the logistics of getting dungeon loot processed. They're working as hard as they can to build all the infrastructure to start reconnecting the power lines. But they're saying that we're still looking at another half a month before all the connections are stable enough that the utility conglomerates are going to feel comfortable trying to turn the plants back online. Assuming no more system hijinks happen in the interim. Just glad it didn't disrupt the water treatment facility and operation. And thank heavens for the solar installations the CEO had installed 2 years ago. Otherwise the backup generators wouldn't have lasted even this long. After a meager but still enjoyable meal of street tacos, Mrs. Jacobs beckons us into her office and closes the door behind her. She sits down on her desk and stares at us with a stern look on her face. Now then, Chloe, Seraphina, she starts. Would you like me to get you to some water? She absolutely knows what happened yesterday. Chloe turns to me and the two of us suppress a look of guilt, but our resolve fades under the unrelenting nature of her mother's withering glare. All right, Mrs. Jacobs, what is this about? I've been informed that the two of you were seen. She pauses, harassing officers, breaking curfew, causing a public disturbance, breaking and entering into restricted areas without permission or so much as a by your leave. Now, I'd like to believe that my daughter has had a good influence on you, and that I've tried to instill a sense of respect for public order into you, Seraphina. But Officer Whitney's testimony is rather persuasive, as is his detailed account about how you brazenly defied the arrest order he placed on you. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Chloe raises her voice to object. Please, Mom, I don't think we can trust the old public order, I say. Regardless of my personal safety, I wanted to go and see what was going on with that tower. Is no one going to explore it? I get that it's a less than safe extracurricular to engage in over spring break. But is there such a thing as safe anymore? Monsters killed my mother. They attacked us in our own backyard and our basement. If there were such a way to return to a sense of safety, wouldn't it be there, in that tower? And if no one else is going to go inside because it's not safe, then it ought to be like the dungeons, available for exploration for those willing to assume the risks. She raises an eyebrow. Less than safe extracurriculars. Now that's a euphemism if ever I've heard one. Football and basketball would be my definition of less than safe extracurriculars. There's risks involved, but ones you know about going in. And we have professionals and safety equipment that at least try to mitigate those risks. Sneaking into unsafe buildings despite known dangers, despite clear barricades and armed police standing guard is not less than safe. It is reckless, foolish, illegal, and was as likely as not to have gotten the both of you killed. Seriously, you two. What do you have to say about yourselves? I'm the one to blame for this, I say. Please be lenient on Chloe. I wanted to go to the tower because I thought we could discover more technology and learn more about the system and what it wants by being here. I pause for a moment. I think there's too much potential and I don't want to see it all get classified by the military and hidden away. We need to know how to use these new powers and abilities we've been given. And Mrs. Jacobs says, "You look like you want to tell me more." I do. You'll think I'm crazy though. Won't take it as seriously as I mean it. Try me. I hesitate for a bit longer. I don't know if I can fully trust Mrs. Jacobs, but at the same time, she took me in as her own daughter after we found out that mine passed away. Part of me worries she'll send in her husband to drag me off to Area 51 or wherever they keep the real alien tech he's been working on. I struggle with it, but I decide to just come clean without mincing words. I'm not from this world. Not from planet Earth. Maybe not even from this galaxy. I don't know. I mean this with all due sincerity. Since I know you're trying to be honest, but please, explain it to me. How can you not be from Earth? We've known you since you were 5 years old, and I think we would be aware if there were sightings of you falling from the sky in an alien spacecraft. What I'm about to tell you is all true, but hard to believe. I expect you not to. Frankly, I'd think you foolish to take me solely at my word. Although my word is the only proof I can show you. First, when the system arrived, it mentioned that there was anomalous data present when it tried to initialize me. It then rectified that by giving me a trait called touched by the multiverse. The description says that my mind has been touched by, and I quote, the vastness that lies beyond space and time. And while we were in the tower yesterday, I had a vision of waking up in some cross between a hospital operating room and a mad scientist's technological emporium. I was, from what I could tell, nearly the same age and appearance that I am now. In that vision, I was greeted by a man who introduced himself as Drive. Martin Chitono. He said that he and a team of researchers had created me as part of a program that they designated Project Seraphina. The vision ends pretty soon after that. So, this vision, you think, is some sort of connection to a different you from a different world. I think it's a memory of a life I once lived, through processes I could not hope to understand. Someone, maybe my old self, managed to imprint some fragment of myself into this world, and allowed me to be reborn. How, or why, I couldn't even speculate. But I know this is all too unbelievable, and Mrs. Jacobs looks at me as though I'm wasting her time. I know. As I said, it's all too unbelievable, too easy to dismiss as a hallucination or a lie. I have no proof that could reasonably satisfy you. And I'm sorry that I must sound like I'm wasting your time, but the memory is too realistic, the vision too clear, and after the arrival of the system, I'm forced to accept, or at least not dismiss out of hand, what I would have dismissed as hogwash and pseudoscientific just a week ago. Mrs. Jacobs smirks. You took a class related to healing crystals, didn't you? Just to spite me? Maybe I did, but that's not what's relevant right now. Then what is? Chloe asks. We fought a giant tentacle monster not even a mile away from our house last night. I know you want to just pretend that the world is as it was, but Sarah's right on this. The world is going to get more and more dangerous. And what you see is just keeping us safe is likely to endanger us all in the weeks and years to come. Is that it? Then, Mrs. Jacobs asks. You two have both made up your mind on this. I have, Chloe says. I believe Sarah. I trust her judgment on matters relating to the system and how it will change our world going forward. And I want to help her find the rest of her memories. That's your final answer? Then, it is. I nod my head in agreement. I see. I had hoped that this day wouldn't come for a while yet. But every mother has to accept that one day her daughters are going to grow older, become adults, and leave the nest. I don't know too much. But, Chloe, your father called last night. When I mentioned that you two had gotten involved in these matters and were being accused of various crimes in the wake of the arrival of this so-called system, he didn't seem the least bit surprised. Couldn't tell me why. Said it was classified. More restricted protocols even than TSSCI. And that he wasn't really able to even say that he knew why he knew such a thing. We weren't able to talk for long before his phone gave out, but we talked for long enough. And the two of us reached an understanding. Even if I don't like it, I'm here to make you an offer that he thinks will be in everyone's best interests. Name it, Chloe says. I, and my company, have some influence with City Hall, but not enough that we can just completely overlook all of your illegal actions from yesterday. My original idea was to use my influence and give you the option to come to your senses. And in return, the city was going to agree to remand you to my custody and have you placed under house arrest for the rest of the summer. If you had abided by those terms, you would have escaped being formally charged and made to do jail time. However, I can't in good conscience agree to the terms of that deal, if I know you will not hold to it either. As such, he proposed another idea. One which I think will give you the opportunities for advancement and leveling, as you might call it. I spoke with the city government, and they are agreeable to it as well. There is an expedition into the wilds starting tomorrow morning. She hands me a card with an address written on it. It's for a place on the far western edge of the metro area. I can arrange it such that you two can join them. For the rest of today, you two may remain here, under my supervision. If there are any spare supplies not being used, and you believe you can make use of them, you may have them. We will also prepare a small amount of rations for you to take on that expedition. She looks at us with the tearful face of a mother saying goodbye to her children, possibly for the last time. I wish you both the best, and I hope to see you back safe and sound when everything settles down some more. Thank you, Mrs. Jacobs, thank you. Mom, the two of us say in unison. 1:30 Adventuring Party. The night comes swifter than it has any right to as we make our final preparations for the start of our new lives as adventurers. We make ourselves useful throughout the evening, Chloe with her healing abilities, and me installing and using the glyph of lightning to channel electricity into the building's battery backup complex. I also teach others how to operate the glyph, in the hopes that they might be able to extend their operations in relative comfort for a bit longer. And fortunately, most of the people here haven't even reached level 3, and haven't developed a basic ether manipulation skill yet. At the very least, it assuages my guilt a little bit about the trouble we're causing them. Night, on the other hand, passes fitfully. Chloe and I each lie on a small cot in a spare office room next to Mrs. Jacobs's office. Chloe falls asleep quickly, while I toss and turn for several hours, unable to sleep. I feel neither pain nor any particular discomfort or stress that I can point to, but something keeps me awake. Anticipation to be away from the city, perhaps, or maybe concern for how Chloe is going to handle being in the rougher conditions that await us outside the city limits. Still, I will protect her, for both of our sakes. Morning arrives far too soon as well. I still feel groggy when the dawn's early light comes streaming in through the office window. Fatigue sets in for the first time in days, right as it's least wanted or needed. Still, it's a day I've been waiting for a long time, far longer than the weekend change that the system has been around on Earth. No, this is a deeper, more visceral desire, one tied to the past life I once lived. I make some ether bullets during the early morning while we wait for one final hot meal in civilization. It might just be a scrappy omelette with something that might legally pass as sausage, but it still tastes divine as oozy, buttery flavor passes my lips and packs itself directly onto my thighs. Before long, we're saying our goodbyes, and are led to Mrs. Jacobs's car to be driven off to the rendezvous point. I'm a bit surprised by this myself, given the conversation yesterday. I'd expected us to have to walk there ourselves. I don't bother asking why the change in plans, lest we lose this minor convenience. But I suspect it's a combination of still being remanded to her custody, as well as her wanting to spend a little bit of time with her daughter for the last time in what could be a long time. Daughters, plural, I correct. The streets are still mostly empty. though there are a few cars and a number of pedestrians strolling about. Most of both groups are uniformed personnel who appear to be on official business, but a few civilians are strewn about, mostly those working at the few businesses that are still open, as well as those scavenging for what food and essentials they can find. Gas stations are still open, with every one we pass having incredibly long lines and signs warning about heavy rationing. People seem uncomfortable, fidgety, distressed, but they are adapting and trying to make do as best as they can. We arrive at the address a short while later. There's already a group of 6 people lined up just outside the building, 3 men, 3 women. Most of them are on the younger side, though the 2 of us are the youngest by probably a good 5 years. The oldest among them is a man with chiseled features reminiscent of a cross between a movie star and a bodybuilder. He has short, gray hair and a thick goatee. Most prominently, he has a huge scar across his neck and jutting down his collarbone, before disappearing underneath the suit of reinforced body armor he wears. Likely the leader of the expedition, has been fighting in the wilderness this whole time, and has tons of levels and the strength to match his physique. He looks at us with the same dismissive stare I've come to expect of adults, and especially men. The look of, oh great, I'm being saddled with more hangers-on who don't know what they're getting themselves into, and will be crying and begging for mommy the first time they see something scarier than a garter snake. We move to approach, but Mrs. Jacobs stops us. I know it won't be safe out there, but please, be careful, both of you. I love you both, and I will see you again someday. She turns to me. And you, Miss Seraphina Mortensen, you promised to protect my daughter Chloe, and you will be held to that. Do I make myself clear? Yes, ma'am, I say without missing a beat. I don't think I can bear to see the 2 of you off, so I'll be going now, and I won't be saying goodbye. I understand, Chloe says, and we'll see you soon, I promise. Mrs. Jacobs turns her on and heads in her car. She doesn't wave to us, or even acknowledge our presence as she pulls out of the parking lot and back onto the side street. But I can tell that the tears are already flowing and she worries for our well-being profusely. But I meant every word I said when I promised I'd keep us safe, and I have no intention to renege on that commitment. We make our way over to where the rest of our new party is, and I see that we're relatively under-equipped compared with the others gathered here. 2 of the 3 women are talking to one another, not acknowledging our presence. One man, looking like a Ren Fair knight dressed in full plate, is taking inventory. The leader is talking with who appears to be his chief lieutenant, neither doing much to acknowledge us, only the last woman, a pale woman in a suit of leather armored real, protective armor, not bikini male or fetish gear, with striking ebon locks, walks up to approach us. Double quotes, well, hello there, she says. Are you the 2 newest recruits to our team? Oh, sorry. I should introduce myself. My name is Lindsay. I'm a ranger in both class and former occupation. Former, Chloe asks. Enlisted in the army once I graduated high school at 18. Went to ranger school. Did 2 years of a second term. Then got a medical discharge due to a nasty injury to my right knee. Decided to try my hand in the forest and wildlife service. But then all this shit went down. Me and some other ex-military decided to form our own little unit to explore and investigate the strange happenings over the past week. Given that active duty personnel and National Guard units are too busy just maintaining basic law and order over the larger cities and towns throughout our country, I nod and offer my hand, Seraphina Mortensen. Just Sarah for short since I know that's a handful. Joined with my friend Chloe Jacobs. It's nice to meet the both of you. Anyway. As befits a ranger class, I focus on scouting, detection of enemy forces, and long-range attacks. My class gives me proficiency with both daggers and bows, so I'm not completely helpless in close-quarters combat. We do have some handguns if you need them for emergencies, but most of the monsters out there are all but immune to bullets. Still effective against some of the weaker ones in a pinch, at least. I might be able to help with that, I say. I've got a Mechanist class. I specialize in dissecting the interplay between ether, spells, and technology, both new and old, offensively. I wield a blowgun right now that can shoot pellets infused with lightning energy. Outside of combat, I can enhance weapons and armor with basic enchantments that grant effects not unlike the spells that various mages can perform. I don't have nearly as much experience as you all do, nor ideal materials for the task, but I suspect I can build new technology from scratch as I gain more experience with my skill set. I pull out my barrier gauntlets and activate their effect. Try to punch through it. Lindsay does so and is quickly rebuffed, staggering backward before regaining her footing. Impressive, she says. Can think of a couple of fights where something like that would have saved our sorry asses. Chloe looks to me. But what about? We don't need to tell them all the details about ourselves and our abilities. But we all need to know what one another can and can't do so we can plan accordingly. It's as she says. Lindsay agrees. I trust you both have gotten at least a little combat experience since the system arrived. We're both over level 10, Chloe says. And I'm a healer. Not great on offense, low strength. Not keen to fight anyone else personally. But I can do pretty much exactly what my class implies. Injuries and poisons both. Curses, Lindsay asks. Can you cure a paralysis curse? Probably at higher levels. But I don't have a spell to that effect just yet. We'll get you there. Lindsay smiles. Don't worry, I promise. You're going to be a popular one. Make sure to let Jackie know. She points to the shorter woman with strawberry blonde hair. She's got a class with some healing abilities. But she'll love having a dedicated healer to work alongside. Anyway, the brunette is Anna. Don't let her calm demeanor disarm you. She's a fire evoker and a damn powerful one. Not going to be conjuring water anytime soon. But if a problem can be solved with any amount of fire, she'll be right at home. The guy in the armor is Brent, a shield fighter. Stupid high defenses. Alongside more skills that allow him to shrug off blows that would incapacitate the rest of us. Talking with our leader right now is Nicholas. Sarah, I bet you two will be spending quite a bit of time together. Despite his class name, he focuses on auras and buffs. As long as he's alive, conscious, and has a steady supply of ether to fuel his skills, he'll help coordinate our efforts and allow each of us to fight at our full potential, both individually and as a team. And then we've got our leader, Alexei. He's a bludgeoner through and through. No fancy tricks or subtlety. He hits things hard and has skills that allow him to hit even harder. Don't worry about his appearance. He's seen more than a few things. But he's loyal to a fault and you can rely on him when the chips are down. Immigrated from Russia to the States shortly after the fall of the wall. Did a tour in Kosovo 20-odd years ago to earn his American citizenship. Then has pretty much been a military man his whole life until he retired 5 years ago with full honors and distinction. All right, you three ladies, Alexei says just as Lindsay finishes her speech. If his name and backstory didn't give his birthplace away, his still heavy Eastern European accent certainly would have. I think it's about time to head out, Chloe. Sarah, do I have your names correct? We both nod. And I add a sheepish yes, sir, for good measure. Good, Lindsay. Stout out along our usual path. Yes, sir, she says. She moves with a graceful celerity, sprinting past the edge of civilization and into the nearby trees without making a sound or leaving even a trace of wind in her wake. Nicholas, have you finished our final preparations relating to our supplies? We're going to plan on a 5-day excursion this time around. Now that we've got 2 new recruits, as you command, sir, foodstuffs are sufficient, though I'll need to get a few more water treatment tablets and filters for safety's sake. See to it. Even if there's a slight delay. Our goal, first and foremost, is to return from our mission alive and well, sir. Yes, sir. He nods and jogs off to the nearby warehouse building. I notice a couple of army personnel standing guard outside the building. Jackie, Anna, see to it that our newest recruits are properly outfitted. We'll plan to depart at 09:30 local. The two both nod and salute. Brent, you're with me. And you too, he says, offering his hand to the both of us. Welcome aboard. We look forward to working with the both of you. As do we. Chloe and I both say, again in unison, as we shake hands with our boss for the next several months. 1.31 into the wilds. The second Chloe's phone shows 9:30 a.m. Alexei calls out to all of us. He doesn't yell, his voice is calm-spoken, almost eerily so. But he doesn't need to. His steel words cut the silence like a hot knife through butter, demanding the attention of everyone who hears. Even the sentries on duty look toward the grizzled veteran of 50 years before returning to their straight-laced posture on either side of the door to the warehouse. Chloe's robes are comparable in defensive capability to everything else they have available for us. But I've been outfitted with a suit of leather armor not unlike the one Lindsay was wearing just a few moments ago. It feels and even smells oddly familiar, as though this is the very same suit we handed over to the National Guard back at the dungeon days earlier. I've also been outfitted with a few lesser healing potions brewed by one of the army's chemists turned alchemist, along with another ether canister to go with the one I still have in my possession. The phials containing the potions are each about the size of my fingers and contain a bright red liquid. I sniff one of them and quickly regret it. Their odor is a pungent and disgusting mix of onions, moldy cheese, and piss, all slowly boiled together over a flame fueled by raw, steaming shit. I should hope that Chloe never falters in her ability to keep us alive and well. And pray to the gods above that the day never comes where I'm forced to drink this abomination. In addition to the medicines, each of us carries a large backpack with food, fair clothes, and other mundane supplies. They probably weigh a solid 80 pounds each, more than triple that which Chloe and I are used to. I do feel a bit of regret at my decision to neglect my strength stat, but our commensurately high vitality helps Chloe and me shoulder the weight without much fatigue. Lindsay returns a minute later just as the rest of us have finished gathering up out in the parking lot next to Alexei. She nods slightly in affirmation and mouths something I interpret as all clear before getting in line beside us. "Ladies, gentlemen," he says, quiet in volume, but no less weighty in tone. "Today we embark on a mission against a threat that many civilians aren't even aware exists. Chloe, Sarah, are you two aware of what lies beyond the city limits?" Chloe shakes her head. "I can speculate, sir," I say. "But other than the existence of the dungeon just south of the city, neither of us has left the city and its immediate surroundings since the system's arrival. A lesson for you, Sarah. It's good to admit when you don't know something, rather than trying to speculate with poor evidence. I can tell you've got the look of a budding scientist. And there are times when being able to assess the situation on the ground is going to be an invaluable asset. But getting too deep in your speculations is going to make you overconfident. And I can't count the times when someone has done something so stupid or nonsensical that I wanted to dismiss the idea as completely beyond the pale. I've no choice but to nod and acknowledge his words, no matter how poor they make me feel. Now then, as the system has notified us when it did those so-called world modifications, the Earth is a lot bigger than it once was. Beyond the large cities and small towns that have largely escaped the modifications, there's a lot of nasty shit out there. Monsters that roam the landscape, some of which are true titans, as big as the largest dinosaurs that ever roamed, and several times more dangerous to boot. And we're going to fight those things, Chloe asks. Like hell we are. We're trying to stay alive, cull whatever gets too close to the city limits, and deliver whatever useful, tangible information we can back to headquarters. And yes, part of that will involve combat, since that seems to tie into our level and therefore our capabilities. However, we will be careful and exercise discretion when and if we decide to fight. Do I make myself clear on this? Yes, sir. We both say enthusiastically that he's taking all of this into consideration, understanding the need to fight and balancing it against the need to not throw our lives away unnecessarily. Raises my esteem of him several notches. I'm glad to see that at least this unit is adapting military doctrine to the arrival of the system, and it fills me with hope that we'll be prepared to face off against the next challenges that await us. Lindsay, you're in the lead as always. Brent, I want you and Jackie to stay with our two recruits in the middle. Anna, you and Nicholas are with me in the RERGUARD. Now then, let's move out. Despite Alexei's warnings of monsters out in the countryside and his boisterous chant to fill our morale, the rest of the morning is as boring and uneventful as the worst exam day back in school. Walking and walking and walking some more. My feet grow sore and I swear we do not usually have to deal with this many mosquitoes in the middle of March. Oh, and of course, more giant rats and spiders. We ignore both of those, neither of them pose any real threat, and they're too low level even to give Chloe experience at this point. Our lunch meal of a package of MREs helps me understand exactly why the field rations are sometimes derisively referred to by comics and ex-military as meals rarely eaten. The barbecued meat is dry and lacking in seasoning. The roll is stale. The green beans and peas simultaneously both soggy and overly waterlogged. And the alleged gummies are a stone's throw from the consistency of hard candy. At least the strawberry-flavored water is decent. Overall, it does very slightly beat going hungry. And that's the best I can say about that. To add a little injury to the insult, we get the usual spring rain shower in the afternoon. I thank the goddesses once more that we were instructed under no uncertain terms to carry with us several extra pairs of socks. In fact, we were specifically instructed to bring even more than we thought we'd need after knowing we'd need extra. As I slip on a pair of dry socks and feel the warmth and comfort of dry cotton against my heels, I give thanks to the experience and wisdom of the other members of my unit. But I have to say, without a doubt, the worst part of the day has been adjusting to having to deal with the joys of waste disposal in the countryside, where the luxury of electricity comes second to the luxury that is indoor plumbing. I can stand fighting for my life against monsters and dealing with whatever unpleasantness the system throws at us next. But please, for the love of every one of the goddesses, give me the glyph of clean bowels, and preferably yesterday, and also darn them for not answering my prayers. We continue on until about an hour before sundown, where we set up a basic camp for the evening. Chloe and I have by far the lowest strength stats of the bunch, but with vitality that far outstrips our size. We two are able to nearly pull our weight as we clear a square about 50 feet in each direction to set up a makeshift campsite for the evening. Brent and Lindsay run off shortly after we get set up, returning an hour later with a small deer and an assortment of local berries to augment the hardtack biscuit rations we'd brought with us. While Alexi handles the slaughtering and preparation of our nightly meat dish, I get to showcase my own talents at this time. I install the glyph of heat onto the burner and teach Nicholas how to operate the device. As I expected from a tactician, he already has basic ether manipulation himself, though he sheepishly admits it's not as high-ranked as my own. Anna likewise appreciates the effort, getting to enjoy an evening of relative comfort rather than one spent as a glorified field cook. We also boil the rainwater Jackie and Brent collected during the afternoon, using it both for cooking and to augment our meals. And everyone, especially Chloe, is adamant about making sure to keep each other accountable for drinking more water than we think we need. The meal is quite decent by the standards of living off the land. I'm not sure if Nicholas has some spell that allows him to enhance the flavor of dishes he cooks, but I'm thoroughly impressed that such ordinary ingredients, and enhanced by any seasoning beyond packets of salt and ground black pepper, could turn out this well. Maybe I'm a little nostalgic for the sort of home-cooked meals that I grew up with. After dinner, Chloe hits everyone with her antidote spell. The spell only costs her 5 ether per cast, and absolutely no one wants to wake up with the runs in the middle of the night. She and Jackie head off to discuss their respective healing abilities, while Nicholas pulls me aside to start discussing my abilities. We make our way to his tent left open at my insistence, where he sits down and starts taking notes. I understand from our conversations earlier this afternoon that you were reticent regarding sharing the details of your abilities or what you know about the system. Brent and Alexi might not see eye to eye with me on this, and as former military, I understand where they come from. Being part of a unit like this involves military discipline, oaths, and unit cohesion. We have to trust each other completely and without reservation if we are to maximize our chances of survival. Were these ordinary circumstances, I would agree with them and be far more insistent. However, they are anything but, and I can already tell that trying to force you to tell us things you aren't comfortable with is only going to create conflict and cause you to clam up. I nod. I appreciate the consideration. Now, I understand that you are not a spellcaster like your friend Anna. Nevertheless, you've demonstrated the capacity to imitate spell-like effects with these glyphs, as you've called them. The two of us broke past the police barricade into the tower gauntlet that appeared downtown the other day. While we were in there, I discovered a number of glyphs on the various devices contained within. I've been able to decipher a small number of them and their functions. Can you explain how they work? If you will permit my speculation on these matters, there is a time for action and admitting that you do not know, as our commander has instructed. But there is no shame in admitting your speculation and logical reasoning when discussing matters of science. Very well. This is my best understanding of glyphs. Either represents the force of magic, or the supernatural, or our ability to use the effects granted to us by the system. I'm sure philosophers will have their own definitions in time. However, ether can also be likened to raw potential energy, in a sense. It is power in its rawest, most unrefined state. Glyphs act by turning this raw ether into pretty much any effect imaginable. You can think of them as the building blocks of spells, or what I have dubbed ethertech, combining these glyphs into artifacts, enchantments, weapons, and so on. This next part is more speculative, but I suspect that with sufficient knowledge and understanding of glyphs, their effects, and how to combine them, we can make even the most speculative science fiction into reality. Warp drives that allow us to visit distant galaxies on human timescales. The ability to command virtually every superpower that has ever been conceived. Even the possibility of creating artificial life. Not just the experiments on what the media has dubbed as AI. I mean true artificial life forms, not just intelligences stored on a series of computers somewhere. That last one is the only thing I'm absolutely certain of. I see. Would you be willing to share your knowledge? No, I say. At least, not for nothing, but I would be willing to trade knowledge for knowledge, and work together to unravel the mysteries of these glyphs and their functionality. I look forward to it, Sarah. Now then, I can see you are quite tired and I do not wish to keep you from sleep any longer. I yawn. I suppose I am and hadn't even noticed until you mentioned it. And, we'll pick this up tomorrow evening. I would like that, Nicholas says. 1.3 To the forest beyond. I get a good night's sleep that night and wake up bright, fresh, and ready to take on the day. Or, at least, that's what I would say. If not for the horrible cramping that the goddesses have seen fit to bestow upon me shortly after I get out of bed. As soon as it's late enough to be out and about, I head to her tent to ask for a heal spell. As I expected. It doesn't work more than to blunt the pain. Note to self. Abandon all other priorities regarding glyph research and put studying glyphs on pain relief as the highest and most important objective. I quickly abandoned that notion. I don't have the slightest clue what combination of glyphs can do something like that. Even if I did, it's far too risky for me to even attempt trying to manipulate the human body to that extent. I might have done better with my physics classes than biology, but that's because biology is an interplay between far more chemistry, physics, and organic machinery than I can wrap my head around. It's clearly not impossible. Whoever created me obviously knew how difficult it was to create artificial life. And yet they found a way to do so. That makes me wonder, to what extent is that Seraphina? Nay, we share the same name and the same appearance, which I cannot dismiss as a coincidence. But I was born to human parents here on planet Earth. As far as anyone is aware, I am a completely healthy and ordinary human woman, not an artificial life form created by Dr. Chitono and his researchers on a faraway planet. And yet, I am her, reborn as a human, through means that therefore exist, but are too far beyond my grasp to even attempt to begin unraveling them. I therefore have no choice but to grit and bear it, with a little assistance from my good friend Acetaminophen. It's not the first time, nor will it be the last time I have to suffer such indignity. Breakfast consists of more hardtack rations, augmented by strips of smoked venison jerky that Nicholas and Anna made last night. The hardtack is as dry and filling and hard to swallow as one would expect from the most basic of field rations, but the jerky is quite tasty. It's softer than most jerkies I've had, and probably not fully shelf-stable, but definitely good enough that I'd gladly eat more if and when we make it back to civilization. The second morning proves more eventful than the first. About an hour after we break camp and begin our daily march, we encounter another strange fiendish abomination. It's similar to the hellspawn we encountered a few days ago and have continued to run into throughout town, but it's much larger. About as tall as Chloe and maybe 2 inches shorter than I, considering it walks with a hunched back. It might be closer in size to Brent, though it definitely isn't as tall as the absolute brick house that is Alexei. All right, Sarah, Alexei says. This is your chance to show what you're capable of firsthand, Chloe. You're with her. The rest of you all are on backup. It's their fight first and foremost, and they need the levels more than either of us. Do not interfere until I give the okay, understood? Everyone nods in assent and falls back with a natural swiftness. They've all definitely been prioritizing speed more than Chloe and I have in addition to strength. I pull out my blowgun and a handful of ether bullets as we tiptoe around to the side and attempt to catch the creature off guard. We make it a handful of steps before we're spotted. Dozens of pointy, razor-sharp teeth emerge to greet us as two fiery red eyes bear down upon me. It charges, and I retaliate by charging 40 points of ether into my blowgun and launching a single lightning-charged projectile directly in its torso. It dodges at the last second, turning my direct hit into a glancing blow. A portion of its chest is blown off, and I get to enjoy the unpleasant stench of fried hellspawn guts as it thrusts its pitchfork directly in my face. It's my turn to dodge, tilting my neck at the last second. My dodge is a bit more effective, though I do manage to earn another piercing to my left ear in the process. Adrenaline blocks out the pain of my cartilage getting shredded as I grab my bat and slam down upon the devil's neck. And it's completely ineffective. Too weak of a weapon. And it probably has a natural resistance to my fire-based attack. I try once more to the same lack of effect. The creature attacks Chloe, but she's ready with her barrier effect. She tilts it and herself slightly, turning a direct attack that likely would have shattered the weak spell into a glancing blow that bounces off to abjuration. The force of repulsion startles our enemy, giving me just enough time to fire another lightning-charged ether bullet from point-blank range. It again manages to twist its body in impossible directions, avoiding the brunt of my attack. A portion of its right shoulder is blasted off, but then I realize that its wounds and muscles are shifting. The creature is growing smaller and more agile as its decreased body mass twists in on itself. There are only two ways I can see to deal with this threat. Either I strike at its core or whatever other vital organs it has, or I have to keep whittling its mass down until it becomes a non-threat. And if I don't actually manage to kill the damned bastard, neither of us are getting the experience we both need. If even a point-blank projectile attack is ineffective, then my only chance is a melee weapon. I need you to buy me some time. 5 minutes. No, 3 should be enough. Got it. I trust Chloe to keep me safe. And I force the outside world out of my conscious thoughts as I turn my attention to the stiletto dagger at my side. In its present state, I expect it to do no damage, but enchanted with an inverted heat glyph, it should be far more effective. My basic glyph manipulation forms the glyph's image in my mind's eye, which I start tracing with a finger coated in a tiny layer of ether. It works just like an abrasion knife, chipping away at the flat edge of the blade bit by bit. I have to stop and undo a bit of my work when my jittery hands take me slightly off course. Still, I'm able to correct my error with the assistance of my basic ether manipulation skill, which smooths the etched surface that I had errantly marred. As I finish my work, my hand starts to chill slightly. I fill out the remainder of the blade with additional sluice lines to help it more efficiently disperse the ether of an heat to the edges of my weapon. Two more larger ones slide up nearly to the knife stang, then fold across the hilt and embed themselves into my grip. I channel 5 units of ether into my blade and feel a surge of cold fill the air. I turn to the hellspawn with scorn in my eyes. Chloe is alive, but on her knees and suffering half a dozen wounds to her thighs and chest. She attempts to block what attacks she can and heal the damage she can't, but I know her ether reserves are faltering quickly and she won't be able to rely on her barrier for much longer. I rush into the fray, blocking the sweeping slash of its fiery pitchfork with a well-placed thrust out my frost-tipped dagger. As the system registers it, absorbs the heat of its flaming pitchfork and causes its fiery wreath to disperse. It looks upon me with a mixture of shock and horror. I don't relent. I push the initiative, holding my new weapon in a reverse grip as I launch into a downward slashing motion. I miss, but its attempt at dodging causes it to knock itself into a nearby tree. With the brute staggered, I attack a second time, this time scoring a grazing blow upon its right arm. I try to parlay the injury into a disarming strike, but it moves its hand out of the way with a natural precision and forces its way back to a neutral engagement. The heat glyph is every bit as effective as I'd hoped. The skin and sinuous flesh of its body undulates and flows freely, but the last attack inflicted something akin to frostbite around the injury site. It remains static, and the creature seems surprised when it's unable to properly block my next attack. My dagger again strikes true, though I suffer a burning wound on my left hand from some sort of flame body passive. It hurts like hell, But I have no choice but to endure yet more pain from this accursed weak body. Vitality only helps so much, need more levels. We engage in one more round of close quarters combat. I block another thrust from the devil's pitchfork, then bat its weapon aside and force my way inside its defenses. I channel more ether into my weapon, helping to blunt the intense heat bearing down upon me from such close range. It headbutts me, and I headbutt it back. Its body is soft enough and my vitality high enough that I avoid a concussion. But I'll be feeling the attack for days to come. One final upward thrust into its torso, and the creature stops moving. I don't relent. No system notification that it's been slain. And I know its body is tricky and resilient to physical blows. I try lightning-charged bullet. But I don't want to allow any remnants of the creature to escape and deny me my kill. I slash and thrust its helpless body until I find an amber-colored crystal buried within its stomach. The instant I slice it in two, it shatters, and its body dissolves into dirt. I'm briefly afraid that we'll have to deal with it again. But the kill notification finally calms me down. You have slain an amoeboid hellspawn level 16. You have gained a boosted 560 experience reduced slightly due to having allies on standby. Level 12, experience 6,890, to next. Damn, even that wasn't quite enough to make it to the next level. Still, the next fight will push me over the edge for sure. Current stats, health 331 789, ether 65 for 119. Current stats, strength 15, speed 19, vitality 36, mind. Your basic glyph manipulation rank 2 has upgraded to basic glyph manipulation rank 3. Good to know that using our skills in stressful combinations, especially in the midst of combat, is particularly beneficial for improving their rank and efficacy. I make a mental note of this for later. I walk over to Chloe and help her to her feet. Her injuries are numerous, but she managed to avoid getting struck in any vital areas. I can tell from the way her face contorts that she's still in pain, even after her healing spells have worked their literal magic on her. I pick her up and carry her to the rest of the group, ignoring my own pain as I do so, redoubling my previous commitment. Definitely need more levels, as well as ways to defend myself so I'm not relying on our team healer to do it for me. On the other hand, we can't protect Chloe at all times either, so it's good practice for her to defend herself for brief moments. Alexi gives us a small nod of approval as Jackie rushes up to heal her. Her brand of healing is different from Chloe's. Instead of a brief rush of invigoration as injuries are swiftly repaired, Jackie's technique is more like accelerating my body's natural healing severalfold. The system interface confirms as such, instead of my health increasing all at once. It ticks up at a rate roughly 20 times its natural recovery. The pain and fatigue subsides, though the headache from that mutual strike still throbs and begs me not to repeat it anytime soon. Chloe gives me a nod and I set her down, allowing her to tap both me and herself with one small healing spell. As she does, Alexi starts speaking. So, ladies, how do you feel you did out there? He asks. We survived and slew the monster, I say. We definitely could have stood to be much better prepared for the challenge. Chloe nods in agreement. That's a good attitude to have about this sort of thing, he says. Far too many of my comrades over the years have survived their first battle and then let it all get to their heads. They make mistakes, get careless, and end up costing lives in their hubris. Let's make some distance, have an early lunch for the day, and commence a full debrief and after-action review. 1.33 After-action report. We sit down around 11 in the morning and clear out a small grove for our midday meal. All of the fighting has really worked up an appetite, and Jackie soon after confirms my suspicions. In addition to speeding up the body's natural healing rate, it also accelerates the target's metabolism, with all of the predictable consequences that follow. I pull out a few pieces of leftover jerky from the morning to share with Chloe while we wait for the day's lunchtime MRE to start heating up. Today's entree is a chicken and cheese enchilada coated in red sauce. I don't know if I just gotten lucky with yesterday's selection, if I cooked it wrong the last time, or if I'm just that damned ravenous and don't mind that I'm chowing down on the culinary equivalent of garbage. It's absolutely heavenly after the battle. And I have to force myself to slow down a time or two lest I choke and earn Chloe's ire yet again for being so reckless. The grape-flavored water is a perfect complement to the meal, and within 10 minutes, I've licked the whole tray clean and dug into my spare pieces of hardtack for more. Nicholas is the one to speak. Now then, Sarah, Chloe, since you two are both new here, you may not be fully aware of how these work. As our lieutenant and the squad's tactician, I will facilitate these meetings after every engagement. Our goal here is not to assign blame or fault for anything that happened in the past. These reviews are designed to inform you and all of us about our capabilities, things we did well, and how we can improve going forward. Sarah, if you would like to start us off. My biggest flaw was that I was insufficiently prepared for such a creature. My strength is that my skill set is flexible and adaptable, able to use different glyphs and craft new weapons and tools as the situation demands. However, if I'm caught off guard against an enemy that can render my current preparations irrelevant, then I'm up shit creek without a paddle. This ties into the second weakness that I made when I modified my simple blowgun into a simple lightning blowgun the night before yesterday. I gained a massive amount of power that I desperately needed to overcome the foe I faced. However, that came at the cost of more flexibility. Today's encounter was the first against a creature that was completely immune to an element, in this case, fire, and this rendered my backup weapon completely useless. Oh, for sure. Anna chimes in. I've faced one of those assholes before, and I wouldn't have fared any better against it myself despite probably having half a dozen levels on both of you. If it's weak to fire, I can burn it. But I'm about as one trick as they come. I'm not much better, Alexei says. I'm the leader and have the most experience working on these sorts of missions. But my class is all about hitting harder. That's why it's my responsibility to make sure that each of us has opportunities to gain experience. In that sense, Anna and I are the opposite of you. Sir, real damn good at one thing, but lacking the flexibility when our power gets blunted. I gotta rely on all of you to do the things that I can't. Moving on, Nicholas says, I want to commend you on your quick thinking. And in a similar vein, I want to commend Chloe on handling her role in the fight spectacularly. The way she moved her barriers around was nothing short of remarkable. I have to thank Sarah for making me take advanced physics with her. Chloe says that, and watching her when we fought a razor feather eagle, I think it was called, its direct attacks nearly shattered Sarah's barrier effect. But the glancing blows bounced off without much to show for it. Nasty assholes. Those things are, Lindsay says. You got a good projectile weapon, and you can hit 'em clean between the eyes. They go down real quick. But if you don't, they'll just keep diving down on you until you're a pile of filleted meat. Good work taking it down, especially if it had gotten within the city limits. For a northern edge of town, I say. Not quite sure if it was in the legal city limits, nor whatever else the system considers the outer edge of the metropolitan area. Still, good work, Lindsay remarks. Did the city and its people a service by eliminating the monster, and got arrested and exiled for it, Chloe says. Alexei laughs. That's the way it always is. You do everything you can right, and the higher-ups will always find a way to twist one regulation just right to screw your sorry ass. Generals come and go. Presidents get voted in and out. And us poor enlistees doing the real work get the same shit no matter the boss. Might as well get used to it. All of the others nod in reluctant agreement. I'm forced to laugh, feeling a bond forming with all the others who understand my mindset on authority and getting screwed over by it. Chloe doesn't seem to fully understand, but she doesn't speak up regarding any objections she may still harbor. Anyway, Nicholas adds. Impressive display of impromptu crafting under hazardous circumstances. However, I do agree with your assessment that being better prepared will go a long way toward ensuring the mistakes made today will not be repeated. Is there any reason why you don't enchant your bullets instead of your weapon? They're too small for me to etch onto them. Even if I got my basic glyph manipulation skill high enough to manipulate them, there would be the time cost associated, which isn't negligible. The worst part is that my ether bullets aren't fully stable. They last at most 3 to 5 days, and tend to last for less time the more I've made, probably feeding off my skill somehow. Can you use regular bullets? Cost and availability would be the big factors there. I didn't grow up wealthy, And there's not exactly groups of vendors lining up to sell ammunition and handguns to a girl who just turned 18. That can be arranged, Alexei says. As long as you're working with us. You're under the auspices of the Ranger Division of the U.S. Army. And we can see to it that you have an appropriate weapon and supply of ammunition. Hell, it'll probably be a fairly easy procurement, considering how useless they are against everything over about level 5. What about sharing that knowledge of glyph scribing with others? Nicholas asks. If we can train others in the art, I'm sorry, I say. Looking away from the group. I don't feel comfortable sharing that information more broadly. I don't mind fighting myself or creating weapons for people I know and trust. But I don't want this information getting out more broadly. I start breaking down. Thinking about my past and everything I've gone through to this point. Living constantly in fear of criminals and police alike. I know you mean well and all, but I've watched families in my neighborhood have to deal with SWAT raids at all hours. I've seen the news of people getting shot by supposed good guys in their own beds. I can't do it. Especially not while we're still in martial law. Chloe looks straight at me with concern. Lindsay looks away. Anna stares out into space. Nicholas furrows his brows. Brent shakes his head. And Jackie gives me the look. But Alexei is just nodding along with every word I say. I follow you. Sir, I wouldn't want to give those KGB bastards the time of day if I could help it. Let alone load the gun that they'll hold at my head. Sir, Jackie says in a biting tone, you need to let it go, Alexei says. She's not the one who killed Jordan. Nor does she hold any blame for it. If you need to take time off rotation to properly grieve, we can discuss that when we make it back to the city. But antagonizing an ally in this war against these goddamn monsters is only going to ensure that we're going to have that many more casualties in the weeks and months to come. But, Alexei, sir, Sierra. Jackie lunges toward me and I activate my barrier. Before she can reach me, Alexei darts up so fast my eyes can barely track him. He grabs the arm she's already thrown back, which glows slightly with the characteristic blue wisps of ether being expelled. Jackie struggles against his grip for a few seconds before exhaling and shaking her head. Why? She's got her own reasons for fighting, just as we all do. In case you've forgotten, we don't exactly have the luxury of only accepting regular enlistees who go through full training regimens, swear their oaths, and all that good stuff. If you need to go punch a few monsters to vent off your aggression, then take your leave and be ready to depart in an hour sharp. TSK. Jackie shakes her head as she turns around and off into the woods. Alexei walks back to his seat and sighs. Please try not to be too upset with her. She lost her partner the day after the system arrived. She tries to push herself past her grief, but the wounds are still raw. I nod. Lost my mother to bandits who broke into our house the night the system arrived myself. We weren't exactly close. But, guess all of this trying to push myself to get stronger is part of how I'm trying to cope with the loss in my own way. I get you, Syrah. We all got demons in our closets and we all gotta deal with them in our own way. I'm no therapist and I won't claim I know how you feel. But don't go rushing to throw your life away in guilt. You can't do anything to move forward if you're dead. I understand, Alexei. I say, should we go ahead and finish the after-action report in the interim? I don't have much to say myself, he says. Chloe, we'll need to get you better trained with some sort of way to defend yourself. You did well to keep yourself alive out there, but I could tell you weren't going to last much longer. Syrah, I know you aren't keen on helping the military more broadly, but I take it you'd be willing to build something for your friend, of course. I crafted the wand for her, but I can do better work with the knowledge I have now. We'll need better gear and materials though. There is a dungeon about a day's march to the northwest of here. Though it may have shifted with the New World modifications, normally, we'd not bother delving into something dangerous if it's far from civilization and not likely to cause immediate harm to any civilians. Even considering your abilities and the potential gains, I'm not keen on the idea myself. Too much risk, too much opportunity cost. I understand, I say. They are trying to keep the monsters from encroaching upon the city more than anything, and we're hardly equipped to venture within. As much as I hate admitting my powerlessness. All right, Lindsay says. I'm going to scout out the next portion of our path. I'll report back in 40 minutes if I don't see anything. And sooner if I do. Be careful out there, Alexei responds. No unnecessary risks goes for all of us. Lindsay nods before disappearing into a blur. All in all, even taking into consideration my tensions with Jackie, this group is starting to grow on me, still. It's going to be a long rest of the 5 days before I can enjoy the beautiful comforts that come from sitting upon a porcelain throne once more. 1.3 for damned, dirty apes. After the battle earlier this morning and the lunchtime after-action report, I am more pleased than I can express in words that the afternoon and evening are smooth and uneventful. Sure, I've still got a headache and a stomachache, but at least those are ordinary, everyday occurrences. The kind I've been dealing with and grown accustomed to over years, long before some all-encompassing system granted us the equivalent of superpowers and left us to adapt to a world filled with all sorts of nastiness trying to kill us. Lindsay proves to be an absolute goddess when it comes to tracking and hunting for fresh meat, and is therefore the only one of us who is officially excused from all other camp-related chores. She didn't find another deer tonight, but did manage to scrounge up 8 rabbits that Nicholas and I will soon be turning into stew. That, and apples. Lots and lots of apples. I didn't even know there were any apple orchards nearby. Maybe there are some peaches nearby as well. I could go for a nice warm and juicy white nectarine right about now. I give it a token effort, and after about 15 minutes of spotting nothing, I return to my normal duties of setting up camp and helping with the dinner preparations. I gave some due consideration to Alexei's and Nicholas's proposal over the course of the afternoon. While I'm not willing to help the army design and build better weapons, I'm reluctantly willing to help them with defensive enchantments. I still don't like it. Giving them better ways to defend themselves is just going to embolden them to do that much more and give the people that many fewer ways to defend themselves when my tools inevitably make their way to the cops. Then again, it's not like I'm the only mechanist in the world. I probably am the only planet-touched mechanist specifically, and the only one who's seen visions of the true potential that lies within Ethertech. I definitely have advantages in that regard, but in truth, the Army's other mechanists and similar classes will eventually reach similar ideas, even if they need a few more weeks or months to close the gap in level and skill rank. Speaking of skill rank, Nicholas has gotten considerably better at controlling the glyph of heat in just the past day. As a result, I have time to etch the glyph of barrier onto 6 more pairs of gloves while Nicholas does the bulk of the actual cooking. I also commandeer 2 more daggers, one of which I enchant with the heat glyph, the other with the power of lightning. The system registers them as Flammetip dagger and lightning sheath dagger respectively. As a fringe benefit, doing so is the catalyst that upgrades my basic glyph manipulation from rank 3 to rank 4. In time, I'd like to enhance them further, once I have enough knowledge and skill with my techniques to do so. I feel far more confident the next time we have to face a similar monster. But never too confident. Caution and discretion, that's Alexei's motto. And as much as I want to keep on the level grinding, they do a dead woman no good. Before long, dinner is served. Thanks to Lindsay's skills and efforts, we have enough for me to come back for a second helping, then a third. I eat and savor every bite until I'm absolutely stuffed. I've eaten more today than I would have in 3 days back before, and I still feel that I could devour more. On the other hand, we are constantly pushing ourselves physically and mentally, pushing through the wilderness at a pace that taxes even our impressive vitality. I am curious how exactly stat gains work. Does doubling my strength enable my punches to hit with twice as much force, to lift twice as much, to punch twice as hard in terms of system-defined damage calculations? Does doubling my speed enable me to run exactly twice as fast? Or is there some scaling equation at play? Or is it just some hodgepodge where the numbers are purely ordinal and have no intrinsic cardinal meaning? So much more work to do, and my mind is still spinning trying to figure it all out when sleep finally takes hold of me. I'm awakened by a low roar that shakes me to my core, purely on instinct. I grab my weapon, but then realize that I should have my armor on as well. I slide my leather cuirass over my head and strap it in place. As soon as I do, the entire piece shrinks slightly to perfectly cover my chest without discomfort. I slide on my barrier gauntlets, my vambraces, and my thigh guards before rushing outside 5 minutes after waking up. It's pre-dawn. A blustery chill wind blows, carrying with it the force of Old Man Winter's last hurrah for the season. I hardly feel it even without activating the glyph of heat in the dagger at my side. With the exception of Chloe, all the other members of our team are already awake. Lindsay is already gone, having gone ahead to assess the situation. Jackie throws me a dirty look. She didn't talk to me over dinner at all last night and doesn't seem any more thrilled to see me this morning. Chloe joins us a moment later, shivering slightly. What do you think it is? Alexei gives us a glare. We immediately silence ourselves as he starts walking around the camp. Pressure exudes from within him, and it takes all of my strength and vitality working together not to immediately crumple beneath the power of his aura. Chloe is even less adept at dealing with the force of his presence, falling to one knee before Brent helps her back to her feet. So much for being quite as simple as the bludgeoner he admitted to being. Lindsay arrives back to stressful, tense minutes later. She bows slightly before speaking. Alexei, sir, seems to be a pack of gorillas. Each of them probably has a solid to feed on you. How many? Impressions of their strength, levels, and intelligence. I saw 3, though I wouldn't be surprised if there's more. Two at level 18. The other at level 20. Coordinated, aggressive. I'd say near human levels of intelligence. I didn't see any skills being used. Possible strength-boosting passives in play. I raise an eyebrow at that. Is Lindsay admitting to having an identify skill? I suppose it would fall into a ranger's toolkit. Now I want to get that skill for myself. Maybe there's a corresponding identify glyph that I can combine into a lens of identify or similar. Have they spotted us yet? Couldn't tell. They weren't directly heading toward us, but they were highly territorial and on the move. All right, everyone, he says after a few seconds. This is what we're here to do, cull what we can, and defend the people back home. Brent, you and I in the front. Anna, you and Chloe in the rear. Nicholas, in the middle. Lindsay, help Sarah into the nearby trees. Her lightning blowgun is just as damaging as most of your ranged attacks. Before I can say anything, Lindsay has me up on her shoulder. She launches herself into the air. Branches bend and crack against my back and head, but I suffer only 8 points of damage from the scrapes, which immediately start healing. She finds a pair of large branches just behind our camp and pulls out the massive compound bow she has hanging on her back. She then draws upon some sort of energy arrow skill, conjuring an arrow with the teal glow of her ether and knocking it, all without making a sound. I draw my lightning blowgun with far inferior celerity, keeping one eye on Lindsay and where she's looking the whole time. It grows quiet. Nicholas and Chloe move closer to one another. Anna conjures a wall of flame behind her. Brent begins to glow a bright white. Jackie's disdain toward me has been completely overshadowed by a grim determination in her eyes as she stares ahead with resolution. The forest itself shakes with each monstrous footstep. All other noises go silent. The air grows violently still and my heart palpitates faster than it ever has since the arrival of the system. And then they arrive. A massive gorilla standing a good 7 feet tall while hunched over barges out of the underbrush far quicker than it has any right to. Its fists bang against its chest as it shrieks a war cry that sends birds flying into the sky. It charges straight for Nicholas, whose golden aura flares out, filling me with strength. You are now under the effect of bravery aura. Attacking stats multiplied by 1. Alexei charges at the first ape. No you don't, you damn bastard. Your fight is with me, he screams, throwing a single punch that sends the gorilla tumbling. Lindsay and I both fire our attacks. My bluish-purple stream of lightning trails her blue-white light arrow, and both make direct contact with our foe. Lindsay's hits square on the ape's temples, while I use trick shot and aim just above the top of its collarbone. Jackie concentrates and generates a sphere of blue light which she slams into the still supine gorilla. Our attacks definitely do damage, but as it forces itself back to its feet, I realize the fight is far from over. Worse still, not to but 3 more of the beasts emerge. None of them are as large or ferocious as the first, but they are only slightly shorter than Alexei, and what they lack in size or intimidation factor, they make up for in speed. One takes aim directly for Nicholas's head, only to be blocked by Brent's sword at the last second. I start shooting regular ether bullets toward the 3 smaller apes while Alexei engages their chief in single combat. Even if I use the minimum of 30 points of ether in a lightning bullet, I only have enough for 14 shots. but I can launch hundreds of the weakest variety. Or dozens if I only activate the motion glyph to increase their speed. Lindsay has the same idea, and the two of us launch our attacks in rapid succession, providing covering fire from above while Brent and Jackie form the first line of defense. Anna arcs a line of flame around the battlefield and twists her attack to hit the weakest ape in the back. It howls and falls to the ground, whimpering as it rolls out the fire in its hair. But that's hardly enough to stop the creature. If anything, the fire evoker has only managed to piss off our simian adversary. It pushes through Brent's attempt to stop it, and redoubles its ferocious swings. This time aimed directly at her. My strikes continue to ring true, but my low level means that even under the effects of bravery aura, none of my attacks are doing much to bring the apes down. Still, I see smoking flesh, staggered movements, and whimpered cries as I launch bullet after bullet, this time aiming for my target's eyes and nose and ears. I even get one clean shot straight toward its monkey balls, though that proves less effective than the attacks on its face. Alexei cries out as he's knocked to the ground by the leader of these damned dirty apes. I reflexively reach down into the fray, but Lindsay's hand on my shoulder calms me. I'm reminded that we all have a job to do, and that we're a team together. Right now, I'm not a frontliner, and I need to do the job that only I can do. Now try to heal the guy who's got at least 10 levels, 20 points of vitality, and 30 years of experience in battle on me. Chloe heals him with her spell. His pale face fills with vitality as he leaps back up. He utters some Russian curses and spits a mass of blood and phlegm before charging right back into the fray. And I turn my focus back to my targets. Bullet after bullet, breath after breath, I continue firing, using trick shot to counteract the ape's attempts to dodge my strikes. Lindsay keeps firing her shots even as my ether starts to run low. I hesitate. We can probably finish this fight even if I have to tag out. But no, our mission is to stay alive. We exercise discretion and don't take unnecessary risks if we can avoid them. And we can this time. I pull out the ether canister that I have in my side pouch. I pull it open and bright reams of light flow into me. My exhaustion fades away and my mind refocuses. For a split second, I spot a system notification in the corner of my eye. Your ether has been restored by 200 points. Current ether, 227 419. I fire another lightning bullet on the ape nearest Chloe, empowering it with the full 60 points of ether that my weapon can comfortably take. The bullet chirps like songbirds, causing the giant simian to convulse and stagger. Tiny arcs of lightning flicker between its remaining patches of fur as it tries to stand up. One more light arrow from Lindsay and the brute finally falls, lifeless. I then turn my attention back to the largest of the four monstrosities. Alexei is now fighting defensively, showing masses of dried blood and sweat and other injuries piling up on his clothes even as Chloe keeps healing him. Right as the leader of the apes is about to loose a devastating haymaker into Alexei's temple and probably down him in a single strike, I fire another maximum power lightning bullet. It's less effective against this asshole than its smaller brethren, but it stuns the beast long enough for Alexei to counterstrike. I wait for the right opportunity to strike. I've got one more max-powered lightning bullet left, and then a few more weak shots. And I need to make them count. Lindsay's shots are growing slower and weaker as well, and Anna's flames are on the wane. Nicholas is still moving about, guiding our movements and bolstering our skills with his own, but I can see him growing fatigued as well. Brent is on one knee, forcing himself back to his feet just in time to dodge as his opponent again launches a brutal double-fisted downswipe. Only Jackie is still fighting near her initial performance, but I suspect it's more bluster than anything. But we have Chloe and they don't. Her healing is keeping us alive, and as a result, we're winning the battle of attrition. My last shot needs to be saved until the moment is right, making sure that the first ape that tries to harm her doesn't live long enough to regret it. And so I watch as hell rages below us. Lindsay gives me a nod as she puts away her bow. I toss her the lightning-sheathed dagger on my waist. Even if she doesn't have ether manipulation or glyph manipulation, she'll make use of the weapon down there better than I will up here. With her in the fray, the fight starts turning even more in our favor. But I know better than to take the kill for granted, until I see the system notifications confirming that all 4 monkeys are dead. I assume we're still in mortal danger. 2 minutes pass, and I continue to wait, I watch, I wait. But I dare not exhale. I dare not give a sneaky simian the chance to hurt my best friend or any of my battle companions. My fear is proven true as the first ape to fall forces its way back to its feet in a blur. It attempts to slam down on Chloe from behind, taking her with it in one final desperate maneuver. But one lightning bullet between the eyes stops the threat. With the last half dozen of my ether bullets, I'm able to stagger the gorilla chieftain just long enough for Alexei to smash an iron fist right into its gray matter, ending the threat of this encounter once and for all. The system finally gives us the notification that we've emerged victorious from our encounter. You have slain a tribe of Great Plain gorillas levels 1818, 20, 24. You have gained a boosted 3900 experience. Your Ether Bullet rank 7 has upgraded to Ether Bullet rank X. Finally, I can take a breath. 1.35 recovery. All of us are winded and tired and sore all over after our battle concludes. I slowly and methodically climb my way down the tree, not wanting to risk either health or ether in my haste. Not when we're all unprepared for another encounter on that scale. Not physically and certainly not mentally. We've got several pieces of broken equipment, and my tent in particular is in tatters, far beyond even the abilities of even a skilled seamstress or quartermaster or whatever other class might get some sort of repairability. Thankfully, Chloe doesn't mind sharing her tent with me for the remainder of our expedition. So that's a problem solved before it starts. None of us want to deal with the morning chores and preparing our meal for the day. And yet, we all pitch in nonetheless. I get a fire going as Lindsay wanders off to find some fruits to supplement our hardtack rations and leftover rabbit stew. Chloe tends to all of our wounds, seeing to it that our health is fully topped off. Brent lies down for a spell to rest his cracked ribs, but Alexei, who took more punishment than any of the rest of us, is up and working the hardest of all, clearing out the handful of vultures and snakes and spiders now trying to scavenge at the dead apes still lying around our campsite. Once our campfire gets going, I help him clear out a small crevice about 100 feet away, tearing away at the underbrush and leaving nothing but dirt and a few errant roots lying about. We throw the simian corpses into the hole. Then, with the help of my flametip dagger, I set them all alight, and the two of us stand sentry, letting the smell of dried blood and shit infuse into our clothes and sweat, until the deed is done and we're able to make our way back to our camp. Is this your first time engaging in combat? He asks. I've been in a few engagements since the system arrived, I say. If you're asking if I experienced war before the system, I can confidently say the answer is no. Other than some reckless horseplay as a kid, I've never even gotten into a fight until the system arrived. I give an answer that I know to be true, even when accounting for my past life. I definitely was created in a world with the system and never experienced combat outside of its presence. You're lucky in that respect, Sirrah, he says after a few seconds of reflection. Was it harder? Fighting in the combat of old, it was much, much harder back then. But not for the reasons you might be thinking. First, it's a lot easier to punch a beast than it is to gun down your fellow human. For every one of my fellow men who died to a grenade or a gunshot, there was another who succumbed to the mental toll war had on each of us. Didn't matter whether it was Kosovo or Iraq or peacekeeping operations with the United Nations back in Korea. I've done tours in all three and one thing remains the same. War's not hell. War's worse. I pause for a moment and let the words sink in. And it's easier out here because we're fighting for a purpose. We're fighting out here because whatever monsters we let get through are going to attack our friends and families and comrades back home. Not just to enrich some bastard military contractors. Or because some cocksucker in Washington or Moscow or wherever else got a bug up his ass and decided the best way to make a name for himself was to drop a few bombs on innocents. We did it, one and all. Gritted our teeth and bared it and killed one another because that's what our orders were. Dehumanized each other. Looked at our enemies as less than human. Not because they were anything less than human, but because we had to. We had to see them as the enemy and bring the enemy down. Because if we hesitated to pull the trigger, they wouldn't. And it would be our comrades who paid the price. But I knew, and those brave men and women on the other side did too. We had a lot more in common with each other than either of us did with the sons of bitches calling the shots. For that reason, I am grateful for the system. Grateful to fight for a cause I can truly believe in for the first time since I first joined the army as a kid back in the summer of '95. But you came back out here, even after you retired, I ask. Of course I did. I've been in the army for nearly 30 years now. Not always on the front. Had a few summers off. Took 2 years as a civvy back in the early 2010s. But the army's what I know and grew up with. Alexei pauses. I'm going to die out here, you know. Your friend might not know, but the others all do. Not that I intend to make it easy on the system or these rat-faced bastards. Mind you, I will give them more hell than they can deal with, and they will have to drag my body into the fire. But fighting is what I know. It is all I know. And it will be an honor when that day comes. I see. I truly don't know how to take his words. Instead, offering him a solemn nod. We watch for a few more minutes until our enemies are properly incinerated and buried, and then head back to camp. A meal of biscuits and berries awaits us, scavenged from an abandoned shack a couple miles to the north. No sign of the inhabitants according to Lindsay's reconnaissance. I feel a bit of remorse at the possibility that they were simply out, but here in these woods, surrounded by these monsters, the unfortunate, the unspeakable, is what's most likely true. Once I'm settled in with a foolish stomach, I finally decide to allocate my level ups. You have gained enough experience to reach level 14 from 12. Vitality come 2, mind come 2. Please allocate remaining stat points. 6 remaining. I make the decision quickly. With the first level, I assign 1 point to my speed and 2 to my mind. Then with the second, I'd come 2 to my strength and come 1 to my speed. I hadn't realized until I got hit with Nicholas's bravery aura and noticed the effective damage multipliers that the power of my ether bullet scales with my strength stat, rather than my mind as I'd originally assumed. Now, I'm seeing the weakness of my class first and foremost. Chloe's effectiveness scales with her mind stat as its primary focus. She can whack things with a wand or her fist as a last-ditch effort, but if that's the case, we've all failed, and she should be focusing on her speed and getting the hell away from whatever took us all out. But I need both strength and mind in corresponding measure. I'm not a pure caster like Anna, whose damage output scales with mine just as her ether pool does. I need a lot of ether to use my techniques. But I'm still doing damage that the system is somehow characterizing as physical, not magical. I disagree with the system's assessment on the matter. I also have to accept that objective reality does not care that I find its principles in defiance of my reasoning. Maximum health increases by vitality X to current level Ran 13 equals 90. Maximum ether increases by mind current level Ran 0, 2 equals 59. Level 14 experience 10,790. To next 1,435 current stats, health 970 970ths, ether 519 538ths current stats, strength 18, speed 20, vitality 38, mind. I didn't really do enough to upgrade my basic glyph manipulation skill, and my basic ether manipulation is at max rank. I get the sense that the skill can evolve, but I don't know what the conditions are. I suspect it's a combination of my mind and level, but I admit that speculation is purely a conjecture with no evidence supporting it. I'm not wholly confident I'm making the right decision regarding my level gains, but if nothing else, I can appreciate that 3 additional points of strength definitely help me carry my stuff that much more easily. My back is already thanking me as we finish our breakfast and get on the road, continuing our trek around the city. By the grace of the goddesses, we encounter a relative patch of mundanity within these rolling forests. What enemies we encounter are so weak that we don't bother to fight them. In fact, at Nicholas's insistence, we actively avoid engaging in combat with any enemies below level 6. His reasoning is that any enemies lower level than that can be easily dispatched by civilians with conventional weaponry. They need the experience to advance their classes and develop new skills. And even Chloe and I are at a high enough level that we gain next to nothing for it. I rack my brain to see if my past self has any insights on the matter. I can't remember anything either way on that front, but it makes logical sense to the current me regardless. And so, I don't raise any objection to the direction. We end up waiting until dinner before commencing our after-action report. A delicious dinner of beefsteak. As we stumbled upon a level 8 raging bull earlier in the afternoon that so helpfully offered itself up to be our dinner. The meat is far chewier and less juicy than normal, both because it's cooked all the way to medium well, and because the meat of a mature adult bull is naturally more muscular and less fatty than those of younger cattle or dairy cows. But it's still a tasty meal and far preferable to yet more hardtack and MREs. Alright, Alexi starts. I want to start off by giving us all a commendation on our teamwork. There's always room for improvement, but each of us did our part well, and thanks to that, we all survived and got stronger for it. A special shout out for Chloe and all the work she did to keep us alive and on our feet. A wave of polite applause breaks out, causing Chloe to blush slightly. I want to admit my fault first, Lindsay says. I failed to properly spot the leader of those gorillas. If I had properly identified that there was a level 20 for beast leading them, we could have better prepared and strategized for the encounter, or decided it best not to fight. I've managed to rank my identify skill up in the last fight, and I'll be continuing to look for more ways to better spot our targets during scouting. That's why we scout, but never get too confident that our intelligence is correct. Relying too heavily on bad intel is a quick way to the grave. Nicholas nods in agreement. I would say that I did adequately in this assignment, but the mental stress of having to keep my oars going for two more of us meant that my range and effectiveness suffered. I'm about to advance to level 19 though, so I'll make sure I prioritize my mind stat to ensure improved capabilities for future battles. Sounds like a plan, Anna says. I don't have much to say for myself. I could use another couple of points of speed to help me better maneuver around the extra allies we have now. Twice I had to call off an attack because I was about to hit Chloe or Jackie. Good thing you did, Jackie says. I wouldn't want to have to knock you out to stop the friendly fire. The two women give the universal sign of contempt before Alexi humps them both back to civil discussion. What about you? I panicked and forgot about the barrier gauntlets Sarah made for us. There were a couple of times I took unnecessary damage due to forgetting about them, straining Chloe's abilities that much further. I will also remember how the two of them used their barrier skills to deflect attacks by aiming them at an angle. Rather than trying to block the ape strikes head-on, I interject. I made two mistakes. The first was with my build. I didn't realize until Nicholas started hitting me with his auras that my damage scaled with my strength instead of my mind stat. That is, my ether bullet and lightning blowgun get more powerful with my strength stat, despite seeming to deal magical damage. Part of that is because my class stats don't naturally prioritize strength in either the base stat gains or the level gains. I've already allocated 3 points to it from my level gains in this last fight to help balance me out a bit more. What are your stats like now? Nicholas asks. Rough numbers are fine. I don't need exact numbers. Strength is around 15. Mind is getting close to 50. Alexi whistles. I can see the desire to balance your stats a bit, but don't balance too hard either. A team of specialists always beats a team of jacks of all trades with no mastery between them. I nod. The other mistake was even more damning. I ran low on ether in the midst of the fight, but when I moved to grab the ether canister at my side, I hesitated. I worried that using it now would mean not having it for later. This thought ate at me. Even knowing that I had been instructed to use it when I needed it, I did, and did so in time. But had I delayed even a few more seconds, the encounter might have gone differently. Alexi nods. That is good. Both that you realize your mistake and why you make that mistake, along with the knowledge of the consequences of that decision. I trust that when the time next comes, you will know what to do. Of course, sir, I say. There is no tomorrow if we do not survive today. And I need to survive to see many more tomorrows if I'm to learn who I am and why I am here. Sage words, from one so young. Now then. It has been a long day. Let us break for the evening. 1.36 Return to town. We are fortunate as we embark upon a sweeping circumnavigation over the metro area over the course of the next 5 days. We encounter a number of monsters surrounding the city. Most of them are territorial, content to defend their homes and the immediate surroundings thereof. Even the band of Great Plain Gorillas probably fell into this category, although the territory they considered their own was probably much larger than most. And we had intruded upon that territory, stayed overnight, and disregarded what we maybe should have understood to be a warning. I think back upon Alexi's comments regarding the inhumanity of war from that morning. Specifically, what is our purpose here? To protect human lives. Yes, but that ignores the broader conflict at play. The system wants us to fight. It wants us to kill. Doing so gives us levels. We might be just fighting beasts now, defending humanity, noble goals. But when would it end? We would eventually kill one another in the pursuit of power, just as plenty of warlords and tyrants had done over the millennia. A painful throbbing burns from within my mind. My vision blurs and goes white as my muscles spasm and I fall to the floor. Planet XSQ-1827, Substation 33, Year 16369 A. 2 weeks after Seraphina's awakening, I again wake up in the same room in which I lived. Cold, metallic, artificial, and feeling. All of these words describe this environment. I am allowed outside of my room for only brief periods of time, and always under the supervision of Dr. Chitono himself or one of his direct subordinates. I feel trapped, as though I am in a cage. I admit that I do not know if I wish to leave. As strange as that may sound, I have been told that it is dangerous outside my room. I do not understand why, and when I try to ask, the researchers are reluctant to explain further. I do not understand their reticence, nor why they feel telling me would be so detrimental, but I have no choice but to abide by their rules. I do not understand why, but I have no doubt that I am incapable of forcing my will upon them through physical force. In that regard, I am completely helpless, like a helpless infant. Given that I am only a fortnight of age, the analogy may have real truth behind it. I have been given a few items that have allowed me to personalize this space. After having received the doctor's handwriting sample containing my name, I have been granted a sketchbook and several colored pencils. In addition, the researchers gave me several different pieces of paper with different variations of the letters and graphemes. I think that was the term they used. Ways to write the different letters, they explained. I have practiced writing my own name many times. The long, curving flourishes that make the capital S. The smooth, flowing circle that spirals outward to form the subsequent E. The rise up the peak of the P, followed by the dip below the surface underground to form its tail, before emerging triumphantly and looping round in a dance of victory. And then the long dance at the final A, weaving the pencil around the surface of the sketchbook before giving a single little dot on top of the I. And there we go. Seraphina. My name. Me? The one thing that is unquestionably, without a doubt, mine for now and evermore. I have also attempted to draw myself. After pestering one of the researchers for 3 days straight, I got a large mirror put in my room. Though I am to look only, not touch, apparently. Despite my being larger than the mirror, it is heavier. For reasons I do not understand. Drawing myself proved a complicated task. When I started, I would attempt to keep a focus of the image in my mind, and then recreate it on the page. But the shading and the curves all look unnatural. It has been a matter of trial and error and constant refining of the process. But eventually, I have found success. Though that success proved short-lived. I wanted to hang my drawing of myself on the wall by my bed, but I was chastised. I was told that certain parts of my body, especially my chest and the region directly below my abdomen, was considered inappropriate to depict. But if I am an artificial being, why was I created with such inappropriate characteristics? Is there something wrong with me? A defect in my being? Is that why I cannot leave this room? Because there is something wrong with me. Dr. Chitono has never claimed to be perfect. It was wrong of me to assume that, even though he was able to create me, that he would be smarter, more knowledgeable, more aware of what lies beyond these walls, but not infallible. Nor has he ever claimed to be, to my knowledge, an error in my reasoning that I have discovered and will now correct. Days pass by slowly. They are so named because at one time, there was a mysterious ball of hot plasma called a star that provided heat and light and energy to the people of planet XSQ-1827. That no longer exists. Or so, I am told. There is no way for me to verify the truthfulness of that statement any longer. I cannot see the sky or any of these so-called stars. However, the lights dim and I fatigue in a cyclical pattern lasting approximately 86,400 ticks on the device that is referred to as a clock. I find myself counting them when I am not busy attempting to trace my name or draw things. There is little else to do in this room when I am not asleep. I sit and stare at this clock until the door opens, revealing the doctor himself. With the sub-director Madison Mazzeri standing just behind him, the door then closes. My eyes are drawn to hers for a brief moment, for reasons I do not understand. Silvery gold orbs of mesmerizing beauty that seem to swirl and dance and glisten in the light. Compared with Dr. Chitono's brown eyes and skin the color of amber, she is much closer in appearance to me. Why was I created as analogous to a female human? More questions. Good morning, Seraphina. Dr. Chitono says. How are you this morning? I am well, but I feel trapped within this room. In the past 2 weeks, I have gotten much better at talking. Now able to appropriately verbalize my thoughts and feelings. I appreciate being given this sketchbook and these clothes. But there is so much more of the world out there. I want to see it. I want to experience what I have so far only been able to learn through stories and sketches. I am sorry, Seraphina. In truth, having you leave this room even for brief moments is dangerous. If you were to be discovered by our enemy, then it would endanger not just every one of us, but the entire world, the entire universe. No, this may not be easy for you to wrap your head around, Seraphina, but your fate is tied with that of all universes. And if you are to have even the slightest chance at defending the life of all worlds, in accordance with our hopes for you, we must keep you secret and safe. Life of all worlds, yes, Madison says. It would be far too much to explain all of this right now. But you are our hope. That is why we gave you the name Seraphina. According to the ancient mythologies of days long gone by, the Seraphs were the highest rank of angels in the cosmos. They were said to be otherworldly in their beauty, peerless in their strength, and relentless in their pursuit for justice and to protect all life under them. Are you a Seraph? I asked. Madison blushes. If that is your way of saying that you think I am beautiful, then I appreciate the compliment. I am flattered, but no. I am what is known as a human, much like Dr. Chitono and most of the rest of the staff here. Oh, my head drops slightly. But you can protect me, Madison gasps. Oh, I would certainly try, if I could. But I think it is you that will be protecting me before long. Protecting you. But I was told that I was weak, and needed to be kept secret and safe, for a few more weeks, while my researchers and I continue the final preparations involved. Once we are done, we can discuss more later. Will I be able to go outside? I ask. I would like that, Dr. Chitono says. I know it must be difficult, but remember, all of us here are working together, as best we can, to help you be the best that you can be, the best I can be. I don't understand. Dr. Chitono has a pained expression on his face, but he refuses to elaborate further before he says his goodbyes and leaves me to return to my studies. A guardian angel. Working together to help me be their angel. Something about that doesn't make sense. Why did they create me as a guardian, if they are strong enough to do so? Should it not be they who protect me? What am I missing? I rack my brain around it until my mind goes sore and I white out in my bed. Planet Earth, city outskirts. 13 days after system integration. Are you okay, Sarah? Chloe asks. I'm resting with my head in her lap as the others, sans Jackie, are grouped around me. Lindsay is kneeling next to Chloe, which is surprising to me. I would have imagined her to be off scouting the area to make sure nothing is trying to sneak up on me. I guess Jackie's disdain for me is running deeper than I'd originally thought. How long was I out? Only about 20 minutes, thank heavens, Lindsay says. I was beginning to think you'd come down with some unknown malaise. Chloe tried to heal you to no avail, and when I tried to identify you, I was nearly thrown back. She shudders. I'm glad to see that you're doing better, Sarah, as am I, Alexi says. We all are. I stumble back to my feet. I'm a bit stiff and sore as I stand back up, but no more so than I would be after sleeping wrong or having my leg fall asleep due to sitting on it for a long period of time. I stretch and check my status to find myself in perfect health, with a full reservoir of ether as well. I take a deep breath. I apologize for the delay. Should we get going? I ask. No, Nicholas says. I mean, yes, we should get going. But it's time to return back to the city for the next several days. Already? I ask. It's already been a week, Brent interjects. We're almost out of food and clean water. Not to mention we all need to make sure we're not being infected by any parasites or bacteria that might have been enhanced by the system. We've begun to worry something like that had afflicted you, Lindsay says. Your ether levels started skyrocketing. Then you began to glow and smoke as though you were a machine venting enormous amounts of steam and ether. That was probably exactly what had happened. But I can't risk mentioning my history and past to the others. Not just yet. Not when I am at their mercy. And might be seen not as a person with my own wants and desires, but a tool or a weapon to be used by the military. Just like I think Drive.choto no. Did he see me as a weapon too? I have to keep moving forward to find the answer. But a nice shower does sound incredible. I have missed it so. 1.37 The sweetness of civilization. I am flummoxed as we crest the final hills leading back into the outskirts of town. It's shortly before dusk, so I expect only a few dim signs of civilization as we arrive. But instead, I see bright lights of human construction shining out from buildings and upon the roads leading further into the city center. Endless lights as far out as the horizon dotted the landscape. High against the horizon is the massive tower gauntlet, now shining in white fluorescence, dominating the rest of the downtown skyline. Well, Nicholas said. They actually got the power grid back up and running. I smile as well. I really look forward to a warm bath and a clean bed to sleep in for a change. But my excitement is short-lived. As the group makes their way back toward the base, I stand still and sure of what I can do. I'm still beholden to service with this group for a time. Maybe I can be granted leave, but I don't want to force things. Not when things are already so tenuous. Is there something wrong? Lindsay asks. You sounded so eager to have a bath just a bit ago, and now it's... I suppose I'm just a little worried that coming back to town so soon will cause complications. It's not like we're in good graces with the law right now. I can't say I care all that much about the law in and of itself. But I don't want to overly antagonize these people, nor bring an even bigger hammer down about Chloe and me. Lindsay grabs my hand and drags me along, her higher strength and greater musculature helping her overpower my vitality. Let him try. If you have any trouble while I'm around, let me know and I'll give them the business. But besides, Lindsay cuts me off. Chances are, none of us would be here if not for you and Chloe and the help you both gave us over the past week. As far as I'm concerned, you two have earned a reprieve from your service. And I'm sure all of us will back you up on this, except Jackie. I mutter. She just needs some more time. Please, Sarah. I take a long and deep breath. We need to be working together, not fighting among ourselves. That's not something you can control about anyone but yourself. Lindsay pauses again. By the way, I wanted to ask in more detail. I didn't mention this outright before because you deserve your privacy. But when you had passed out and I used Identify on you, I saw you were suffering from something the system called acute ether poisoning. This is probably only partially related, and I promise I won't tell the others. But is it true that you're really only level 14? Though we didn't have any encounters on the same level as the gorilla tribe in the days since. We did fight enough monsters between level 15 and 18 for me to reach level 16 shortly before arriving back at the city limits. I flipped through my stats once more to verify. Level 16. Experience 15,880. 2 Nex 3,995. Current stats. Health 1,168 to 1,168. Ether 670. Its current stats. Strength 20. Speed 20. Vitality 42. Mind level 16. I gained 2 more levels since the fight with the gorillas. Chloe and I aren't yet so high level that the experience scaling dragged our growth down on the rest of the excursion. Wait, that seems too high. I remember how much we fought when I was level 12, and no, I just don't see it. With how much we fought and how experience scaling worked in my case, there's no way whatsoever. Maybe if you were right at the cusp of level 13 when we started, you could have had enough to reach level 15, but not 16. I'm telling the truth, whether you find it believable or not. Remember Alexi's words about assuming too much, especially when it comes to the system. Its workings are far grander and more mysterious than anyone knows, and I don't believe it is nearly as benevolent as it wants us to believe. You never did answer my question, Lindsay says. She follows it up with a playful poke to the shoulder. I'm not quite so sure we have enough familiarity with each other for such things, but I let it slide for the sake of the cohesion of the group. It does seem she's taken a bit of a liking to me recently. I am not sure if her intentions are purely friendly or if she has some ulterior motive. No, I'm not at level 14 anymore. I'm surprised your identify skill can't tell. Something about you is very mysterious. Lindsay glares at me, but I remain unfazed under her stare. That's fine. Oh, we're all entitled to our secrets. And when you feel comfortable sharing them, I'll be here ready to listen. Now come on. There's a hot bath waiting for us. And we both need it. There's something less than flattering about her words, both that she's saying I stink, and that her wording implies that she wants to take a bath with me. Wait, she doesn't like me in that respect, does she? I'm sorry, Lindsay, but I'm simply too young for you, not to mention. I don't even know if I like women in that way, or if I can take the time for romance right now. Not when I have so many things I need to do and so much I need to learn and experiment with and try to get better at. I close my eyes as I'm dragged inside. I need to figure out who I am, why I'm here, and what I want to do with my life first. Once I have a better sense of myself, then, maybe in a few years, I close my eyes as I sink into the top. The water doesn't quite scald my reddening skin, but it's far hotter than I'm used to and takes more than a few minutes of slowly acclimating to the steaming pool. But as I do, my muscles loosen and I can feel my pores loosening. My skin softens, then glistens slightly as I rub my washcloth over it. With each passing second, I feel more and more cleaned out, especially my hair. It has grown tangled and full of dirt and grime and my own natural oils in the week that we've been traveling. I'm sure more than a few critters have tried nesting within it, especially each night as I sleep. I hate the idea of cutting it. It's one of my best features. One of the few things that's mine that I can be proud of. My golden locks that stretch down to the small of my back. But in the midst of battle, it's a potential liability. Jackie was quite insistent in showing me as much, in ways that I know were skirting the edge of maliciousness. I don't know why she's so insistent that I build weapons for the military. It defies all common sense, but no, that's not right. It defies logical sense. But she is grieving, and probably thinking that if she had had a weapon like what I can produce, that her partner would still be alive. I can even understand it, as I think back to my own mother, but not enough to be the one who puts more instruments of death into the hands of people trained and equipped to be lethal soldiers. I dare not get to relax. Not even here, in a makeshift army base, in what is likely one of the most secure facilities in the city. The echoes of my past life coupled with Alexi's warnings both inspire me to remain vigilant even when I feel I'm safe. No, especially when I feel I'm safe. Even with my eyes closed and as the stress of a week in the wild starts to dissolve into the water, I still keep an ear open, ready to jump into action at a moment's notice. But nothing comes. Even when I hear a distant rumble that briefly stirs me to action, I'm able to sit back down when I hear an all-clear sound immediately following. And after a solid hour of soaking, including flushing the tub and refilling it to get all the gunk out, I finally stretch and rouse myself back to my room. Chloe's already inside, looking at me with a mischievous smile as I flop onto the further away of the two full-size beds. The room itself is little different from a hotel room. 2 beds, a small desk, a TV that Chloe's already turned on and is idly flipping through. Doesn't seem that most of the channels are working at this time. Makes sense, restoring electricity is of vital importance to global infrastructure, while cable is a luxury by comparison. Goodness, I'm still surprised that they all managed to patch up that much infrastructure in just 9 days. Did the system itself intervene? I have to feel it did. That's the only way all these technicians would be able to install tens of thousands of miles of wire across the country without working equipment or communication relays. But I don't for a moment think it's out of benevolence. But if not that, then why? It wants us to fight, but not to disrupt our civilization too much otherwise. It wants us to fight, but live. To get stronger. Are we like cattle or pigs, being fattened up before the slaughter? The system feeds on us. No, then. Hey Sarah, you okay over there? Chloe asks. Yeah, feeling a lot better. I never realized how much I missed the smell and feeling of being clean until I had to do without it for a week. Chloe laughs. You and me both, anyway. Anything you want to do tomorrow. I pause for a moment and think on it. There are a few things I'd like to do. First, I want to go back to the dungeon near your house. It's lower level than the Tower Gauntlet, and I think it's going to be the best balance of safety and challenge in terms of the potential to get some better equipment. Ugh, so soon. I know you're a woman on a mission with all the... She pauses as I give her a look. The stuff you've got going on in your head. But do you really not want to take a day or two to relax? I do, don't get me wrong. I reach into my bag and pull out the constrict arm from back in the Tower Gauntlet. I also want to spend some time working on this tonight. I'm sure there's got to be more than a few new glyphs that I've not gotten the chance to study in detail. Besides all that, I still absolutely not, Sarah. But you need to take a break. I do not care about anything else right now but making sure my best friend does not work herself into an early grave. She rushes over to my bed and pins me down in her embrace. I hardly get to see my father, and my mother is so busy these days that I don't even know when I'll get to see her again. I don't want to lose you as well. I'm not going to. Not just losing you to dying. I don't want you to work yourself half to death. Sarah, you're young, and we still have full lives ahead of us. I don't want you to decide right now that you have to do this all by yourself. No, not by myself. This is bigger than you or me or any of us. I had another vision of my past life earlier today. I kinda figured. Given this is the third time I've seen something like that happen now. What did you learn? I speak in a whisper. Worried the walls have ears. The researchers who created me were strong enough and skilled enough to do so. I have no doubt that they possess technology and levels far, far beyond any of us. And yet, they were worried about something that they couldn't hope to stand up against. What do you think it could be? I don't know. But they also said that my fate was tied to that of all universes. Which is why you need to take breaks and pace yourself. Sarah, there's nothing to gain from rushing forward and getting yourself hurt in your haste. Or worse, if what you're saying is true, then you need your rest. Because it sounds like your creators knew as well as I do that you aren't supposed to do it all alone. Okay, I relent. Good. Now, let's get to sleep early tonight. I'm tired and Chloe yawns. We all need our sleep. I shut off the single lamp still on in our room. Good night, Chloe. Good night, Sarah. 1.38 Back to school. I wake up bright and early the following morning after what must have been an amazing night's sleep. I stretch and enjoy the soft fabrics cradling my body, nuzzling my face into the cool side of the pillow and lazing around for a few brief moments. Chloe's orders and all. I am torn as I ponder the implications of our conversation from last night. If my fate is related to that of all universes, then I obviously need to be uniting everyone together against some sort of unstoppable threat. But I can't do that. I just can't trust people with that secret. Chloe, yes. Her mother, with some hesitation. But not the army, not the politicians. The people in power can't be trusted. That left two options, one incredibly ugly, and one seemingly impossible. The ugly option, the one that fills my mind with disgust, is to simply get strong enough, gain enough levels, and then dominate this world. But then I'd be exactly the same as all the others who have tried and failed the path of conquest over the ends. No, I need to get to the point where I can push forward, become useful, become indispensable, then guide the people of this world and others against whatever threats await us out in the infinite multiverse. That's what my creators would have wanted. An angel to unite the people together and then lead them towards salvation. I can't help but feel a little wince at how grandiose and self-important I sound. But the part of my soul that houses my sealed memories still feels that way, despite my mind recoiling from the thought. Either way, the path ahead is clear. I have to get stronger. I can't allow myself or my potential to be used or controlled by another. Right now, though, it's a day of rest. I turn to Chloe, who's still sleeping deeply without a care in the world. I wonder what things would be like for me had the system not arrived and I didn't learn I was reborn from a distant universe. I'd probably be back at school, preparing for the final 7 weeks of the semester. Then I'd do one last summer job for a bit of income before moving off to college in August. An idea pops in my head. I quickly pull out the robot arm from before and my sketchbook. and quickly get to work identifying and tracing all of the glyphs from the robot arm. With my higher mind improving my perception and better intuitive understanding of glyphs from a higher-level basic glyph manipulation skill, I'm able to spot 3 more small glyphs that I'd previously overlooked as simply being almost imperceptible defects in the glossy sheen that surrounds the metallic carapace. I also need to identify what metal or alloy this is constructed from. As expected from Ethertech, designed and created by the system, it is both lightweight and incredibly sturdy, has trouble doing more than scratching its outer hull. More pressingly, and much to my chagrin, the chirping of electrical arcs wakes up Chloe, who rubs her eyes and immediately gives me the look. What in the name of the goddesses are you doing? I thought we were going to have a day of rest and relaxation, and that we were not going to charge headlong into more research and studying and fighting things because you, my best friend, need. Rake, I was just thinking. It better not be about the system, and it sure as hellspawn better not have anything to do with dungeons. Well, I was thinking we might benefit from enlisting some help. Oh, Chloe sits up and stares at me. And just what kind of help were you thinking about? I was thinking of heading back to school this afternoon and seeing if any of the science teachers might be interested in such a project. I figured if the power is back, maybe they're going to try to hold classes. That is, Chloe pauses and releases the tension from the clenched fists in her hands. Honestly, not the worst idea you've ever had. Hey, I protest. I mean it. Sarah, I'm sure we can get some idea of how to move forward. Plus, I'd like to go see everyone else for a change. Do you want to head there now? We can probably get there in time for lunch. Hold on a sec. Let me see if... Chloe whips out her phone and starts clicking the touchscreen so quickly it makes her look like the mechanist in the room. Yep, looks like classes are going today. Let me go speak with Alexei real quick before we leave. I say, I'm sure we can get some sort of document allowing us back in the city without the cops getting on our asses. Sounds like a good idea. Want to get breakfast first? Damn right I do. My stomach growls, causing me to blush. Might need seconds too. A bit after breakfast. And with a writ of passage in hand, the two of us head off toward the city at a light jog. Between our boots of quickness and Chloe having reached level 14 with a vitality of 35, the two of us can nearly keep up with the slower moving traffic on the main streets. Still, it takes the better part of an hour before we arrive. The secretary at the principal's office gives us a bit of an eye roll as the two of us show up just as the first set of classes ends for the morning. However, I realize as the wave of students piling out into the halls is much smaller than usual. Only about 60% of the usual size, give or take. I hope it's just because families are keeping kids home or needing more time to adapt to the system's arrival. I shudder at the other possibility. The second thing I realize is how much discussion there is in the halls about people's classes and skills. I think them foolish, so willing to give away such private information about their abilities. Especially here, surrounded by any number of impulsive individuals who might try something stupid, whether to post on social media or to impress their peers. The third thing I realize is that I'm not the only person who's not so subtly keeping a weapon on their person. Most of them are mundane in nature, but a few of them do give off the subtle glow of ether that I can vaguely make out when I squint just right. The teachers clearly disapprove, but the infraction now carries consequences more akin to put that thing away rather than a go to the principal. Immediate suspension. I think they realize that with Chloe and others having spellcaster-type classes, those without need some way of defending themselves. An errant fist goes flying straight in Chloe's direction. Before I can intercept, Chloe raises a single hand and blocks it with her barrier ability. The kid, a sophomore named Robert who has a reputation as a bit of a troublemaker, is knocked flat on his ass. His failure and subsequent embarrassment earns more than a few smirks from me and plenty of snickering from the other students. Robert, Mr. Thompson, a history teacher says. Principal's office. Robert sneers and sticks his tongue out before racing off in a blur. Before he can get more than a few yards away, I activate my boots of quickness, easily surpassing his speed and grabbing him by the shoulder. Once Thompson reaches us, I hand the delinquent over and lower my head. Apologies if I shouldn't have gotten involved, I say. Been a long couple of weeks. Understood, Seraphina. I know that things have changed and we're still adjusting to, well, our entire world being turned on its head. But it's still our job as teachers and adults to handle these sorts of things. Thank you, I say. Chloe joins me and we head up to English class. The lecture starts as we go over some passages. Seems that there was an impromptu change in the lessons for the week, featuring an entire unit of science fiction and fantasy literature, featuring some of the classics over the last 200 years. I'm only half paying attention, looking through my book of glyphs and imagining how they might fit together, sort of like how authors craft letters into words and then words into sentences. A good sentence conveys its meaning fluidly and precisely. A great one also does so succinctly. I already have enough experience with my glyph manipulation skill to realize that trying to link more glyphs together both increases the overall ether cost, as well as the chance for the entire I'll call it, to fail. Honestly, being in class again feels kinda weird. I was never like Amari and the other super geniuses who were all but guaranteed to be the class valedictorians and head off to the most prestigious schools in the country. But I was a good student. A solid mix of A's in math and science with B's in history and the humanities. Now, though, reading the great works of world literature just makes me feel distant. We analyze stories on the basis that they encompass the human condition. But now that I know I am not, it rings hollow. How can I hope to relate to them or understand them when I am? Miss Mortensen, Mr. Richards says, "What do you think?" His conversation snaps me out of my notes on glyph manipulation. Sorry, sir. Long week. The class laughs. It has been for all of us. Now, what do you think would be true about extraterrestrial life compared with humanity? I smile. An easy question with a chance to propagandize just a bit. That species would have to be much better at cooperating among its members and resolving its disputes internally as compared with humans. We went to the moon over 50 years ago. And yet 2 weeks ago, I would have doubted the chances of even reaching Mars in our lifetime. Now that we have the powers of the system, we can't discount the potential to do so in a matter of years. But not if we continue down the path of fighting amongst ourselves. We can't assume that we're alone in the universe, it's too vast. If there's an alien race that cooperates and reaches us while we're all too busy fighting and killing one another like we have been for the last all of human history, then we're not going to have a chance to repeat that mistake. An interesting answer indeed. Shelby, what do you think? I continue listening to the discussion as it gets increasingly heated. Some people believe the arrival of the system is an omen that we are chosen by the capital G God to hold dominion over not just our planet, but the entire universe. As the idea gets some traction, I worry that my attempt to foster cooperation among the students will backfire completely. But then I get another idea. Thinking back to the most recent memory that awakened from within me, I raise my hand and speak when called upon. If indeed the system is sent here by a higher power, wouldn't it be correct that the challenges outside and within our good city could be thought of as ordeals to be overcome? I pose for a moment. The dungeons, the monsters outside of town, the tower that appeared downtown barely a week ago, those could certainly be considered a way to test our worthiness. Both individually and collectively as a group, there are two possibilities, of course. I continue. We either work together to overcome those challenges as we should, or we continue in fighting and maybe one of us does so on our own. But, if there are other, greater powers watching and assessing us, or worse, considering us as potential prey, the first of those seems far more conducive to humanity's continued existence, fortunately. Or perhaps not. The bell rings before anyone else is able to start rebutting me. 1.39 Principles of Ethertech 3. Third and fourth period proceed uneventfully, and following the fourth bell, I rejoin Chloe for lunch. I don't exactly enjoy my meal of overcooked hamburgers and apple slices. Both are far too sanitized and devoid of taste, comparable to the MREs we ate back in the wilderness. But there is a certain nostalgia to just eating the same crappy, sanitized corporate slop that I grew up with. I have come to one important realization in just the few hours we've been here. Chloe is easing back into school life. She talks with her other friends. She's scrolling through her social media feed. Even posted a video just after we got our food and sat down. She's happy and cheery and, more than that, she's at peace. She looks like she belongs here, wants to be here, living her life as it maybe should have always been. But I can't adjust. I just can't go back to living a quiet life anymore. That doesn't mean I can't enjoy the comforts of modern civilization. Heaven help me if I have to endure summer without the benefit of that most divine and vaunted of inventions. But the idea of a quiet life, of going off to college, studying hard for 4 years, and then spending the next 35 years in some office cubicle I couldn't do it. Not now. Not knowing what's out there and knowing what I have to accomplish. Not have to. I mean, yes, it is something I need to do. And probably something only I can do, but I want to. Like a goal or life purpose so tied to my very soul that any and every other life trajectory feels shallow and meaningless by comparison. Now that I know beyond all doubt that there are other worlds to explore, and that my class will help me build the ships that will allow me to reach those worlds, how can I possibly remain confined to this blue marble that is the third planet in the Sol system? I cannot. After lunch, Chloe and I again separate as we head off to our 5th and 6th period classes. In my case, calculus and European history. I pay attention as best I can as we discuss trigonometric integrals and then the causes and build up before the First World War. Intellectually, I know both of these things will be important as I proceed onward toward my destiny, especially the former. Math is the study of formal logic, after all, and glyph construction has a certain mathematical logic buried deep within it. I had described individual runes as the accents and letters that form words before. But now that I think about it, it could also be like the variables in a mathematical equation. When exposed to different coefficients runes, in this case, the overall shape and properties of the function change dramatically. Even very small changes in a single number can cause wildly different outcomes. Then combining two functions together would be like addition, composition, or maybe a completely different operation entirely. Combining two glyphs in sequence produced an effect that was stronger than the sum of the two individual effects, but at a cost of ether that was commensurately higher. I should definitely ask around if there is someone with a specific glyph crafter class. Finally, we make it to physics class at the end of the day. Chloe sits beside me in our usual seats as Mr. Morris stands up and begins his lecture. Strangely, his words carry with them a cadence that helps me maintain my attention as he discusses the interrelation between forces, work, and power. His lectures cause me to take more notes as I realize how applicable this can all be to my study of glyphs and ether tech. In mechanics, there are constants and invariants, mass energy, momentum, and angular momentum. Electrical charge is likewise conserved when studying the properties of electromagnetism. So then, what are the fundamental conservation principles governing ether? If we start looking at ether as its own fundamental type of energy, no, wait, that's not true. It is a type of energy, but it can be converted to other forms. My ether bullet condenses it into a small particle with non-zero mass. My flash of insight creates light energy. The glyphs of lightning and heat create electrical energy and heat energy, respectively. But what about a reversed heat glyph? It creates cold, which shouldn't be possible. The sensation of cold is just the absence of heat, which is to say that the glyph expends ether to remove energy from the local area. By itself, that would violate the laws of conservation of energy. I look at my status. Your mind has been touched by the vastness beyond space and time, and you've gained a glimpse at what lies at the outer edge of possibility, beyond space and time. That makes sense. Then ether is the energy that allows us to tap into some parallel dimension, the interplanar void, the vastness beyond space and time, whatever it is. That makes a lot more sense. My heat effect is really just transferring heat energy into an alternate dimension. Then my barrier is blunting momentum into that same dimension. It seems so different to think about it in this regard than when I assumed it was just like an ordinary wall. I jot more notes down in my sketchbook. Heat draws energy into this world, while reversing the glyph reverses the flow of energy, drawing it out. The laws of conservation of energy are preserved. But now I question what happens if I reverse barrier. This seems to just create an elastic collision on its own. What does it mean to shunt momentum into another dimension? Do the mathematical properties of physics even allow me to try to answer this question? I raise my hand. Yes, Sarah, Mr. Morris asks. Last time, before spring break, we were discussing elastic collisions and how to calculate the shifts in motion for each object involved. Obviously, perfectly elastic collisions don't exist in the real world. Some fraction of the energy involved gets converted to light, heat, sound, and other forms of energy that dissipate into the environment. But what, hypothetically, would happen if the elasticity of the collision were to go negative? He pauses for a moment. I think that discussion will have to wait until after class. He gives me an eye, almost as though he realizes that my question isn't as hypothetical as I've made it out to be. None of the other students seem to pay my question any notice, with the exception of Yulia, whose green eyes briefly look me over before returning to her daydreams. How is she so unconcerned about everything, if anything? She seems almost more at ease now than she ever was before. Is she another otherworlder? The rest of the class proceeds smoothly. I continue to take notes on the lecture right up until the bell rings. But the back of my mind continues to think about all of these different possibilities. About how I've been too ad hoc in my study of glyphs and should have been looking at more general principles of ethertech. Not just ones that apply to how to combine glyphs, but how their functions interact with the laws of physics. I expected them to be wholly separate from the laws of physics as I knew them before the system. But that wouldn't make sense. When I think about it more clearly, all forces interact with one another to some extent. Why would the principal ether energy work any differently than the fundamental forces that already existed before the system's arrival? I continue jotting notes down until the end of class. One by one, the students up and leave, until it's just Chloe, me, and Yulia, surprisingly enough. Also, her hair is blowing with the wind, inside, with the windows closed, and no fans or air conditioning running. Wine mid-class. All right, Miss Sarah, Mr. Morris says. What new technique have you come to show off? I'm briefly taken aback. But I did tip my hand earlier. I have a barrier technique that I crafted onto my gloves, however. I don't think it works the way I thought it did. I thought it was just a simple obstruction, like a wall that bounces back attacks in accordance with the laws of physics as we've been discussing them in class. However, after thinking about it some more, I think it's actually working by creating a rift in dimensions and shunting raw positive momentum from a different dimension. So like how light has momentum, despite its lack of mass. He pauses at my bemusement, the principle behind solar sails. I'll have to check that out later. I was wondering what happens when I invert the GLYPH dot at first. I was trying to wrap my head around what happens when a collision has negative elasticity. But then during your lecture, it all hit me. These glyphs need to obey the laws of physics more broadly, even if the laws themselves might now be different than they were 20 days ago. After all, it wouldn't make sense to be able to convert ether into cold. But displacing heat someplace else should create the effect just the same. Morris nods. That makes sense. Would you like to demonstrate this barrier? I raise my hands and activate my barrier. He throws a punch just above my head, only to stagger backward as his hand collides with my shield. All right. Now you said you can invert a glyph. I admit I don't quite know what that means, but please proceed. I take my gloves off, flip them inside out, then stick them back on. A rather crude way to do the inversion, but my basic glyph manipulation doesn't give any evidence that my doing so was unsuccessful. I again activate the barrier, now inverted, and give a nod of readiness. Your basic glyph manipulation rank 4 has upgraded to basic glyph manipulation rank V. Mr. Morris throws another lackadaisical punch, this time, instead of staggering backwards, his entire body gets pulled forward. Like a powerful static electricity effect is causing his entire body to stick to the technique. He grimaces and growls, and I immediately cease my barrier, using my enhanced strength to help catch him before he falls on his face. Oh, he says, apologies, I respond. Well, science is never easy, and I guess sometimes it's not painless either. I think your conjecture about being sucked into another dimension isn't completely wrong. Now, that's not the whole story of what's going on, since no part of me was actually pulled inside the barrier, and I didn't notice the sort of lensing that would occur when light is exposed to the heavy gravity of stars, black holes, or other objects on that scale of mass. You're on the right track with your ideas, Yulia says. Another fundamental physical force like gravity or electromagnetism. That's not a bad way to think about how ether interacts with the world. How would you reach such a conclusion? Chloe asks. I don't think it's a good idea for me to talk about my classes or skills. Yulia says. I'm sure you do mean well. But we all have secrets we don't want to share with the broader population. She looks at me. Are you not the same? I smile, realizing the subtext behind her words, though it is difficult to believe. Yes. And she opens me up to another possibility I can't overlook either. That there are others who were transmigrated from other worlds as well. Were you waiting on Maris as well? Yulia smiles. Amari said she was going to be a few minutes late after 7th period. I was going to wait by her locker, but the conversation sounded interesting. I should be going though. It was nice to speak with you all. I have a feeling that we may see each other again by the time this is all said and done. Yulia walks off, but, unless Maya's deceived me, her feet aren't quite touching the ground. An incredibly powerful wine mage class. Just what level is she? And she implied that she wasn't from this world either. How odd. I don't think she's an enemy, but I don't know if she's an ally either. I can't expect everyone to use their power toward my goals, but I really don't want to fight her if I can help it. Not that I'm confident I can. 1 point for Principles of Ethertech 4. We head to the library after I finish speaking with Maris. Yulia's bizarre antics still trouble me, but I shake off the implications of our brief conversation as we head to the section on computer science. Is something the matter? Chloe asks. I lower my voice to a whisper. Yulia implied that she's also not from this world. Chloe stands speechless. Are you going to? You heard her. She has her own secrets, and we have to respect that, just as she was respecting my privacy. So, why are we here again? Logic gates. Specifically, I want to see if any of the information about logic gates and electrical circuits is useful for Ethertech construction. At the very least, I think it's worth taking a look over the basics and making sure I understand the principles completely before we leave. You make it sound like you're never coming back here. This isn't the place for me, I say as I sit down at one of the tables in the back of the library. Out there, fighting with the others. Well, I'm not going to say it was perfect or anything. Still love having electricity, good food, and hot baths. But even when our lives were in danger in the midst of battle, I felt a certain ease in my soul. That was what I was made to do. And moreover, I enjoyed it. You're going back out there. No matter what I say, I won't make you come with me if you don't want to. It seemed to me like you were happy being here, in class, spending lunchtime alongside Tabitha and Saffron and the others. I won't say that I want you to stay behind. Part of that is that your abilities have saved my weak ass so many times, and I choke on my words for a moment. Selfishly, I like having your company, but it has to be your decision. No matter how much I might appreciate and value having you with me, it's not my place to decide for you. Chloe nods. We continue on for about an hour. I spend the time flipping through the book and taking notes where I can. Chloe does some homework and fiddles through her phone, browsing the goings-on around the world. She places her hands on mine as I get to something vaguely resembling a stopping point. I thought about it some, and I came to the realization that you're half right. I'm not the same as you. I feel at home here at school, going back to live with my mother. If the system disappeared tomorrow, I'd enjoy this journey and the fond memories I still have of it. And were circumstances different, I'd be just fine spending the rest of my life doing whatever fate had in store before its arrival. But one thing stops me. It's that I want to see what's out there too. You're talking about going to other planets and star systems and even new dimensions and universes. And she writes this next part down in my sketchbook. I learn my best friend is an alien reborn as a human. You want to know what happened to your original creators. And I want to be there and see it all for myself. You're curious about me. How many people can truthfully say that their best friend is from another world? Sir, it's also hard for me to believe myself. Like it's the sort of thing you read about in books or watch in movies. Well, there's an entire cosmos out there. We should head back to the army base soon. I'd like to get to work on the next step in Glypheres as soon as possible. Knowing you just want to have an early dinner. Knowing that they're not going to get mad at you if you want seconds and thirds. Hey, I'm not used to getting to eat this much, or having to work this hard. It's not like we didn't run 15 miles this morning, and are about to run the same distance back. Chloe laughs. So, time to get going. I nod. I yawn and stretch as I sit at the desk in our room after dinner. Chloe is back on her phone. which I'm honestly half surprised the army higher-ups weren't trying to confiscate based on national security grounds. I guess most of the stuff around here that's classified just isn't a big deal anymore, given that Alexei can probably smash through most conventional tanks with nothing but his bare hands, and Lindsay could shatter the cockpit of a fighter jet with the energy of one of her light arrows. I agree with the assessment. The information I gathered today should be quite useful for the next phase of my plan. And after thinking about it for some time, I have a general outline of how I want to recreate my lightning blowgun. First, I need to make some physical adjustments to the base design. After I procure a 2-foot-long, 1-inch-wide cylindrical piece of steel, I use my lightning-sheathed dagger to slice off a 3-inch-long piece from the end. Next, I hollow out both pieces into a 6-riveted rifling pattern, with the inner walls the appropriate width to handle the now pea-sized ether bullets I create. The next step is the hardest. With my basic ether manipulation, I carve out a mechanism not unlike those used in ballpoint pens that allows them to move between being open and closed at the click of a button. I don't bother with installing a clicking mechanism at the near end of my improved weapon, but this will still allow me to switch between the different nozzles, for lack of a better term, without too much difficulty. The intricate part comes next. I need to perfectly segment the top piece of my new weapon into 6. This proves difficult, as there is no perfect trisection method. I do consider dividing it into 8 instead, but that will shrink the space I have for each GLYPH dot as it stands. Because of the complexity of the individual glyphs, my ability to draw them with basic ether manipulation and basic glyph manipulation is already going to be taxed substantially. With better tools and higher ranked skills, though, this would be the easier path. I think about it and cut another slice off the main piece, this time about 2 inches thick. I create the same fastening fixture, but then reattach it soon after. I don't plan to do anything with this piece just yet, but it'll introduce modularity in the design and give me flexibility with future construction and alterations. Now comes the hard part. I take the first and larger of the 2 slices and begin the work of sculpting a glyph into each of 5 of the 6 sections. 1 of lightning, and 2 of the barrier glyph that I have now renamed repulsion after my recent insights. The latter 2 I sculpt into 2 segments, 1 in the proper orientation, 1 in its reverse orientation. The task is trickier than it looks, as I have to be precise down to the millimeter with my construction and positioning. Even a tiny defect will throw off the positioning of the sluices and disrupt the flow of ether into and through the glyphs. It takes the better part of the evening, mostly because my hands are a bit shaky near the end of the crafting session. Twice I have to undo major portions of the glyphs, and another 6 times I'm forced to clear away a small number of runes and rebuild the structures due to an errant scratch or calculating the curvature of the cylinder a bit off. But just as the sun is setting to signal the end of the last day of March, I feel I have everything in position. Finally, I need only to draw in the remaining sluice lines that will channel my ether into my weapon. Here, the precision from before is everything. Regardless of which nozzle I rotate into the activated position, I need the sluices to be as accurately placed as possible. I'm already losing some of the connection because neither my lightning-sheathed dagger nor the miniature ether blade I can form through my max basic ether manipulation skill can form a perfectly smooth cut and cause a contact bond to form. But it doesn't need to be perfect. It just needs to be better than what I've made before, and good enough for my purposes. The last step is to draw in the sluice that connects my mouthpiece to the far end of the blowgun, and draw in the motion glyph as I have with the previous iteration of my weapon. I realize that I should probably rename this glyph as well. Motion is simply too broad of a concept. Acceleration might fit, but it might also be described as impulse in the mechanics sense. It does seem to act in a similar manner. I should also check how the impulse glyph combines with the repulsion glyph. The 2 working in tandem could complement one another in stopping projectile attacks. I might even be able to create some sort of particle accelerator if I construct it just right, though that will require a lot more engineering and far higher reserves of ether to get it to work correctly. I look over the completed project and give it a careful examination. It looks correct, but my tinkerer skill flashes a warning as I look over it one last time. I furrow my brows. The skill isn't perfect, and only gives vague insights, but the warnings it gives are rarely completely false positives. I check it over. adjusting each row of nozzles one at a time, listening for the satisfying click sound as they lock into place. Everything fits right. I grab a magnifying glass that I'd taken earlier and examine more closely. I turn on the light nearest my desk and examine every connection as thoroughly and attentively as I can. And there I see the problem. A small chip on one of the sluice lines, which would cause leakages of ether when the reversed heat glyph was used. Best case scenario would be a weakening of the bullets when fired on that setting. Worst case, the siphon energy would cause enough structural damage to the weapon to make it quite literally blow up in my face. I scrunch every muscle in my body at the thought, even if I have enough levels and vitality to survive such a self-inflicted wound. The sheer embarrassment factor would surely do me in. Once I correct the flaw, I do one final glance over my new weapon and make sure everything looks and, more importantly, feels right. Neither my eyes nor my skills alert me to any flaws in the design. And a brief glance at the rifling confirms that the connection is smooth and ready for practice. I hand it over to Chloe, who predictably isn't nearly as enthused about the craftsmanship as I am. "So, did it go okay?" she asks. "It feels a little more solid than the last one. But I don't really have an eye for this sort of thing. Only one way to find out. Wanna watch?" Chloe rolls her eyes at me, but slips on her socks and shoes and follows me out the door to the firing range. To my surprise, there are still a handful of people on the range, mostly testing out conventional weaponry, mostly handguns, but with a couple of rifles and shotguns in the mix. We quickly help ourselves to a pair of earmuffs as I take a stroll over to the far end of the range. A few people look disdainfully upon me as I ready my blowgun for testing. A couple of sneers follow. I pay them no mind as I condense 5 ether bullets with my technique and slip 4 of them into my side pouch. Now, what setting do I want to use? Not lightning, sadly. The flashiest of the settings. But I'm not looking to blow out the power grid if the strike is too powerful. And I'm not wanting to catch the entire range on fire either. Ultimately, I settle on the repulsion setting. I stand motionless, waiting for the onlookers to clear and the range to go hot. Once it does, I take one last breath and aim at the largest target in the range. No subtlety, full power. I pour 75 units of ether into my shot and let it fly. The bullet moves silently downrange. 20 yards, then 30, all nearly instantaneous at the limit of my speed and mind stats perceptive capabilities. Once it comes within 5 yards of the target, I trigger an impulse within the back of my mind and allow the bullet to release its concussive payload. The target is torn to shreds. Ballistics gel splatters in every direction. The paper bullseye is vaporized, and even the stand is violently bent off its hinges, loosening a metal screw a full inch and a half out of the ground in the process. The concussive blast is followed by an eerie silence as the half-dozen shooters in the area turn toward me with jaws agape. You have equipped modular blowgun. Attack Kung 70, Attack Kung 30 when supplemental glyphs inactive. Your Ether Bullet Rank X has upgraded to Ether Bullet Rank X. You have maximized your Ether Bullet skill. You are awarded Kung to free stat points. I smirk. Not a single hint of disdain follows as the two of us leave the range. 1 point for 1 back to the dungeon. I sleep well through the night and wake up bright and early, and every bit as hungry as I have been these last few days. In all seriousness, I'm not sure if it's just me or if it's everyone, and I'm not sure if it's due to all the activity I've been doing lately, or just because higher stats equates to more metabolic needs. But if it's everyone who's going through this much hunger, there's going to be some major food shortages. I scarf down 8 sausage patties and another for pancakes for breakfast, and honestly, I could eat more without even beginning to get full. Chloe doesn't eat nearly as much as I do, but she still downs a 3-egg omelet alongside half a dozen strips of bacon. I didn't even know she liked bacon half as much as she seems to be right now, smiling and full of good cheer as she chugs down a small glass of water like a shot. "So, you still down to go visit the dungeon again this morning?" I ask her as she finishes the last bite on her plate. "Are you secretly hoping I'll say no?" she asks, giggling. "Because I'm sure I can find something else to do to laze the day away." I lower my jaw at the audacity of my best friend. Is she trying to play some sort of reverse psychology trick upon me? In the end, all I can do is laugh. "Do you really want to laze the day away?" She gives me a cheeky smile. We make our way down to the local quartermaster to get food and supplies for our crosstown journey. In addition to plenty of food and water, mostly flavorless hardtack rations. But with a few pieces of jerky and an orange apiece, I also get back my suit of simple leather armor from our earlier excursion. I ask for and receive another writ allowing us to keep the loot we find inside without having to turn over a portion to the military efforts. With that, we're out the door scarcely half an hour after dawn. But before we get off the base, a friendly voice calls out to us. I turn around and see Lindsay moving at what looks like a light jog but would have been comparable to a full sprint before the system's arrival. Taking off so soon, she asks. I give a nervous chuckle. I think the two of us have a full day ahead of us. I see. She looks away briefly. Is something the matter? Did I do something wrong? Lindsay puts her hand on my shoulder. You remind me of myself from when I started out in the army. Sarah, eager, excited, wanting to rush out and make a name for yourself. Cool, confident, sure of yourself, ready to take whatever shit life throws at you, chew it up, spit it back out, and slam it back in life's face. That, and you're starting to look and fight a lot like a ranger between your dagger skills and whatever contraptions you've come up with. I just don't want you to go and throw your life away in a blaze of glory. I take a deep breath and nod. I understand, Lindsay. I don't know exactly what life will bring, but I know the system's arrival has opened new doors and given us more possibilities than I can possibly count. I definitely won't let myself get killed before I get a chance to see what opportunities lie in wait. Damn right she won't, Chloe says. I'm not going to be the one to drag her sorry ass out of the dungeon if she does something stupid and gets herself killed. She pulls me by the shoulder, yanking me off Lindsay's hand and dragging me off. I get only a brief wave before we're off and running. Within 2 minutes, the base is already out of sight, and after 10, we're breezing into Midtown. With power back and some sense of normalcy restored, there are a fair few cars on the road, but there are plenty of convenience stores whose gas pumps read out of service and long lines on the few that still have gasoline available. We aren't the only ones running about. There's a few cyclists, as well as a number of people on the sidewalk moving at a brisk jog. But we are the only two actually running on the road as opposed to the sidewalk. This, because we're able to keep pace with vehicle traffic, earning a mixture of raised eyebrows from other pedestrians and amused stares from drivers watching us run past them on the road. There's a brief kerfuffle about 2/3 of the way to our destination. A few ne'er-do-wells decide to cause a ruckus outside of a nearby bank. There's a slate of police officers standing outside, no gear, mundane firearms, making complete fools of themselves as a gaunt middle-aged man carrying a wad of cash no-sells the gunshots that ricochet off his chest. I take a closer look. They are causing a slight amount of damage. About as much damage and scraping as a rough tumble on a paved surface. But probably not costing him more than 10 or 15 health per strike. I want to ignore the situation altogether. It's not my problem. Nor do I care that a handful of bankers are getting robbed instead of being the ones doing the robbing. But Chloe is a bit of a goody two-shoes. And as she rushes in, I've no choice but to follow. The battle is anything but. He throws a single punch toward Chloe with all the grace of a lurching zombie. She dodges with a simple head tilt, and I follow up with a quick thwop upon his back that knocks the wind out of him and sends him tumbling to the ground. Once he's subdued, one of the cops slowly walks up toward us, a pair of cuffs in hand. He looks at me, not sure what to do. I sigh, expecting another rigmarole to proceed where we're chastised or arrested on charges of vigilantism. I turn to Chloe and ask her to start trying to get a hold of her mother, prepared to plead for her help in getting out of yet another mess. But she's already tearing the officer a new one. How can you be so irresponsible, officer? She asks. Relying on handguns against people that have enough vitality to match an elephant. Are you trying to get yourselves killed? Like, you're supposed to be out there protecting people, not sitting around with your hands underneath your asses being too scared to do your job. And now what? You have to have high school students come in and apprehend burglars now. My mouth drops for the second time in as many days. When did Chloe go from wanting everything to just go back to normal, to now standing in front of the police and chewing them out without a shred of fear in the world? I quickly adjust my facial position before I manage to make more of a fool of myself than I already have. But the officer stammers. Chloe pauses, but I interject. There are real monsters lurking just outside of town. Hell, I've seen nasty things in the suburbs. I'm talking giant birds that will pick you up out of the sky and bizarre creatures that came right out of a cosmic horror movie. I point to myself and Chloe been fighting them over the past weeks. What have you been doing? Sitting on your asses eating donuts all day. I thought you were supposed to be the heroes, protecting and serving. Or is that just a bunch of hogwash you pigs oink out to feel better about yourselves and help you sleep at night? Chloe grabs my arm before I can continue my tirade any further. Come on. We're going to be late. Honestly, I'm surprised there haven't been this many incidents in the past couple of weeks. Then again, it's not like I've ever really paid attention to local news. Chloe keeps us up to date on the latest in social media and national events. But there hasn't been all that much progress on that front. Just a lot of deliberations about how to move forward from people who seem to want nothing more than to continue burying their heads in the sand. People who don't seem to have caught on to just how much the world will have to change to accommodate the existence of literal superpowers and the fact that we seem to only get stronger by killing things. We make some distance from the scene. And to my great relief, there doesn't seem to be any pursuit. Whether that's because they appreciate the fact that we did their job for them, or they're too afraid to try anything against us, I'm not sure. Hopefully, the situation will spark the impetus to see some real change in how society will be structured going forward. And hopefully not for the worse. I worry who the new power brokers are going to be in society once everything shakes out. The current assholes in charge are bad. Yes, but at least they were mostly gunning for monetary profit. But who's to say how the new world will end up being structured? Will the systems of government in place adapt? Will we see warlords rise up to claim dominion? The one piece of good news is that there's enough of a scaling factor in place that I don't think there's going to be anyone trying to slaughter entire armies of level 1 people. But history has shown not to underestimate the depravity of madmen who seek power. In either case, I need to make sure I'm not the one being used if it all falls apart. Hey Chloe, I finally ask. It seems like you've really changed your opinion in the past few days. I guess this past week has changed me a lot. Chloe drags me on. I didn't realize it until we were in class yesterday, but when we were eating lunch, I realized why you were so adamant about pushing forward with levels. It's for all of them, isn't it? I want to make sure they can live the lives they want to live. The selfless reason. Yes, the selfish one is that I want to learn more about who I am. And I think continuing to put myself in danger and understanding the system better is the best way to do so. Well, I guess I'm selfishly wanting to help others, Chloe says. I'm not sure that's at all selfish. Is it any more selfless than you being all I want to use these powers to save the cosmos? She does an impressively bad caricature of me as she speaks, even puffing out her chest and standing on her tiptoes in a laughably awkward penguin trot. I can't help but laugh. By now we're long out of the busy part of the city and out into the southern suburbs where the cars are few, and we don't have to worry so much about getting run over by someone not watching where they're going. We could both probably survive it with only bruises, especially with Chloe's healing magic. It still sounds unpleasant and like an unnecessary risk, and I've been chastised to avoid those already today. By at least 2 different women, and 3 if I count myself. We stop by Chloe's house and sneak inside for just long enough to top off our water and use the restroom. And before long, we've made it back to the dungeon entrance. At this early hour, there are no others venturing forth, and the guards on duty look dazed, as though they'd not been relieved from their night watch. In either case, about 5 minutes later, we've made it through the checkpoint, signed our waivers, and are on our way. I take a deep breath as I survey the faint glow of ether exuding off the dungeon walls. Despite the danger omnipresent when dungeon diving, I feel relaxed, ready to take on the challenges within. For to descend into darkness bit by bit. The morning light from outside fades away, replaced with an eerie fluorescent green glow. I don't know if it wasn't actually there the first time around, or if my eyes have adjusted to the glow of concentrated ether in the surroundings. There have been plenty of world modifications since our first trip here, and my mind stat and basic ether manipulation skills have both improved significantly since then. So either explanation is plausible. Still, it's not bright enough to see everything that might try to lurk about. So we use our flashlights to light the way, with batteries, so as to conserve our ether, as expected. Once we make it about 100 yards into the dungeon, the air grows cold and stale, and the warm flow of ether flowing into my body slows down to a cool trickle. I charge a single unit of ether into my flash of insight and throw it at the nearby ground, startling Chloe for a brief moment. Then I count the seconds until I see my ether tick back up to maximum. Just under 15 seconds. To the best of my knowledge, ether regenerates at a rate proportional to one's mind stat. Specifically, you recover 10 times your mind and ether each hour. Here in dungeons, the rate seems to be exactly halved. 5 times one's mind each hour. For me, 250 points. At this rate, I can restore my full ether reserve in just under 2.5 hours. I glance down at my stats to make sure my memory is not failing me. Level 16. Experience 15,880. To next 3,995. Current stats. Health 1,168. 168 ether 670. 670. Its current stats. Strength 20. Speed 20. Vitality 42. Mind. It may not be totally optimal, but I like the round, even numbers on both attributes, and with my strength mediating my damage output. A bit more is more than just a nice to have. But then I remember that I have to free step points from maximizing my ether bullet skill. As much as I like having nice, even numbers, I make the decision to go ahead and increase my strength and speed a bit more, knowing that I'll need some more of both to survive what awaits us. The first hour proceeds. We spot a few spiders and rats that completely ignore us. They scurry off to the side of the chamber, hiding against the walls and burrowing into their tiny crevices like the pests they are. Part of me wants to mock these contemptible vermin, but a far larger part wants to mock myself. Why in the infernal hells do these assholes have enough knowledge to know that fighting us is a waste of time? But we still don't get an identify skill. I channel ether from within the core of my body, only instead of channeling it to my fingers or palms, I divert it to my eyes. It takes more than a bit of work, and I realize why. There are myriad tiny conduits through which my ether circulates, and I'm not acclimated to using all of them just yet, even with a maximized basic ether manipulation skill. Although, circulates might not be the right word. My body absorbs tiny traces of ether which naturally exist all around me. It then flows into me and slowly condenses into my core, just behind the base of the sternum. From there, I can direct it outward through the network of tiny channels too small for me to perceive with my eyes. I'm well adjusted to pushing ether into my hands, but I need to exercise these channels, for lack of a better word, before I can maintain the flow elsewhere. I relay my findings to Chloe, and the two of us pause our descent for a few minutes to practice. It hurts bad, like a migraine, sensation of aura and all. I see wisps of blue fog all around and I'm not sure if they're there or if I'm just hallucinating. I want to scream and cry out and beg for mercy as my entire face shrivels in pain. I focus on my breathing exercises, relax my muscles, allow them to tense, then let the tension fade away bit by bit, rinse and repeat, then again and again until the pain finally starts to subside. I see through what looks like some stylized night vision goggles. It's not as sharp as my ordinary light-based vision, but I can make out the walls and floors considerably better. I can't see the ceiling of the cave though. I realize why. My range is limited to a sphere of about 25 yards. To system notifications flash before me in rapid succession. Your basic ether manipulation rank X has evolved to intermediate ether manipulation rank I. You have gained the general skill ether sight. Would you like to learn this skill? General skill slots remaining. I glance over the skill description. Ether sight. By cycling your ether through your eyes, you have enhanced your vision, allowing you to see in total darkness, as long as you are not inside a complete ether vacuum or similar effect. This skill also allows its wielder to see the ether within constructs and other beings, providing a qualitative indication about their ether density and an approximation of their level. Ether cost 5 per minute. Current range 70 feet. Range scales with rank closing parenthesis. Yes, please. And thank you. I will absolutely take this skill. Level 16 and I finally have something that resembles a goddamned identify skill like we should have gotten back at level 1 if the system was actually helpful as opposed to a giant Raging asshole. I swear I briefly see the wisps of ether coalesce into the shape of that most universal gesture of contempt before fading back into the environment. I pay the system's salute no further mind as I disable my new skill. Just knowing that I finally have some sort of analysis skill takes a huge weight off my shoulders. Chloe tries it a few more times, but doesn't get the skill. She grunts and grimaces, and I give her a few moments to vent off her frustrations. She mumbles obscenities that echo into the cavern, and I do my best not to pay them any mind as I keep watch for any unpleasantness lurking around. Once her seething has subsided to a few whimpering pouts, I pull her into a hug, which she allows. It's okay, Chloe. It's not okay, Sarah, she sniffles. I don't want to keep being weak. I don't want to have to rely on you. I don't want to keep weighing you down. Weighing me down, that's funny. Coming from the woman who's saved my sorry but half a dozen times already. Who's been frightened out of her mind, but still has the courage to get out of bed and follow me around straight into the maw of danger. But we all have to rely on each other, Chloe. You helped me in our world history class, just like I help you in chemistry and physics. Exact same idea. You have healing magic I can't replicate. I have ether manipulation skills that you don't have yet. She rolls her eyes at me. I do mean yet, Chloe. My entire class is all about ether and manipulating it with glyphs and technology. I just upgraded basic ether manipulation into intermediate ether manipulation at the same time. If you want to learn ethersight, I would just do some ether manipulation exercises. Can I learn your flash of insight? It's possible, I say. I'm not at all certain if it is, but it's not outside the realm of possibility, especially if her class dips into light magic. I proceed to demonstrate the basic technique, gathering a single unit of ether into my palm, converting it into light energy which glows like a dim light bulb. I hold my technique for a few seconds, letting Chloe watch until she's satisfied. Then, I fire the blast, briefly lighting up the dungeon. As I do so, I make sure to remember to designate Chloe and myself as friendly and unaffected by the skill. She says, trailing off for a moment. With my new ethersight, I watch as her ether flows into her right palm. She furrows her brow and sits there for several minutes, trying different things. Her eyes light up as she turns toward me. She makes a finger gun, points it toward me, and fires a beam of light that hits me right in the shoulder. I instinctively wince, but then I realize I'm not harmed. In fact, the pain I had from earlier has completely broken thanks to whatever skill she just used. I got a new class skill called Healing Bullet, she says, and I got my basic ether manipulation up to rank 7 in the process. Nice. And see, that's a skill I definitely can't do, at least right now. Anyway, do you feel like less of a burden, I guess? Chloe's back to her cheerful self. Yeah, I do. And just so you're aware, your blue eyes start to glow when you're using that ethersight skill of yours. You should be aware of that in the future. Thanks for letting me know. Strange that I never saw any sign of it when Lindsay was using whatever identify variant she has. Maybe because it's not sight-based like this skill is. Could just be some cosmetic difference. There's still too much I don't know about skills and spells and otherwise to really determine either way. We proceed deeper into the dungeon with our morale high, ready to face whatever challenges await us. Even though it's been nearly 45 minutes at this point, I see no signs of aggressive monsters approaching and hear no evidence of other people coming in from behind. I start thinking about the tower gauntlet and what's going on over there. Is it still being kept under lockdown? Are people being let inside? Are the sentries inside forcibly clearing out the police lines outside? Goodness, if the cops there are as useless as the ones from this morning, I would certainly pay a few bucks to watch that. We encounter a couple of lesser cave boars and dark crocodiles just like we did on our first trip. To my great surprise, my lightning bullets are able to effortlessly blast them to bits with a scant 30 points of ether behind them. To my utter disgust, however, even the strongest Level 10 variants no longer give me any experience. Chloe still gets a few points though, and even low double digits per battle will add up. We find a couple of pieces of gear we can't use, and a pair of silvery bucklers which we can. Chloe straps hers on, and I follow suit. Probably inferior to our repulsion gauntlets, as I've renamed them, but we can't guarantee that we'll always have both enough ether to activate them and the foresight to aim them properly. So the extra physical defense is welcome. We proceed slowly, giving ourselves time to let our ether recuperate after each battle, or mine, specifically. Since every fight against the monsters to this point has been one shot, we have more than enough food and water for a day down here, even if some of our rations are just the flavorless, chewy hardtack. Although I'd rather not be in the position of needing to do so. We could probably make it another day without, owing to us each having over 40 vitality after Chloe's hitting level 15. A bit before lunch, the helical pathway widens slightly. A bit odd, the passage to this point has been of remarkably consistent width, about 30 yards wide. I pull Chloe behind me and draw my blowgun as I shine my flashlight ahead. I'm not sure what exactly I should be expecting, but as I stare ahead at the armored figure, it hits me. This is a dungeon, and it seems we've found this dungeon's boss, or at least the boss of this first portion of the dungeon. It moves. Greetings, adventurers, I am Armosi, the boss of the first level of this dungeon. It raises its sword from the ground before it, and a line of ether appears about 20 feet in front of us, glowing slightly. If you wish to put your metal against my might and seek the riches that lie deeper within, then advance forward into the arena and prepare yourself for battle. Chloe and I turn to one another. She readies her wand and I prepare my ether bullets. With resolve in our hearts, we march into the danger zone. 1 point for 3 battle with Guardian Armosi. We step into the arena with a deep breath. The line of ether glows brighter and brighter as tiny glyphs I recognize as repulsion start to glow on either side. I place my hand on the aural wall. Solid. I could probably disable the glyphs with my basic glyph manipulation or just override them altogether with a repulsion bullet. But the intent is clear. This is a battle to the death, with escape no longer a possibility. If there's one positive about the barrier surrounding our dueling arena, it's that I can see what's happening on the battlefield as though it were all covered in the pale light of a full moon. I can't make out every detail, but I can see the handful of rocks and pits that will make for a potential tripping hazard. Oh, and at least one skeleton. Either it's a prop designed to instill fear, an undead abomination that'll reanimate in the middle of the fight, or it's the real deal, from someone unfortunate enough not to beat the night before us. Not one of those options is reassuring in the slightest. Armosi raises its sword and grips it with both hands. The armored knight is covered from head to toe in steel full plate, along with a matching helmet, greaves, embraces, gauntlets, and every other piece of armor. Its sword is more akin to the Fat Buster swords of fantasy than anything a real-life knight would have used. The blade is a good 4 feet long, 8 inches thick, and looks heavy enough to bisect a girl with a single slash. It has a smaller longsword sheathed at his side, though at least it's not currently trying to dual wield against us. Probably a backup weapon. I make a mental note to craft a second modular blowgun when we get back to base. Chloe steps behind me as I set my blowgun to the repulsion setting. Armosi charges quicker than I'd expect for a metallic brute, but not as fast as I'd feared it might. I fire with 30 units of ether and will the blast to explode as it gets within 3 feet. My blast fails to do more than dent the armor knight, but it does stun the boss long enough for the 2 of us to get out of the way. Chloe takes the lead, dodging to our right and running around the arena, while I do my best to assail our pursuer while keeping distance. Its vitality is high and my ether bullet, even when guided into the chinks in its armor by trick shot, fails to do much damage. 10 bullets fly in rapid succession as I try for some sort of compounding blast. -1 by a lightning bullet with 50 ether behind it. This one stuns the creature for a moment, allowing Chloe to gain some needed distance. I am dismayed when it swings its blade toward me, hurtling that electricity right back at me. I raise my hand and activate my repulsion gauntlet. Not sure if it'll work on a massless attack. It's partially successful, sending bits of the electrical surge away from me and toward the wall behind me. Chunks of stone break off the wall, and a cloud of debris wafts over the battlefield. I take 97 points of damage from the residual shock, which is quickly patched up from Chloe's almost instantaneous healing bullet hitting my stomach, and it has a nice cooling sensation to go alongside. I dodge the follow-up horizontal slash to my right, then aim my repulsion field at just the right direction to send Armosi's diagonal follow-up careening into the side of the chamber. It gets stuck for half a second, and I use the momentary break in action to run with all the celerity my pitiable 21 speed stat can muster. I channel Ether Sight for a moment, hoping I might identify a couple of weak points. I notice a few additional dents in the armor that I couldn't make out before. Most of the construct's internal ether is in its chest as expected, but it contains 5 smaller concentrations as well. One inside its helmet, 1 each on the back of its kneecaps. And finally, 1 each in the armpits. Of the 5, I've tried and failed to pierce its helmet. The back of the knees seemed too hard to reach. Considering my relatively low speed, the construct seems to have a slight proclivity for its right side. So, I set my sights on its left instead. I rushed backward to gain distance, letting Chloe fire her repulsion field much as I did. This time, Armosi is prepared, slamming the barrier with its fist with enough force to shatter it completely. Chloe takes damage. Her nose is bleeding. She falls to the ground, winded. I want to lash out in anger as I did the last time I saw her injured like this, but I stay violently calm, at least on the outside, trusting her to heal herself and retreat to safety. I focus on tempering my rage and channeling 60 points of ether into a flaming bullet, launching it the moment I lock on and using trick shot to spin it upward at the last second, hitting the armpit from below. The attack erupts into a golden sphere the size of a tennis ball. For the first time, Armosi staggers to the ground. My first instinct is to rush in, but I know better. Ether Sight confirms that it's been weakened, but is far from dead. Instead, I think through my options, trying to piece together the best follow-up. My repulsive bullet didn't do enough to it. Attractive bullet might stun it, but I doubt it'll do enough damage to crumple those heavy metal plates. That leaves my 3 elemental options. I get an idea. As soon as Chloe is out of the way, I pop 2 more ether bullets out of my side pouch and slot the first one in, palming the second for the follow-up. With a single twist of the top dial, I switch the ammunition to freezing bullet and wait for the opportune moment. Armosi charges once more, this time going for a quick stabbing motion right at my abdomen. I dodge the stab, but I'm unable to fully dodge the follow-up as the armored brute switches its grip and delivers a weak cutting blow directly upon my side. It's only relatively weaker, doing nearly 800 damage to me. It misses my intestines by the barest margin before cutting upward and cracking through ribs in the process. I want to scream and curse out. It hurts like absolute hell and I feel like shit. The pain is so bad I feel waves of nausea come over me and I want to lose my breakfast. But I'm within my enemy's defenses, and I know Chloe can patch even this up with her more powerful healing spell. With all the willpower I can muster, knowing damn well that I might be this universe's greatest hope, I launch my freezing bullet, then immediately switch my settings. Without hesitation or delay, I fire a repulsive bullet at the same target. I fly backward from the concussive impact, slamming into the ground. My health falls to under 70 before Chloe's spell hits me and restores me by 500. She helps me back to my feet, stepping behind me as she does. I turn to our foe, knowing that until I've seen the system notification, I can't assume that the battle is over. Armosi is covered in piles of debris and doesn't get back up. I peer through the cloud of dust surrounding it with Ether Sight, and just as I'd hoped, I notice numerous chips and cuts all throughout its torso. Its left vambrace is utterly shattered, and its gauntlet falls to the ground, motionless. As I had suspected, the construct Armosi is just an animated suit of armor, with no fleshy being controlling it from within. In a sense, it is a reflection of my own being as an artificial being, though on a less refined scale. It tries to wield its greatsword with only one arm, but fails to properly swing it, instead chucking it toward me like a throwing knife. The 2 of us leap out of the way. I consider grabbing the weapon, but based on the clang it makes as it thuds into the ground, I'm not confident the 2 of us working together can even lift the damn thing. It draws its sidearm and charges even faster this time. I'm able to get up my repulsion field in the nick of time, but this time, even against the full weight of the attack, I'm able to barely hold back the strike. I fall to my knee in the process and make a desperation gambit, as the one-armed construct lifts its arm up to finish me off with an even more powerful strike. I use trick shot and fire an unmodified bullet right at the base of its now exposed armpit. The damage is minimal, but the stunning effect lasts just long enough for me to snake my way between its legs and fire a repulsion bullet directly into the back of its left knee with 40 points of ether. Behind it, I'm again sent flying. I try to hit the right knee, but I'm too low on ether to use my attack with even 30 points. The bare minimum to activate both glyphs. I curse my miscalculation, but get an idea. I instead switch the nozzle back to the 6th and use section. With my final 24 points of ether, I use the glyph of impulse alone at the last weak spot. I narrowly miss. On track for a clean but not precise hit. But at the last second, my ether ticks up from 0 to 1. Just enough for me to use my trick shot to correct the trajectory of my attack. I'm winded. Mentally, I'm drained. I want to sit down and not have to do a damn thing for I don't know how long. Except eat. Not caring that it's the worst possible time. I don't have enough energy left to continue on. I'm about to reach for my ether canister to continue the fight when the dust settles. Armosi isn't vanquished, but with one arm. One leg completely blown off at the kneecap, and the other crumpled like a piece of foil. It isn't moving either. It stands motionless, holding itself up by its sword with its one good arm and leg stump. Did we win? Chloe asks. No system notification, I say. I pull out my ether bullets. No strength left to use my blowgun. Only choice is the crudest method. I start hurling them at the construct. Air resistance makes my attacks weak, of poor aim, and less effective than I'd feared they would be. But I just need the last bit of chip damage to bring our foe down. One lucky shot. I finally get it. Armosi's hand loosens from its blade, and the entire suit of armor falls lifelessly to the ground. A thin wisp of smoke emerges from within it. My heart starts to pound. What the hells do I do? Escape? I don't have anything effective against incorporeal beings. And I don't know if Chloe does either. I stumble backward, trying to buy a few crucial seconds. But the wisp doesn't attack. Instead, it briefly forms into the shape of a wizened old man with a full beard. The man smiles, then fades away. You have defeated Construct Armosi, the Armor Soul Knight level 21. You have gained a boosted 6,666 experience. Experience boosted further due to being a dungeon boss. You have gained enough experience to reach level 17. Vitality come 1, Mind come 1. Please allocate remaining stat points. 3 remaining. Its suit of armor and swords both dissipate into ether. A treasure chest materializes in its place. But all I can do is sit down, throw my 3 free stat points into mind for the extra maximum ether I so desperately need, and crawl up against a wall until my mental fatigue goes away. Maximum health increases by Vitality X to current level Ran 13 equals 106. Maximum ether increases by Mind current level Ran 0. 17. Experience 22,546. To next 2,579 current stats. Health 813. 1,274 ether. 75,741 current stats. Strength 21. Speed 21. Vitality 43. Mind 1 point for lunch loot. Once the status windows have cleared and I can confirm with my eyes that Armosi is, without a doubt, completely and utterly slain, I collapse onto the ground and proceed to do nothing. Processing the level up seems to have helped with the mental fatigue, but only enough that I have the mental fortitude to reach into my backpack and grab some trail mix. Then I even grab some hardtack, shove it in my mouth, and soften it with water. Best damn thing I've tasted in weeks. And the water is cooler, crisper, and more refreshing than even the sweetest concoctions I've had the pleasure of having had cross my lips until now. Chloe gives me a look, thankfully not the look, as she sits down next to me and we take a moment's rest in the dungeon. The air on us is strangely calm, and not even the monsters from before approach us as we enjoy our lunch in the darkness. Is it because we defeated the boss of the floor? It's not an unheard of phenomenon, but at the same time, I would have expected at least one creature to take its chances against us. As weakened as I am, it might just have a chance of succeeding. Bit by bit, my ether ticks up. A little faster than I'd expected, even taking into consideration that I boosted my mind by another 4 points during my most recent level up. Perhaps defeating the boss of a dungeon floor modifies the characteristics of the dungeon in other ways, causing the ether density to pick up. There are a lot of other questions I have about what exactly dungeons are, why they form, and how they work. Guards aside, I don't remember any monsters even trying to escape from either of the 2 dungeons I've visited to this point. Do they have entire ecosystems contained within? Or are they closer to artificial constructs born of ether and created by the dungeon to form challenges for adventurers who brave the depths? I suspect I'll not be getting definitive answers to these questions either. Once I'm sufficiently hydrated, and my ether is back over 200 points, I shamble over to the treasure chest and drag it back to where Chloe continues to eat. I'm still worried about the potential for monsters within the chests, but after knocking it about a bit and seeing nothing with ethersight, I open it. On top are 2 identical books with crimson covers, each about an inch thick and with pages that are roughly 6 inches by 9 inches. They're not written in any language I recognize, and the glyph inlaid in gold trim doesn't look familiar either. I hand one of them to Chloe and flip through the pages, vaguely. The language might pass for the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs from millennia ago, but I think these are extraterrestrial in origin. I flip through to the back and see one glyph I do recognize, and fortunately, it's one of the glyphs in my sketchbook that I haven't yet been able to figure out. A confirmation at least that the 2 are the same language, which also seems to be the language of magic, or ethertech, or the native language of the system. I'm not sure on the first of those, but I'm fairly confident on the other 2. Chloe, do these symbols look familiar to you? I ask. When you're casting your spells, that is. No, she says. I don't really see these sorts of symbols when casting my healing magic. It's more that I just envision the spell I want to cast, trigger an impulse to do so, and then everything else happens in the background. We could look at taking you down the path of spell development. If you want. Spell development. The glyphs in this book all seem to be written in the language of the system, the same glyphs I'm using in my ethertech. I think you could learn how to create even stronger healing spells, or ones with different effects. Like a spell that lets me heal multiple people at once. I think I should get one of those spells when I get to a higher level, but it would be nice to have sooner. I doubt we'll be able to decipher enough of this language to get you there before level 20 or 25. I'm not getting any translation skill to help read through this. I use ethersight and glance through the pages. No luck. Your eyes are pretty when you use your ethersight, Sarah. She looks away. I'm a bit envious. I'm sure that you'll be able to learn the skill once you get a bit better at controlling your ether flow. Also, as an additional incentive, you get an extra 2 stat points whenever you max out the rank of one of your skills. Wait, really? She asks. I wonder if it works for spell proficiencies as well, like having to cast a spell a certain number of times in order to get it to rank up. Chloe taps me with her finger, causing an invigorating sensation of fresh mint to bubble up from my core. Then she does so another 4 times in quick succession. That last one didn't work. I think it's because my health reached its maximum after the 4th cast. So, I have to boundaries, Chloe. I will be your pincushion if I have to. But I will not start willingly ingesting or injecting myself with poison so you can rank up your antidote spell or whatever it's called. Nope, it's just called antidote. And it doesn't seem to have higher ranks, anyway. I breathe a sigh of relief. But let's save it for after we finish our dungeon crawl. I don't know if the monsters in here are drawn to fresh blood, and I'd rather not drain our limited ether reserves if we don't have to. But I'm topped up. Only cast every time it tops back up. I don't know if my arm can take more than that. Chloe gives me an evil grin. I sit back and enjoy the rest of my meal with the added joy of getting my left arm poked with a needle every minute and a half. I take a single point of damage each time, except for once, when I take due to pinching a nerve. The pain of each poke goes away the next instant as I get to enjoy yet more minty taste in my entire bloodstream. The mint makes the hardtack surprisingly easy to force down. Doesn't combine particularly well with the jerky though. Maybe a sweet jerky, cured with sugar instead of salt. I feel like that has to exist. But I don't recall having ever heard of it. Sounds like carnival food. Another half hour passes, during which time my ether restores by 180 points as opposed to the expected 135. I keep track using Chloe's phone, which she's kept charged. It is possible that dungeons are distorting time somehow. However, there's been no evidence to suggest as much during our previous 2 excursions, so I still consider this unlikely. More probable is that defeating a boss has an effect. I also take the time to examine the rest of the loot we've found for defeating the first floor. I find a ruby-studded wand, which I hand to Chloe. According to the system description, it is supposed to augment the power of fire-based spells when used as an effector. Chloe has no such spells in her repertoire, but the overall boost to her spellslinging effectiveness justifies the upgrade. This despite her reluctance to give up the weapon I crafted for her a couple of weeks back. More swords. The system must really like swords. Then again, the idea of swinging a stick is one of the big appeals of fantasy. Even I'm not immune to the basic impulse to engage in swinging a sharp object. Although it's not my preferred weapon. Much better to fight at range when possible. I tap my modular blowgun once for good measure. But I do take the blessed sword as a far better backup weapon than the fire-forged bat that has long outlived its usefulness at this point. More importantly, I find a nice brigandine. The system rates its defensive capabilities at Kung 30, a considerable upgrade from the Kung 12 on my current suit of leather armor. I do worry as I put the suit on that it will end up not fitting well due to my decidedly not male and not unisex figure. My fears are once again allayed as the plates of metal and leather shift around my body, forming a fit that's snug on me, without pinching or squeezing my more tender areas. I get up and run around to make sure that there's no sliding about. It does make a bit of noise when I move. Something to be aware of if I need to engage in stealth operations. But other than that, it's as comfortable as can be expected, and weighs a bit less than I'd assume all this leather and steel should. Maybe 8 pounds or so, with my strength, speed, and vitality as they are. I don't notice any encumbrance at all when I try to move about. Even tumbling maneuvers like the one I performed last battle are not perfectly smooth, but manageable. I check the glyphs etched into the surface. Seems to be the usual slate of defensive enchantments, some durability buffs, bits of repulsion to deflect physical attacks, some variant that does the same for magic. I think. Don't know for sure. Chloe gets a pair of robes, white like the ones from before, but this time adorned with new glyphs and ether conduits. She asks me to help her put it on. I don't see why she needs the help slipping into some new robes, but she helped me, and if she wants me to help, it's the least I can do. Even if the extent of my work is to give her a once-over and compliment her on her appearance. She whirls around like a dancer on stage, letting the staler whip about, and finishes her whimsical spin with a hair flip and a half bow. Did you like it? Wait, what? Why does this sound suspiciously like she's trying to hit on me? She has never, in all 13 years that I have known her, even once hinted at being attracted to women. And it's just days after Lindsay showed what might have generously been described as interest as well. Did something about my class change cause me to start exuding lesbian vibes? Even if I'm curious in theory, it's not like I'm in any position to start dating. Not when there are dungeons to explore and worlds to save and so much to learn about magic and ethertech and exploring the stars, and even more potential than I have words to describe. You look great. And the outfit looks great on you, Chloe. I say with full sincerity. If she's seriously hitting on me, something I struggle to wrap my head around, then the words should assuage her while not setting her up too much. Maybe this is a greater cruelty still, leading her on like this. But I don't want to make things awkward. Not now. In the middle of a dungeon. Thanks, Sarah, she says. We finish up our meal and rest period. And since I've not really done so up to this point, I decide to pull up my full status menu, with all equipment, skills, and other information listed. Name, Seraphina Mortensen. Age, 18. Level 17. Experience, 22,546. To next. 2,579. Current stats. Health, 1,273. 1,274. Ether, 475. 741. Current stats. Strength 21, Speed 21, Vitality 43, Mind combat parameters. Attack physical damage dealing capability, 91. Base strength 21. Agility ability to dodge attacks, 46. Base speed 21. Defense damage reduction from physical attacks, 80. Base vitality 43. Magic attack magic damage dealing capability, 50 for base mind. Magic defense damage reduction from magical attacks, 59. Base mind. Equipment, weapon, modular blowgun. Attack Kung 70. Kung 30 with glyphs and active helmet, arms shield, simple buckler. Defense Kung 1. Agility Kung 20 body, brigandine. Defense Kung 30 leg armor, boots of impulse. Defense Kung 5. Agility Kung 5. Accessory 1 Repulsion Gauntlets, Defense Kung 1, Magic Defense Kung 5 Accessory 2, None Class 1. Planet-touched Mechanist Class Skills, to 6 skill slots remaining Tinkerer Flash of Insight. Ether Bullet Rank X Max Rank Achieved Trick Shot General Skills, 3/6 skill slots remaining. Basic Glyph Manipulation Rank V. Intermediate Ether Manipulation Rank I Ethersight Rank I Unique Trait, touched by the multiverse. Having rested and restored enough of my ether to move on, we head off and into the second descent. 1. For 5 South County Dungeon, second descent I. The air immediately changes as we walk down a narrow staircase into the second level of the dungeon. It doesn't grow colder, exactly, but the presence contained within sends chills down my spine. Chloe has broken out into goosebumps right alongside me, and she grabs onto my left arm as we huddle up next to each other. I flicker on Ethersight, wondering if there's some sort of phantasm or other invisible being that's hanging around us, trying to cause us problems. That's part of the reason why I picked up the Blessed Sword as my secondary weapon. I can't conclusively state that incorporeal undead don't exist. And if they do, light elemental attacks seem likely to be particularly effective against them. And it's good to have a fourth element to fall back upon. My class values flexibility and preparation above all else, although I don't know how many elements there are in total, nor how they interact. At the very least, I can assume that we have the elements of earth, wind, fire, water, ice, lightning, light, and dark. But what about combinations? Fire and earth to create lava, light and dark combining to make cosmic, earth and water making wood, fire and water mixing to form steam, or maybe earth and lightning to get metal. I can throw together even more combinations, but without knowing how the system categorizes elements, I have nothing to work with. The lack of information is a pain in the ass, but the creature staring at us is going to be an even bigger pain, and in far more places than just our asses. It looks similar to a bear, except with an extra pair of forearms. It snarls at us, seeming to shake the air as it roars at us, and an extra row of teeth, I'm forced to add, because 10 feet of solid muscle and fur, 6 claws as large as my head, and enough mass to trample us underfoot isn't deadly enough for just the second level of this dungeon. My first instinct is to take our loot, head back to the surface, and lock in our gains before we get ourselves killed. I do take a moment to examine it with my Ethersight to make sure I'm not missing anything. It's weaker than our Mosi. Maybe not in terms of its stature or how imposing it is, but the glow of ether within their Ursini beast is definitely and noticeably less than the boss of the first floor had. Is every boss that much of a power spike? It nearly killed me, but the other enemies on the floor barely scratched the two of us. And that leads me to the other reason why I don't immediately rush back the way we came. We need better equipment. I can work on crafting more, but I need more knowledge to do so. This is not quite true. I have to correct. I have more knowledge stored in this book, thanks to the generosity of the system, but I don't have the knowledge to make use of it. And short of finding a linguist and a year or two to decipher it, I'm not going to get it without more to work with. Maybe, if I can find a few pieces of text that contains the same script in both English and system, I can use my skills to pursue that path further. The bear moves toward us. It makes a swipe in our general direction, but when it gets within about 5 yards of the entrance, further movement is repelled. My Ethersight reveals a wall not unlike the one that surrounded us when we fought Armosi earlier. This makes a surprising amount of sense. The dungeon has multiple floors, and it needs some mechanism to keep each type of enemy on its appropriate floor. I reach through the barrier. Other than the fact that my palm is immediately swatted at, I'm able to pass through the glowing wall without incident. I'm also able to pull my hand back inside just the same as if the wall never existed in the first place. But the bear just swipes toward us again. It meets the same fate as before, falling backward onto its ass from the impact and subsequent ricochet. Chloe and I stand back, and I toss an ether bullet at the barrier. As expected, the attack explodes on contact, with not a single trace of the attack passing through. A couple of chunks of stone break off the stairs. The stairs, however, instantly repair themselves, to my astonishment and bemusement in equal measure. I examine the stairs closely, hoping to find some sort of repair or mending glyph. I find nothing, suggesting the glyphs are either hidden deeper within the stairwell, or it's some natural property of these twisted dungeon spaces. Ethersight doesn't see any traces of a glyph I can copy either. To my great disappointment. At the same time, however, I remember that equipment registered in the system does seem to get some sort of mending property even without specific glyphs to that effect. I've not noticed any chips in the rifling of my modular blowgun, nor has it deformed even slightly from the immense heat and pressures involved. With no desire to delay further, we pass through the barrier and are immediately greeted by a roar and a trio of slices at my face. I dodge the first one, block the second one with my buckler, then activate my boots of impulse for half a second to slide underneath the last swipe. As the bear recovers from its attack, I launch a flaming bullet right into its groin. I expect it to keel over in pain. Instead, it charges at me with even greater intensity, not even stopping to put out the smoldering fur still faintly glowing between its hind legs. I dodge another 4 attacks, but then the 5th one takes me by surprise. I spin out of the way at the last second, but I'm still down 140 health from the laceration across my left arm. Thankfully not my good arm, but I still need both arms to properly aim my weapon. All I can do is dance around the battlefield, fighting fully defensively as I slowly maneuver toward Chloe. She's got her healing bullet charged and on standby, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. And fortunately, her ranged healing isn't instantaneous, and one false move will have her healing bear instead. I continue my dodging, ignoring the lightheadedness starting to seep in as blood continues to ooze down my arm. My heart races as my health continues to trickle down from the bleed status ailment I'm suffering from. Now under 500, and still slowly trickling down. Thankfully, it's right as the bear pounces that Chloe's healing skill hits me, rejuvenated and cured of my condition. My head starts thinking more clearly, and I'm again able to use boots of impulse to move out of the way, then switch to my gauntlets of repulsion to deflect the errant swipe heading in my direction. To my delight, the spider bear keels over from overextending itself. Its middle pair of arms catch it before it thuds on the stone floor. But I have enough time to use trick shot to aim a lightning bullet directly into its mouth. It explodes, completely removing its lower jaw from its head and sending teeth flying. I'm able to dodge, while Chloe deflects them with her own gauntlets. The creature is bleeding profusely, but the battle is far from over. It's even more pissed than before. Thankfully, its moves are starting to slow down. In order to conserve my ether, I switch to regular bullets, powered only by the impulse glyph for added momentum and stopping power. I am everywhere I can. The eyes, mouth, and even ears make ideal targets, and with my ethersight, I also notice an energy concentration on the pits of the creature's middle pair of legs. Some sort of special gland there. What sort of odd mutation even allows for such a thing to happen? I get an idea. As it raises its palms to swipe down upon me, I charge flash of insight and wait. It gallops toward me with its back to pairs of legs. My palms sweat as I continue to delay. Its massive claws extend outward, eager to rend my flesh asunder, seeming to pop further out of its hands. Not until I feel them grazing the hair on my ears do I finally step backwards, letting the bear's momentum crash against the ground, and in that moment, I throw 30 units of ether into my flash grenade and let it rip. A primal, guttural roar fills the chamber. I'm half surprised not to see half a dozen more bears join the fight, but I take the opportunity and count my good fortune. I sheath my modular blowgun and draw my blessed sword, thrusting it directly into my Ursini foe's left eye. My blade glows brightly, and a wave of black fog sublimes off the creature's fur as I pull back my weapon. More slashes follow. I nearly trip over my weapon once as I swing it into the enemy's left foreleg. The gash is deep and the cut isn't clean, leaving me unable to pull my sword back to me as it gets caught in more fibrous muscle. I grip my teeth, but just as I'm about to abandon my blade for the time being, a small fireball flies through the air and hits the beast right on the ass. This gives me just enough leverage to pull my sword loose, nick the 2 weak spots near its middle legs, and finish the creature off. You have slain a cavern spider bear level 19. You have been awarded a boosted 2400 experience. Level 17, experience, 24,946, to next. Current stats, health, 941 1274 ether, 224 741. Damn, not quite enough for a level up. Next battle almost certainly will, as a small comfort. And, to my greater chagrin, no more loot either. Would it kill for an ether canister? I turned to Chloe with bemusement, but instead of a serious face, she's wearing the most conniving, shit-eating grin I've ever seen as she prances up to me and gives me a high five. Okay, I'm going to assume that the fireball came from you. When and how? I ask. It's the wand you gave me. It allows me to cast the spell fireball once per hour, without eating into my ether reserves. I chuckle. No wonder you look so pleased with yourself. The implications of her words immediately hit me with all the subtlety of a sack of lead bricks to the face. Wait, can cast the spell without eating into your ether reserves? Did I hear you correctly? She grins even wider, if that can be believed. I found what might be the closest thing to a holy grail just sitting among piles of loot, and I didn't have enough knowledge to realize how valuable this was. A way to cast without drawing on her personal ether stat means it has some other way to absorb environmental ether. And that means I can finally start using my weapons without blowing through 1/10 of my reserve with each shot. She presents the wand back to me with open hands. Do you want to work your technical magic? Now it's my turn to grin with delight. Absolutely, Chloe. But it's all technical skills. I don't have magical capabilities in this class. She rolls her eyes at me and gives me the finger. I ignore the playful jest as I examine her wand more closely. I'm being serious. I say, even my elemental bullets are apparently classified as non-magical and operate off my strength stat. Never mind that I have to expend a metric ton of ether to do so. It doesn't make any sense, I sigh. Then again, common sense is a vice when it comes to trying to understand the system. Chloe motions back over to the protection of the stairs. Well, Sierra, show me what a mechanist can really do. 1. For 6 South County Dungeon. Second Descent 2. We make our way over to the staircase, passing back through the barrier to the first level as easily as we crossed it the first time. This leads me down an interesting tangent as I dig through my bag for my magnifying glass. Save points are a thing in many video game dungeons. I dare not get my hopes up that there will be any second chances should we fall in battle. Maybe a revival spell at some point, but I'm going to assume otherwise until proven wrong beyond a shadow of a doubt. It might not be strictly a save point, but this corridor does seem to be a save point, and that gives a lot of interesting implications as to the system's purpose. It clearly doesn't want us to live life as we have before its arrival. The low-level monsters that make it into the city's center are nuisances, but there are real nasties that lurk between major cities. Creatures far worse than the tribe of Gorillas the two of us fought with Alexei and the others. Lindsay's identify skill clocked them at levels approaching 50. Far beyond any of our ability to take down, even with perfect preparation. Much better equipment, extreme luck, and every other factor going in our way. The gap in our parameters would simply overwhelm even Nicholas's tactician skills. They've chosen to stay away from the city for now. But I don't believe for now is forever. The same is true for these barriers. There are monsters in here that will absolutely ravage civilization as we know it. And yet, these creatures are cordoned off, away from where they would do the most harm. Undoubtedly, the system does not wish to kill us off. I have no doubt it could have simply ripped the planet apart had that been its goal. No, it wants us to get stronger and develop our classes and skills. I had dismissed the possibility that the system feeds on us like hogs or cattle. Now, seeing how deep these dungeons go, and how they are being sequestered away from the city like that, I'm forced to reevaluate my earlier dismissal. The system wants to offer us rewards for delving into these dungeons and getting stronger, hence the possibility for loot and levels. This brings up another point, and probably one more immediate than the system's end goals. At some point in the near future, someone is going to get an idea to use that personal power and convert it to political power and influence. I guess I can be thankful that people like Alexei and his crew are honorable enough to serve the people rather than try to oppress them. I dare not hope that he and his are in the majority.